The young man had a strange dream in which there was a man whose life was in complete disarray. His greatest achievement was entering medical school, thanks to his many years of knowledge at the age of 40. The young man's life was filled with nothing but failures. In high school, he was a target for bullies. After graduating from medical school and receiving his certificate, the guy decided to become a surgeon, although everyone actively avoided it. The young specialist put all his efforts into studying in order to become a first-class surgeon and save people. The guy realized that the lack of necessary knowledge, as well as negligence and clumsiness, could easily kill a patient in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his own efforts, the young doctor got the opportunity to work in the best state clinic, but despite his skills, he was fired. After some time, the doctor opened his own hospital, but unfortunately, over time, it went bankrupt. The girl a man married after meeting him on a blind date became disillusioned with him. The guy was happy to give all his love to the single mother, but she was one step away from poverty. And he had been diagnosed with terminal cancer just a few days ago, and everything seemed to be against this poor guy. A young man who had spent his entire life striving to serve others was on the brink. Everything he had strived for and worked towards for so long, in one moment, scattered like ashes on a photo frame. The man was driven into a dead end from which it seemed impossible to escape. Additional problems were created by creditors who asked Dr. Kim when he would finally be able to repay the debt. The young man made every excuse and explained that he had warned the creditors several days in advance, trying to resolve everything as soon as possible. But instead of understanding, the collectors angrily stated that he was most likely delirious, since he did not have much time left to live. Dr. Kim looked at his interlocutor with horror, not knowing what to tell him and not understanding whether there was any point in making excuses. But the collector did not calm down and continued to say that the man's mother was obligated to pay $200 million because of the guarantee, and therefore it did not matter whether the doctor died or not. Falling to his knees, the debtor asked not to do anything bad to his mother because she was the only person he had left. Dr. Kim thought to himself that his father passed away when he was in high school and his mother was still suffering, which was double the pain for him. But the very next second, the collector began to say that there was one way to correct the current situation. Suddenly, the interlocutor started talking about the fact that since the man is a doctor, he probably knows what is inside his body. The next moment, the doctor began to point to different parts of his body, naming certain organs. But a minute later, the man's eyes widened in horror, and stuttering, he began to wonder if the collector meant what he had just thought of. With a grin on his face, he began to tell that a liver costs $40 million, one kidney about 20, a heart about 40, and a cornea about 30. The collector laughed and noted that his debtor could thus solve some of his problems. And after a short pause, he added that, since the doctor would die anyway, it would be better to take care of many things before his own departure. As he left, he added that he understood how difficult it was for a doctor to decide on such a serious step, but he had to remember that his time was almost numbered. With horror, realizing that he had to hurry, tears welled up in Kim's eyes. He understood that he had been driven into a dead end, but he could not leave the problem unresolved. As soon as the unfortunate man decided that this was already the very bottom, it turned out that he was very wrong, because the most difficult was yet to come. The owner of the apartment told the man to get out of her house immediately. The man did not understand what the woman meant, so she repeated that he should immediately pack his things and leave her home. With anger in her voice, the owner said that firstly, Dr. Kim owed her money for several months, and secondly, she was tired of collectors who were ruining the reputation of the house. The next second, the owner of the house started shouting and saying that she had already found new tenants who were moving in the next day. Moving along the crowded streets, it seemed that the doctor himself did not understand what was happening to him and what he should do next. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. Taking his mobile out of his pocket, he saw that his mother was calling him. The woman greeted Jin Hong with a gentle voice and said that she just wanted to see how he was doing and make sure he was okay. The man cried as he heard his caring mother asking him to dress warmer, saying that the hospital was overheated and so she shouldn't worry about him. The caring mother continued smiling, noting that work is wonderful, but one should not overdo it, and one should also take care of one's own health. Smiling through his tears, the son added that his mother shouldn't freeze either, and then lied, saying that a patient had come to see him and that he would call back later. As he was about to pass out, the man still heard his mother talking about how she had called at the wrong time and said that they would call each other the next day. Devastated and lost, Jin Hong wandered around the city, unsure of what to do next. To somehow dull his own pain, the man bought an alcoholic drink with his last money and went to the park. Sitting on the bench, he looked closely at the unopened bottle, as if wondering whether he should get drunk or not. The next second, having opened the drink, The doctor began to greedily drink the alcohol, hoping in this way to drown out the mental pain. But it didn't get any easier. It seemed that nothing and no one could help. Wanting to hide from his problems, Jin Hong began to think about the time when he would finally end all of this. Suddenly, a stranger approached him and asked if it was really that same Dr. Kim in front of her. Having received no answer, the girl sat down on a bench nearby and again tried to clarify who the man was. With a smile on her face, the beauty said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked him if he remembered her. Understanding the man's embarrassment, the stranger said once again that he couldn't help but remember her, since he had helped not only her, but also her brother, although it had been a long time ago. The brunette recalled that it happened 2 years ago in the emergency room at the DL hospital, hoping that the doctor would remember what was going on. While Jin Hong looked at his interlocutor with confusion, she began to tell him that a couple of years ago, a man performed an operation to save her brother, who had been seriously injured. The girl's internal organs were severely damaged and required a long and serious operation. Despite this and the fact that the condition was critical, she never screamed, although the problem was serious. The surgeons did not want to take on the patient, but the girl behaved calmly, as if it was not her wound. Looking at her savior, the stranger asked him how he managed to do the almost impossible because he fought with all his might. With despair in his voice, Dr. Kim stated that the young woman most likely mistook him for someone else because he was a common loser. Looking at her interlocutor, the beauty said that he was wrong, because he gave her and her brother a chance to live a second life. Therefore, the man is a doctor with excellent skills. Covering his face with his hand, Jin Hong noted that he had always been an ordinary person, a poor student, and had been bullied his entire life, even when his father died of cancer. Unable to contain himself any longer, the man began to cry, not knowing what else he could say. The stranger wanted to somehow console her savior, but could not find the right words. A minute later, the beauty declared that Dr. Kim should not blame himself for anything. It was just that his luck did not match his efforts. She added that thanks to Jin Hoon, she had the opportunity to live her life again, and the guys watched the man from afar. The girl continued to talk about how they were the ones who lost contact with the earth and the heavens, and if it weren't for the doctor, they would have died, and so they decided to repay him the debt. And while he was wondering if he had gone crazy, the stranger declared that she was a servant of heaven and would reward the doctor for the act he had committed 2 years ago. In a softer voice, the brunette added that he deserved a second chance at a happier life. A minute later, taking out a small bottle, the beauty offered the doctor to drink some of the amazing drink. Answering the interlocutor's question about what was poured for him, the servant of heaven replied that these were seeds kept in heaven. But the man seemed indifferent to what his former patient said, as he needed to drown out his personal grief. Jin Hong's only wish was to get drunk and forget about everything. Suddenly, the woman asked if the doctor could live his life over again. What would it be like? Despite his clouded mind, the man said it would be a bright life. With success, he would be a proud husband and father. Sitting on the bench, the beauty noted that she was praying for Jin Hoon's wish to come true, and also wanted a blessing to descend upon him. Waking up in his own bed, the young man thought that his dream was strange and realistic. Moreover, it seemed to him that he was that man. Looking at his own hands, the guy realized that he was 100% that person and practically nothing had changed in him. Despite this, Jin Hong felt like he had become a completely different person, as if everything about him had changed radically. The most interesting thing was that somehow the young man managed to go back 30 years and become a schoolboy again. More precisely, the boy returned to high school and became a third grader. Looking around, the young man recognized his small room and the old furniture in the apartment where he lived in his youth. While the young man was thinking about what had happened to him, he heard someone loudly calling him from the next room. A woman's voice addressed him as a son and asked how much he could sleep because he could sleep through his whole life. When Jin Hong walked into the kitchen, he saw his parents sitting there, reminding him that he needed to have breakfast before going to school. But he was little interested in what he heard, since the young man could not believe that his mother, who had looked 30 years younger, was sitting in front of him. With tears in his eyes, the boy looked at his parents and was glad to see his father, who died when he was in the 3rd grade of high school. While the parents did not understand what was happening to their son, he, it seemed, could not look at them enough, not believing his own eyes. Approaching the table, a joyful Jin Hong said that he loved his parents very much and was incredibly happy that they were sitting in front of him. Realizing that the greeting had dragged on, the young man said that it was time for him to go to school, where he arrived half an hour later. The young man was torn between different emotions, but he was glad to have returned to Jinsung School. Looking at the school, the young man thought to himself that he was privileged to return to high school to experience it all over again. Remembering everything that happened in his past life, the guy promised himself that from this day on he would start a completely new life. Our hero understood that the chance that fate had given him could not be missed, and therefore he was obliged to take advantage of it. Jin Hong didn't intend to go through the nightmare that his life had been before. Therefore, the young man looked confidently not only forward, but also at his bright future, which would definitely come. But the next minute his mood slightly soured as the teacher asked if everyone was ready for the exams. With horror, clutching his things, our hero tried not to pay attention to his neighbor, who asked if he had learned everything. Through laughter, the classmate confirmed the teacher's question, repeating that they were facing a quarterly exam. The teacher continued by saying that they knew for sure what would happen if the students' grades dropped, so they needed to write the test as well as possible. Then he suddenly turned to the confused and unconscious Jin Hong. Not understanding what was happening, our hero decided to ask the teacher why he was singled out. In a sharp voice, the teacher announced that if the young man took last place again, he would be expelled from school. And a minute later, he announced that the history exam was starting and everyone could begin the test. As Jin Hong read the questions, he realized with horror that he couldn't remember much. On the one hand, there was nothing difficult in the test, but only for those who regularly attended school, and not like it was 30 years ago. The boy remembered that he had prepared for a long time for the college entrance exam, but he had not read anything like this in the last 20 years. Looking closely at the exam paper, the guy hoped that he would do better in literature, English, and other subjects. The young man strained his memory with difficulty, but did not understand how he could remember what had long been lost in the corners of his mind. However, Jin Hong was not going to give up so easily. He understood that he was using his last chance, which meant he needed to use all his reserves. At this time, the teacher looked at his watch, letting the students know that the history exam was coming to an end. Looking around and realizing that it was all over, our hero noted to himself that this was extremely difficult. Hearing his classmate's question, Jin Hong decided that if he went with his friend to play Tekken, the day would be wasted. So smiling at his friend, the guy apologized and said that he needed to run as important things awaited him. Looking after his friend as he left, the classmate noted that he didn't even know what to say to him, hoping that they would still play. Sitting in his room, our hero realized that he should think carefully about the current situation. Everything that happened to the young man seemed abnormal and perhaps even mystical, but he now had to live with it. The young man realized that he would not return to his previous life, and therefore he should take from this one everything that had been missed earlier. Jin Hong wondered if it would help him if he simply started using the knowledge he already had, since he did come from the future after all. Although on the other hand, it seemed to him that luck and past experience were in no way connected, especially since all knowledge related to medicine. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that his potential as a doctor could grow even more. The young man decided that he should probably aim to get into a prestigious medical school. Although instead our hero can again become a sad surgeon and go down the same path. That is why Jin Hong decided that he would choose the profession of a dermatologist with a good income that would allow him to become a wealthy person in the future. Our hero imagined first-class apartments with a view of the river, an expensive foreign car, and even investing in construction in Gangnam. Holding the book in his hands, the guy realized that he would have everything as the best doctor in a wonderful clinic. Therefore, you should do everything possible to make your dream come true. Well, the very next second, all of the guy's dreams collapsed in one moment because he suddenly remembered about the pace. Jin Hong was aware that he had to go through not only 4 years of training in college again, and thought for a moment. But a minute later, the guy came to his senses and continued to think about the fact that he also had another 10 years of study and work in the hospital ahead of him, as an intern and resident. In addition to everything else, the young man will also have to undergo military service. Our hero clutched his head, screamed loudly, realizing that he would have to actually start life from scratch, realizing that it was so difficult. Banging his fist on the table, he asked himself how he could relive all those difficult days, weeks, and even years. Realizing that there was no other way, the young man cursed and declared, turning to himself, that he would still achieve success at any cost. Jin Hong was shouting so loudly about how he was going to drive a new Porsche that he didn't even hear his frightened mother enter the room. The woman looked at her son in surprise and seemed not to recognize him at all. She noted to herself that she had thought that his desire to study was just a whim, but over the past few weeks she had realized that this was not the case. Realizing that the guy was overdoing it, the woman suggested that he go and rest a little to regain his strength. But our hero noted that he had not yet completed his daily quota. As soon as he finished, he would immediately go to bed. Realizing that the woman was not calming down, the guy began to calm her down, saying that he was not being expelled, He just wanted them to live much better in the future. The young man said that starting next week, he would start helping his mother in the restaurant to make things much easier for her. Not even a few days had passed when the young man appeared on the threshold of the establishment, and seeing his father, the boy announced that he had arrived. My father was not very happy about this arrival. He complained that he needed a son who would study well, and that was the most important thing. Despite the fact that the young man tried to somehow influence his parent, but he was unyielding, noting that he did not need the child's help. Once again, Jin Hong wanted to counter with something, but the man thanked his son in a softer tone. And then, putting his hand on his head, he told the young man not to overwork himself too much, since he hadn't left the room lately anyway. It was nice, but at the same time completely unexpected. Our hero thought to himself that for the first time in several decades, he felt so good and comfortable. He felt needed and valuable. The next day, all of Jin Hong's classmates were actively discussing, or more precisely, his academic performance. One of the boys, Sun's classmate, was surprised to hear that the young man had somehow managed to take third place in the final grades at the end of the semester. Whispering among themselves, the boys couldn't understand how this could happen if Jin Hong always took the last place in the class and was on the verge of expulsion. To find out, the desk mate turned to the young man who was reading something at that moment. Realizing that Odnoklasnik couldn't hear him, the guy came closer and started asking directly. Smiling, our hero turned to Moon Jin, and with modesty in his voice suggested that his friend study harder, saying that it worked great. Another young man whom Jin Hong had not expected to see approached him. The class president addressed the young man by name, but at the same time he did not dare to say anything. Instead, the guy silently extended his hand to our hero, who did not understand what was happening and why they began to treat him like that. Suddenly, the young man spoke. He congratulated his classmate and noted that, unexpectedly for everyone, he became the best student. With a smile on his face, the headman noted that somehow the guy managed to deceive everyone and hide his true abilities. But this trick wouldn't work anymore. Without a shadow of a doubt, the conceited one, as many called him, said that next time he would be the first. Later, our hero returned home, where everything was as before. After handing his mother the envelope, Jin Hong looked closely at his mother, but she continued to remain silent. The next moment, tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She tried to say something, but could not control her own emotions. Having difficulty starting the sentence, our hero's mother declared that she could not even dream of what she now sees before her, or more precisely, that her son is in first place. Jumping up from her seat, the woman joyfully began to hug the young man, still continuing to cry. The young man noted to himself that he never thought that his mother would be so delighted with her son's academic performance. But that day, all the household members were surprised by the head of the family, who could barely stand on his feet. Answering my son's question about why the man drank so much, the interlocutor said that today was a wonderful day, and he stayed a little late with the director. The young man heard that his parents spoke highly of his boss, Mr. Kim, but at the same time noted that he should not drink a lot, given his state of health. I thought to myself that in his previous life, my father had never allowed himself anything like this, not understanding what had happened to him. Jin Hong carefully led his father to the bedroom and even put him to bed so that the man would be as comfortable as possible. Looking at his parent with satisfaction, the young man wished him a good night. But before the boy had time to leave the room, his father immediately called out to him. Still without turning around, he said in a quiet voice that he loved his son very much, and besides, he was also proud of him. Standing in the doorway, our hero did not know what to do or how to behave, since nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Hearing his father's even breathing, the boy turned to him affectionately, realizing that he was already asleep, and once again wished him a good night. Closing the door behind him, Jin Hong once again noted to himself that this life was not as long as the one he had lived. Completely different from before, something had changed, and globally. Time passed, summer holidays came, during which our hero actively worked part-time in a restaurant. Understanding that the young man was overworked, his parents suggested that he take a little rest. However, he refused, stating that he was fine. The young man noted that summer holidays are a great time to switch from studying to something else, more interesting and useful. Looking at the boy with satisfaction, the parents not only couldn't get enough of their son, but also argued about who he took after. He's so smart and hardworking. Jin Hong turned to his dad and said that he had only one request, hearing that the man was ready to fulfill any wish. The guy said that he really wanted to work out at Director Kim's gym. Looking at his surprised parents, the young man explained that when he entered high school, he would need to be more resilient, so he wanted to start practicing. With calmness in his voice, the man stated that this child was already one step ahead of the rest. And after a short pause, he added that there would be nothing wrong with him starting to play sports, noting that he would talk to the director in the evening. The next day, Mr. Kim greeted the young men and noted that his father was overjoyed at the grades. He added that it wouldn't hurt his own son to start studying, and then jokingly suggested that Jin-hoon work as a tutor for a while. The director, who was also a coach, listened attentively to the young man explaining that he wanted to improve his endurance and physical abilities. And after a short silence, he added that he needs kickboxing for real fights because he wants trained to participate in real battles. "I don't understand what the guy is talking about," the man asked him again, whether the young man wanted to fight with someone or what he meant. Looking attentively into the eyes of his interlocutor, our hero declared that he never wanted to lose to anyone again. For a few seconds, the coach looked at the young man with a searching gaze, not knowing what to say to him. But a minute later, he said that everything was clear to him, because the young man wants to take up kickboxing not as an athlete, but as a fighter. With a smile on his face, the coach said that the task was very clear, however. He would not hold back just because Jin Hong was his best friend's son. And the very next minute, a difficult and grueling training session began. Director Kim shouted at the young man that he should not relax. On the contrary, the young man should push himself. The coach pointed out that our hero had made too many mistakes that were unforgivable, and he in turn noted that everything was fine with him, and he wanted to participate in sparring again. Realizing that the guy wasn't joking, the man explained that it was too much for his body, and it didn't matter who the person was. Whether you are an athlete or a wrestler, willpower alone is not enough. Looking at the exhausted boy, Mr. Kim added that he knew that the young man was especially he stubbornly wants to train, but he's had enough for today. And he added that if he continues to beat the young man, the father will forbid his son to visit classes. And before finishing the class, the trainer told the guy to do basic exercises that would help strengthen his endurance, as well as his faith in his own strength. Realizing that there was nothing to do at home anyway, Jin Hong decided to stay in the hall in order to perform a few manipulations. Our hero knew all his weaknesses and therefore decided to work on them in order to turn them into his own advantages. While striking the imaginary opponent, it seemed that the guy was putting all his strength and power into them. On the one hand, it was unusual, but on the other hand, the young man realized that only in this way could he achieve results. The young man remembered what his coach had told him, and so he worked not only on punches, but also involved his legs in the process. Time passed, but Jin Hong was not going to go home, because every minute he became more and more enthusiastic. And the very next moment our hero remembered some young man, he thought that next year he would undoubtedly meet him. And again, gathering his strength, the young man noted that until this happened, he must be patient and get rid of his weaknesses. Time passed, the holidays ended, the new semester began, and the class monitor realized with horror that the guy who always took the last place suddenly became the best in the class. The classmate did not understand how this could be, and it made him very angry how the one who always trailed at the end suddenly became the best of the best. But Jin Hong was not at all embarrassed by this state of affairs. When he received his report card and found excellent marks there, he realized that everything in his life was not in vain. That's how our hero graduated from high school with the best possible grades and finally became a senior in high school, which he had dreamed about. The young man entered Ilsan High School just like in his previous life. Meeting his old friend Hwang Moon-jin in the schoolyard, the young man thought about how they ended up in the same class again. But the comrade was sincerely happy, noting that fate itself had brought them together, and therefore he offered our hero to play slot machines after school. Even though Jin Hong didn't pay much attention to girls because he was busy with his studies, he couldn't turn a blind eye to the fact that there were beauties in the school. But the very next moment, our hero's thoughts were interrupted a male voice, who declared that he was glad to see them all, saying that he was their class teacher. While Lee Moon-ho was telling a long story about high school and its traditions, the young man thought that this teacher was the same as always. The man warned everyone gathered that if they fell behind, it would be difficult for them to catch up later, so they needed to be extremely careful. But Jin Hong didn't listen to him, because the guy's attention was attracted by something completely different, which surprised him and scared him at the same time. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in the doorway. With calmness in his voice, he apologized, stating that he was late and noting that there was traffic jam in the city. Looking at the cool driver, the blonde wondered if there were any more free seats where he could sit. Lee Moon-ho did not listen to the guy until the end, jumped up from his seat, began to insult the student and say that he did not respect anyone. Running up to the high school student, the teacher first asked if he knew what time it was, then asked what happened to his hair, and only then asked the student's name. Lee Moon-ho, with anger in his voice, noted that he would definitely remember the name of the student Lee Se-min, who was behaving inappropriately. After a short pause, the cool driver added that because of bullies like him, other kids would do the same. Although the very next second, without letting anyone know that something had happened, the man began to ask again whether this guy had really graduated from Kuman High School. Suddenly, Lee Moon-ho blushed and began to explain something. He said that getting stuck in a traffic jam was unpleasant, and most likely, the young man was tired. That's why you need to sit in a free seat. The teacher continued to say all sorts of nonsense about how it is best to sit in the classroom where the sun is shining, especially since you can see everything well from there. Looking at the last desk, which was located near the window, the new guy announced that he was going to take this very place. The lesson was interrupted because all the classmates were whispering about the fact that the new kid's family owned a big business. The girls actively discussed the young man's appearance, adding that he not only looks good, but also studies well and took first place in completing the test. Our hero sadly noted to himself that nothing had changed, the same class in the same place, but he would never forget the name of this man. For the first few minutes, Lee Sa-min looked carefully at everyone gathered and remained silent. Then he smiled at our hero, behind whom he took his seat and introduced himself again, noting that he was very pleased to be in this class. Smiling in response, Jin Hong stated that he was also pleased that such a guy would be studying with them. He thought to himself that it was this newcomer who had turned his past life into hell, and even if all of this never happened again, he would never be able to forget. All the following days, our hero waited for some kind of trick from Lee Sa-min, but to his great amazement, nothing happened. In the past, this man would start a fight over every little thing from the first day he arrived, but instead, the students started to get closer to Jin Hong. So the guys suggested going out together to play football or do some other kind of sport. The girls noted the young man's academic performance and asked how he managed to study so well and what he planned for the future. The guy who in his past life was an outcast whom everyone wanted to humiliate has now turned into the most popular boy in the class. And this popularity was not hidden from odnoklasniki themselves, who noted that he was a wonderful young man, and therefore it was pleasant to deal with him. One school day, a classmate came up to Jin Hoon and putting his hand on his shoulder, asked him his name. It was Lee Sa-min who asked if our hero was free that evening. At that very moment, looking at the blonde, the young man did not know what to say, and therefore asked what was the matter. The interlocutor noted that nothing terrible had happened. He just wanted to have a little fun, and therefore decided to take a friend with him. But having heard the refusal, the classmate did not calm down. On the contrary, he began to ask questions even more actively. And why did the guy refuse the offer? As he left, the young man said that he had some business to attend to, but Lee Sa-min could take someone else with him. The blonde was clearly not happy with the refusal, and so he called Keel Woo over and began asking him if he knew our hero. A classmate called the boy a freak, and then said that he had previously studied at Jinsung High School. The boy most likely was a crazy nerd or something like that. Listening to his interlocutor, the blonde thought for a moment, answering that he didn't think so. In any case, he didn't like this guy. Keel Woo wanted to joke around, so he said that the reason was probably because their classmate won first place in the entrance exam. He suggested that we intimidate this guy a little, and perhaps even beat him up. But Lee Sa-min immediately rejected this idea, saying that our hero is #1 in the school, and it would be bad to raise a hand against him. It would be best to deal with the guy's surroundings. Having examined it carefully, the blonde man's interlocutor said that he seemed to have come up with something. And the very next minute, he told me that his best friend was in the same class, a short guy named Hwang Moon-jin. Patting his comrade on the shoulder, Lee Sa-min said in a joyful voice that he would leave this problem to the young man. He in turn looked at the victim, thinking that he was not in the best situation. At this very moment, Hwang Moon-jin turned his head, and P looked at the ill-wisher, asking him what he was going to do. As for our hero, he sat at home over his textbooks and tried to remember at least a little new information to dilute it with the old knowledge, although there was not much of it. Looking somewhere at the wall, the young man thought about the fact that he had been wasting his time year after year, and therefore now he should study as hard as possible. The guy noted that when he started studying subjects in high school, he realized that maintaining his current level would be more and more difficult every day. But the next minute, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who suggested that her son take a rest. But as always, she heard a refusal. The young man noted to himself that thanks to his knowledge, he would be able to enter the National Medical Academy. Jin Hong knew that in order to study in such a place, one must increase one's knowledge more and more every day, but the guy was confident in his own abilities. The next day, as usual, the young man came to school, entered his classroom, and hurried to take his seat. Looking around, the guy did not notice his friend, who always arrived earlier than him. Suddenly, the young man was overcome with panic, He felt that something was wrong since his friend never skipped school, even when he had problems with his studies. Our hero understood that he was living in a time when mobile phones were not yet widespread, and since that was the case, he would just have to wait until his comrade appeared. A moment later, the teacher, who was standing at the board, noticed the student who had entered the classroom. Seeing him, our hero, who hurried to "I'll meet my friend." Jin Hong ran up and greeted Moon Jin happily, asking where he had been and why he was late. But the young man walked past and pretended not to notice. Without understanding what he did wrong, our hero, despite Odnoklasnik's lightning speed, still managed to notice that something was wrong with his face. "I slapped my friend on the shoulder," the guy shouted, and asked who his friend had fought with and how this could have happened. Looking at the bruises and abrasions on Moon Jin's face, which were covered with bandages, the young man again loudly asked who beat him. Well, then he quickly turned away and said that he was very sorry, and then walked to his place. Realizing that his classmate would not leave him alone so easily, Huang Moonjin asked the young man to never communicate with him again. And in order for his friend to understand the meaning of his words, he said once again that they should stop communicating, and Jin Hong was obliged to pretend that they did not know each other. But instead of indifference, our hero became angry. He understood that something had gone wrong and knew exactly where to look for the root of the problem. Flying past his friend, the guy headed towards the man he considered the culprit of everything that happened. Within a few seconds, he was standing next to the blonde and looking at him inquiringly, as if he was waiting for him to start the conversation first. Realizing that the new guy hadn't even moved from his place, the young man asked if it really was him. Lee Sung-min said as if nothing had happened that he understood what was being discussed. But the very next second, our hero explained everything to him in detail. Smiling, the boy did his classmate a favor and stood up from his seat. Looking into Jin Hong's face, the blonde asked with anger in his voice, even if it was his doing, so what and what was the other person going to do? First, the young man called his opponent a scumbag, and then, clenching his hand into a fist, he said sarcastically that he would soon find out about the plans. The young man understood that he would not betray his friend, and therefore he hit the enemy with force, saying that he fully deserved it. Everyone gathered looked attentively at Lee Sa-min, who flew off to the opposite side of the classroom. Looking at the bloody hand, the blond man mixed, took hold of it, but was in no hurry to fight back. It seemed that he was thinking about his next steps. But it seemed that our hero was not going to stop, and then he picked up the ill-wisher and began to insult him again. However, this did not last long, because the very next minute, Jin Hong again dealt a crushing blow to the offender so that he would understand his mistake. Our hero shouted at his classmate and asked him why he always attacks those who are weaker than him, why he makes others suffer. Suddenly, the guy remembered his hellish past and everything that happened to him. Unfortunately, it all could not be described in any words, and therefore he could not allow it to happen again. The young man did not understand why he was being beaten. He asked the blonde to stop. However, he only laughed at the unfortunate man. More than once, our hero asked the blonde what he had done to him that they were taking revenge on him for, knowing that in a little while, he would commit suicide by murder. Smiling sarcastically, Sandman said that there was nothing personal in this for him. It was just a fun pastime and nothing more. But for the beaten man, it was almost the end of the world. And since he didn't want to do anything, because his self-assessment dropped to 0. Despite the rebirth, Jin Hong still heard the words of the idiot who didn't understand what it was like to go through hell. That's why the very next minute our hero approached the blonde and told him to stop pretending that he was in pain and to have the courage to go outside. But the very next moment, Chal Wu ran up to the young man and immediately hit him in the face with all his might, insulting him and shouting all sorts of curses. Sitting on the floor, the guy asked his offender what his name was and where he got his courage from. But less than a minute later, the opponent began to beat the young man again, calling him a nerd and threatening that next time it could be even worse. Classmates who were closely following everything that was happening noted to themselves that the advantage was clearly on one side, and therefore everything would end badly. Jin Hong's enemy began to beat him again, asking how much strength the brave man had to endure all this. Not even a minute had passed when our hero proudly raised his head. He looked attentively into the face of his opponent and clearly was not going to say anything before making a decision. Suddenly, with one powerful movement, the guy hit Kiel Wu in the face in such a way that he could barely stay on his feet. Not understanding what had happened, the young man, stuttering, began to ask who dared to raise a hand against him. At the same time, our hero proudly declared that this is not the end, nothing is over yet. The villain clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore, calling his opponent a nerd, he stated that there was little he could do. Grabbing Jin Hong by the collar, classmates shouted at the top of his voice that he would kill him for publicly humiliating him. But instead, the enemy was hit in the face again, and this time our hero put all his strength into the blow. One got the impression that the young man was not so much taking revenge for himself as for his beaten comrade. The young man knew what it meant to give in, and therefore decided to punish his offender properly so that next time he wouldn't interfere. At this very time, Odnoklasniki were actively discussing how the guy managed to defeat the strongest Kyo Wu, who was considered the best in hand-to-hand combat. A few minutes later, Jin Hong walked up to Lee Sa-min and looked at him with disdain. I asked him what he was doing and what he thought of himself. And then he declared that the blame for everything that happened lay with the blonde, and again asked if he was going to stay the way he was. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the offender and, addressing him by name, said that he was obliged to ask for forgiveness. And in a colder tone, he added that he needed to apologize to Moon Jin, whom he had unfairly offended. Looking into the young man's frightened eyes, our hero once again reminded him what he should do. The guy didn't want to humiliate himself in front of anyone and ask for forgiveness, but he understood that he simply had no other choice, and so he approached his classmate. Looking somewhere to the side, the young man said that he would no longer do what he had done in the morning and reluctantly, but asked for forgiveness. Jin Hong, in turn, threatened his classmate, saying that if something like this happened next time, he would not stop. And therefore, the young man must remember this incident and understand what consequences await him. A few minutes later, the blonde hugged his friend in misfortune and said in a quiet voice that it was their fault and they should be more careful. Closing his eyes, our hero sighed with relief for the first time all morning, realizing that he had managed to do something practically impossible. Young man understood that he had managed to win the same guys who in his past life turned his existence into a terrible nightmare. The young man realized that on the one hand, his life had not changed, but on the other hand, he had become completely different. The guy came back to take advantage of his chance, and it looks like he's already succeeded in some things because certain circumstances have changed dramatically. Among such moments, we can mention his classmates, who vied with each other to praise the guy, noting that he had done something almost unbelievable. With Lee Sang-min before noted that he always caused a lot of problems, but thanks to our hero, they feel much better and safer. And while everyone thanked the young man, Moon Jin, with tears in his eyes, noted that he was sorry and asked Jin Hoon for forgiveness. But he still happily declared that everything was fine and he understood everything, noting that his comrade was probably in pain, so they should take care of his wounds. Not believing his own ears, classmate asked several times if they were really still friends. Smiling, Jin Hong jokingly stated at what point they stopped being friends. Running up to his friend, Moon Jin began to hug him and thank him for being friends with a halfling like him, promising that he would never ruin their friendship. But the story did not end there, because the next day the class teacher called our hero to himself. Looking closely at the teacher, the young man understood that he was angry. He also realized that this was most likely because of Lee Sang-min. Watching the people leaving, the classmates understood that it would not be easy for the guy, but in this story, Moon Jin blamed himself more than anyone else. Sitting in Lee Moon-ho's office, our hero heard him say that he had always been kind to him because the boy was a good student, but he had started causing trouble. Jumping up from his seat, the elderly gentleman shouted that Jin Hong had beaten up an innocent classmate and was a bully. Making excuses, our hero began to talk about how the only one who was beaten was Moon Jin, but for some reason the teacher completely ignores this fact. But these words did not touch the teacher at all, who declared that the young man was confusing something, since everyone except him was behaving like the most ordinary students. But the guy didn't calm down. He continued to tell the story of how two high school students beat up his friend for fun. When he asked them to stop, they not only did not fulfill his request, but were also delighted by the guy's tears, and therefore began to beat him even harder. The young man noted that this was violence by definition, but the teacher did not react to this in any way, and he took revenge on the boys so that they would not want to do anything like that again. Lee Moon-ho listened attentively to the story, but instead of sympathy, he again continued to shout and blame the young man for everything. With despair in his voice, the man spoke about how our hero does not understand who he has gotten involved with, and what kind of family Lee Sang-min has, and what they can do. Looking at his teacher, the boy asked him what the family of this young man made the teacher do, that he does not want to hear the voice justice. Closing his eyes, the teacher noted that he could not tell, but the parents' committee was in complete chaos. They wanted severe punishment, namely expulsion from school. It was difficult for the young man to believe that the directors and deputy directors had decided to expel him only because he stood up for a friend. But Jin Hong did not give up trying to reach his flu sufferer, but only until he heard that Lee Sang-min would go unpunished. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy noted to himself that he did not understand. How could this happen? The trouble. Making classmate did not receive any punishment, but our hero. He again turned to the class teacher and said that in the interests of fairness, the second instigator of the fight should also be expelled. Remembering the school rules, the boy shouted that whoever starts a fight first will be sent to forced volunteer work. At the same time, anyone who bullies others or deliberately harms them automatically becomes guilty and must be expelled or suffer other punishment. And therefore, the only one who should leave the educational institution is Lee Sang-min, but not him. And again, jumping up from his seat, Lee Moon-ho declared that the young man was no good enough to be insolent to his teacher. He was expelled, and that was the end of it. Well, the very next second, the men sitting in the office heard someone else's voice, which said that it was enough to argue. In the doorway stood the same blonde guy that the teacher and student had talked about a few minutes earlier. The guy suddenly asked the class teacher to stop. While our hero was thinking about what the offender was doing here, the teacher told the young man to repeat what he said. Making a sympathetic face, the young man noted that he was also to blame for all of this, and therefore it was better to close this issue once and for all. San-min said that since everything that was done started with him, he is the only one who is responsible, therefore, he is the one who should be excluded. But the teacher did not believe his own ears, and therefore he asked the young men, "Is this really the case when it is normal for friends to quarrel with each other?" Our hero didn't like all this. He understood that the blonde man had appeared out of nowhere, suspecting that he was up to something. The young man said that the teacher was right. It was just a normal fight between friends, so there was no need to worry about it. It didn't take more than a few minutes for Lee Moon-ho to let go. The boys ordered them to go to class, prepare for upcoming lessons. "Stop your enemy." Jin Hong, without any preamble, began to ask what he had in mind, recommending that he tell the whole truth. Smiling echidna, the interlocutor paused for a moment, and then stated that he did not understand what was being discussed. Not wanting to get into a new conflict, our hero asked directly why Lee Sang-min decided to help him. Smiling, the blonde replied that he himself was surprised, but he definitely did not do it because he felt guilty. He just wanted to act that way. The young man wanted to ask something else, but the next minute his worst enemy walked away. Looking after the ill-wisher, the young man thought that despite this act, his classmate was still a bad guy. Then everything went quietly and peacefully until the next academic year ended with the final exam. Sitting at the desk hour, the hero heard his comrades say that he wrote everything on purpose because he didn't know any of the answers, adding that it was quite difficult for him. But Moon-jin protested, noting that his friend was lying to him again, just like last year, when he unexpectedly took first place. Jin Hong didn't answer, but he thought to himself that everything was not at all like in high school. Everything was not going so smoothly, because he had already lived this life. I was posting the exam results. The class teacher shouted that everyone who got below average grades should prepare themselves for the fact that things would be tough for them in the future. Looking at the data with surprise, our hero realized that he had once again taken first place, and in second place was his opponent Lee Sang-min, who was only 0.7 points behind. Pulling his friend's cheeks, Moon-jin was happy that since his comrade had become first again, he should treat him to some rice cakes. At this very time, Lee Sang-min also approached the bulletin with the ratings posted. And less than a minute later, he was already standing next to Jun-hoon, but he didn't say a word. Suddenly, the young man patted his classmate on the shoulder and said that he sincerely congratulated him. While Moon-jin was happy that he took 39th place, our hero was thinking about the fact that the blonde was a very strange guy. As he walked outside, Lee Sang-min said our hero's name to himself. Gripping his penis tighter, the young man asked himself how his classmate could humiliate him so much. With tears in his eyes, the young man noted that he would never forget such a disgrace. It would always be in his memory. Jin Hong returned home happy. He knew that his parents were waiting for him there, who would surely like the news that he had become the best again. When meeting her son, his mother said that he was as smart as he was in his youth, noting that the boy was the real pride of their family. And there was a problem with the father, because he got drunk once again, which the young man didn't like, and he told him this directly. As he was going to bed, the man tried to say something to his son, but due to his drunken state, he could not find the right words. Finally, collecting his thoughts, the head of the family declared that he and his mother only had a young man. In turn, he noted that he had only one father, and therefore asked him to drink less so that our hero would not worry. The young man was frightened by what was supposed to happen in 2 years, namely, the death of his parent due to cancer. Sitting next to my sleeping father, the guy thought that if he didn't stop drinking, the process would actually speed up, thereby bringing him closer to death. After thinking for a while, the young man decided that now was the best time to act. since later it might be too late. Turning to his father, the young man asked him to fulfill his only request and immediately received approval. However, realizing that his father was holding on with all his might, Jin Hong said that they would continue this conversation tomorrow. Sitting at the table where there were a variety of dishes, Mom turned to her husband and asked how he was feeling, or more precisely, if his stomach hurt. Looking at the gloomy and exhausted man, the woman said that the reason for everything was his addiction to alcohol. Suddenly, the head of the family turned to his son and reminded him of their evening conversation. Retreating, the boy said that he would rather tell everything after dinner, although his father did not like this behavior, since it made him nervous. Realizing that he had been taken by surprise, the young man suddenly handed the man a small package. The father counted the money in horror, noting that, firstly, there was too much of it, and secondly, he did not understand where his schoolboy son got it from. The young man explained that from the moment upon entering high school, he began working part-time as a newspaper delivery boy and doing other odd jobs to save money. And hearing that his father was asking to take the money back, he returned with seriousness in his voice to the conversation that they had started the day before. Jin Hong said he wanted the man to take the required amount of money in order to go to the hospital and get examined. Who did not understand anything began to worry. At that time, the young man noted that in their time, many people had gastroscopy. The guy assured that this is the simplest and most painless examination that will allow us to identify a problem if there is one. Our hero understood that he was deceiving his dad, but he had no other way out to save his family. The guy understood that if they didn't do anything now, the cancer cells would start to spread, and the examination would help prevent this. Suddenly, a woman intervened in the conversation, noting that her son was the best, hinting that she also wanted to receive his care. Our hero joked, telling his mother that he would soon collect the necessary amount of money for her, but for now his father is the priority. But the next second, the man put the envelope on the table and said that he was fine. The head of the family explained this by the fact that, firstly, he feels fine, and secondly, he has no reason to undergo examination. And he added that he is a young man and does not feel any pain, and therefore there is no point in simply going to the hospital. Among other things, he began to complain that his son had been saving money and denying himself many things just to spend it on diagnostics. With anger in his voice, Jin Hong shouted that if his beloved father were to spare money now, it would be too late later. But the man was relentless. He again began to talk about how sometime in the future, when the restaurant starts to bring in good income, he will think about a checkup. Looking at my father, full despair, the hero did not understand what to do and how to persuade the stubborn parent who had already made a firm decision not to go to the hospital. The young man realized that his only chance is going for broke, so I asked my dad if he remembered that a man never breaks his promises. Looking closely into the boy's eyes, the father declared that this was indeed the case. And the very next second, the guy said that his parent promised him to go to the hospital for an examination. And after a short pause, he added that this was his only desire and his only request. Our hero once again noted what he had said a second earlier, realizing that this was his only trump card. Suddenly, the man said that he believed that he could not ignore the words of his own son, and therefore he did as he said. Less than a second later, Jin Hong's eyes were shining with happiness. He couldn't believe that he had managed to persuade his father to get examined. Rising from his seat, the young man shouted that he would immediately make an appointment for the parent to see a specialist. I am passing on. Our hero received an envelope from the head of the family, who said that he would pay for it himself, since he could not afford to spend his son's hard-earned money. The young man looked closely at the bundle, noting that if his father wanted it that way, he would understand and accept his wish. Watching her son walk away, the woman told her husband that he should be happy that he raised such a wonderful child. But the head of the family seemed to have a different opinion on this matter, since he believed that he did not need to undergo any examination at all. Not even a few minutes had passed, and Jin Hoon was already calling the hospital to register his father. The young man said that 2 o'clock in the afternoon was quite suitable for him, and also asked how soon the test results would be ready. Put it in the receiver, our hero was glad that he managed to do the virtually impossible. Despite this, the young man was afraid that the disease could progress more strongly and quickly due to his father's alcohol consumption. The young man tried in every way to set himself up for a positive attitude. He was so absorbed in his own thoughts that he didn't even hear when his mother came in. On the day of the gastroscopy, Jin Hong was very nervous, considering various options, but convinced himself that he hoped for an excellent examination. The young man really wanted to be with his father in the hospital at that moment, but he could not miss school, although his thoughts were only about the disease being at an earlier stage. Approaching his friend in the dining room, Moon Jin realized that his friend was not eating anything and asked him for barbecue, although there was no reaction. A little later, already sitting in class, the guy continued to think about what was going on. At an early stage, the disease can be easily cured by surgery. Suddenly, looking at his watch, the young man jumped up from his seat and said that he had to go because he had an emergency. Without understanding anything, the teacher shouted that the young man couldn't just turn around and leave without listening to what was being discussed at the class meeting. But our hero was not very interested in this. His only goal was to find out what the doctor said and what the gastroscopy showed. Entering the door, the young man turned to his mother from the threshold, asking how his father was feeling and how the examination went in general. The surprised woman noted that her son surprised her and even scared her, and then added that everything seemed to be fine. Looking at his mother in surprise, the young man could not believe his ears, because this simply could not be. The man himself entered the room, addressing his son. He stated that everything was completely fine with him. San Min-si added that the doctors said that he had an inflammatory process in his stomach, but it was not scary, and then he complained that they had wasted their money. The boy looked at his parents in surprise and didn't know how to react to this, realizing that everything didn't go according to plan. While the father continued to say something to his son, he noted that he was fine and he just needed to go home. The confused parents did not understand what was wrong again, so they did not know what to tell the young man. After going outside, Jin Hong stood silently near the restaurant for some time, thinking about his next steps. The guy noted to himself that nothing was okay, since his dad would die from an incurable stage of cancer in 2 years, and therefore he has only 2 options to get to the truth. The young man wanted to believe his father, but he understood that his past life would repeat itself, and therefore everything could not be fine with his father, as he assured him. Understand that the matter could not wait. Our hero went the next day to the same hospital where his parent was. The guy was full of determination and knew that he would never back down, since his family was at stake. Addressing the receptionist, Jin Hong stated that as Kim Sang-min-si's guardian, he had come to check the results of his gastroscopy. The woman looked in surprise at the guy, who continued to say that the man he had named had been examined yesterday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After ruffling the young man's hair, the administrator told him not to worry, since the doctor himself had told his father everything. But our hero did not give up again. He said that there was something he would like to discuss with the doctor personally, if that was possible. Not understanding the visitor's persistence, the clinic employee noted that the doctor might be busy, but she would clarify this point. The very next minute, the woman picked up the phone to call a specialist. The administrator, addressing the gastroenterologist, explained the situation, saying that the son of one of the patients wanted to meet with him. But the doctor haughtily declared that he had no time to deal with this, and therefore the woman had to come up with something to get rid of the teenager as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the registrar told the young man that the specialist was busy, but the young man had nothing to worry about because everything was fine with his father. But Jin Hong seemed to go wild. He shouted that he understood everything, except for the tests with which something was wrong. The boy shouted that he had to meet with the doctor right now, and despite his youth, he had every right to find out about his parents' health. Looking at the administrator, who didn't understand anything, our hero asked her to contact the doctor again and explain the situation. While the woman was talking to the gastroenterologist, the guy looked at her attentively. He also heard that the specialist was unhappy, but did not object to the meeting. A minute later, Jin Hong was already sitting near the office, and the caring nurse told him to wait a little. When the time came, they would call him. But to the young man, it seemed as if an eternity had passed, because time passed, and nothing happened. For a moment, it seemed to our hero that he even dozed off for a while. But the next moment, the voice of a nurse was heard from the office, who, addressing him as a guardian, asked him to come in for an appointment. Looking closely at the young man, the doctor said that he could not be a guardian, since he was a very ordinary schoolboy. After confirming this, Jin Hoon said that he was Kim Sang-min-si's son and had come to talk. The gastroenterologist immediately said that according to the examination results, the man had nothing that would attract their attention, except for a small inflammation. However, the guy was not satisfied with this answer, and so he began to ask what kind of inflammation was being discussed. Understanding that the young man would not leave me alone, the doctor calmly explained that it was chronic gastritis that he had spoken about. Instead of leaving, the hero began to ask whether the inflammation was erosive or metaphasic, whether there were areas with the possible development of early-stage cancer. Thought to himself that the schoolboy had made inquiries, but he said out loud that it was ordinary erosive gastritis with diffuse changes in the stomach cavity. Everything is the same. Looking at the specialist, the young man was interested in what was happening with the walls of the organ, what condition they were in. The doctor was taken aback for a moment. He wondered if he had studied this area well. Did he give her the attention she deserved? Having received no answer, the guy asked if there had been any cases of bleeding or abnormal stomach walls, receiving a negative answer. The young man began to press, apologizing and at the same time asking the gastroenterologist to check the photographs taken during the examination in his presence. Hearing the doctor say this and ask to call the next patient, Jin Hong shouted at the top of his lungs that he needed to see the photo. Suddenly, a nurse entered the office in a gentle voice. She said that a person was about to come in to see a specialist, and therefore the guy had to leave. But instead, our hero shouted that there is a medical law on the execution of punishments. The young Nazi spoke about the law, which implies immediate fulfillment of requests from blood relatives providing a medical history. The young man saw amazement in the doctor's eyes, but continued to note that if he was driven away, the hospital staff would be tried for violating medical laws. The gastroenterologist made a displeased face and backed down, saying in a softer tone that our hero could look at the photo. The man did not want to continue the conflict, and therefore after a couple of seconds, he began to look at the medical history. Having opened the necessary file, Spitz and Alist called the young man to him and declared that he could carefully study the pictures. In one of the photos, the doctor pointed to a red area and said that this was a normal inflammation, but there were no other problems in the intestines. Our hero carefully examined the upper central and lower sections and decided to himself that he had not found any cancerous formations. But suddenly the guy jumped up from his seat and asked the gastroenterologist to switch to the 18th image again. Looking frantically at the screen, the young man, turning to the spokes in the A-list, said that he had found something. But it seemed that the specialist did not notice anything strange, no matter how much he tried to look closely at the photo. With a shaking hand, Jin Hong began to point his finger at the monitor so that the doctor would finally understand what he meant. Pointing to some dark area, the guy asked, "Isn't this stomach cancer?" Now the doctor, with many years of experience, looked at the screen in amazement. But it seemed that the man was not going to admit his own mistake so quickly, because he said that it was a typical inflammation. However, the guy began to explain that these were non-standard wrinkles on the walls of the stomach. Despite the fact that they were difficult to notice, cases of bleeding were visible there. And then he abruptly declared that it was type 2C stomach cancer, but a specialist called it inflammation. The doctor hesitated and looked angrily at the young man. He wanted to say something but could not find the words. And then he began to ask our hero where he learned all this from. Hearing the typical answer that the young man was an ordinary high school student, the gastroenterologist stated with horror that no one would miss a large formation, but such a small one, still at an early stage and located in such a place, is easy to miss. It is not always possible for a professional doctor to figure out what the problem is. But how did the young man manage to determine that it was oncology? Taking a deep breath, Jin Hong asked the doctor to give him all the results. Gastroscopy, because he wants to go to another clinic. Continuing to study the documents, the specialist responded with understanding in his voice that he would, of course, give all the necessary papers. Less than a minute later, the doctor sealed the pictures in an envelope and handed them over to our hero. A moment later, the young man approached the door and was about to open it when he heard someone address him. The doctor apologetically stated that he had not intentionally missed this formation and asked for forgiveness for what had happened. Looking at the doctor, the guy replied that he understood everything and anyone could make a mistake, however, and fell silent for a second. But a second later, he recommended that the gastroenterologist refresh his knowledge for his own sake and for the sake of all his patients. The man looked after the young man with surprise but could not utter a word. The doctor understood that he was wrong, but at the same time he did not know what else he could do, since he, like all people, was not omnipotent. The next day, while sitting on the bus, Jin Hong turned to his mother and said that it was time for them to get up since they had already arrived. Getting off at the bus stop, the young man made a remark to the woman, saying that he was at work late, however. The mother noted that this was not the issue, but the fact that San-min-si could not fall asleep for a long time. But the next minute a man intervened, declaring that they should talk less and do more. And in just a minute the whole family, all assembled, was heading towards the university hospital in Korea. Recalling the events of the previous evening, the young man noted to himself that it was difficult for his parent to believe about the onset of the disease. At the same time, our hero did not have enough courage to tell about the grief and despair that awaited their family in 2 years. Despite the fact that the young man told everything in great detail, the father did not want to believe the words of the high school student. So the guy made an appointment with Professor Choi Taiwan, who was the head of the cancer treatment department at the university hospital. The day of the appointment did not take long to arrive, and so the whole family hurried to go to the clinic. As they approached the doors of the hospital, everyone was so tense that they didn't say a word. The young man looked at his frightened mother, realizing that she had already gone through something similar and did not want it to happen again, and so he hastened to calm her down. After her son's words, the woman's spirits perked up a little, saying that they were very lucky because the disease was detected at an early stage. Hong noticed a car parked in the hospital parking lot. The boy noted to himself that this was his classmate Lee Sang-min's car, not understanding what he was doing in this place. And a couple of seconds later, I decided that this was most likely a very similar car that belonged to someone else. A few minutes later, the young man was standing next to the administrator and saying that they had an appointment with the professor. While waiting for her turn, the woman thought with horror about how many patients there were in the hospital. The most terrible thing was that it was not only elderly people who were involved, there were also many young people in the clinic. And although the doctors did everything they could, the fact that there were so many sick people in the city was very depressing. Turning to her son, the frightened mother asked him if everything would be okay with his father, because his disease is very terrible and is not always curable. But the next moment, San-min-si intervened in the conversation, who stated that it was too early to panic. It was not a fact that he really had the disease. Before the family had time to finish listening to the chapter, a nurse came out of the office and asked the men to come in for a consultation. For some time, our heroes and I stood in front of the doctor's door, not daring to go inside and fearing to hear the worst. However, upon entering the office, the doctor joyfully greeted the visitors and invited them to sit down. "Woman, Professor, right off the bat, I asked if it was true that they came, because a cancerous tumor was found as a result of the gastroscopy." Looking closely at the doctor, Jin Hong remembered how in his past life he had repeatedly crossed paths with this doctor. She was one of the most intelligent specialists in her field, and therefore the young man repeatedly attended her lectures at the Deal Hospital. This doctor was extraordinary. Many were afraid of him, but despite all this, she was considered an excellent oncologist. Besides, Professor Choi Tae-won was also young and inexperienced at the time, and also started from scratch. While the doctor was asking San-min-si, did he bring the gastroscopy records and the medical history, our hero thought about the fact that he had a strange feeling. Perhaps the specialist also felt something, because the next minute she turned to Jin Hong, asking if it was true that he was the son of her patient. Hearing that the young man was a guardian, the professor was very surprised, but kept silent, taking up the study of gastroscopy. A couple of minutes later, the doctor, with a note of resignation in her voice, stated that, based on the photographs provided, she had come to an accurate conclusion. After a short pause, the professor said that as she suspected, the man had stomach cancer. The frightened mother began to cry. She wailed and frantically asked questions about whether her husband would die. However, the doctor, with firm confidence in the voice, noted that there was no need. Since this problem was solvable, it could be cured. The specialist explained that stomach cancer occurs in the early and late stages, which is what leads to death, but in the initial stages, the disease is curable. Choi Tae-won said that the man's cancer was detected at the earliest stage, and after therapy, there is a 90% chance that the disease will be completely cured. The family, which had been in a dejected state until then, finally breathed a sigh of relief, not believing their own ears. Looking at the woman, the doctor asked why her husband decided to undergo a gastroscopy, since at this stage nothing ever bothers him. The mother of our hero admitted that this was due to their son, who was very worried about his father, and considering how stubborn he was, he would never have come for an examination. With calmness in her voice, the professor said that the young man actually saved the man's life. Not understanding what the doctor was talking about, San-min-si decided to clarify this nuance. The specialist repeated once again that the patient could be completely cured since the disease was detected immediately if he had never had a gastroscopy, and fell silent. Then she quickly continued, stating that in a year, or at most in 2, the tumor would have developed to the point of no return. And she repeated once again, "It's amazing that the son managed to save his father." The professor said that such a formation is easy to miss. She believes that the doctor responsible for the gastroscopy is highly qualified. But the next moment, the head of the family spoke up, explaining that the specialist had nothing to do with it, since it was Jin Hong who found the tumor. The man said that the gastroenterologist assured him that the formation was gastritis, but his son went to the hospital and examined the images. The surprised professor said out loud that everything was clear to her, but to herself, she thought that this was an incredible case, since not even all doctors pay attention to such a tumor. A minute later, Choi Tae-won began to talk about the fact that the man would have to go through therapy, and that was the hardest part. The doctor explained that the tumor is in a hard-to-reach place, and therefore she believes that it is better to remove the stomach directly. Our hero's father was not prepared for such a turn of events, but the doctor stated that the formation was localized in a specific area, and therefore it was better to remove the entire organ. The man understood that such an intervention had a number of side effects, which the specialist herself confirmed. Let it go to the head of the oncologist said that it is best to cut as little as possible so that the consequences are not so serious. At the same time, realizing the difficulty of access to the localization, the doctor thought about what to do. Looking closely at the professor, Jin Hong seemed to have thought of something he wanted to say. A minute later, the young man apologized and turned to the doctor with an unusual proposal. The young man asked if it was possible to perform an operation using an endoscope to seal the membranes. For a few seconds, the professor looked at the guy attentively. It seemed that his question surprised her very much. In order to somehow explain his interest, the young man explained that he had read a lot and knew that if an endoscope was used, there was no need to cut the intestines. In this case, there will be no major side effects, and the result of the operation will be no less good than when cutting out part of the stomach. The doctor said the guy was right, though. At the same time, endoscopy is good when the formation is not located very deep. In the case of his father, tumor cells could penetrate the membrane. However, the doctor thought to himself that she had said all this in vain, since the guy did not understand anything. But a second later, the young man began to say that the folds were small, and the tumor was small. Cancer cells have not yet had time to penetrate the membrane. To make sure, you can check the depth of the tumor using ultrasound and try to start treatment. At the schoolboy with horror, the woman continued to listen to his proposal that if the penetration was not deep, then it could be removed later. Jin Hong, understanding the professor's surprise, explained that he had read some materials, but at the same time asked the doctor not to be too critical of him. The oncologist asked our hero if he had studied independently, and she thought to herself that she would like to hear such a great solution from an experienced doctor. Suddenly, the young man's mother intervened in the conversation and explained that in just a couple of months, her son had risen from last to first place and became the best in the class. And the very next minute, a squabble began between the parents. That's who their son turned out to be so smart. The professor thought to herself that it was not a matter of the mind, but said out loud that she completely agreed, and therefore the man would be admitted to the hospital in the very near future. Looking at Choi Tae-won with gratitude, the head of the family said that he was glad that they had managed to understand the problem and think through the next steps to solve it. After some time, the man was hospitalized and underwent many different examinations. Fortunately, the tumor did not penetrate deeper, and therefore our hero's father was able to receive treatment without resorting to complete removal of the organ. A few weeks later, San Min-si was scheduled for surgery, and his family sat impatiently in the emergency room, waiting for it to be over. Despite the fact that everything was going smoothly, the woman was still worried and asked her son again if everything was going well. The woman was also worried because more than 2 hours had passed, and no one had come out of the operating room. Suddenly, the professor appeared, slowly approaching our heroes. Running up to the doctor, the woman began asking how the operation went and if everything was okay with her husband. After a short pause, Choi Tae-won smiled and looked closely at her patient's relatives. And then she said that they succeeded, so there was no need for you to worry anymore. The joyful mother and son began to bow to the doctor and thanked her endlessly for what she had done. But the next moment, the doctor suddenly said thank you to Jin Hong. Patting our hero on the shoulder, she noted that he should not pay attention because everything was fine. Despite the fact that the recovery was going very well, the young man constantly came to his parent and asked how he was feeling. The man noted that everything was fine with him and that he would soon fully recover, and that his son would not need to visit him at the clinic so often. The young man happily declared that he could study in the ward, and therefore Dad shouldn't worry about him. Before the men could finish speaking, a professor entered the room and asked how San Min-si was feeling. Smiling, the patient stated that he was fine and felt much better than before. Looking closely at the man, the doctor said that according to the latest ultrasound results, everything is clear, and therefore it is only necessary to undergo regular examinations. Then the doctor turned to Jin Hun, who looked at her with a surprised and uncomprehending look. The woman asked if it was true that everything the young man told her at their first meeting he learned from books. The young man understood that he could not reveal all the truth, and therefore confirmed that this was indeed the case. The professor wanted to ask something else, but she knew there was no point in it, since the guy, in her opinion, surpassed his own age. But the very next moment, Choi Tae-won began to note that she had heard that the guy was the best in the class and asked where he was going to go to school. Smiling, our hero answered, a little embarrassed, that he was planning to enroll in a Korean university. Listening attentively to her interlocutor, the doctor said that it suited him, and then asked about the faculty, hearing that it would be medical. And again, after thinking a little, the professor said that she had some kind of idea. Patting the young man on the shoulder, she declared that Jin Hoon must enroll in medical school at a Korean university. And again, after a little hesitation, she added that our hero should become her student. The young man did not understand how this was possible. He shook his head, saying that it was too sudden. He didn't think that this could happen. Full of sincerity, voice Om Choi Tae-wan said that she is sure that the guy will become the best doctor who will save many lives. As she left, the doctor noted that once Jin Hong entered the medical school at the university, he would have to find her right away. The young man knew that the student was not just a professor, but also that he would personally teach his own specialization. Seeing his son's confusion, the father asked what he didn't like, adding that he agreed with the doctor that the guy will become the best in his field. Looking closely at his parent, our hero honestly admitted that he had been thinking about a different direction. San Ming-si, not fully understanding what the difference was between his outlook on life and his son's aspirations, decided not to guess and asked him directly what he wanted, what he was striving for, what he was dreaming about. His father's words made the young man think. Never before had he analyzed his own desires so deeply. Now, as if an invisible force had pushed him to think. This realization opened his eyes to many things. He understood that the life of a doctor is a constant choice that requires clarity and immediacy. The doctor will have to make decisions quickly, without hesitation. In his imagination, the image of an ideal specialist began to form. This is a person who lives for others, for those who need help. He saves not only bodies, but also souls. This path was nothing new to him. In the past, the man had already strived for something similar, but then his ambitions led to a tragic end. The guy knew for sure that he would not make the same mistake that had once led him to failure. This time, he was determined to live in a completely different way, to build a new life, free from his previous delusions. Having collected his thoughts, our hero stated in a calm and confident tone that he would like to study dermatology. His words sounded simple, but at the same time contained a firm determination. However, judging by the expression on his father's face, he didn't like the idea too much. The parent looked slightly upset upon hearing about the chosen specialty. Stepping out into the corridor, the young man paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and turning to himself, quietly noted that the long hours of working in an uncomfortable position had begun to take their toll on his back. To warm up a little and relieve tension, the young man decided to do some exercise. Stretching brought relief, helping to relieve the accumulated fatigue. However, the guy didn't even have time to complete a few exercises when he suddenly heard a strange rumble coming from somewhere nearby. Carefully peeking around the corner, Jin Hong noticed that someone was having a conflict at the other end of the corridor. He didn't see what exactly was happening, but the sound suggested that a fight was going on there. Curiosity got the better of him, and the guy decided to see what would happen next. Coming a little closer, he suddenly instinctively jumped back and pressed himself against the wall, trying not to give away his presence. Among the two fighting, the young man suddenly recognized one of them. It was his classmate, Lee Sang-min. The young man became curious about what he was doing in the hospital at such a late hour. As Jin Hong watched this, he couldn't help but think that this guy was clearly in the wrong place at the wrong time. Although our hero did not like to interfere in other people's affairs, his interest was too strong. He felt that what was happening deserved attention, and he could not take his eyes off it. Watching the men, the boy noticed that one of them was wearing a white coat. Apparently, it could have been his classmate's brother, but tension was clearly visible in their looks and gestures. Jin Hong was too far away to hear what was being said, but from the expressions on their faces and the sudden movements, he could tell that the conversation was far from friendly. But what happened the next minute left him in shock. The man in the robe suddenly hit Lee Sang-min with such force that the sound of the blow echoed in the corridor. The blonde managed to stay on his feet, but he was clearly weaker than his opponent. Despite this, anger and hatred could be seen in his eyes, but he was in no hurry to fight back. Jin Hong froze in place, not taking his eyes off what was happening. He tried to understand what would happen next and watched every movement with tension. To his great surprise, the boys suddenly parted ways as quickly as they had met. Each of them went in their own direction as if nothing had happened. Standing behind the wall, our hero continued to think that these could have been brothers. The situation seemed strange and mysterious to him, and what he saw did not leave his head. One of the participants in the fight passing by did not even notice that he was being watched. The guy remained standing in the shadows, asking himself more and more questions about what exactly happened. Later, sitting in his father's office, the young man realized that he couldn't interfere in other people's affairs. But despite this, his interest in what had happened did not leave him. A few weeks later, San Minsi was safely discharged from the hospital. The professor reminded him that it was important to have regular checkups to stay healthy. As he was getting ready to go home, the father once again sincerely thanked his son for insisting on a thorough examination. His words sounded with deep respect and love. Jin Hong felt proud of himself upon hearing this, and mother. She noted with a smile that it wouldn't hurt for her to get tested too, although the young man responded jokingly that he would do this when he got a job. The joyful woman hastened to declare that she did not want to burden her son with unnecessary expenses, and the young man himself noted to himself that she would have excellent health until old age. In his heart, Jin Hong was sincerely happy about all the changes that had happened in his life. He felt that now everything was going as it should have been from the very beginning. The world he had lived in before seemed to have disappeared, giving way to a new reality in which he was confident of his success. On the way home, the mother asked her son with a smile if he wanted her to cook something festive and delicious. But Jin Hong, smiling modestly, replied that he only dreamed of one thing: to live a happy life where his parents would be healthy and happy. With a slight sadness in his voice, Moon Jin asked his friend how he passed the exams and what results he expected. His question sounded calm, but there was a certain anxiety in it, as if the young man doubted his own success. After a minute of thought, the boy guessed that Jin Hong would most likely take first place again, although he didn't understand how that was possible, since his friend never seemed to put in too much effort. The interlocutor, smiling, replied that this time it was a little more difficult for him, and he himself was not sure how well he had done. However, Moon Jin, smiling, grabbed his friend by the hand and jokingly noted that he was lying again, because last time he said the same thing, and the results were brilliant. After a short pause, he added that at least once Jin Hong should have given up first place for his friend so that he could finally taste victory. Our hero, still with a smile on his face, replied that everything would become clear after the results were announced, and then he asked his comrade with interest how he himself assessed his successes. The classmate, clearly embarrassed, shrugged and said that he didn't know either, but Jin Hun thought to himself that his friend must have done well on the exams, since he wasn't the type to give up without a fight. The summer holidays began. During the last lesson, the class teacher, as usual, gave the students instructions, urging them not to give up their studies and not to forget about their goals. The teacher also said that their academic results would soon appear on the notice board, and expressed hope that seeing the grades would inspire the children to work even harder during the summer. During this speech, each student was thinking about his own. Some hoped to see excellent results, while others, on the contrary, were worried that they would not be able to achieve what they wanted. When the results finally appeared on the board, Moon Jin congratulated Jin Hoon with admiration, noting that he had once again placed first in the academic rankings. The guy himself took his victory absolutely calmly. He was more interested in the results of his friends, which he immediately asked about. Smiling, the comrade proudly replied that he took 23rd place. The young man could not hide his joy for his friend, noting that in one semester the young man managed to rise 20 positions, which in itself was a huge achievement. A joyful Moon Jin jokingly stated that if things continued like this, he would soon not only catch up with Jin Hoon, but perhaps even overtake him. Coming closer to the board, our hero was convinced that he had again become first. The average score had increased by only 0.6 points, but the difference with Lee Sang-min's results had noticeably decreased. The young man thought about how upset the blonde must have been, since he probably hadn't even considered the idea that his first place would be under threat. Suddenly, Lee Sang-min himself approached Jin Hoon and congratulated him on his victory with a happy smile. The guy thanked him, but again thought to himself about what plans were hidden behind this man's politeness and friendliness. The blonde, slightly puzzled, quietly thought about how Jin Hoon managed to study so successfully. In response, the guy assured that there was no significant difference between them, except for perseverance and hard work. The interlocutor noted that the difference between first and second place is like the difference between night and day. According to him, the competitor could only achieve such heights thanks to his incredible determination. The blonde noted with slight sarcasm that his classmate probably spends all his time studying, never goes anywhere, and doesn't have fun, adding that he couldn't live such a life. A minute later, Lee Sang-min smirked and suggested to Jin Hoon that they go to an internet cafe to play a little, but immediately suggested that he might not even know what it was. Putting his hand on the blonde's shoulder, Chul-woo replied that if they didn't go on vacation with the boar, they would get bored, and suggested that they go just the two of them. The blonde replied that their class did indeed have a Mr. Number 1 boar, and then added that perhaps that was something to be proud of. Hearing Moonjin object, the boys quickly changed the subject, wishing their classmates good grades and a successful summer. However, not even a minute had passed before Jin Hong interrupted the conversation. He smiled and remarked that he would definitely visit that same crappy internet cafe. He listened as Lee Sang-min asked in confusion if our hero had ever held a computer mouse, hinting at his supposed old-fashionedness. The young man, without losing his positive attitude, asked whether they would play one-on-one or in teams, and then added with a smile that it did not matter to him. But the next second, he, in a serious tone, said that his opponent would have a hard time, and that he should prepare for the most difficult fight in his life. A few minutes later, the classmates had already arrived at the club to start the game. Smelling the smell of cigarette smoke, our hero noted with unexpected pleasure how long he had missed this aroma. It seemed like an eternity had passed since he had felt anything like it. Calling one of his classmates over, the boy suddenly asked what would happen if he decided to just smoke, explaining that he wanted to grow up faster, but he just waved it off, saying that he didn't have time to teach the boy adult habits. In fact, the young man was only interested in the cigarettes themselves, but he decided not to develop this topic and not to clarify what exactly he meant. Instead, he suggested focusing on the game by seating the opponents at computers and asking if they would play StarCraft. Lee Sang-min looked at him suspiciously, trying to figure out if Jin Hoon was familiar with this game. But the next second, he threw these thoughts aside, deciding that his classmate was simply trying to look cool and confident to hide his inexperience. Suddenly, Kil-woo proposed a bet where the loser would have to grant the winner any wish, and our hero agreed with a smile, adding that he was ready for any challenge. Moonjin stood to the side and watched the scene with concern. He thought that his comrade seemed to be overconfident and did not realize that playing games was not as easy as studying at school. To help his friend out, Moonjin carefully recommended choosing the Protoss race, explaining that they were easier to control and ideal for beginners. However, our hero was not used to taking the easy way out. He declared that he would choose the random mode, causing a sigh of despair from his friend, who immediately began to lament that now everything was lost. Sitting at the computer, Lee Sang-min noted to himself that the game would probably be boring, since victory, in his opinion, was already a foregone conclusion. A minute later, Chul-woo approached his comrade with a proposal to take the initiative and deal with their classmate, but the blonde refused, believing that there was no need for it. At this moment, Moonjin screamed that he was being attacked by two opponents at once and began to panic, not understanding how he could get out of this situation. Starting to whine again, he accused his friend of only being interested in studying, and it was because of him that they were bound to lose. However, the guy didn't have time to finish this thought before something happened that he never expected. The young man stared at the screen, sighing deeply, and could not understand how it happened that they started winning. At this time, classmates with the same surprised expressions on their faces watched the game, asking the same question, only in relation to their loss. A minute later, Jin Hong gave his comrades some strategic instructions, and although he didn't quite understand their essence, he obediently nodded his head. The game turned into a real battle in which everyone gave it their all, trying to gain the upper hand. What at first seemed like a simple entertainment now became a serious confrontation in which there was no room for jokes. Moonjin watched the game with a depressing expression on his face, mentally already writing off their team. However, after a couple of seconds, his face distorted with surprise, and he shouted loudly that they had won. The guy sat on the floor, repeating the word over and over again, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Chil-woo couldn't believe that they lost to someone he thought was a nerd, who he thought had never been to an internet cafe before. Shouting that it was just a warm-up, he declared that there was another round ahead of them, but this did not faze Jin Hong at all. Our hero's friend suddenly intervened in the conversation and asked where he had learned to play so well. Keeping his cool, the interlocutor replied that he had retained these skills from his past life, when he had actually been a bit into gaming. He recalled that at the time he had spent 10 years playing games because he had failed his college entrance exams 4 times, and going to internet cafes allowed him to relax. The guy noted with a slight smile that his skills had not gone anywhere over the years. Previously, he had achieved record figures of 3,500 wins and only 700 losses. In the next round, the situation hardly changed. Our hero's opponents were again close to defeat. Jin Hong, remaining a gentleman, asked with a slight smile if the guys wanted to take back their words. However, Chil-woo, although he did not want to give up, clearly did not know how to get out of this situation with dignity. Suddenly, Lee Sang-min turned to Jin-hoon, clearly intending to suggest something out of the ordinary. Looking closely at his classmate, he firmly stated that they needed another round. The young man said loudly that he didn't mind, but he thought to himself that the guys most likely didn't want to acknowledge his superiority. The first minutes of the game were not easy for our hero and his comrade. Some problems arose that put them at risk of losing. The young man soon pulled himself together, realizing that their rivals would fight to the end, just like he did. Smiling, he thought that luck was clearly not on his opponent's side today, and therefore they would have to make every effort to change the course of the game. Looking at the computer screen, the classmates began to realize that it looked like they were going to lose again. Kiel-woo couldn't contain his rage. He didn't understand how the enemy was able to defeat them. It was incomprehensible to him that the guy he thought was a nerd turned out to be not only smart, but also an excellent computer gamer. Meanwhile, Jin-hong himself remained completely unperturbed. Taking advantage of the momentary respite, he relaxed, listening to his favorite music. Classmates began to joke that the boy must be leading a secret second life. They had no idea how close their guesses were to the truth. Shaking hands with his opponent, our hero asked with a smile if he wanted to take back his words about the bet, but Kiel-woo categorically refused to back down. The next moment, our hero, with a serious face, suggested to his rivals to stop taking money from younger students, at least in their class. Kiel-woo jumped up from his seat and shouted at Jin-hoon to mind his own business and warned him that his patience might soon run out. Lee Sang-min, patting his friend on the shoulder, calmly stated that they would do everything as promised and fulfill the terms of the bet. While Moon-jin held his breath and asked what was going on, the blonde confirmed that a deal was a deal, adding that it was not good to bully classmates. Kiel-woo tried to object but was clearly at a loss for words. At this time, the blonde man, looking intently into the eyes of his comrade, asked that this time he do as agreed. The young man did not understand anything, but he no longer wanted to object, so he silently agreed. In a calm voice, our hero reminded his classmates that he hoped to fulfill his promises, and they reluctantly confirmed their intentions. After this, the young man made a dissatisfied, but at the same time incomprehensible grimace, clearly doubting the sincerity of their words. Lee Sang-min chuckled and said that he didn't remember doing anything bad recently and advised Jin-hoon to relax and not take things so seriously. After thinking for a bit, the blonde suggested leaving the internet cafe and playing some real games. The guy asked in surprise what he meant, to which his interlocutor responded with a hint that he was talking about something more adult. After a short pause, he clarified that he meant alcohol, clearly hinting at a bet on alcohol. Moon-jin began to object, reminding them that they were underage, but his classmates simply waved him off, continuing to tease him that his comrades were simply afraid. Moon-jin looked at Jin-hoon with hope, hoping that he would refuse, but our hero was not one to give up easily. To finally influence the boy's decision, his friends again staged a theatrical performance, discussing cowardice. Guys. Suddenly, a young man's voice was heard calmly asking who would pay for the drinks. Turning to his opponents, he once again asked whether they would cover the costs. With a smile, the guy added that he prefers soju and with red lids. Lee Sang-min just shook his head, asking Jin-hoon not to pretend to be cool. He emphasized that if he immediately passed out, it would cause problems for all of them. A frightened Moon-jin begged his friend to give up the idea, reminding him that they were underage, and suggested that they stay in the internet cafe. However, the interlocutor did not care about this, and so he again asked his classmate if he would pay for the alcohol. In his heart, our hero thought that despite his new youthful body, he was still a 45-year-old man who had long dreamed of drinking again. Everything that happened next was like a fog. The guys drank too much alcohol. Almost everyone quickly hung up except for Jin-hoon and Lee Sang-min, who were still trying to keep up the conversation. The last thing our hero remembered was falling to the floor before falling into oblivion. The guy slowly came to his senses, realizing that his opponent was standing right above him. However, he couldn't do anything about it. His body seemed to refuse to obey. There was only one frightening thought spinning in his head, which he could not come to terms with. This thought boiled down to the realization that his enemy had, after all, won this important competition for him. After some time, Jin-hong woke up in a large and unfamiliar bed. He could hardly understand what had happened. Looking around, the young man did not recognize the place he was in. It became increasingly obvious that this was definitely not his home. A few moments later, the bedroom door opened, and a blond man entered the room. With a smile on his face, he asked how our hero was feeling after such a lavish party. The young man began to bombard him with questions about how he ended up here, what kind of place this was, but his classmate seemed in no hurry to answer. Instead, he advised him to simply drink the honey drink. The guy, still in shock, asked with alarm in his voice how it happened that he ended up in this house. He calmly explained that the young man had overindulged in alcohol and passed out, and since he didn't know the address of his house, he brought him to his place. There were no other options anyway. Hearing this, Jin Hong couldn't believe that things had gone this far. His thoughts became confused, and the feeling of shame grew stronger. Rubbing his head, the young man tried to find words to answer, but nothing came to mind. All he felt was double disappointment in himself and in his opponent. When the boys left the bedroom and entered the living room, our hero was surprised to note how spacious the apartment was. Probably his classmate lived in the penthouse. The place looked cozy and very comfortable, which could not help but please the young man, who thought that he himself would like to live in such a dwelling someday. Catching the admiration in the guest's eyes, Lee Sang-min grinned and said that he was not at the zoo, and therefore it was better to go in to have breakfast. Passing the plate to the guest, the blonde added that, in his opinion, ramen is the best cure for a hangover. The guy could hardly believe that he was eating a dish prepared by his sworn rival, but he couldn't help but admit that it was incredibly delicious. Satisfied with the compliment, the owner of the apartment happily remarked that he was glad to hear such words. Our hero wondered why his classmate had suddenly become so gentle and friendly. It was not like him at all, the young man guessed. It was because Sang-min had finally defeated him, although Jin Hong was not completely sure of this. Realizing that there was silence in the room, our hero cautiously asked where the blonde's parents were. He calmly replied that he lives alone. 5 years ago his mother left, and 3 years ago she was hospitalized. Since then he has been coping on his own. These words made the boy remember how a few months ago, when his father was in the hospital, a classmate also came to visit someone. Deciding to clarify the details, the young man asked what exactly happened to the boy's mother, and he was told that she was physically healthy, but had mental health problems. These words caused our hero to feel confused. He did not fully understand what was meant. Then the owner of the house explained that his mother suffers from schizophrenia. She cannot distinguish reality from fiction and has tried to commit suicide more than once and is now undergoing treatment. Jin Hong continued to eat, but he felt like he wanted to ask more questions. However, he didn't know how to do it without seeming rude. Once again, an awkward silence hung in the room, the only salvation from which was breakfast. Finally, our hero made up his mind and asked if it wasn't hard for the guy to be alone all the time. The blonde honestly admitted that sometimes he feels sad, but he doesn't want to return to his family home. They don't expect him there. For a moment, the young man felt genuinely sorry for his classmate. However, he immediately remembered how he had treated his best friend and decided that this man did not deserve any sympathy. The young man was determined that he would not justify his classmate's behavior, even despite his hard times. However, he realized that acting callous was also wrong and told Sang-min to hold on. Seeing the lack of understanding in his interlocutor's eyes, he added that he knew little about his life and therefore could only say this. The interlocutor was silent, and it was difficult to understand from the expression on his face what he was thinking. But after a minute, the blonde quietly said that he was pleased to hear such words. To lighten the mood, Jin Hong joked that his opponent must feel like he was reborn after his victory. Time passed quickly, summer ended, and the students returned to school. The exams began, followed by new tests, and so on again and again. Despite all this, our hero continued to maintain rivalry with Lee Sang-min, not forgetting to take first place. The blonde, always taking exams, invariably asked his opponent to play a game of his favorite game with him, or to do something else that would distract him from studying. This man's house, to Jin Hong's surprise, his attitude towards his classmate improved significantly. He couldn't understand how this happened. Some even began to think that they had become best friends, such as Moon Jin, who had been upset with his comrade more than once because of this. However, our hero firmly understood that this was not the case and constantly reminded Moon Jin that it was he and no one else who remained his best friend. Such words always lifted the guy's spirits, instilling in him confidence that their friendship would continue. But from time to time, he still wondered if they were really still best friends, doubting that this was the case. Time flew by so quickly, and the winter of my third year of high school arrived. Walking around the city, Jin Hong thought about how not only his head was splitting from the exams, but also his butt, which was tired from constantly sitting over textbooks. He noted to himself that he had devoted 8 years of his life, 4 years last year and 4 this year, to preparing for his studies. And now, finally, it's time to see the results of all this preparation. Sitting in the classroom and pulling himself up in his chair, he said out loud that the room was so warm and cozy that it literally made him sleepy. At that moment, Moon Jin approached him, asking how he was doing with his preparations. Jin Hong, without showing any emotion, replied that he didn't know. Moon Jin laughed and noted that his friend always spoke like that, and despite the exams, he seemed completely unperturbed. And after a short pause, He added that his results on the practice tests were so good that he would have been accepted into any university without a second thought. In turn, the interlocutor praised Moon Jin for his success, noting that his grades had noticeably increased and he could well enter a prestigious college. He added to himself that it is difficult to predict the outcome of exams. Sometimes the preparation is perfect, but you can unexpectedly fail the test. However, Jin Hong had no choice but to give it his all to demonstrate all of his knowledge. At this moment, Moon Jin noticed the cup in his friend's hands and asked what kind of strange drink he was drinking. The guy calmly replied that it was herbal tea that Lee Sang-min had recommended to him to improve concentration. The young man noted that the tea was not only hot, but also tasty, and suggested that his friend try it, seeing how his comrade enthusiastically agreed. However, after taking the first sip, he immediately grimaced and complained that the tea was unbearably bitter. The classmate just laughed, noting that healthy medicines rarely taste good. A little later, walking along the corridor, he thought that he should rest a little. But suddenly classmates whom he had previously considered his enemies appeared in front of him. Maintaining politeness, Jin Hoon asked Keel Woo how he was doing, and Keel Woo replied that he would skip the next test since he had not had time to prepare and would take it later. In the very next moment, our hero, without losing interest, asked if they were going for a smoke break and asked to take him with them. However, he was refused. Soon, standing around the corner and drinking tea, his classmates began asking him questions about his plans for the future. Seeing the uncertainty of the young man, who was in no hurry to answer, the guys themselves began to talk about his plans. They reminded him that Jin Hong had once talked about going to medical school, and they asked him what he would do if he was accepted. After thinking for a moment, our hero replied that he planned to earn a lot of money, invested in stocks, and possibly buy real estate. However, the timing remained unclear to him. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was already late and apologized to the guys, explaining that it was time for him to go. As he parted, he thanked Lee Sang-min for the herbal tea and added that they would definitely see each other again soon. Kil Woo raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of tea they were talking about. A classmate said that when Jin Hong spent the night at his place, he gave him some tea. The young man leave, Chol Woo thought for a moment and then wondered why his comrade cared so much about this guy. However, Sang-min just shrugged his shoulders and calmly asked not to pay attention to it. The next day, our hero woke up with a headache and discomfort in his stomach and realized with horror that, despite his warnings to everyone not to get sick, he himself had come down with a cold. His worried mother tried to find out what had happened to him, but the boy was quick to assure her that everything was under control. Having barely gotten out of bed, he could hardly stay on his feet, but continued to assure the woman that she should not worry. Inwardly, the young man decided that it was most likely the flu, since the start of the viral disease season had recently been reported. Our hero hoped that he had a common virus or a mild ailment, and not something serious like bird flu. He consoled himself with the thought that in a couple of days, his condition would improve and he would be able to return to normal life. Before leaving for school, the young man told his mother that the exams were in 2 days and he would definitely recover by then. The woman was clearly worried and insisted that her son stay at home, but Jin Hong categorically refused, firmly believing that his body would cope on its own. However, his health remained as bad as before. During lessons, the boy had difficulty sitting at his desk, and his condition did not escape the attentive gaze of his classmates. I was the most worried Moon Jin, who asked how things were going, heard an unconvincing answer about how the guy's stomach was being turned inside out. A little later, the class teacher approached the young man, assessed the student's condition, and strictly ordered him to immediately go to the medical center. Moon Jin decided to help his friend get there, although he soon realized that he would have to practically carry his comrade on his back. The nurse, having examined the young man, noted that she could not do anything special and suggested that he lie down for a while, adding that if the condition worsened, he would have to go to the hospital. But after just a few minutes, Jin Hong felt a sharp pain that twisted his entire body. The guy began to panic and go through possible diagnoses, including appendicitis, stomach ulcer, or even peritonitis. However, despite the fear, our hero realized that the exams were in 2 days, and he definitely needed to recover. He tried to get out of bed, but weakness prevented him from taking a single step. Finally, having resigned himself, the young man decided to get some sleep, hoping that the rest would help him regain his strength. Half a day later, when he returned home, the young man still felt terrible. The mother, realizing that something was wrong with her son, again suggested going to the hospital. But the young man brushed her off, insisting that he just needed to get some sleep. Lying in bed, he tried to convince himself that everything would be okay, even though he felt completely exhausted. The guy realized that medicine and hospitals would only relieve the symptoms of the flu, but at the same time he was not sure that he had this disease. The next day his condition worsened even more. Jin Hong noted that he felt even worse than before, as if a train had run over him. The young man noted to himself that the day before the situation was not so critical, which means that the disease was only progressing. Taking antipyretic and painkiller pills, the guy hoped to at least slightly ease his condition, realizing that it could be dangerous. Already at this time, the guy knew that only thanks to medications would he be able to hold out at least a little. However, he still continued to be bothered by pain in his stomach. Walking down the street, our hero knew for sure that he had the flu. However, he did not understand what he should do to feel at least satisfactory until the next day. At the threshold of the classroom, the young man again met his class teacher who, with a stern voice, told him to go home. Moreover, the man added that the boy is the future of their school. Exams are in a day, so he needs to lie down and get some sleep. The young man did not argue, realizing that this was the only right decision and only a good rest could help him. As Jin Hong returned home, he thought about how he never missed a day of school in his past life. But now the situation was completely different. Opening the door to his own apartment, the guy thought that he would find no one there, since his parents were in a restaurant. As he made his bed, the young man told himself that he needed to lie down and review some practical questions to refresh his knowledge. But as soon as I got to bed, all desire to study disappeared. I wanted only one thing: to fall asleep and wake up as a completely healthy person. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that he would definitely do the repetition, but only after he got a good night's sleep. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived, namely the day of the exam, to which Jin Hong came in full health. Holding a pencil in his hands, he suddenly felt as if someone had knocked the stationary item out of his hands. The young man decided that this was just a coincidence and hurried to pick up what had just fallen from the floor. But before he could return to his desk, his attention was drawn to something extremely strange and unusual. In front of him sat an unfamiliar man, who was apparently a doctor, since he was wearing a corresponding uniform. Our hero asked in horror who this stranger was, thinking that perhaps he was his ancestor. The man sat silently for a few minutes, looking intently at the young man, and then repeated the question about who he was. The very next moment, the stranger from his place hit Jin Hong in the stomach with all his might and shouted that he was his future, which was sent to the trash can. Our hero jumped up and screamed, unable to understand what had happened to him. However, it was something truly frightening. Clutching his stomach, which was hurting even more, the guy noted that it was just a dream. On the one hand, no one was threatening him, but on the other, it got even worse. What bothered our hero most was not so much his sick stomach, but the wet sweat and perspiration that covered him. Having been a doctor in his past life, the young man knew that this was a bad sign. As Jin Hong walked down the street, he thought that the flu never came with stomach pain, so he should go to the hospital for a consultation. Less than a few minutes later, the young man was already sitting in the clinic and talking to the doctor. Having listed all the symptoms that our hero had, the specialist suggested that the young man lie down so that she could examine him. Pressing a little on his stomach, the guy screamed so loudly as if he was being cut alive. With complete calm in her voice, the doctor said that the problem could not be ignored and wrote out a referral for the patient to be admitted to hospital immediately. However, Jin Hong began to resist, explaining that he could not go to the hospital now and asked to be prescribed some medication. Upon hearing this statement, the doctor noted that this was impossible, since he could have a stomach ulcer, peritonitis, or even cholecystitis. Delay was extremely dangerous. Listening to the specialist, the young man thought to himself that he knew all this very well, but now he could not go to the clinic. Our hero realized that he had enough time to prepare for the exams. If he didn't pass them, he would lose a whole year. The young man began to explain to the doctor that he had an exam at college the next day, and if he suddenly felt worse, he would definitely go to the hospital, but now he needed medicine. The guy assured the doctor that he was not as bad as he thought, and if things suddenly got worse, he would call an ambulance. But for now, he was ready to take responsibility and be treated at home. Realizing that the patient's condition was not critical, the specialist made some concessions and prescribed the guy some pills. Lying at home, the weakened young man saw how carefully his parents took care of him and how much they worried about his health. Our hero looked into the faces of his mother and father and thought about how painful it was to see them so worried. Jin Hong really wanted to make sure that they lived better than anyone else. And so the guy decided that everything would be fine with him. As soon as he passed the exams, he would immediately go to the clinic for a thorough examination. Jumping up at 4 in the morning, the young man felt very ill and decided that he had a perforated stomach ulcer. In his past life, the young man was a general practitioner, and so, after comparing all the symptoms, he decided that this was the only suitable diagnosis. The guy didn't understand where this problem came from. It could have been attributed to severe stress, but nothing like this had happened in the last year. The next moment, the young man suggested that the cause of everything could be strange herbal teas, the composition of which he did not know. But after a second, he discarded this thought, since the grass is not poison, and the perforation could not have arisen out of nowhere. More compelling reasons were needed. Once again, Jin Hong decided to blame everything on stress, although his inner voice whispered to him that the matter was much more serious. Looking at his watch again, the young man began to think out loud about what would be the best thing for him to do. It was entirely possible that he should go to the hospital after all. However, after assessing his general condition, the guy decided that he was fine. In any case, there were no symptoms of blood poisoning, which meant he could wait a little longer. Our hero reassured himself that he was too young, and therefore could cope with any illness. He just needed to be patient a little, pass the exam, and only then go to the clinic. The young man realized that with a critical perforation of a stomach ulcer, the pain must be hellish, but he was still able to endure it. Returning to bed again, the guy decided that with painkillers, he would be able to hold out for 12 hours. But for now, he needed to endure and sleep. The young man knew he could do it. The medical school at Korea University was waiting for him, and he would definitely get in. Standing in front of the school, Jin Hong knew he had to make one last push towards his dream. The young man felt ill. It turned out that the heater in the classroom was not turned on, but he was not going to give up. Although our hero honestly noted to himself that he was in a bad state, and the problem had reached an extreme level. Looking around, he saw his classmate, who was diligently reading something. On the other side sat a classmate, her arms folded across her chest. She was clearly praying, and it was clear what she was praying about. The young man noted to himself that all his comrades were on edge, as they were about to take the most important exam since they entered school. And if so, then the young man could not lose to them. Most importantly, he could not do this for himself. Looking at his friend with horror, Moon Jin asked if everything was okay with him, since he looked not just creepy, but frightening. Jin Hong said out loud that he was fine, but he silently noted that he needed to be patient. Even if he died, he didn't want to wait until next year. A few minutes later, the teacher asked everyone to remove their things from their desks and announced that she would hand out sealed tickets to everyone. The teacher asked not to open them until she gave permission, adding that cheating on the test was not allowed. Suddenly, the woman turned her attention to our hero, asking with horror if everything was okay with him and if he needed help. While the teacher was saying that the young man looked unwell, he asked to start the exam, noting that every minute counted. And understanding some of the teacher's concerns, he added that if he felt too bad, he would definitely let him know. The woman looked closely at the student and did not know what to tell him. However, she did not want to interfere with him taking the exam either. Therefore, returning to her seat, the teacher ordered Jin Hong to be sure to come to her or shout out if he felt ill. This is how the first exam began, dedicated to understanding language speech, which the young man coped with quite well. As for mathematics, it was more difficult. At the same time, the young man noted that many questions were still familiar to him from his past life. Despite feeling unwell, the boy continued to think that he had to remember everything he knew, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. But before the young man could concentrate, the next minute he felt a strong attack of pain in his stomach. And again, the young man began to reassure himself that he could not wait a whole year. He had studied for 8 years for this, and he needed to hold out just a little longer. Despite the sweat that had appeared, Jin Hong told himself out loud that he didn't have much time left. He needed to be patient, after which the hospital awaited him. After a few tests, there was a lunch break, during which our hero took a little nap. The young man knew that his mother had prepared a delicious dinner, but he felt so bad that he could not even touch it or unwrap the food. Classmates, seeing the state their friend was in, began to persuade him to finish his exams early and go to the hospital. But the young man said he was fine and asked them to leave him alone so he could rest before the next round of tests. Finally, it was time for the third exam. It was a foreign language. By this time, Jin Hong seemed to be starting to feel a little better. But this did not last long, because after a few minutes, the sharp and acute pain made itself known again. The teacher who was responsible for conducting the exam approached the boy again and asked how he was feeling. The young man said out loud that he was doing well, but he noted to himself that the pain had become stronger than before and that the attacks were bothering him more often. The boy felt so bad that he began to think about the possibility of blood poisoning due to the perforation, which would eventually lead to a drop in blood pressure and a critical condition. This condition is too dangerous because if surgery is not performed in time, the person may die from sepsis. Realizing the real threat, our hero gradually came to the decision that he most likely needed to drop everything and go to a medical facility. But the next moment, Jin Hong realized that after the foreign language exam, there would be only one subject left, and everything would be over. If so, then there is no point in giving up everything. It is best to conduct an emergency diagnosis to assess the general condition of the body. Placing his left hand on his wrist, the guy happily noted that his breathing was normal, but his pulse stopped for a second. There was something wrong with the pulse, as it was 130 beats per minute, while the average rate was 100 beats. Therefore, the heart was beating too fast. The carotid and femoral arteries were normal, but there were some problems with the radial and plantar arteries. Once again, Jin Hong decided to check his own pulse and listen to his heart, since that was the most important thing. A minute later, the guy decided that there were no serious problems, therefore, he did not have an emergency case yet. Finally, the time came for the final exam. On the one hand, it was a consolation, but on the other, it was given with great difficulty. The young man sitting at the desk answered the questions with all his might, realizing that he had not studied in vain all these years. He had very little time left. Half an hour later, some finished the test and began to get ready, and our hero, who was crying over his notebook, also finished it. A frightened classmate, seeing the state the young man was in, approached him and began asking what was happening to him. The young man fell onto his desk and could not say anything, while the girl continued to address him by name. All the unfortunate man could do was simply moan, and it was difficult for outsiders to understand what exactly he wanted. Leaning over the boy, the classmate heard him say the word ambulance with difficulty, hinting that he urgently needed to go to the hospital. The frightened girl screamed to the whole class that they needed, firstly, to call the teachers, and secondly, to call an ambulance as quickly as possible. Through his clouded consciousness, Jin Hong noted to himself that his test was over, and this means that he can finally relax and just rest. After some time, our hero opened his eyes, realizing that he felt quite well. Looking around, the young man realized that he was in a hospital, not understanding how he ended up in this place, and not remembering what happened to him. The next moment, trying to get out of bed, the young man felt a sharp pain in his stomach. However, it was different from the one he had felt before. Our hero lifted his shirt and saw a bandage and plaster underneath, indicating that an operation had been performed. The very next moment, Jin Hong's mother appeared in the room, looking at him with hope and at the same time with joy. The guy was very happy to see the woman because for him, his parents were everything in this life. At the same time, the mother looked at her son with love, but was in no hurry to say anything. True. A minute later, the woman started getting angry and shouting that the boy was very stupid. His life was at stake and he treated it so carelessly. The crying and lamenting, unhappy parent stated that her son could have passed the exam next time, but it was not so critical. After a short pause, she added that if something happened to him, then what would she and her father do? For them, in that case, life would end forever. A moment later, our hero's attending physician appeared in the room and, with a stern voice, declared that the young man was on the brink. The doctor explained that the young man had a perforated stomach ulcer and progressive peritonitis. If the ambulance had been even a little late, he would not have been saved. He survived because he was young, and again the young man's mother began to cry. And having enlisted the support of her husband, she said that nothing like this should happen again next time. And to make the boy understand what he had done, his angry father joined the conversation and said that when he was discharged from the hospital, they would have a serious talk. Looking lovingly at his mom and dad, Jin Hong replied that he was not against such a conversation and asked the adults to forgive him. For her part, the doctor said that the operation went well, and therefore the guy would recover in a couple of days, but next time he really shouldn't joke around with his health. Left alone, our hero thought to himself how good it was that everything worked out. The hardest part was solving 5 exams and doing it well. The next day, the young man's best friend Moon Jin came to see him and was very happy to see him. He immediately began asking about what had happened to his friend and how it could have happened that he had let his illness progress so far. To this, he immediately replied that Jin Hong had caught such a serious illness on the eve of the most important exams. In other words, he was unlucky. To change the subject a little, our hero noted that he was fine and asked how his friend had passed the exam and what grade he was aiming for. Embarrassed, the young man began to say that he believed his grade would be average. At the same time, the interlocutor noticed that his comrade's face had turned somewhat pale, and turning away, he tried to behave tactfully, considering that Jin Hong had failed. However, the guy himself noted that he tried to do everything possible. However, he remembers that day very vaguely, although he knows that he answered several questions accurately. because he saw them earlier. The guys still wanted to talk about something, but the next moment they heard the door to the ward open. Standing at the door were Lee Sang-min and Cheol Woo, who greeted the patient sincerely. Classmates asked how the young man was feeling, and he, seeing that they had brought him some treats, noted that he was already doing well. The blonde explained that they had planned to go out somewhere to celebrate the passing of their exams, but they realized that now was not the best time. The next minute, our hero asked Sang-min if he had passed the exam and how he assessed his own chances. But suddenly, Cheol Woo intervened in the conversation, stating the fact that he had definitely failed, and suggested that our hero prepare for the exams together next year. The blonde began to encourage his friend, noting that he had gotten upset too early, and since the results were still unknown, anything could happen. However, turning his gaze to the sick man, the interlocutor stated that even if this monster, hinting at Jin Hong, failed, then what can be said about him? And a minute later, he added that there was nothing wrong with studying for another year, especially if you had bad grades. All those gathered looked attentively at the patient, while he smiled with satisfaction, realizing that he was not in danger of a second year. But the young man did not want to argue or explain anything, and so he told his classmate that in the event of a negative scenario, they would prepare for the exams together. After being discharged, the young man began going to school again, and it seemed that life had returned to normal. The only difference was that he showed up for classes in the morning and then simply went home, with the rights of a still recently sick person. And everything was fine, but the boy's classmates thought that he failed the exam and constantly whispered about it. The guys said with sadness in their voices that unfortunately, Jin Hoon was just unlucky, but next year he will definitely cope. All the teachers thought the same, and they also complained that the young man managed to get sick at the most inopportune moment. With sadness in his voice, the homeroom teacher noted that the guy was the best representative from their school. At the same time, they still had Lee Sang-min, and therefore they could rely on him. As for Jin Hong himself, he wasn't worried at all. Some inner voice told him that everything would be fine. After a full recovery, the young man began to help his parents in the restaurant, which suited him perfectly. After work, our hero simply relaxed and did what interested him. He thought that for the first time in many years, he could simply relax. One such evening, the boy's father asked him what he was going to do next year. The young man seemed not to understand the question, and so asked again what his father meant by this. With calmness in his voice, the man noted that he was talking about the college entrance exam. Jin Hong honestly admitted that lately he had decided not to think about it and just live in the present. The father accepted this answer, but said that he did not want his son to go to some obscure college because of their financial situation. He knows how much effort the boy put in and how hard he studied, and that's why he wants the boy to get into the college he deserves. He added that his parents had collected money, so in any case, they would be able to support him with some amount. Not much time passed, and finally the long-awaited day arrived when the results of the final exams were supposed to be posted. Everyone in the class was very nervous, realizing that they would no longer be able to change anything, although they would like to. Our hero, despite being nervous, tried to remain calm because he had already become unaccustomed to such experiences. Suddenly, Moon Jin ran into the classroom. He shouted something at his classmate, but his words were difficult to understand. Although the very next moment he noted that he had passed the exams just fine and was now in the first percentile. Happy for his friend, Jin Hong said that he had worked hard and the results had paid off. And answering our hero's question about choosing a college, the young man said that it was still difficult for him to decide. He didn't think that he would write the tests so well. But the next minute the guy became embarrassed and thought that his best friend most likely failed the exam and he was just bragging about his scores. However, the interlocutor hastened to reassure his friend, saying that he was just about to go and get his test results. Hearing this good news, Moon Jin suggested to his friend that after receiving the envelope, they go and sit in a restaurant. But the next minute, all plans were disrupted as the class teacher burst into the room and immediately began asking where our hero was. Not understanding what the teacher was so worried about, the young man quickly raised his hand and said that he was there. Running up to the boy, the teacher, with tears in his eyes, said that he was simply great and that you have to look hard to find such good students. The teacher congratulated the young man on winning first place at the national level despite his health problems. Not believing their ears, his classmates began to whisper again, noting that the guy had not just failed, but had done something incredible. Moon Jin, who was standing behind our hero, asked with amazement in his voice if there could have been some mistake. But the teacher said that the school council confirmed that it was indeed true. Jin Hong is the best. The young man didn't know what to do, so he ran after his class teacher, although he didn't understand why. Sometime later, returning to class, Our hero heard all his friends congratulating him and saying words of support. An hour later, the school director approached the young man and said that the young man was the pride of their institution. Besides everything else, he was also a wonderful guy. The man noted that he immediately noticed the guy during the first entrance exams and was not mistaken about him. He also added that the young man has every chance of entering the best college in the city. In the corridor, Jin Hong reflected on the fact that he had finally managed to get out after such a difficult day. Kiel Wu, approaching the young man, noted that he had become so seriously ill, but despite feeling unwell, he still received the best grades. In the very next second, he added that their mutual friend San Min also passed the exams quite well, but preferred not to brag about it. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the brunette said that on such a beautiful day, they couldn't just sit and do nothing, and therefore suggested going out and celebrating. Smiling, Jin Hong politely said that he understood everything. It was indeed a good day, but he would not go. And the main reason for this was not that the young man had not yet fully recovered, but that he wanted to spend the day with his parents. When he went into the kitchen and told his mother about his results, the guy saw that she started crying again, explaining that first place was a real dream. The woman had been so worried lately that on the one hand she was overwhelmed with positive emotions, but on the other hand she thought that everything could turn into a tragedy. Our hero's father was also incredibly happy and delighted, but decided to celebrate his son's achievements with his friends. They, in turn, asked San Min-si to share the secrets of the success of his boy, who had achieved the almost impossible. After thinking for a bit, the man said that in fact there was no secret. Everything was extremely simple. The guy just takes after his father. He is just as smart, talented, and goal-oriented. Already very drunk, the man continued to shout that he was being completely serious, and that if it weren't for him, his son wouldn't be so talented. The next day, while reporting, the correspondent emphasized that the young man had risen from last place in school to first place and became the best. She asked how this was possible. The young man thought to himself that he had not expected an interview, but he could not tell the truth, and yet he needed to explain himself somehow. After thinking for a bit, the guy realized that his past experience had helped him. He had indeed remembered many questions, but new knowledge had also played an important role. The young man timidly began to explain, but decided that it would be better to tell the truth. Smiling, Jin Hong confidently stated that he really didn't have any tutors. He just studied from textbooks, but he studied long and hard. After some time, the young man applied to the medical school of Korea University. After passing the knowledge assessment tests, he also had a personal interview. The interview in this format brought together the best specialists and even professors from the medical school. One of the doctors asked the guy why he wanted to enroll in their institution and what kind of doctor he planned to become in the future. The guy thought for a few minutes because he wanted to become a successful specialist and earn a lot of money. At the same time, he dreamed of opening the best dermatological clinic in his city, buying a foreign car, and investing large sums in construction. This was indeed his cherished wish, but he understood that he could not say this to those gathered. Jin Hong stated that he wants to become a doctor who can take care of not only people's physical ailments, but also their inner well-being. Professor Choi Tae-won noted that she likes the young man's approach to his future profession, and this deserves respect. Having delved into some documents, the specialist was in no hurry to continue the interview. Although the next moment she faltered, painting pictures in her mind and wondering what the guy thought about doctors who lacked skills. Now the young man also thought about it and wanted to answer honestly but at the same time competently. That's why he said he believed doctors had to have certain skills to treat their patients. The professor confirmed that the doctor's skills and knowledge were their only tool, but she asked if the young man knew the reason for this approach. Our hero responded that, unlike other professions, a doctor's incompetence can have an extremely negative impact on people. Choi Tae-won fell silent again, but now she was smiling. The woman said that doctors have a great responsibility, but the most important thing is not to harm their patients. The very next moment, she asked if Jin Hong could become that kind of doctor, whose excellent skills would help those who asked for help. Hearing this, our hero replied that he would try his best, and the professor, hearing this, smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, another specialist spoke up, saying that they were all pleased to hear how serious the young man was about his future profession. Jin Hoon was not really worried, but he was a little embarrassed by Professor Choi Tae-won, even though she treated him with the utmost kindness. At the same time, the young man said that this woman was looking at him in an unusual way, as if she expected something more or had high hopes for him as a future specialist. As for the professor, she was thinking about the fact that one cannot refuse to take the difficult path, although it was unclear what exactly she was talking about. A few days later, the list of those admitted was announced. Jin Hong was there and was also selected as one of those who would receive a scholarship. Lee Sangmin was also accepted to the Korea Institute's medical school. Our hero's comrade, Moon Jin, like his friend, decided to become a doctor, but he entered the medical school of the Seoul district. Kil-woo, who failed his exams, will continue to study at a cram school in order to show better results next year and enter college. Time passed so quickly that Jin Hong did not notice how winter ended and the end of spring came. Our hero finally graduated from high school and attended graduation with his mother. The young man sighed with relief, realizing that many years had passed, and now he could relax at least a little. In the courtyard of the educational institution, our hero unexpectedly met Moon Jin, which made him incredibly happy. The friends said that they would most likely not see each other for a long time, and then asked what the guy planned to do when his training began. Closing his eyes, Jin Hong happily declared that he planned to make money, preferably in large quantities. However, his interlocutor only looked at the young man with sad eyes and did not answer. But the next minute, as if nothing had happened, the guy invited his classmates to go to an internet cafe to have a good rest. This is how our heroes finished school, and what's more, a whole year has passed since then. Although college is known for its workload, not all 6 years were filled with daytime classes. In the first 2 years, when students are studying electives and basics, many kids just hang out and have fun. Real study and practice begins in the 3rd year when students finally remember about classes and attend them regularly. During these 2 years, Jin Hong took up tutoring as a way to earn money and spend his time usefully. During one of these classes, the young man explained to his student that there was no need to rush and that everything needed to be carefully checked since there were traps in the problems. While the girl was solving the problem, the young man was thinking about how he had become the most sought-after tutor in his city. At the same time, while studying with the student, the guy continued to think that, although tutoring is not very profitable, it brings in a good income. Realizing that thinking for too long was harmful, our hero glanced at his watch and realized that his lesson was almost over. As Jin Hong said goodbye to the student, he heard the girl timidly say that she wanted to ask him one question. The blonde began by saying that the young man was not much older than her, and therefore should she call him a teacher? Finally, the girl made up her mind and asked what the guy was doing on the weekend. In turn, he asked if she wanted to cancel her classes. The student, blushing, said that she had tickets to the cinema. Perhaps the young man would like to go with her since the film was very popular. However, the young man brushed it off sharply, noting that he didn't like movies. He added that the girl wants to have fun while she's about to take exams, and therefore it is best to be patient and put it off until better times. The astonished student did not know what to say or how to behave. She thought to herself that she hadn't invited the guy because she wanted to have fun, but she didn't say it out loud. Leaving his student, the young man happily counted the money he had earned. Taking the phone in his hands, the young man was about to call someone, realizing that he would be a little late. There was no answer at the other end, and this angered our hero a little, although he knew how to control himself. However, the next moment, the boy received a call from the class leader, who said that they were expecting him at the end-of-year party. Turning to Lee Hai-mi, the young man asked why she cared about him so much, noting that he was busy. The class president stated that Jin Hong was most likely in class again, even though today was the last day of their first year, and she didn't understand why he was ignoring her. The blonde continued to say that she didn't feel sorry for the young man at all, and then abruptly added that he should drop everything he was doing and come immediately. Holding the phone in his hands, our hero asked himself a rhetorical question about whether the headman thought that he didn't want to have fun. He has a strong desire to relax and switch off, but how can he be distracted when there are many opportunities for earning money in the area? The guy was thinking about the fact that even in the area where he lives, the cost of real estate has increased tenfold in 10 years after reconstruction. Jin Hong used to be an ordinary schoolboy, but now he's an adult and can earn money. The young man thought that if he invested in real estate, he would earn a huge amount of money in 7, 10 years. Our hero understood that tutoring was not the best way to earn money, but he was happy with it, because having saved some capital, he would be able to move with his parents to another area. These will be the best apartments, the value of which will also increase over time, since the reconstruction will reach them too. Thinking about this, our hero raised his hands up in satisfaction, glad that everything was going well. Not even a few minutes had passed when Jin Hong received another call from the headman, who reminded him that she was waiting for him. With irritation in his voice, the young man noted that firstly, he was already there, and secondly, the girl should not call him so often. As he walked down the street, the guy didn't understand why. If Lee Hai-mi had so many friends, she wanted to see him. Realizing that the guys were soon going to a new establishment, the young man decided to join them. Looking at young people, he understood that student years are the most fun time, although not always and not for everyone. But the very next moment, the headman called out to our hero, declaring that she had finally found him. The girl did not stop talking and now asked where the young man had been for so long and why he was in no hurry. While the beauty was complaining that she had been waiting for him for too long, the young man was interested in how much alcohol she had drunk. With a smile on her face, Lee Hai-mi said that she had been waiting for her youngest child all this time, hearing the remark that there was only a couple of months' difference between them. Looking at his classmate, the guy continued to say that he found it hard to believe that she hardly drank. But the blonde said that she was not really joking. The beauty drank 4 sojas, but for her it was nothing at all. Taking Jin-hoon's hand, Lee Hai-mi said that it was time for them to go to a new bar where they could have a great time. Less than half an hour had passed before our heroes had already entered the establishment where they were going to have a good rest. The guys looked around, realizing that the bar was almost full. However, this was a big plus. The more people, the merrier. A moment later, a stranger approached the headman and asked if it was true that she had brought her boyfriend. In a haughty tone, the blonde declared that she should never hear anything so stupid again. Closing his eyes, our hero thought that he was so tired that he wanted to get home as quickly as possible. However, the young man understood that sometimes it was worth spending time with his classmates. After all, he was a future doctor and had to communicate with people. When Lee Hai-mi asked him what he was thinking, he said that it would be better for her to find a boyfriend instead of pursuing him. The blonde didn't want to reveal her soul to the young man, and so she jokingly noted that she couldn't handle such a pet. Jin Hong thought about the fact that his friend was very popular among guys. He knew for sure that some of them confessed their love to her. Suddenly, our hero was brought out of his thoughts by the words of the headman, who said that she already had a person who was interesting to her. The very next second, the guy again thought that, despite the complete mess in the blonde's head, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to understand her. The main reason was that she's charismatic, educated, has a good and wealthy family. In a word, she has everything. But after a minute, something happened that Jin Hong didn't expect, as his interlocutor greeted Sangmin like a brother and asked what he was doing there. Looking closely at the blonde, our hero did not know how to react to this scene as he was shocked. With difficulty pronouncing the words, the guy asked how it could be that the young man and the girl were related, hearing that this was no secret to anyone. And looking at his friends inquiringly, the young man declared that they were completely different from each other, despite the small difference in age. But the guys didn't understand what their classmate was talking about and wanted to play a joke on him somehow. At the same time, Jin Hong was thinking out loud that similarity is like flowers. You see them around you, like when everyone is talking. But the very next moment, our hero thought about the fact that Lee Sang-min suddenly lost his rivalry after entering college. In high school, he had a knack for going crazy, which his classmates thought was cute. But now the guy can't understand what the blonde is thinking and what he really wants. A minute later, the prolonged silence was broken by the one our hero was thinking about. The young man offered them a drink, since he rarely sees the eternally working Jin Hong anyway. Pouring soju into a huge beer glass, our hero tried to argue with the blonde, explaining that this drink is drunk in a small glass. But the beauty didn't care. She was having fun and wanted everyone around her to be as interested as she was. At that very moment, the stranger in glasses began to actively discuss Jin Hong. Addressing his comrade, he declared that this young man was a real problem, like a thorn in the finger. The interlocutor told Kang Min to pay less attention to the young man and instead drink something and relax. In response to his friend's question, the man noted that Lee Hai-mi is very kind, and that's why she hangs out with this nerd, who might feel sorry for her. But it seemed like Kang Ming didn't like this answer, so he cursed and became even more angry. The man didn't yet know what he was going to do next, so he drank the alcoholic drink and slammed the glass hard on the table. The visitor thought that Jin Hong was an ordinary poor man who was just lucky enough to get a higher education, but that was not a reason to constantly communicate with him and go to clubs. The student spoke out loud about how he fell in love with the blonde the very moment he first saw her at the university. The guy opened up to her and said that he was interested in her, but the beauty apologized and said that she already had a young man in mind. Kang Ming was upset. He didn't understand how the young lady could refuse him. And now his best friend convinces him that these guys are not worth paying attention to. The young man used to be the best, but now that is in the past. Understanding that it was difficult for his friend to accept defeat, he noted that Jin Hong was currently studying a little worse than he was, so there was no need to dwell on the young man so much. Suddenly, a second interlocutor joined the conversation, supporting his comrade and adding to his speech that the worries were in vain. The man continued to say that the poor man would be kicked out of the university as soon as he could no longer cope with the amount of work when they started their core subjects. Kang Ming, after listening carefully to the assurances of his neighbors, finally agreed with them, deciding that his competitor would soon get out of the way on his own. And so, the very next minute, the three friends joyfully raised their glasses to drink to a bright future. The next morning, our hero woke up in a soft and comfortable bed. Looking around, he realized that he had woken up in Sangmin's house again. He didn't understand why he ended up in this place every time he got drunk. Arriving in the kitchen, the young man smelled the aroma of delicious and fresh soup, which he clearly was not going to refuse. The blond man who met his friend noted that he had been sleeping for so long that he already wanted to go and wake him up. A minute later, the interlocutor answered Jin Hong's question about where his sister had gone, explaining that she lived with her father and that the driver had taken her home. With sadness in his voice, our hero, taking hold of the door handle, declared that his friend should not worry about him so much, and was already about to leave. However, suddenly the young man asked Sangmin where his dog had gone, which had always been lying by the door the last time. Hearing that the animal had died, Jin Hong said that since such a tragedy had happened, the boy could get himself a new four-legged friend. However, he restrained himself and replied that he was very sorry that this had happened, stating that a friend should not be sad but he could not stay. Lee Sang-min looked at the door behind which his classmate disappeared for a few more minutes, but he still didn't say anything to him. And our hero, half an hour later, was already going down to the metro to start his new day. Sitting in the carriage, the young man noted to himself that he felt so bad, as if he was about to die, not understanding why he had given in to the blonde's tricks and gotten so drunk. After a short time, the young man was already at his favorite university, in the pre-clinical building. Approaching the large doors, the young man knocked on them several times and asked to come inside. But not hearing an answer, the young man turned to Professor Choi Taiwan, saying that he decided to come by to see her. Joyfully greeting Jin Hong, the specialist noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, but she was glad that the guy had dropped by. The doctor asked if everything was okay with our hero's father, hearing a satisfactory answer. Looking closely at the doctor, the guy thought that it was a coincidence that this professor had become his supervisor, and this obligated the young man to do something. The next moment, Choi Tae-won asked how her protege had done on the exam, hearing that it had not gone very well. And while the young man was thinking that he didn't want his supervisor to be disappointed in him, the woman said that he always got excellent grades in molecular cell biology, organic chemistry, and biophysics. A minute later, she added that everyone studied poorly in the first 2 years, but the situation would change dramatically from next year. Suddenly, the doctor asked a strange question about why the student continued to call her professor during a one-on-one conversation. Without waiting for an answer, she began to inquire about Jin Hoon's plans for the coming summer. The young man immediately began to estimate his expenses, which would start at $300, and so for now he thought that tutoring awaited him. At the same time, he understood that there would be other financial costs. Therefore, he could not refuse to work as a tutor. However, he said out loud not what he was thinking about. The guy said that he would most likely work as a volunteer. Choi Tae-won honestly admitted that this was not a particularly good prospect, and so she offered the young man a part-time job. The woman said that her friend had founded a technology company, but since they were short of people, they asked to find out who would be interested in the offer. The interlocutor said that the guy should forget about money. Despite the small salary, he will be paid anyway, but at the same time, he will gain invaluable experience. The next moment, our hero thought that this enterprise was not the place where he could earn a lot of money. Besides, he had already worked his way up in this place in his past life. And while the young man continued to explain to himself that he wanted money, the woman said that the company was called Mind Bio, causing the young man to be surprised. At first, the boy thought that he was just imagining things, but when the professor confirmed that it was true, he was incredibly happy. Bowing to his mentor, Jin Hong sincerely thanked her and noted that he agreed. With a smile on her face, Choi Tae-won once again stated that the young man would not be disappointed and would understand that this was a great decision. And the young man continued to turn over in his head the name of the company, which was very familiar to him. The main reason was that Mind Bio would take a leading position in the bio industry in the near future. Our hero understood that his life would change dramatically, and this decision could affect the future. He was both afraid of this and wanted it. The next day, standing in front of the building, the boy thought about how this was a corporation that started in the Kurogu district. Over time, the company began to successfully develop diagnostic kits and drugs and moved to the Incheon area. But the young man was not interested in this, but in who was the director in this life. Once inside, one of the workers asked the young man who he was and what he wanted. With a timid voice, Jin Hoon explained that he was sent here by Professor Choi Tae-won. The man said that he had recently spoken to the professor and was surprised that she recommended such a young guy. The next moment, both our hero and the company employee thought that even if there weren't enough people, why send a child to them? And the employee addressed the boss out loud and began to approach him together with his interlocutor. The man said that the boy was sent by Choi Tae-won, who works at Korea University. She recommended him as a good student. The boss didn't answer. He looked attentively at our hero, not understanding what he was doing here. Completely confused, the white-haired man directly asked Jin Hong what year of university he was in. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he was on the second, not wanting to go into details about how old he was. The boss was sure that this was the second year of the basic course and began to compliment the young man. However, he objected and said that he was only on an elective course. The man's eyes widened in surprise. For a while he just sat silently and looked at his new employee. However, Jin Hong was not at all frightened by this reaction. He noted to himself that the gray-haired man needed to hide his own emotions better. Having come to his senses a little, the boss said in a quiet voice that he had asked to send someone useful, but they had sent him someone who knew practically nothing. The man didn't know what to do with someone who had only briefly studied the humanities and English. A minute later, he noted to himself that most likely the professor was taking revenge on him for the past. But why was it so cruel to send him a child? A minute later, the gray-haired man asked the boy if he had conducted normal research in the chemical laboratory, receiving a satisfactory answer. Looking at the computer, the man decided that since they had already sent a worker, he could be given some boring but simple tasks. And he stated out loud that the young man would be assigned to the department developing a kit for diagnosing anemia. Jin Hong clearly didn't expect anything like this, so he repeated what he had just been told. The boss thought that his employee did not understand everything, and so he explained that they were working on a kit that could diagnose the causes of anemia. Standing in the middle of the corridor, the young man realized with horror that he had to do something, given the fact that in his past life, he had worked for this company. And so, quickly running up to the gray-haired man, the guy asked him to listen to something. Our hero asked why they needed such an incomprehensible set, and then abruptly declared that it would lead to nothing anyway. To make everything clear to the new employee, the boss began to tell him everything about the disease, and also that it would be good to detect it at an early stage. But Jin Hong politely countered, saying that iron levels could be determined through a complete blood count and a ferritin test, which measures the amount of iron in the body. He then added that there are many causes of the disease, but only a few types in which patients actually suffer from the disease. The director asked what the young man was talking about, and he thought that if the diagnostic method were as accurate and cheap as possible, it would win a Nobel Prize. The man did not believe that everything was so simple, and even more so, did not think that their development was something unnecessary. So he called his secretary and asked that Dr. Kim be called to see him. Only a few minutes passed, and the scientist was already there and wanted to know why he was called so urgently. Looking at our hero, he did not believe that some young man who had not even begun to study medicine could talk about the pointlessness of creating a set. On the one hand, Jin Hong felt extremely awkward because he was arguing with leading experts. But on the other hand, he couldn't keep silent. The young man began his story by explaining that the development was not useless, but that hardly anyone would use it. But the interlocutor said that the guy is still too young and is still far from medicine, so he hardly knows what he's talking about. However, our hero was not stopped by this tone. He spoke in more detail about his theory, but it turned out that they did not want to listen to him. The leading specialist noted that the student may be studying at the most prestigious medical school in Korea, but he has not yet completed the basic course. As for himself, he wrote a master's thesis in biology on the effects of anemia on the immune system, so the young man cannot speak about what he does not know. But the young man did not want to give up so easily. He again noted that all types of anemia can be determined using current technology. At the same time, the interviewee added that their set plays an important role in diagnosing the correct type of anemia and prescribing appropriate treatment. Finally, the director gave in and asked the student why he insisted so much that everything was useless. Jin Hong asked a counter question about why no one had dared to make such kits yet. Looking at our hero, the director assumed that most likely no one had thought about this and did not think that it was entirely realistic. However, the young man smirked, saying that many companies have such projects, and how could it happen that they have not yet come to the creation of something similar? In fact, large corporations understand that this is completely pointless. They need to produce something that will actually be in demand. As doctors, men should know how anemia is diagnosed. Everyone just takes blood for analysis and then evaluates the ferritin level. It is this that reflects the amount of iron in the body, and based on this, It is already possible to diagnose many of the causes of the disease. But suddenly the interlocutors again started talking about the fact that anemia is caused by many reasons, hearing that they are rare in the country. The guy continued to talk about what he had mentioned earlier. One of the most common types is diagnosed through a simple blood test. Iron deficiency anemia is determined by the size of red blood cells and the level of hemoglobin, and in the chronic form, the appointment of the necessary treatment is carried out by assessing the level of ferritin. As for megaloblastic anemia, it is determined by a blood smear test, which means that in practice, it is better to use old methods than new ones. The young man continued to talk about how much it would cost to use the kit and how long it would take to get a diagnosis. After hearing that it takes 3 days and costs 70,000 won, the guy noted that the price of a general blood test is only a few thousand, and additional testing will cost another 30,000 won. As for the result, it can be obtained in 1-2 days. Therefore, no one will use a set that is much more expensive. Jin Hoon and Dr. Kim saw the director fall to the floor in despair, but they did not immediately understand what was happening and what to do. But the next moment, the man began to wail, explaining that they had already invested 150 million won in the project. When asked how far the developments had progressed, the director explained that they were in their early stages. Looking at the frightened man, the guy noted that it was not too late to stop the development. This was the best way to save the situation. The next moment, the scientist began to apologize to his employer for not having studied everything from the very beginning, hearing that it was not his fault. Sitting on the floor, the director again remembered the words of his friend Choi Taiwan, that Jin Hoon was a wonderful student and needed to be treated well. The main reason is that, according to a colleague, the young man is a real genius. Having come to his senses a little, the director plucked up his courage and thanked the young man for everything he had done. He noted that they could have wasted a large sum of money and added that the professor had not been wrong about him. Looking at the doctors, Jin Hong felt a heavy heart. He felt guilty because he had ruined the plans of good people. But on the other hand, the guy understood that when something old ends, something new always begins. So he asked if the company had any other projects related to diagnosing anemia. Turning to the young man, the director named some development, and he immediately replied that it was research into the diagnosis of inflammation. Not believing his ears, the man began to stutter and say something but could not clearly formulate his thoughts. Realizing that he had let it slip, the young man began to retreat, explaining that the professor had told him a little about it. Half an hour later, the three of them were all sitting at the table, and Jin Hong was carefully studying the information regarding the project. The guy immediately said that everything was fine until the enzyme chain reaction, but the development reached a dead end after trying to use ELISA. The director was shocked, noting that most doctors could not notice this the first time, but the student immediately saw what was wrong. While explaining the problem, our hero heard Dr. Kim calling him a real monster for identifying the problem in a few minutes. But instead of accepting the compliment, the guy said that he had an idea on how to solve the problem, and if the men didn't mind, he could voice it. But before expressing his own thoughts, the young man said that if everything worked out, he would like to receive a reward for participating. Scratching his head, the director asked how much the young man was counting on, noting that they didn't have much funding. But our hero confidently declared that he was not interested in money and asked for just a few shares, which surprised his interlocutor. After a short pause, our hero added that he simply wanted to contribute to the company, as if part of it belonged to him, but he noted to himself that this was a lie. Sometime later, sitting in the boss's office, the man handed the young man documents stating that it was a contract. Reading it, the boy understood that approximately 4% of the shares would be his if successful, and that was shares worth 15 million won. Jin Hong thought that for a student, this was certainly quite a large amount of money. But at the same time, if the project is not successful, it will have almost no impact on the company. Looking closely at the stamp that the director was about to leave, the young man noted to himself that they had no idea what would happen in 10 years. The stock price will increase by 2,600% during this time, meaning his initial compensation will increase by 26 times. Therefore, the value of this contract will be not 15, but 400 million, which was not just a good result, but an excellent one. Time passed, and the last semester, full of active studies, was approaching the end, which meant that the opportunities to walk, relax, and spend time freely were ending. Oddly enough, our hero continued to focus on the Mind Bio project, and by the beginning of the winter holidays, its completion was nearing completion. The director was incredibly pleased with his new employee and thanked him from time to time. The man noted that if it weren't for Jin Hong, their company would have gone bankrupt at the very beginning of its work. At the same time, the young man noted to himself that the corporation could have grown in 1-2 years without him, but he also had some merit in the advancement. The guy was aware that, on the one hand, he did all this because he was interested, but on the other hand, money played an important role. The director, realizing that the boy had every right to behave arrogantly, noted that fortunately, he was disciplined as well as smart. At one meeting, Jin Hong said that the ELISA antibody assay was effective, so he believed they would just make minor adjustments. But the professor was more interested not in this, but in the fact that the guy was starting his main course very soon. Therefore, there could be problems with further participation in the project. The young man, a little upset, noted to himself that even all the nights would not be enough for him to study. And so he honestly said that when the main course begins, he does not think that he will be able to help in the laboratory. With sadness in his voice, the director noted that everything was clear to him and added that he knew that the young man was the main leader of the project. The young man, in turn, thought that despite the fact that he had studied medicine earlier, he could not guarantee that he would get good grades. But he said out loud that he would complete all the important points before the end of the winter holidays, and therefore his colleagues would not have any problems even without his participation, although the young man understood that there was about a month left. And after a short pause, he noted that he had little time left, but he was confident that absolutely everything was possible. The boss, looking at the young man, thought to himself that he had come across a very hard-working student, not understanding his true intentions. In mid-February, as soon as the winter holidays ended, the children began lectures on osteology. This part is often called the true beginning of medical training, because it is the most important. On the street, students were discussing how this subject is one of the most difficult, and therefore, if you miss something, it will be impossible to catch up. The girls, like the boys, talked about the fact that they had to hand in a large amount of information in 2 days. In addition, they said that they had a trip ahead of them. The next moment, the headman announced that it was time for them to go and asked if everything was in place. It turned out that everyone came except Jin Hoon. He was too busy because he had some personal matters of his own. Hearing this, the girl began to talk about how the young man was going to survive by skipping osteology, which is very important for further education. The guy standing nearby confirmed that this was the pure truth. If you don't understand this, then you won't understand anatomy. Therefore, there is no point in studying further. Taking the phone in his hands, the blonde began calling our hero, addressing his sister and saying that he needed to find out why the guy was skipping school. Jin Hong, answering the phone, heard his comrade asking if he really wouldn't come to class. But the young man explained that the project he was working on was not finished yet, so it would not be there. However, he added that he did not need to know osteology. The young man thanked his friend for his concern and stated that he had almost finished the project, so he would give it his all in class despite being late. Lee Hai-mi held the phone in her hands and was perplexed, not understanding what the young man was doing. At this very time, one of the students, turning to the headman, noted that everyone was fully assembled, so it was high time to go to classes. The young man noted that since Jin Hong was the best in the national rankings, he would be able to take care of himself. Sang-min agreed with his classmate, noting that they couldn't wait any longer. He would call his friend again later. It seemed that this situation suited everyone except the blonde. She was thinking about the fact that our hero could fail and stay for another year. Kang Ming turned to the headman once again and said that the bus would not wait any longer. It was time for them to go. He thought to himself that the guy was an arrogant asshole, and even if he was the best in the country's rankings, medicine was a completely different matter. And once again, on the street, the guys were discussing the fact that 3 days had already passed since the start of the osteology lectures, and Jin Hong still hadn't shown up. Lee Hai-mi heard one of her classmates talking about whether the young man would be able to catch up with them if he had missed so much. Besides everything else, the guys also did not understand what the young man was trying to achieve, because he seemed to want to become a student and was striving for this. Finally, the blonde came to the conclusion that she would find her friend and be a teacher for him, forcing him to learn everything he missed. It seemed like only Kang Ming was happy about this turn of events, hoping that Jin Hong wouldn't show up for class at all. Although some other students agreed with him, noting that it would be funny to watch their classmate fail miserably. Sang-min, who always stood out at school, was now standing alone near the bus, smoking. Approaching the blonde, the fat man asked how he found the lectures on the new subject. However, he replied with an impassive look that everything went as usual. Looking at his interlocutor with a searching gaze, Kang Ming thought that such a person deserved to bear the title of his competitor, unlike a beggar. Besides everything else, the young man was flattered by the fact that this guy was the brother of the girl he liked. But out loud he said that he wasn't going to lose to Sangmin in the main course, and asked him to keep up. At this very time, our hero sitting in the audience was saying out loud that he would most likely never finish the project, which would simply finish him off. A minute later, the boss entered the office and stated the fact that his employee had missed osteology classes. Jin Hong noted that there was nothing wrong with that, assuring that it was much less important to him than personal matters. The guy wanted to say the word finances, but decided that it would be better to mention his studies. The young man knew that these were important fundamental subjects, but he had already studied them before, so he would be able to remember everything easily. For him, it was actually a priority to complete the project because he could get a large sum of money in the future. However, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by his boss, who asked the guy to come into his office for a short while. With a serious look, our hero asked what the director wanted from him. The man said in a timid voice that perhaps after graduating from university, the young man would be interested in working for their company. The interlocutor continued, noting that their company is not very big, but they have enormous development potential. In the future, there is every reason to believe that their corporation will become one of the best biotech enterprises in the country. So the director suggested that the young man go this path together. And after a short pause, he added that the young man should think about it, since he was being offered one of the best conditions. Jin Hong noted to himself that it was not uncommon to get a job at such companies after medical school, but there was one thing. The guy probably knew that this small enterprise would become a leading company in the field of biotechnology in a few years. If in the future our hero can get a leadership position, then of course this cannot be a bad offer. But he said out loud that he was sorry, since working in such an enterprise was not suitable for him, and he sincerely apologized to his boss. The young man saw the man's disappointment, but he didn't know what else he could say or do. The boss noted that there was still a lot of time before graduation, and everything could change, and therefore, in any case, they would always wait for the guy and be glad to see him. And then he said that they should definitely keep in touch even after the project was completed, which Jin Hong completely agreed with. A few days later, the young man had almost finished his work, and therefore received his shares. He knew that he would not be able to immediately convert them into cash, but it was an investment in the future. Our hero looked at the check, noting that it was worth 15 million won, money he earned in 2 years of tutoring without entertainment or other expenses. The guy was going to invest this money in the shares of the company DIEL, which in the future would become #1, and in 10 years, their value would increase tenfold. The young man understood that 15 million would be multiplied by 10, and in addition, another 4 million shares of Mind Bio would be added to that. This meant that in total, Jin Hong would receive around 1.5 billion won, and he thought that taking care of the money would definitely be rewarded. As he stretched, the young man thought that he also wanted to have fun and relax like everyone else. However, this is only the beginning of a long but interesting path that he has embarked on. That same evening, our hero invited his parents to a luxurious dinner at one of the most prestigious restaurants in the city. The boy understood that his mom and dad weren't feeling very comfortable because of the high prices, but they were still happy. The young man looked forward to the day when his parents and he could visit such places without any doubts. A few days later, Jin Hong, in order to save time, moved to a new apartment, and his caring mom and dad helped him with the move. The father told his son, firstly, not to worry about money since everything was fine, and secondly, to eat well. Hearing such a statement from her husband, the wife intervened in the conversation, noting that a man should first take care of his own health and only then instruct his son. With a smile on his face, Sang Min-si told our hero that he believed that the young man would become as great a doctor as Professor Choi Tae-won. The young man said out loud that he would definitely become a good doctor, but he thought to himself that a good specialist should not save people's lives. While loading the refrigerator with many boxes of prepared food, the mother told her son not to break the diet and not to forget to eat. The next day, Jin Hong finally came to lecture. Even though it was 6:30 in the morning, the classroom was already full of students. The guy knew that medical classes did not change classrooms, and therefore he understood that his classmates wanted to take the most advantageous seats. Suddenly, turning around, Kang Ming noticed the young man and angrily noted to himself that he was unlikely to last long. A minute later, Lee Hai-mi entered the classroom and looked at her friend in surprise. The blonde immediately started yelling at the young man, asking why he ignored her calls since she was going to give him her notes. The beauty did not understand how the guy was going to catch up with the others, but smiling, he simply thanked the headman for taking care of him. The next minute, Lee Hai-mi hit Jin-hoon so hard that it felt like she had broken not only all of his bones, but his insides as well. The young man thought with horror that even after taking osteology classes, this girl did not start hitting more accurately than before. But a minute later, his attention was drawn to San Min, who surprisingly always appears right before classes begin. If you remember his school years, this was a big progress, because before he could only come at the end of the lesson. Suddenly, the teacher addressed all the students and announced that it was time to begin the lecture. Pointing to bright pictures, the man quickly moved from department to department, telling what it was and what it was called. However, the guys were clearly not satisfied with such explanations, because they were expecting something more clear and specific. At the same time, the lecturer continued his story, paying no attention to some misunderstanding on the part of the students. The students noted with horror that this man had forgotten to say anything about the bones, although they had hoped that he would begin with them. At the end of the lesson, the gray-haired teacher told his students that they should remember everything he told them in class. However, it seemed that most not only did not remember anything, but also understood only a small part of everything that was said. And again, our hero's classmates looked at each other, discussing among themselves that they should carefully study everything in the textbooks in order to understand at least something. Jin Hong smiled because this was not the first time for him. He realized that many teachers lectured like this. The next moment, our hero looked inattentively at his friend, who was simply sitting and silent. The young man decided that she most likely understood everything, and she didn't even show a hint of any discontent. In the past reality, Lee Hai-mi was a famous medical professor, and the young man would never have thought that he would communicate so well with her in this life. Found the lecture difficult and offered to look through her notes, but was refused. After a lecture on histology and ecology, the lunch break ended as quickly as it began, and something very interesting awaited the kids. Everyone was thinking that the time had come that, on the one hand, the students had been waiting for, and on the other, they had been afraid of. The teacher told everyone gathered to go inside the morgue and stand next to him. Considering that this was their first visit to such a scary place, many of our heroes' classmates felt uneasy. And the teacher said that during the anatomy exam, they would have to dissect a corpse themselves, and therefore they should try hard during the lesson. First of all, the students had to split into small groups of 3. Jin Hong ended up with his classmate, the head girl, and his ill-wisher Kang Min. The latter thought that he was unlucky, since this poor wretch ended up in their group. At the same time, the fat man himself had no idea how he would conduct the autopsy, and he could not contain his fear, although he did not show that anything was wrong. However, Jin Hoon was not at all afraid of this, and appreciating his classmates, he understood that they were all numb, and said that he would start first. Taking the scalpel in his hands, the young man noted to himself that he had not held anything like this for a long time. It felt as if an eternity had passed. The guy looked closely at the instrument in his hands and seemed hesitant to start. But the next minute, the young man began to make the first cut, which was the millionth in his life. Our hero did his job, but he understood that there was nothing interesting for him in surgery anymore. At the same time, the young man's opponent looked closely at what he was doing and could not believe his own eyes. The same was true for the blonde, who did not take her eyes off her friend, but stood silently. Suddenly, the headman addressed the boy by name but could not say anything else. He in turn noted that he had found the rhomboid minor muscle and the rhomboid major muscle. Kang Min, angry at his competitor, said that there was nothing difficult about it and anyone could do it. Taking the scalpel in his hands, the fat man noted that he would now show everything he was capable of. For our hero, this was a relief. In his past life, he had done this himself so often that he decided it would be great if someone else did it for him. The guy, turning to himself, said again that in his new life he would never touch a scalpel unless necessary. But before the young man had time to enjoy his rest, he noticed that the fat man was doing something wrong and asked what the problem was. Coming closer, Jin Hong noted with horror that his classmate had cut all the nerves and veins, although they are very difficult to touch. The young man turned to his fellow student and asked how he had managed to cut absolutely everything, and therefore asked him to step aside and not interfere with the work. Kang Ming refused to leave, but luckily, a minute later, the teacher came over and asked how they were doing. With modesty in his voice, the fat man with a scalpel in his hand stated that they were trying their best. But instead of praise, the teacher looked at what was happening with horror, not believing his own eyes. The man started yelling at the student, asking why he was cutting everything, since this was a gross violation and ignorance of anatomy. The teacher continued to be indignant, noting that they still had to use this corpse in the exam, and the guy had already ruined it so badly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked what kind of mockery this was, adding that the young man most likely wanted to get a failing grade. Hearing that Jin Hong wanted to start work, the lecturer said that he could do it, but only on the condition that the work was done perfectly. And once again, our hero took up what he had previously done to earn his living. The guy took a scalpel and began making small incisions as required by the autopsy. The teacher looked at his student in amazement and could not utter a word. But a minute later, the man asked whether the young man had performed autopsies before, and heard a negative answer. The teacher, not hiding his surprise, noted that this was something incredible and at the same time amazing. The man thought to himself that he had been performing autopsies for many years, but had never seen it done so professionally for the first time, realizing that the reason was not only due to luck. A minute later, all the students started discussing Jin Hong, saying that they hadn't even gotten to the muscles yet, and he had already done the job. Realizing that a comrade's help in such a matter would be invaluable, various groups began asking our hero to help them with the autopsy. Taking off his mask, the guy muttered under his breath about why his classmates, while attending lectures, couldn't cope on their own. At the same time, Kang Ming, clenching his fist, was thinking that the fact that a poor man understands anatomy does not mean anything. The student was sure that grades were much more important and was looking forward to what the upcoming exam would show. The fat man was sure that he would definitely be the first, and therefore would show our hero who was the best in their group. Only a month had passed, and the guys were already waiting for the first exam, which worried almost everyone. Their classmates didn't understand how they could pass the tests, since they somehow had to pass 4 exams in one semester. However, Kang Ming, as always considering himself the smartest, thought that his classmates were too pathetic because they had so much to learn. The young man was also glad that he had the sense to take a few lessons from the older students. The fat man saw Jin Hong practicing, but he was convinced that the guy wouldn't be able to achieve much anyway, since he missed several classes at the very beginning. Suddenly, the class monitor began to ask what our hero's plans were after the exam, and he replied that he planned to study. At the same time, the beauty did not calm down, insisting that perhaps he should take a break, and take a break for at least one day. Thinking about it, the young man noted that if he was distracted for just a day, nothing terrible would happen. After hearing a satisfactory answer, Lee Hai-mi asked if the young man wanted to go somewhere with her. The guy was not against such a prospect, and therefore gave an affirmative answer. The blonde said that she wouldn't mind having coffee and going to the cinema with her friend. Jin Hong wanted to tease his interlocutor, and so he added that she wouldn't mind getting drunk, having heard that a little alcohol wouldn't hurt them. Our hero already wanted to invite Sang-min with them, but the girl asked the guy not to tell her brother that they were going somewhere together. Without a shadow of a doubt, the blonde stated that she would like to spend time alone with the young man. Taking a deep breath, the young man declared that it was too vulgar, and therefore they had better continue studying since exams were coming up soon. A few days later, the day of the test came. The teacher asked everyone to sit down one by one and warned that for cheating, the student would immediately receive a bad grade. As they read the test questions, one student after another made expressions on their faces as if they were in college for the first time. Some of the kids felt like the exam was based on something completely unrealistic, something they had never been told about. And only the fat man, smiling happily, noted to himself that he did not see anything complicated, and only a fool would not cope with the work. Having finished his test, the young man stood up and turning to his classmates said that they were not incompetents and that they should try their best. Kang Min was most angry at Jin Hoon. He thought that the guy was a loser and didn't know anything, and therefore he would definitely fail no matter how many questions he answered. Our hero was in no hurry, knowing that the most important thing was to answer correctly, and not to be the first to leave the class, and therefore he did not pay attention to anyone. A few days later, the boys received the results of the test work, and the fat man was the most surprised. The young man realized that he had taken second place, of course. It was not bad, but he wanted to take first position. Although what concerned him most was not even this, but who became the leader. After finding Lee Sang-min, his classmate happily congratulated him on first place, declaring that he was not going to lose again. With irritation in his voice, the blonde said that he didn't understand why Kang Min was following him during a smoke break, and added that he didn't take first place. The next moment, the young man added that he had scored 78 points. Lost in thought, the fat man realized that his classmate had scored the same number of points as he had, so they both deserved second place. But the question remained open as to who managed to overtake them. When he came to the administrator, Kang Min started to suck up and asked the young girl to tell him who had taken the leading position among all the students. A minute later, having been refused, the young man began to talk about his connections and who his father was, which made the administrator think about how boring this guy was. The employee didn't want to listen to the fat man any longer, so she agreed to tell him the results of the test. Looking straight into Kang Ming's eyes, she surprised him more and more with every word. The student shouted that there must have been some mistake and that everything should be carefully double-checked. The fat man could not calm down and believe his own eyes, as well as the words of the college employee, convincing him that everything was true. The young man turned pale with envy. He understood that the first place had been taken by the one he most wished to fail. The student was angry that his competitor had beaten him by quite a large margin, which was a big blow to his pride. As he walked down the corridor, the fat man decided to himself that he would never accept such an outcome. The next moment, Kang Min saw his enemy and Lee Hai-mi, noting that even the girl was not paying attention to him, choosing the poor guy. The guy was angered by absolutely everything, both the fact that the blonde was communicating with our hero and the fact that she was trying to help him in every possible way. Suddenly an idea came into the fat man's head. He noted to himself that on the next test, the guy would not be able to pass everything as well as he would like. Sometime later, while sitting in a cafe and talking with his friend, Kang Min said that he wanted to prove to Jin Hoon that he was not the smartest or the most educated. The fat man explained that they would not break any rules, and the young man's first-year students would receive a couple of good hints. The interlocutor looked at the young man attentively. It seemed that it was difficult for him to make a decision, but he still agreed on the condition that no one would find out about it. Kang Ming assured the man that he still wouldn't tell what questions would be on the exam, but would only hint at small details. After a short pause, he added that he would never forget about the boy and his friend who had to fulfill this request. The young man explained that he would send the files with the clues via another email, and as soon as the fat man received the letter, he would have to delete it immediately. The ill-wisher thought to himself that if he took first place in anatomy, he would be able to compensate for his failures in other subjects. As he left, the man noted once again that the document would only contain hints of questions, no answers, and therefore the student would have to learn everything else. The next moment, Kang Ming, having plucked up his courage, asked if he could ask for one more favor from her. But the interlocutor got angry, saying that he had already given almost the entire answer sheet on anatomy. Was that really not enough? However, the fat man said that it was not about the answers at all, but about Jin Hong, whom the man had probably also heard of. The ill-wisher asked if the young man had noticed anything strange during the autopsy, namely how unusually the guy had behaved. Jumping up from his seat, the interlocutor declared that the student was hinting that he should lower the grades of a wonderful student who had done nothing wrong. A minute later, he added that it was not within his competence, but the grades had already been posted, although for a classmate this was still not enough. Kang Min, seeing that Heng was resisting, began to blackmail him by defending his doctoral dissertation, which the professor was counting on. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, did not know what to say to him, since for him, this was the work of his whole life. The fat man continued to note that as soon as the guy wrote his work, he would be recommended to other specialists and would receive an excellent position. Han, realizing that he was being blackmailed, saw that it was bearing fruit and therefore did not know what he could do to counter his own dream. Smiling, the fat man said that he was counting on the teacher and was confident that he would not let him down. Next, Kang Ming went to the head of the compilation committee and began to innocently ask what he was doing. And then, as if nothing had happened, he began to talk about how the young man was working in a very small space, although he did not deserve it. The manager, hearing the student's sympathy, told him that all their equipment had long been outdated, but they were still in no hurry to change it. Given this state of affairs, the only thing students can count on is teaching aids. Playing his role, the fat man noted that it was difficult to work in such conditions, however. If it weren't for this department, they wouldn't have been able to pass the exam well. However, this room is too small, and it is high time for the worker to change it to some other, more spacious office. The next second, Kang Ming started talking about how he could talk to his father to get the leader transferred. The man did not understand what was going on, and therefore began to wonder why the student needed this, as well as where to look for the catch. But he was in no hurry to answer. He beat around the bush, noting that the employees had a hard job and that it was inconvenient to work in a small room. And then he abruptly said that he wanted to offer something to the manager in exchange for one simple favor that he would provide him. Kang Min noted that the young man should not give the latest teaching aid to their student Jin Hong. Hearing the manager swear, the interlocutor noted that there was nothing criminal about it. The young man simply had to hand out the allowance late in the evening, when the young man would not suspect anything. Looking at the student, the man continued to say that it would be better for him to focus on his own grades and not tell him what to do. However, the fat man did not calm down. He began to hint that the employee had once said that he wanted to get into the orthopedic department. Putting his arm around the worker's shoulders, the student continued to talk about how he could put in a few words for the manager. Kang Min said that he could tell the management anything, not only good things, but also bad ones. As he turned and walked away, the employee told him not to forget and to recommend him to his father. Smiling, the fat man was happy. He was sure that now Jin Hong would definitely fail the exam because it was impossible to study without a manual. Suddenly, computers and other equipment that had been confiscated for debts appeared before our hero's eyes. Looking at the broken wedding photo, he heard someone's voice wondering if this was really the only option. And then came the woman's response that she had done everything she could. Jin Hong suddenly realized that money was not the only reason he divorced his wife. In fact, the man could not give her the love and time she needed. When leaving her husband, the woman with tears in her eyes declared that, despite everything, she continued to love him, as she had in the first years of their acquaintance. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and saw his hand reaching forward somewhere. Lying on the floor, our hero realized that he had most likely overstudying himself so much that he had not noticed when he fell asleep. The guy understood that it was a bad dream. He also realized that his family life in the past was not happy. The marriage could be called fictitious because the man was almost never at home if he had devoted more time to his family. But this did not happen. He was a surgeon who practically lived at work and was always too busy. Although, of course, this was to some extent a convenient excuse. Busy is just a common word because there are a huge number of doctors in the world, but not all of them have broken marriages. Jin Hong knew that if he had put in a little more effort, perhaps he and his wife would not have had to get divorced. The next moment, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a nosebleed. Tearing off the napkin, the guy noted that it was due to lack of sleep. There had not been a single day when he had been able to sleep more than 3 hours since the beginning of the main course. Our hero recalled a recent meeting with San Min, who noted that he remembers everything that teachers tell in lectures. Lying on the table, the young man noted that, despite the knowledge of past years, he still needed to study, although he dreamed of just taking a couple of years off. The guy thought again that having become a successful dermatologist, he would receive a salary, pay rent for houses, be able to travel the world, and simply enjoy life. The young man would like to have a wife, although he could not imagine what she would have to be like for everything to work out for them. Our hero knew that all this was ahead, and it would definitely happen, but now he needed to try, get ready, and not give up. And the very next second, the young man remembered that their group had not been given a textbook for a long time, although it was time. The upcoming exam covers a lot of topics, so it will be difficult to prepare without a manual. It's good that there is still time before the exam, but there are still no books. The guy didn't understand that his brochure had been lying around for many years. Of course, it also contains the necessary information, but he would like to study using new textbooks. Jin Hong thought that the manual might have already been released, especially since the exam was in a week, and so he decided to call the manager and find out more. Having dialed Heng Ming's number, the young man introduced himself and was about to ask the question that interested him. But instead, the guy noted to himself that there was something wrong with the other person's voice, without understanding what had happened. Our hero was going to clarify this and also ask questions regarding the textbook, but the line was quiet. A minute later, when Heng Min called the young man back, he said that there were no benefits, and there wouldn't be any in the near future. The young man was more interested in what happened to the guy's voice than in this, but his interlocutor confirmed that everything was fine with him. In a caring tone, the guy began asking again what had happened to the young man's voice, hinting that it might be the flu. But before the guy could finish speaking, Han had already passed out. Jin Hong understood that there was clearly something wrong with this man, but he was worried not about that, but about the fact that he would have to study using the old textbook. At this very time, Heng Ming silently looked at the switched-off phone, realizing that he was doing something bad. Soon the subjects flowed past, followed by the not very long-awaited exams. Classmates asked our hero how he wrote his work, and he answered with some uncertainty that he himself did not know. At the same time, the guys noted that the young man was again acting as if he had failed, although in fact he would get first place. The young man noted to himself that it was not easy. Some questions were so difficult that they resembled a game of roulette. The guy thought it was easier to just guess than to try to solve the test, since the class average score in some subjects was bad, and therefore, if you handed in a blank form, you would get a higher grade. As Kang Ming watched his classmate walk away, he thought to himself that his opponent must have found the exam very difficult. If so, then first place will now definitely belong to him and not to the upstart. Looking at Jin Hong with hatred, the fat man dreamed of the moment when he would find out his results and trample the guy's pride into the dirt. That is why he decided not to waste a minute and go study the results of the test task, which were already known. Having made his way into the administrator's room, the young man got into the computer to be the first to find out who had submitted the test paper and how. But the next second, the fat man felt as if he was being transported to a parallel universe. With horror in his eyes, the student screamed that not only was he not first, but he was actually 67th on the list, and his score was no higher than average. Falling onto the table, the young man screamed that this was impossible, that this couldn't happen, because he had thought everything through in advance. The next day, Kang Min burst into the administrator's office and began demanding that everything be rechecked because he had been given the wrong grades. Not understanding what was wrong again, the employee began to explain that there was no mistake. Everything was correct, although the interlocutor himself did not want to listen to her. Over and over again, he shouted that some mistake had been made. Perhaps the computer had crashed, and that was why everything was mixed up. Realizing that the fat man would not give in so easily, the girl decided to give in to him, and then, in his presence, she once again studied everything that was written. The worker began shouting and noted that she had already double-checked everything. Everything was as it should be, and therefore the student should leave her office. And a minute later, she added that most likely the student misunderstood something. His feelings differed from the actual grades, and sometimes this happens. Gritting his teeth, the young man could not believe that he was being treated like this and that he had fallen so low in the eyes of his fellow students. Realizing that his persuasion was not working, Kang Min began to threaten the girl, asking her if the worker knew who his father was. Looking into the guy's eyes, the brunette noted that he was behaving like a child. Jumping up from her seat, the administrator declared that she knew everything, since the guy passed through this door so often that she had already gone crazy over him. She added that his parent would hardly want to know that his son was behaving inappropriately. And then she screamed at the top of her voice for the student to immediately get out of her office. But she was tired of his antics, and she had a lot of things to do. Standing in the hallway, the boy thought about how he, an elite student, could get such a low grade. But suddenly the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a voice thanking someone for the help provided. Raising his head, Kang Min saw Jin Hoon and Lee Hai-mi in front of him, who were chatting pleasantly about a variety of topics. Enraged, the fat man turned to our hero and began to accuse him of deception. He shouted that the young man had been deceiving all the students all this time because he was cheating. The student's angry eyes turned bloodshot. He continued to be indignant that his classmate had such good grades. Kang Min kept shouting that first place should have belonged to him and no one else. After a few minutes, the fat man switched to personal insults, uttering the most obscene phrases. However, Jin Hong suddenly asked his opponent why he thought he was cheating by deceiving everyone, and how he could prove it. The frightened interlocutor was at a loss for the first time and did not know what to answer to this remark. But the next moment, our hero took out some practical problems from his bag and, pointing to them, asked if perhaps his classmate was talking about this. Looking at the book in surprise, the fat man really didn't know what to say because he was paralyzed by his own anger. Reading the questions in the eyes of the ill-wisher, Jin Hong explained that everyone had received the allowance. So why did he think that he alone should not have a book? The enemy stuttered and tried to say something, but could not utter a word. As for our hero, he repeated the fat man's name several times so that he would hear it carefully. And a minute later, he asked his classmate if he really wanted to die. The young man added that the fat man could think of nothing better to do than to act in the most vile way. Besides this, he tried to sabotage his anatomy results. Jin Hong was thinking to himself about what he should do with this man, but out loud he said that he was going to calmly talk to Kang Min, but later. The guy said that the interlocutor came to him himself and now was even asking for a fight, explaining that Hang Min had come to his senses and called in advance, telling him everything. The class monitor, who witnessed the conversation, could not believe that her former boyfriend had prevented the guy from receiving a study allowance and even sabotaged his grades in anatomy. The ill-wisher tried to justify himself somehow, but Jin Hong confirmed that everything was as he said. With horror in her eyes, the girl said that they couldn't just laugh about it and forget about it. This was all serious, and she would report what had happened to the college administration. Classmate with bated breath, realizing that he could not allow anything like that to happen. But the head girl still wouldn't calm down, declaring that she would personally tell the dean about everything. Such behavior could turn the entire college upside down. Kang Min noted with an evil grin that Lee Hai-mi's family was extremely influential, and his father, who was the assistant dean, was nothing to her. If the blonde tells the management about everything, it will end very sadly for him. The fat man saw his classmates leaving, but he had to do everything possible to stop them. Shouting the name of the headman, the enemy grabbed her by the hair, saying that she would not go anywhere and simply did not dare to do so. Jin Hong heard his companion ask the offender to let her go and change his mind, but it seemed like he didn't hear her or didn't want to pay attention. Suddenly, our hero intervened in the conflict. Looking at the fat man, the young man shouted for him to immediately let the elder go. The very next moment, the young man clenched his fist and struck his offender. A frightened Lee Hai-mi watched everything but couldn't say a word, and Jin Hong couldn't stop because he was angered by his classmate's impudent behavior not towards him, but towards his friend. But the offender had no time for the boys. He saw and heard nothing, shocked that he had been hit. Having hit the wall, the ill-wisher shouted our hero's name very loudly, noting that he would regret what he had done. Having come to his senses a little, he began to threaten the young people again and headed towards Jin Hong. But it was a fatal decision, as the young man's fist met him again with a powerful blow. Standing over his ill-wisher, the young man looked closely at the girl, realizing that he wanted to know how she felt. While flexing his fist, the boy looked at the head woman, who noted that she was fine and nothing terrible had happened. Our hero justified himself by declaring that he hit his classmate because he dared to raise his hand against a girl. The blonde, looking closely at her interlocutor, said that he should not worry, since she would take care of solving this problem. And after a slight pause, she added that even the most severe punishment would be fair enough for this guy. What their classmate did was unforgivable. Firstly, he hid the textbook, and secondly, he intimidated students and some college staff. We mustn't forget that the fat man peaked at the tests, and this gave him additional advantages during the exams. In addition to punishing Kang Ming, who was already not very well received by his peers, he was completely avoided. The guy said that this young man always behaved arrogantly and openly ignored everyone, pretending that he was the smartest. If before all the students wanted to look up to Jin Hong, then after everything that happened, he became a real example and a man of honor for them. Sitting in the classroom and studying, our hero noticed that someone was calling him, not understanding what kind of unfamiliar number it was. Picking up the phone, the young man heard an unfamiliar voice ask him if it was really Jin Hong, and he answered in the affirmative. The stranger asked the young man to go to the office of the assistant dean, who wanted to talk to the student personally. As he climbed the stairs, the boy realized that the fat man had complained to his father, but it was not entirely clear to him what he had said. Approaching the door, our hero was very nervous and noted to himself that he had a bad feeling, although he knew that he had done nothing bad. A few seconds later, a voice from the office said that the door was open and the visitor could enter. Upon entering, Jin Hong noticed that his classmate was at the other end of the room, and his father was standing next to him. Concurrently, Deputy Dean. Professor Kim Joo-hoon looked a little intimidating, although given his position, there was nothing strange about it. Leaning over, the guy said that he came as soon as he was invited and added that he was glad to meet him. The man said that he heard Professor Choi Tae-won praising the student highly, and that the student had done a fantastic job. Hearing this statement, the young man noted that this man was not at all like his son. He looked more like a politician than a doctor. Suddenly, the vice dean bowed to the boy and said that he would be brief. He just wanted to apologize in connection with recent events. The doctor noted that his son had caused serious harm to the young man, and added that he was also to blame for this, since he had not raised the child well enough. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hoon turned to his son and told him that he should not stand aside, but go up to his classmate and apologize to him. Reluctantly and looking away, the young man muttered that he was very sorry and asked the young man for forgiveness. But the next moment, something happened that no one expected. The deputy dean hit his son in the face with all his might. With anger in his voice, he shouted why the scoundrel couldn't apologize properly and with dignity, noting that he was simply pathetic. Mumbling something under his breath, Kang Ming clearly couldn't find the right words, or rather his pride didn't allow him to. But knowing that his father was standing nearby, he came closer to Jin Hong and said that he sincerely regretted what happened. The doctor, observing what was happening, assured our hero that he would find an appropriate punishment for his son. Smiling, the boy said that since this was the first offense, he did not want the student to be punished too severely. The young man noted to himself that the worst thing that can happen is when you are avoided in society. At such moments, it seems that everything is over. The next moment, Kim Joo-hoon spoke again, declaring that the boy could go free and adding that, as the assistant dean, he had high hopes for the student. Left alone, the fat man turned to his father, intending to say something. But before he could utter a word, the man began shouting again, noting that his son was pathetic and did not understand how he could have fallen so low. The boss stated that not only did none of the students think about getting into conflicts, but it never even occurred to anyone to raise a hand against Lee Hai-mi. He then abruptly told the boy to immediately apply for academic leave. The boy thought with horror that if he missed one semester, he would have to wait a whole year, rolling back. But his pleas were of no avail, and his father declared that his son should accept the punishment and be grateful that he had not been expelled from college in the first place. Looking at the pitiful young man, he shouted at him to get out of his sight immediately and not to show up again anytime soon. The man felt ashamed and sorry for his offspring, but he could not act otherwise because his own reputation was at stake. To relax a little, the deputy dean lit a cigarette and walked over to the large window. A variety of thoughts were swarming in his head, but he didn't want to analyze or foresee anything. Everything happened as it happened. Lying in bed, Jin Hong thought about the fact that he had been given 2 whole days off, which meant that he could just do nothing. It seemed to the boy that an eternity had passed since he could allow himself to lie down without getting up and not rushing. As he got up, the young man thought that he had dreamed of his wife again and wondered why he needed these dreams from his past life. Looking at his watch, our hero was convinced that he would be in time for a meeting with a blonde who wanted to go to Guangwamen. Li Hai-mi insisted on going on an interesting walk after exams, saying that they needed to take their mind off things, and the guy didn't resist because it was true. While brushing his teeth, the young man thought about how the meeting might resemble a date, although the very next moment he discarded this thought, realizing that he and the headman were just friends, although he knew for sure that he was interesting to this girl. Once again, Jin Hong thought about how he had never really gone on dates even with his own wife, scolding himself for paying so little attention to her. Opening the closet, the young man decided to put his thoughts aside and return to the present day, realizing that he needed to look his best. Putting on the very suit he bought when entering medical school, the young man decided that he looked pretty good in it. But the very next moment he hurried himself, realizing that he was late, and this was at the very least disrespectful towards his girlfriend. Standing on the street, the guy did not understand where the blonde was, because they had agreed to meet the day before. However, a minute later, someone called out to him. Sitting in the car, the beauty noted that it was time for them to go because she was very hungry, while simultaneously hearing the question of where she got the car. Li Hai-mi replied that the car belonged to her older brother in the past. Speaking of Bum Su, our hero remembered seeing this man when his father was in the hospital. That was when he hit Sangmin. But out loud, the young man said something completely different, or rather, he asked whether the girl knew how to drive a car. With a serious look, the blonde firmly told him not to worry, as she had tried to do this before. Looking at his interlocutor in fear, the guy asked when and at what moment it was, because he didn't remember her mentioning anything like that. Hearing the girl screaming that it was time for them to go, the young man noted to himself that because they had a Mercedes, he believed that others would drive around the car. As Li Hai-mi stepped on the gas, she believed that they were about to take off, but a moment later she asked why it hadn't happened, hinting that there was something wrong with the car. Jin Hong said in a worried tone that in order to drive off, he first had to release the handbrake. Still looking at his companion with horror, the guy thought that the only thing he could trust was the seatbelt. The young man suddenly realized that because of his busy schedule, he hadn't even gotten a license, realizing that this might be his last trip, while at the same time, he heard the blonde rejoicing at having found the handbrake. The guy's date went almost the same as everyone else's. First, they went to a restaurant and ate some delicious and expensive pasta. Then the young people went to the theater, where they watched a fascinating performance, which they both enjoyed. After this, our heroes went to Samcheondong, grabbed some coffee there, and had a great conversation. As they were leaving the establishment, the blonde jokingly asked if they looked like a real couple, receiving a satisfactory answer. After thinking for a second, the guy noted to himself that everything really was not bad: the restaurant, the coffee, and the conversation. And again, getting into the car, the young man noted that it would be great if his friend also drove more or less normally. The young man asked the girl to be more careful, realizing that he was not born to die with her, but to start a new, better life. Having reached the mountain, the blonde got out of the car and stretched contentedly. At the same time, our hero was glad that this long trip had come to an end. The young man heard his companion happily say that everything had gone perfectly, and he did not know what to say to such a remark. A few minutes later, our heroes were already standing and looking at the mountain that opened up before them. The boys immediately began their ascent, anticipating the stunning view they would soon see. For the first time in a long time, Jin Hong truly felt happy. He thought about what could be more beautiful than a walk in the forest. After a short period of time, a huge observation tower opened up to the boy and girl. Being a true gentleman, our hero asked his companion if she wanted to go up there too. Li Hai-mi was so surprised that the young man did not understand why this trip was so important and touching for her, since she had never been here before. Only a few minutes passed, and the young people were already moving towards the cable car. As she went outside, the girl noted that she had never seen anything more beautiful in her life. Standing on the terrace, the guys admired the sunset against the backdrop of a huge metropolis, which looked simply stunning. But it was hard to say what surprised Jin Hong more, the landscape or his positive companion. The blonde looked amazing, but even more amazing was her reaction to everything that was happening. Suddenly, the beauty thanked the young man for this wonderful day, although he did not understand why it was his merit. Hearing the blonde say that she had always dreamed of climbing here, the guy asked her a counter-question about why she had never come to this area with her family. Lee Hai-mi noted with sadness in her voice that she actually didn't have any family. Looking into her companion's uncomprehending eyes, the blonde honestly admitted that she had no idea what it meant to have a family. After a short pause, she added that she had brothers, but they all had different mothers. Jin Hong saw the sadness on his friend's face, but at that moment he didn't know how he could cheer her up, and he simply remained silent. The girl continued to say that she was not too worried about this. She had neither a mother nor a father. The latter could hardly be called a father. This is a common family problem for all her brothers, but there is one plus to this. The children do not have to worry about finances, and this is good. A minute later, the blonde apologized again for ruining the mood and thanked the young man for everything. Then she said that she didn't have any friends with whom she would like to go out and hang out. With sadness in his voice, the young man addressed his companion by name. The young man told the beauty not to worry or be sad, but rather to cheer up. Jin Hong added that his friend needed to cheer up, because firstly, life goes on, and secondly, there are always a few positive moments in it. The day passed quite quickly, and the guys continued their date, which in reality was not one, however. They decided to go to a cafe. Our hero was reborn, and therefore he did not believe in such things as fate, although it seemed to him that recent dreams could be an important omen. The cafe worker standing behind the cash register greeted Jin Hong, who started to place an order, but suddenly forgot about everything, looking at the stranger with a searching gaze. The cashier, in turn, tried to find out from the visitor what he wanted and asked him to voice the order again. At some point, it seemed to our hero that his whole life had suddenly turned upside down, and absolutely everyone in this world ceased to exist. The young man looked at the cashier with wide eyes and could not tear his gaze away. It seemed he had never been so surprised. Suddenly, Lee Hai-mi began to loudly call out our hero's name. The girl called out to him several times before he came to his senses. The guy finally managed to say that they needed 2 Americanos, one regular and one iced. Sitting at the table, the girl asked her friend what happened to him. Perhaps he was not feeling well, but she heard that everything was fine. In turn, the young man was completely absorbed in his own thoughts. He repeated to himself over and over again that this could not be. However, Jin Hong felt that his memory could not be deceived, because the girl at the checkout was his wife from his past life. Although after a moment, the guy began to convince himself that it was some other beauty, because his wife never told him that she worked in a cafe. The young man saw the employee of the establishment approach him and bring him drinks. All her facial features were familiar to him, but he refused to admit it. The very next second, Lee Hai-mi made a remark to our hero. She said that it was indecent to stare at someone standing behind the cash register. The young man pulled himself together, realizing that his friend was absolutely right, but this situation completely threw him off track. The boy thought that perhaps he should find out the stranger's name, although he didn't know what he would do after that. And once again, Jin Hong returned to the thought that the employee simply looked like his wife, because this often happens in life. Looking at her companion, the blonde asked what had happened to him, noting that she didn't like the way he looked. It seemed to the girl that the young man was becoming paler with each passing minute, and she thought that he was most likely ill. Jumping up from her seat, Lee Hai-mi declared that they were leaving and that she would take the young man home. Standing on the street, the beauty asked the young man to get into the car. However, he thought that the road back would be just as terrible as the one in this direction. With a sad voice, Jin Hong stated that he just needed some time alone. The blonde didn't like this statement and said so directly. The beauty thought to herself that the guy was making her worry, but out loud she asked her friend to call her as soon as he returned home. It was late evening outside when a car pulled up to the luxury home. After getting out of the car, Sanmin stood next to the vehicle for a while, not daring to take a single step. The stranger, addressing the boy, called him young gentleman, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The blonde didn't answer. He simply asked if the man was there. But instead of an answer, he heard the man again call the young man sir, clearly admiring his attitude. In turn, Sangmin explained that he sometimes forgets that this man is his father, since they see each other too rarely. The guard seemed to care little as he repeated over and over again that the owner was at home. Following the stranger, the blonde said that he had not yet been to the main house, but he had always imagined that it was huge and must be no smaller than a stadium. Before entering the mansion, Sanmin was met by an elderly gentleman, who was most likely the manager, and he invited the young man to come inside. For some time, the young man stood in front of the door. It seemed that he did not dare to open it. However, after just a minute, the stern face of a gray-haired man was looking at the guy. Lee Jong-gyun, who was the blonde boy's father and also the head of the hospital, confirmed the fact that his son had deigned to come. The man invited the young man to come over and sit down, but he refused with a proud look. Answering the question of why he did this, the blonde man stated that firstly, the owner of the house himself does not want this, and secondly, he is worried that he will stain everything. For a moment, John Jen stood silently and looked at the boy with a searching gaze. The next minute, he turned to the window and in an indifferent tone stated that he had called the young man because of his extra blood. The blonde immediately understood what was being discussed, but noted that his mother had committed suicide several years ago, so there was no point in mentioning her. The man said that he had heard rumors that the boy very often visits the grave of his mother, to which the son replied that it was his personal business. However, the interlocutor said in a serious tone that this was absolutely abnormal at such a young age, and forbade his son to go to that dirty place. Sang-min looked at his father in surprise, but he didn't want to tell him anything, much less explain anything. With a grin, the young man said that, most likely, this was all that the man wanted to tell him, because he was simply not capable of more. As he walked away, the young man heard his father confirm his words, still standing with his back to him. Just before the door, the blonde heard the man say that he saw his grades, and just like in high school, he remained in second place. John Jen noted that he didn't care about grades, but rather success in the hospital. But shouldn't a son do his part? The guy said he was sorry. Maybe the dirty blood was having a bad effect on him. The gray-haired man didn't even move. He didn't deign to answer the young man or turn around to say goodbye to him. Moving along the corridor, the young man met his brother, who, like his father, always held himself proud and looked as stern as possible. When he met Sang-min, he began to insult him, saying that the guy was low class. The blonde found it extremely unpleasant to hear these words, but he did not argue, and even less did he answer this man. As he got into the car, the boy thought about the fact that Bum-soo had received a position as a professor of surgery at Korea University. Surely, after the man gains experience, he will move to the family hospital, and one can say with confidence that he will succeed there. The guy understood that this was not surprising. Since he was born, Bum-soo was already different from him, was more useful than he was. As for Sang-min, he was always considered an unnecessary and low-grade piece of trash that always came in second place. The young man drove through the city, lost in his own thoughts, which were constantly changing. After a short period of time, the guy was already standing near a luxurious high-rise building. The young man entered the house sad and depressed. But it seemed that this place reminded him of the past. This was true because Sang-min lived in this apartment with his mother, although she was most often in the hospital. As he opened the door, the young man heard a small white dog happily greeting him. As he sat down on the sofa, the guy saw a dog running up to him, but he had neither the strength nor the desire to play with the animal. Having carefully looked at the dog, who was holding a ball in his mouth, the blonde thought that perhaps the animal was bored, since he was alone all day. Turning to the dog, he asked if it had been hard for her to be in an empty apartment all these days. Grabbing the unfortunate dog, the young man said that perhaps it would be best to get rid of the animal so that it would never feel lonely again. Lying in bed, our hero noted that he could not fall asleep because he constantly remembered his ex-wife and that meeting in the cafe by the mountain. Sitting at lectures, the young man hoped that this unpleasant feeling would soon leave him. Sometimes Jin-hoon felt like he was simply turning into a zombie, constantly haunted by the same thought. One day, while sitting in the classroom, Lee Hai-mi asked the young man what was going on with him, and perhaps he needed help because he looked bad. The young man said out loud that everything was fine with him, but to himself, he thought that he had never felt so empty in his life. The next moment, our hero turned his attention to his classmates sitting in front of him, or rather to the people who were sleeping during the lecture. Jumping up from his seat, the guy shouted loudly for everyone gathered to wake up immediately. The teacher, who didn't understand anything, asked Jin Hong what had happened to him. Perhaps he wasn't feeling well. The young man remained silent, and the lecturer continued to ask what he needed. Perhaps the student had questions or did not understand something. Running out of the classroom, the guy apologized and said that something had happened to him, so he had to leave. Quickly taking a taxi, the young man told the driver to take him to the tower as quickly as possible. Entering the cafe, our hero heard some unfamiliar worker greeting him. The young man immediately asked if she knew the shift schedule of the employees, explaining that he needed the girl who had worked in the cafe a week ago. The employee noted that besides the owner, she is the only one working in the establishment. They don't have anyone else. Although a moment later, the girl faltered, stating that a week ago they actually had a girl working for them who helped them. The next moment the owner joined the conversation. She tried to remember the name, but couldn't, and then noted that in any case, she didn't have the contact information for this employee. As he left the cafe, Jin Hong thanked the employee with sadness in his voice, said that he understood everything, and said goodbye. Sitting on a bench in the park, the young man thought about the fact that he had had the courage to go to this cafe too late. At the same time, our hero noted to himself that it was all for the best, that the good things that happened to him were left behind. So why did he want to return everything? The meeting in the cafe left only bitterness and emptiness, as well as unfulfilled hopes that must be forgotten once and for all in order to live in the present. Time went on as usual, with medical students spending their energy on their studies, and despite everything, they passed numerous exams. One thing that hasn't changed in the past 2 years is that Jin Hong has continued to hold a leading position in the university. At the same time, San Min was in second place and stated that the young man was not at all embarrassed by this. Our hero knew that there is always a fact: the best in the course and the person following him never change places. And most importantly, the reason is that at university, after some time, the desire to compete is replaced by the desire to become a doctor, and the events of college are perceived as a bad dream. During their 3rd year of study, the students finally began their practice at the hospital, and their joy seemed to know no bounds. Jin Hong knew that there was no need to worry, but the hardest part was still ahead, and he had to undergo on-site training, take the doctor's license test, do an internship, and then residency. The guy had been through all this before, so the mere thought of what would happen next made him feel gloomy. However, the young man was confident that he would still enter dermatology, no matter what. He just needed to be patient a little. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by Lee Hai-mi, who asked how she looked and whether the medical gown suited her. The young man looked closely at the blonde, who looked, as always, amazing. Not only was she attractive, she also radiated inexhaustible positivity. For several minutes, the guy didn't know what to say. He just studied his friend. But the very next moment, he decided that it would be best to make a joke when he heard the head man shouting and calling the young man names, saying that he was making fun of her. Turning around, the guy noted that they should hurry. In any case, they were in the same group, and in response, he heard the girl say that they were expected at an open operation. Entering one of the offices, Jin Hong asked if the professor had arrived yet, noting that he was a little late. But the very next moment, someone entered the room. A man appeared and began to apologize, explaining that he had to look after a patient. It was Professor of Surgery Lee Bum-soo. He happily greeted all the students once again and said that he would tell them everything that would happen next. Smiling at his sister, the young man began to joke, saying that he saw familiar faces in the group, and that made it even more pleasant for him to work with the guys. Our hero understood that this was Sang-min's older brother, and despite the fact that they had different mothers, they still looked alike. And moreover, this man seemed simple-minded to him. Jin Hong noted to himself that the blonde trusted this brother the most. It was obvious that she sincerely loved him, as he loved her. The professor briefly explained that he did not like verbosity, and therefore asked the students what their status was in the hospital. Having heard the answer of one of the girls, the professor said that there are many positions among doctors, but now the guys are called PC interns, asking why exactly that is. And again, one of the students started talking about how this is an abbreviation for a polyclinic, and it has a German influence. And that is why students are called PC, not PS. Bum-soo happily noted that everything was absolutely correct, but that was only the first part of the answer, and so he began asking again who else could tell him something. The professor then looked at Jin Hong and said that he had a feeling that the young man might know something about this. When told that they were patient killers, the man said that it was true. The guys had worked hard to get here, but without experience, they were like blind people. Knowledge without sufficient experience can pose a threat to patients. Of course, students will not diagnose and prescribe treatment personally, but they should still be careful. The man added that since all those gathered were interns, he hoped that everyone would be eager to explore everything this place could offer them. Looking at his sister, the brother asked if she wanted to clarify anything. However, the girl hesitated, and addressing the professor as a brother, said that she understood everything. Bum-soo calmly noted that since everything was clear to everyone, they needed to move on to celebrate the enrollment of the trainees. And again, our hero noted to himself that he did not understand why this man had such a bad relationship with Sang-min, although he later decided that it was none of his business. The next minute, heading to the staff room, the young man greeted them not entirely joyfully, noting that a lot of guys had gathered. The man introduced himself as Lee Jun-song, and the guy sitting behind him he called Min Soon-go, noting that this man had been a doctor for a year. The chief explained that professors make the main decisions, while attending physicians deal with other standard but important matters. Pointing to his colleague, he added that students needed to follow the doctor and watch him examine and treat his patients. Much to the boy's surprise, Min Sun-go was not at all happy about this turn of events, shouting that now these young and uneducated individuals would be following him everywhere. As he left, Lee Jun-song wished his colleague good luck with teaching the students and added that he still had a lot of work to do. But this did not calm the doctor down. He continued to shout something indecent and complained about the students who were assigned to him. The young man, listening to this, once again stated that perhaps they were just making fun of him because it looked stupid to beginners. After 20 minutes, the situation had not changed. The guys continued to stand in front of their supervisor while he was busy with his own affairs. Suddenly, jumping up from his seat, Min Sun-go began to reproach the students for standing like idiots and preventing him from concentrating on his own assignments. But the next moment, the doctor turned his attention to Lee Hai-mi, noting that she looked quite interesting and asked if she had a boyfriend. A minute later, he started saying that the blonde looked like she had a lot of men, and in any case, she could do a great job and get the best grades at the internship. The man continued to point out that it didn't matter to girls that they studied hard if they knew how to smuggle alcohol into places like this hospital. In addition, there are also karaoke bars where you can have a great time, relax and unwind without worrying about your own internship. Jin Hong couldn't stand it any longer and told the doctor to stop talking nonsense, noting that what he said a few minutes ago could be interpreted as harassment. Min Sun-go didn't like this attitude and told the young man that he was being too cocky, considering he was just a trainee. Our hero raised his hand and introduced himself, but the doctor interrupted him, noting that no one was asking his name, because he was not a hero of short stories. A minute later, someone called the doctor, and in a sarcastic tone he began to ask what they wanted from him. But hearing that one of the professors was coming to replace him, he instantly changed his anger to mercy, noting that he would definitely meet him. Turning to the guy, Min Sun-go angrily stated that he was very lucky, but they weren't done talking and would continue it after their shift. Jin Hong wasn't bothered by this at all. He just stood there and watched the doctor leave. A minute later, the headman spoke up, but she was worried that this specialist would now persecute the young man and not give him the opportunity to undergo his internship normally. Upon hearing that it was no problem, the girl noted that she wished killing people was allowed, in which case the guy would already be dead if they lived in India. Standing in the hallway, Min Sun-go looked closely at Professor Choi Tae-won and asked her for forgiveness for being late. The specialist pretended that she had not heard this and asked why the doctor was alone, not understanding where the head of the department was. The young man hesitantly stated that he had told him to come, but the man replied that he still had something to decide. The professor said that Lee Bum-soo hadn't changed at all even after he became the head of the department, and then said that it was time for them to take over. Looking at the newcomers, the doctor wondered if it was time for the interns already, hearing her colleagues speak unflatteringly about them. A minute later, the woman turned her gaze to our hero and asked how he felt, if everything was okay with him. Watching Choi Tae-won talk to the student, the young doctor wondered how it was possible for the professor to smile, since she always had a stern demeanor. The professor noted that time flies too quickly. When they first met, the young man was still a schoolboy, and now he is already a hospital intern. The next moment, the specialist remembered that she had a conversation with the director of a bio company, and he suddenly wanted to know whether the guy planned to continue collaborating with them in the future. And then she abruptly said that the company was working on a new medical development. She didn't know the details, but it should be something interesting. Lost in thought, the young man remembered that this was most likely a TSVO project. Unlike the previous one, which he also worked on, this one cost hundreds of millions of won. And again, continuing the conversation with his old acquaintance, the guy did not even notice the expression on Min Sun-go's face, who did not understand why the doctor was so friendly with the student. After spending a few minutes in conversation, the professor told our hero that it was time for them to end the conversation and get to work. The very next moment, Choi Tae-won announced to everyone that the shift was starting. Often before the meeting, doctors discuss the situation, conditions, and then draw up a specific treatment plan. Entering the room, Min Sun-go reported that his patient was currently undergoing treatment for gastric colitis, and because of the infection she was being treated with vancomycin. However, Choi Tae-won was surprised and asked her colleague how he managed to pass the test at all. Smiling, the doctor happily asked what the professor meant, as she was covering her face with her hands at that moment. Turning to the students, the professor asked if any of them knew what had just happened. The woman looked at our hero's classmate, who seemed to have no idea what was going on. Choi Tae-won then turned her gaze to the brunette, who was smiling but also unable to respond. A minute later, the specialist exclaimed that they were completely unlucky with their basic knowledge. And apparently, the kids didn't learn anything at all at school. But the next moment, Jin Hong spoke up, declaring that it was all about the pills. Our hero thought to himself that he did not want to be noticed by the professor, but out loud he declared that for gastric colitis, unlike other diseases, pills were enough. The young man heard Choi Tae-won remark that this was absolutely correct, but she wanted to know what dosage was needed for the patient. With calm in his voice, the young man noted that he was talking about 125 milligrams per dose, 4 times a day. And a moment later, he added that the course of treatment directly depends on the patient's reaction, but usually medications are prescribed for 10-14 days. Smiling, the professor noted that the intern had done an excellent job, and a minute later, turning to the attending physician, she began to reproach him for not writing anything down, because by the next time, he would forget everything anyway. The woman added that the doctor should look at the antibiotics and screamed even louder, not understanding why they were prescribed again, hearing that the cause was an abdominal abscess. The doctor turned to the students and stated that they looked as if they knew nothing, therefore asking them was a waste of time. Looking closely at our hero, the professor hoped that the young man would offer his own option, but he remained silent. The young man realized that Choi Tae-won was eagerly waiting for him to say something and was really hoping for it. The young man noted that he could not say for sure, but assumed that the cause was the body's reaction to harmful bacteria. The woman smiled and happily informed everyone present that they should follow this particular student's example. However, after just a second, the doctor got so carried away that she began literally bombarding Jin Hong with questions, who did not understand why he was so unlucky. The guy knew it was done with the best of intentions, but his goal was to become a great dermatologist, not a surgeon who rushes to help everyone. The reaction of others was not long in coming. They clearly understood that their classmates stood out, which not everyone liked. The girls noted to themselves that the young man had a very attractive appearance, and when he behaved like this, he became a terrible competitor. When visiting the last patient, his attending physician noted that the man had cancer at an early stage. There were no problems anymore, but a tumor had appeared in the lymph node of the abdominal cavity. The professor stated out loud that this was actually an unpleasant and difficult problem to solve, considering that the man had recently overcome cancer. And again, looking at our hero, Choi Tae-won asked what he thought about this. Looking into the sad eyes of the specialist, the young man understood that this was no longer a test. The professor actually wanted to know his opinion. After a short pause, our hero thought about how best to present his version, realizing that the situation was not simple. And then he said that if the node gets bigger, then doctors should consider the possibility of a cancerous tumor. Of course, there is a possibility of metastasis to the lymph node, but given that the disease was detected at an early stage, this can be practically excluded. The next moment, the professor intervened, noting that it could indeed be lymph node cancer, but why had it taken so long to show up? The young man said that it could also be hypertrophy of these nodes, but the only way to find out is to perform an operation. The guy said that they could, of course, try conservative treatment, but that would waste a lot of valuable time, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. The woman again began asking leading questions about what to do if something went wrong during the operation, or it turned out not to be cancer, what they would do in that case. Once again, the young man said that this was possible, but the risk of losing time was too great, and therefore he considered surgery the only possible solution. There's no point in performing surgery with a scalpel, he added, because laparoscopy can be used to better examine the lymph node. Jin Hong noted that the most important thing for a doctor is to save the patient's life. If such methods should be used, then why refuse them? The professor listened attentively to her student, but at that moment, it seemed to her that a full-fledged colleague was standing in front of her. Only a minute passed, and the woman was smiling again, realizing that she had not been mistaken about this amazing guy. And again, our hero's classmates stood and studied him carefully, each of them thinking that this man was a real monster of medicine. But the very next minute, Choi Tae-won asked Jin Hoon if he wanted to specialize in therapy and become her student. The young man looked at the professor with surprised eyes, not understanding what he had just heard, and was struck by this question. After some time, while sitting in the reception area, the young man thought about the difficult decision he had to make. Lee Hai-mi, noticing this, asked what he was worried about. The girl asked about his future profession, noting that she planned to become a therapist, and suggested the same to the guy. However, the young man, after thinking for a moment, said that he did not like it, and therefore he did not want to. While the beauty was wondering what was bad or uninteresting about this, our hero was wondering whether he should confess his dream to his friend. And the very next moment, he immediately declared that he wanted to be a dermatologist, causing surprise and shock in his interlocutor. While the guy was wondering why the blonde didn't like his decision, she shouted that there are many important specialties in medicine. The young man knew that this would happen, and therefore said that dermatology is also very important and should not be ignored. The beauty said that she would support her friend in this matter, and then abruptly added that he had already had enough of her. Lee Hai-mi shouted that she didn't understand her classmate, because it was the same as if an outstanding physicist started selling shoes. Our hero thought to himself that the blonde would become a professor of therapy, and he did not want to repeat his past fate, and he noted out loud that she should not worry. Jin Hong knew that he had to be careful with the professor, because if she came for him, he wouldn't be able to refuse, and if he did, there could be consequences. According to the young man's past life, Choi Taiwan is about to be transferred to Deol Hospital, and he will do everything he can to hold out until then. Realizing that the young man was completely immersed in his thoughts, the interlocutor thanked him with a smile for returning to the real world. The beauty suddenly remembered her morning argument with the attending physician and menacingly declared that she should have at least beaten him up. The headman was confident that she could cope with this problem on her own, but it turned out that everything was not so simple. Putting his hand on Lee Hai-mi's head, the guy began to calm her down, telling her not to worry because everything was already over. The next moment, there was absolute silence in the room. It turned out that this conversation had a beneficial effect on both of them. The blonde looked at her interlocutor with wide eyes and could not utter a word. The next moment, the beauty jumped back from the table and thanked the young man for all the help and support he had given her. And just a minute later, the girl ran out through the open door, wishing the young man a good day. The guy still didn't understand why the headman ran away so quickly. The next day, Jin Hong met the blonde and sincerely asked her for forgiveness, although she did not understand why. Our hero explained that he stroked his friend's head, and most likely this gesture made her feel even worse against the backdrop of the story with the doctor. For a couple of minutes, Lee Hai-mi looked into the distance, confused, and said that she was having difficulty finding the right words or thinking about her next steps. But a moment later, the beauty began to beat her classmate, saying that he was a fool and remains one to this day. Less than half an hour had passed when the attending physician entered the room and said that he would assign each intern one patient. The doctor explained that the student's responsibilities include describing the condition, prescribing procedures and treatments, and providing support after that treatment. He started with the blonde, who was assigned a patient with enteritis, and noted that in her report she should focus on the treatment procedure. And then the doctor looked closely at our hero and handed him a small folder. The man stated that the young man would have another patient with whom he needed to deal and describe everything in detail. Looking at the man's card, the guy began to be surprised. He did not believe that he could get such a story. The young man, standing with the headman, said that his patient had undergone radiotherapy due to metastases found after treatment for stomach cancer, and then an incomprehensible decrease in lung function appeared. The man is in critical condition because he has an embolism, respiratory arrest, and pneumonia. While Jin Hong was trying to think of how he would solve the problem, Min Soon Go pointed out that the guy was the best in the class, so he would definitely handle it. And a minute later, he added that he would grade based on the intern's approach to treating patients. The young man immediately understood what this doctor was trying to achieve, realizing that if he was so determined to keep track of all the grades, the young man would easily get 3 points. Holding the folder with a shaking hand, our hero continued to note to himself that in this case, all his hard work would be in vain. And the attending physician spoke again, saying that he was not sure that the student would have a good answer, but he still had to try. It was not for nothing that he was considered a genius. Jin Hong didn't understand what this man was talking about and why they were treating him so arrogantly, because he was just an ordinary student who couldn't know what the professor knew. But the interlocutor did not calm down, continuing to say that he could not understand why the young man was not able to understand the question put to him. Lee Hai-mi tried to somehow cheer up her friend, but at the same time she herself understood that this was a difficult case even for a doctor, not to mention a student. Out loud, the guy assured his friend that he could handle everything, but to himself, he thought that if they lowered his grades, even dermatology would become difficult to study. Looking after the departing young man, the blonde asked in fear where her classmate was heading, who happily said that he was going to see a patient. A minute later, Jin Hong was already standing in the ward and trying to ask at least something from the patient, who was connected to multiple devices. The nurse who saw the resident told him that this man was in serious condition. It would not be possible to talk to him, and the examination should be carried out as quickly as possible. Smiling, the guy understood that it wouldn't take too much time since he was a student, and so he decided to start with a pediatric examination. The young man understood that the lungs were making a lot of noise, but if it was pneumonia, the patient should have a lot of sputum, so it was not pneumonia. What worried Jin Hong most was that the patient's entire body was swollen, which led him to think that the problem was not in his lungs, but in another organ. Suddenly, the attending physician approached, and turning to our hero, asked how he was doing, thinking to himself that the guy was holding up quite well. Addressing the patient, Min Sun-go said that the man would feel much better after taking antibiotics. He just needed to be patient for a little while. And then he turned his attention back to his intern, saying that he needed to try his best because his grade depended on it. The young man asked if the man was being prescribed any other medications, such as drugs to remove water from the lungs or something similar. With anger in his voice, the doctor asked why they were doing all this, since the disease was similar to pneumonia, and first of all, they should give antibiotics. Looking at the unfortunate man, the young man noted that in any case it did not look like pneumonia. There was little information, there was no sputum, and the bad thing was that the body was bloated. As he left, the young man noted that the doctor's attitude towards the patient really irritated him. Plus, there were many issues he wanted to talk about with Min Hussein. But the next moment, Jin Hong's attention was drawn to something he didn't expect to see. The young man did not understand what was happening with the pulse and why the patient's condition was changing so quickly. Looking at the devices, the guy asked those around him why there was no pulse anywhere, and turning to the doctor, asked him to hurry, since it was important. With a displeased look, the doctor nevertheless approached the patient and, turning to the intern, asked why he was calling him again. But after a minute, realizing that things were bad, he began to swear, shouting that he did not understand what was going on and did not know what to do. The doctor decided that he should definitely consult with the head of the department, who would find the right solution. Frantically dialing the number, the man saw with horror a message on the screen indicating that the subscriber was talking to someone. While the doctor was indignant, shouting that the chief was not in touch, the nurse was wondering what they should do, since time was running out. And in this case, every second counted. The doctor was confused and scared. He shouted that it was best to use digoxin in such a case and asked the staff to bring the medicine immediately. Suddenly, our hero screamed. He declared that judging by the heart rhythm, it was more like a delta wave, and the drug was very dangerous. A Class 1A drug had to be used. The doctor was in shock and told the young man to keep quiet and not to disturb him because he was confusing something, namely that the guy was just an intern. But our hero was not going to give up so easily since the patient's life was at stake, and so he screamed at the top of his voice that it was too risky. Min Sun-go didn't hear what was being explained to him. He realized that the pressure was dropping, and so he ordered the nurse to immediately administer the drug. The young man, seeing the negligent attitude towards the patient, shouted again that this should not be done under any circumstances since a delta wave was present. Looking at the devices, the young man tried to explain something, but no one wanted to listen to him until a certain moment. And that moment came the next minute, when blood pressure began to rapidly fall, approaching the critical mark. Realizing that the patient was having a seizure, Jin Hong shouted for a defibrillator to be brought to him immediately because the patient was having a heart attack. The young man, looking at his teacher, addressed him several times, but it seemed that he was in some kind of prostration and therefore stood and simply remained silent. Realizing that time was running out, the young man turned to the nurses and once again demanded that they bring him a defibrillator. The frightened Min Sun-go felt as if all this was happening to someone else. He was lost between fear and reality. Our hero, in turn, was angry, as if he had been transported to his past life, with the only difference being that now he was a very ordinary intern. But just like in the previous reality, the guy wasn't going to give up so easily. And so he ordered the staff to bring him a resuscitation kit. The young man commanded that the device be given a discharge of the required power. At the same time, the young man watched the dynamics, demanding a discharge again and again, realizing that he could not just let this unfortunate man go. Jin Hong lost faith in his own strength for a moment, and so he ordered everyone to immediately retreat and give him space. It seemed like an eternity had passed before everyone gathered, noticed the numbers were slowly stabilizing. Looking at the man with horror, the guy noted to himself that he managed to save this man's life because of the stupidity of a qualified doctor. The nurse honestly admitted that she was very scared, noting how good it was that they had a new doctor, hinting at our hero. The young man, who was also recovering from the shock, admitted that he was an intern, and then sharply asked the teacher why he had not done a blood test or other tests to find the problem. The young man noted that there was plenty of time for this, and it was absolutely necessary to do this in order to exclude infections. However, the interlocutor remained silent. It seemed that he still could not come to his senses after what had happened, or simply did not know what to answer the young man. After some time, the head of the department shouted at Min Sun-go, accusing him of improper treatment and noting that this almost led to irreparable consequences. Sitting in the corridor, our hero heard the boss swearing at the doctor, calling him illiterate. All the man could do at that moment was apologize and make excuses. The guy felt like this story had taken several years of his life because he hadn't encountered anything like this for a long time and didn't want it. Jin Hong scolded himself for this action while clutching his head. He was very sure that he had done wrong since he was just a trainee. After some time, our hero was sitting in his office and eating. Suddenly, the professor called him and asked him to come to her office. While finishing his meal, the young man said that he would be there in a minute, not knowing what his boss wanted from him. As he walked up the steps, the young man noted that it was early morning, 6:15. Despite this, Choi Taiwan had called him, meaning that the matter required an immediate solution. Entering the office, the young man greeted his mentor, as she greeted him. The professor said that she had received information about a problem that had occurred the day before, and she wanted to know what had actually happened. Jin Hong timidly stated that there was nothing to talk about when asked if he was sure about it. The young man did not like to lie, but continued to stand his ground, noting that there was nothing strange or special. Then the doctor said that she had been informed that the young man had used a defibrillator while being a simple resident. But the young man noted that he did it because his supervisor was there at the time, and he was simply following instructions to save the patient's life. And while the professor was asking if it was true, Min Sun-go thought to himself that he had always wanted to teach our hero a lesson. It seemed that the doctor did not believe the guy's words or wanted to double-check him, and therefore asked again and again if he realized what would happen for his lie. Jin Hong replied that he was not lying, watching his supervisor's face, as it clearly showed admiration. In turn, this man continued to think that the intern turned out to be a good guy, and not a scoundrel, as he initially believed. And our hero thought that he didn't like his current teacher. But they both behaved childishly instead of somehow resolving the conflict. And while they were thinking, the professor asked for the last time to confirm that what she had been told in this office did not distort the real facts. Jin Hong confirmed once again with determination in his voice that he had told everything as it really was. The next moment, the woman smiled, seeming to be pleased with what she heard. And so she said that she believed the intern and wanted to sincerely thank the attending physician for reacting so quickly. The professor was happy that she had high-class specialists working in the same hospital, which surprised Min Sun-go. After a short pause, the doctor praised our hero for the difficult test he had passed well, hearing the young man remark that she was flattering him. Although the young man understood perfectly well that the truth had not escaped the professor, she knew for sure that the young man was covering for the doctor, but this time she decided to close her eyes. Standing outside the door, the men were catching their breath. It seemed like this was the most difficult meeting of all. As they went their separate ways, Jin Hong's supervisor happily suggested that they have a bite to eat together sometime. At this very time, Choi Tae-won was thinking about how doctors have to learn through contact with patients, and this is the reason for becoming a true doctor. Suddenly, our hero remembered the golden words about how he should remember gratitude and compassion for the sick and continue on the path of relieving them of pain. While in the elevator, a standard conversation took place between the young people. The doctor asked our hero if he smoked, and he said no. Hearing the guy say how much he loved passive smoking, the interlocutor noted that this was nonsense. In fact, it was better and safer to smoke a cigarette. A few minutes later, the intern and his mentor were standing on the street, both silent for a while as if collecting their thoughts. Suddenly, Min Sun-go bowed to Jin Hong and said that he was sorry and sincerely asked for his forgiveness. And although our hero noted that the interlocutor should not worry too much about this, he continued to note the intern's wonderful act. The doctor explained that he was sorry for the fact that he had initially treated the young man badly, explaining that he did not like children who studied well and showed themselves. And again, the guy said that there was nothing wrong with that, since all people are completely different. And the next minute, the supervisor said that the student doesn't have to worry about the grade. Even if he hands in a blank sheet, he will still give the highest score. However, our hero turned the topic to he/me, noting that the young man had behaved badly with the girl, so he should apologize to her as well. The interlocutor stated that he would definitely do this, and then asked our hero for a small favor. Min Sun-go didn't understand and wanted to know how the young man did it. He was the most ordinary student who had just started practicing, but had already accomplished the incredible. Of course, the guy couldn't talk about his long life journey, And so he thought for a minute, pondering what to answer. Hearing the student say that he had read all this from books, the doctor noted that if he wanted to lie, he had to make the lie believable. Looking at the guy's innocent face, he decided to ask again whether he really learned everything from textbooks. Min Sun-go chuckled and said with joy in his voice that he was a real monster of medicine. At this very time, Bum-soo was sitting in his office, thinking about how he had been pushing himself too hard over the past few days. The young man hardly slept, knowing that he should still take a rest and relax, since working in such a mode was detrimental to his health. Suddenly, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The person knocking did not give his name, but the doctor allowed the visitor to enter. Standing in the passageway was San Min, who greeted the professor with a calm voice. Hearing this, the man began to get angry. The young man asked why the student could not visit his supervisor. However, the elder brother did not like the appearance of the younger one, so he shouted that he did not want to see him, and it was better for the young man not to appear in this place. It seemed that the blonde was not at all embarrassed by this. He began to laugh, noting that he had done nothing wrong, but for some reason they still weren't happy to see him. However, the professor said that when he saw the boy, he remembered how a good family had broken up because of his mother, and therefore he would never forgive this young man and would never stop despising him. Seeing his brother calm down a bit, Sang-min still said that he wanted to ask him something as an expert. Namely, what happens if the calcium level in the blood increases sharply? In an irritated tone, the professor noted why the young man was interested in such a simple matter, adding that a heart attack would occur. The young man said that he would not bother the doctor anymore, and so he left, quickly closing the door behind him. Standing in the corridor and smiling sarcastically, the blonde once again noted to himself that a normal heart attack would occur. As Jin Hong walked through the city at night, he thought about how much time had passed. Despite this, practically nothing has changed, as if everything was the same as yesterday. Reading the address on his phone and turning the corner, the young man noted that he had arrived at his destination. Entering the establishment, the guy immediately saw friends who greeted him. Moon Jin explained that they arrived first, so they didn't wait and ordered meat so that her friend could also help himself. A former classmate complained that they saw each other very rarely, receiving a response that it was he who left the city. A minute later, the guys started chatting pleasantly and reminiscing about how they used to get drunk, or rather how difficult it was for them to control themselves. Our hero noted that he had to learn to drink because his classmates were constantly trying to drag him into some club or bar. And a minute later, Moon Jin, abruptly changing the topic to girls, began to scold his school friend for the fact that he still wasn't dating anyone. Chul Woo, who had been practically silent the entire time, decided to ask about their mutual friend Sang Min. Jin Hong explained that he hadn't seen him in the past few days because the man seemed busy and they rarely met at the university. The interlocutor himself wanted to add something else but changed his mind, saying that it would be best for them to drink a little more. Looking at Chul Woo, our hero thought that the guy probably felt like an odd one out, because in high school he got along well with the blonde. Once again, Moon Jin intervened in the conversation, asking with a joyful voice what his future colleague was going to specialize in. Hearing the word dermatology, the young man suddenly jumped up from his seat, not understanding how such a thing was even possible. The guy explained that this kind of specialization is not at all suitable for him. It's like a mathematical genius making shoes or something like that. But the next moment, the comrade switched to himself, saying that his goal was to study therapy or surgery. Chul Woo, who had already had a fair amount to drink, began to curse, noting that he envied his former classmates because they were studying and he was not. The young people realized that it was best not to pity their friend, but to push him to do something, and so they asked what he was planning. With modesty in his voice, the guy said that his dream job was civil service, and he was preparing for the exam to become a policeman. Moon Jin, hearing this, began to tell his friend that the shoemaker was trying to study mathematics, while hearing a disgruntled Woo yelling that the short doctor looked funny. Our hero was silent, but he noted to himself that it was actually strange. A person who looked more like a gangster should not choose the profession of a policeman. But the young man did not want to listen to his comrades, declaring that he would soon become the one who supported civil society, and if suddenly the boy made a medical mistake, he would immediately come for him. Jin Hong had no intention of causing a conflict, so he sat and simply smiled silently, wondering when that day would come. It was getting light outside when the guys left the bar and were getting ready to go home. True, not everyone came out, but only two young men, since Moon Jin, as always miscalculated, drank too much, and therefore lay on Chul Woo's back. After saying goodbye, our hero thought about what he wanted for the next round of soju, and the first person he thought of was his friend Hee-mi, whom the young man really wanted to visit. Passing by her house, the young man really wanted to, if not go in, then at least call the blonde, but he quickly dismissed this thought. Jin Hong walked quickly, and after a short period of time, he was already standing in front of his parents' house. Our hero's mother noticed that he was drunk and said that she thought her son was meeting with friends, and then, in a softer tone, asked him to take a bath and go to bed. Just a few hours later, our hero, having had a good night's sleep, was already doing pull-ups while lying in his room. Looking around, the young man noted that their house was very old, and most likely the whole family would have to move in the near future. The young man understood that to do this, he had to sell his shares, although he realized that new housing with wonderful neighbors would cost a lot. Our hero was also worried by the thought that in the future, the shares were supposed to grow by another 300–400%, which meant that selling them now would be a waste. Jin Hong was determined and knew that he would definitely buy a beautiful mansion for his parents. But a little later, Mind Bio is considered the youngest company in the bio industry with huge potential. Its development led to the need to build its own buildings. Although the company had been growing steadily since the success of the project our hero was working on, the decline had recently been causing him concern. The main reason was that the corporation had entered into a major project with an American pharmaceutical company. Suddenly, the director's thoughts were interrupted by Professor Kim, who came to report that the drug had developed another side effect. The biologist explained that the drug, which is designed to combat depression, should be ideal, but instead, it is increasingly developing unwanted effects. The boss, hearing that everything could fail, said that they must find ways to eliminate all the side effects. The men didn't have time to finish speaking because the secretary entered the room and reported that a guest from their partner's company had come to see them personally. It was Amy, a young, beautiful, and promising biologist who knew her worth and was not easy to negotiate with. Without any preamble, the girl said that she came with bad news. Director Jan had an idea what was going on, but decided to clarify the point. The partner stated that due to the continuing side effects that could not be eliminated, a decision was made at headquarters. After a pause, the biologist said that their company had raised the issue of closing the joint project. The woman noted that the stomach pain and diarrhea caused by the drug were very unpleasant, and people who would buy the product would rather suffer from nervous disorders than sit on the toilet for days. Hearing the man make excuses and say that they would fix everything, the specialist said that their company had done everything possible, but it was to no avail. E&I understood that their partners were trying to cling to hope that did not exist, and gave the president time to realize the inevitability of the project's closure. Unwilling to accept reality as it is, Director Zhang noted that they would consult with a specialist. And a minute later, he added that he was a great guy who was a student at a Korean university, which greatly surprised his interlocutor. The biologist noted that she doubted this, because if they had communicated with the best professionals in the pharmacology industry and could not do anything, then the student was unlikely to help. The woman laughed while the man continued to insist, explaining that he was in fact a genius student who could solve any problem. The president realized that this was his last chance, and therefore it was necessary to act in every possible way, and also to buy a little time. Mr. Zhang knew that E&I was not stupid, so he voiced his own thoughts and asked her to wait a little. Realizing that everything could work out, the president appealed to his partner's prudence, and it turned out that everything worked out for him. Paying attention to the ringing phone, Jin Hong noted to himself that the mobile phone would not stop ringing. The young man saw that Zhang Yigyi was calling him, but he did not want to talk to him, since every time they talked, the latter asked when the guy would come to work. A second later, our hero finally answered, and the interlocutor asked for forgiveness for speaking so loudly and being nervous, but he had his own reasons for this. The young man was about to apologize and hang up when he heard the director say that they were developing a new project and needed a fresh look at things. The young man honestly admitted that he was more interested in medicine than in biology, and therefore would hardly be able to recommend anything constructive. But the interlocutor asked why the guy didn't watch the project first, and without waiting for an answer, said that he was inviting him to an elite restaurant. And in order to influence Jin Hong, he explained that their company was currently going through a tough time, and if the project failed, they would go bankrupt. Hearing the last word, the young man was taken aback, while the director continued to say something and set a meeting place. A few minutes later, the men agreed to meet at a restaurant that evening. Our hero suddenly became lost in thought. He understood that they were most likely talking about the drug TSVO, although in the past he had no chance of failing. The most unpleasant thing was that recently Mind Bio shares had started to fall in price, although the guy had expected a completely different outcome. The difficulty was that if the corporation failed to stay on its feet, then most likely the company would go bankrupt, and the 4 billion would turn into a piece of paper. The young man did not want to lose what he had worked so long and hard for. He had a dream, and he was going to protect it at any cost. Within a few hours, he found himself in a restaurant with his former employer, who happily greeted Jin Hong. Mr. Zhang did not come alone, but with a colleague, and therefore told our hero that he wanted to introduce them so that it would be easier to communicate in the future. The woman didn't wait for anyone to call her name, so she said her name was Enai, and she was the vice president of the company. The young man, with some timidity in his voice, noted that he was pleased to meet her, not knowing what else to say in such a situation. In turn, the representative of the partner company thought that meeting this guy was a waste of time. He was an ordinary student who knew little. Sitting at the table, Director Zhang once again told Jin Hoon that they had developed an excellent drug for depression, but it had a lot of side effects. And handing over the documents, he continued that this was the molecular formula, the method of using TSVO, the plans and results of the first, second, and third phases. While studying the formula, the young man continued to think that he had to revive the company, otherwise he would never get his 4 billion. Enai, who was looking closely at our hero, did not believe that he could understand anything at all, and therefore asked what was written in the document. The guy was not angered by such a statement, so he explained in detail what became clear to him from the formula. However, the vice president was not satisfied with this answer, and she, as if on purpose, began asking about receptors. The young man was not at a loss, since in his past life he had worked at Mind Bio for many years and was well versed in all the formulas. Although the very next minute the company representative began to actively ask her questions again, our hero thought for a few seconds, not because he didn't know the answer, but because he didn't like this attitude. After a short pause, the guy, with a smile on his face, declared that Miss Annie was misunderstanding something. Jin Hong firmly said that he came to the meeting to give them advice on the project. He was not at the exam. The vice president looked at the guy carefully but did not know what to say to him. Realizing that she was wrong, the woman apologized for behaving that way and asked if our hero had a solution to their problem. The young man put the papers on the table and the next second pointed to one of the formulas. It turned out that the company representative no longer understood anything when she asked what the interlocutor wanted to say by this. The guy noted that they see the mechanism of action of 5-HT7, but it is only incomplete. It is only a small part. Jin Hong explained that this formula affects other receptors in the same way as 5-HT7, and therefore increases the likelihood of side effects. The young man honestly admitted that he does not know which receptors the drug affects, since he has not seen the research, and relies only on the data provided. But hearing the guy give his guesses, the director, who intervened in the conversation, said that they were not mistaken about this young genius. A joyful Mr. Zhang waited for our hero to tell him how to fix the error. But instead, Jin Hong stated that the formula was originally incorrect. With her eyes downcast, Eni thought that the guy was right. This was what the experiments in their company had shown, which meant that the project made no sense. The vice president also understood that this young man was truly amazing, and had only made his conclusions based on the reports. The sad director asked whether there really was no chance, and lamented the sad future of his corporation. Although Jin Hong suddenly said that everything could still be fixed, but the TSBO project should be given a new lease of life. Hearing the young man's question about what their companies were willing to do, Miss Annie shouted that they would be happy to donate hundreds of millions of won. The young man, with a stern tone in his voice, asked if these words had any weight, if he could really trust the vice president. The company representative looked at the guy carefully but continued to remain silent, not understanding how to react to his remark. At the same time, the woman was aware that this was not just a student, but a serious young man who valued his own knowledge. The vice president noted that they cannot promise hundreds of millions, and that would be too much to rehabilitate the project. They will allocate the necessary amount. After thinking for a moment, Jin Hong said that the price of his proposal was 200 million, and until the interlocutors agreed, he would not say what should be done. The most surprised was Mr. Zhang, who appealed to the young man, hinting that this was a huge amount of money. Eni noted that she didn't know how amazing the solution would be, but an idea was just an idea, no matter how amazing it was. The young man said that if his partner believed in his idea at least a little, he would write out the entire research plan. And after a short pause, he added that he wanted an additional 100 million for this plan. Raising his hand, our hero confidently said that in total he needed 300 million won. This was his final offer. The vice president looked at the guy for a few minutes, seeming to weigh her options. Director Main Bio looked scared and also did not dare to start the conversation first. Suddenly, E&I said that the young man puzzled her and asked what he was going to do if she suddenly refused the offer. In the same calm tone, the young man stated that he would simply leave and go to a competitor to offer them the same thing. Once again, Mr. Young shouted loudly, calling the boy by name, hinting that he was behaving inappropriately. Jin Hong explained that he didn't want to lose his friendly relationship with President Manhwa, and then moved on to what the vice president thought. The next minute, the waiter brought drinks and wished everyone a bon appetit. The young man, looking at E&I, noted that her dish was getting cold. If so, then why didn't she think about his proposal during dinner? The woman still hadn't made a decision, so she asked again what our hero's name was. The young man didn't know why she was asking again, so he simply introduced himself again. The vice president said her next question might sound rude, but she wanted to know how old he was. Chewing his food thoroughly, the guy said he was 23 years old. The interlocutor said that he was too young, but despite this, his intelligence and attitude also did not leave her indifferent. The girl honestly admitted that if she hadn't known the guy's age, she would have said that he was quite charismatic. In a calm tone, the vice president replied that she was willing to give both the companies and the project a chance, but at the same time, if the idea was useless, then the young man should not expect anything from them. Our hero smiled and said that he would get straight to the point, or rather, talk about using the remedy to treat depression and other disorders. This is impossible because side effects appear before the therapeutic effects. The drug not only treats nervous disorders, but also causes colic and diarrhea by stimulating other receptors. When he asked the girl how exactly the receptors affect the occurrence of colic, she could not answer anything and just looked at him. The guy replied that the receptors overstimulate the functions of the digestive system, which means that the product can be used as a laxative. The deputy prime minister looked at her interlocutor in surprise, noting that she understood what was being discussed. But for a medicinal drug, colic and diarrhea are too strong. If they use a neuropsychotropic drug as a peptic drug, there will be many variables in it. Jin Hong knew all this very well and said that there was nothing complicated about it. You just needed to reduce the dosage a little. The young man described everything in sufficient detail, about the actions and about the doses, saying that if colic appears, then the drug is for improving digestion, and if diarrhea, then this is a remedy for constipation. The company representative watched and listened attentively to our hero, not intending to interrupt him since he was proposing a constructive solution. The guy sat for a few minutes in complete silence, and then began asking questions about his partners, but did not manage to finish speaking, because the girl jumping up from her seat began to shake the young man's hands. She said that these were grandiose plans and wondered if the young man could work them out quickly. Our hero was silent. On the one hand, he was a little embarrassed, but on the other hand, he liked that he was so highly appreciated. That evening, Jin Hoon managed to sign a contract for 300 million won, after which the vice president began making changes to the project so that Main Bio could return to action. The director of the corporation praised his former employee many times, who had done the practically impossible. Looking at the finished solution, Miss Annie was surprised that such a thing was even possible. She did not understand how the young man was able to offer a ready-made plan in such a short time. Jin Hong noted to himself that he copied the plan a little after the TSVO project was closed, and someone from the American company still found a way out. In addition, in his past life, our hero assisted during this stage of laboratory research, so he remembered and added a lot. And while the young man was happy, although he felt a little awkward, the vice president noted that they had come across a real monster of his craft. Only a few weeks had passed, and the young man was already standing on the threshold of his own home and telling his parents that they were moving to a new apartment. The frightened mom and dad initially thought it was a joke, not understanding what their son was talking about or where they would get the money to move. Handing the envelope to his mother, the young man noted that inside was money that he had earned through honest work, while his mother called her son too busy. Suddenly, mom and dad jumped up from their seats. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Both adults tried to count the number of zeros, but it turned out that it was impossible. With a calm voice, the guy explained that he worked part-time at a medical company, and now they have about 300 million in their account. The frightened mother said that her son could not do this. He could not conduct fraud in a medical company because it was all illegal. But the young man, with a smile on his face, reassured his elders, saying that he had consulted on major projects for an American company and that it had thanked him generously. Realizing that the explanations had dragged on too long, he said that they should now take care of moving, preferably as soon as possible. The father, who approached everything rationally, noted that this was his son's money, and therefore he should not spend it on old people. Would increase in value over time, so if they bought the house now, they would be able to get a good amount of money for it in the future. Hearing his mother continue the conversation, our hero repeated the same thing as before, namely, that in the future he would earn much more money. And the father spoke again, declaring that he understood that after marriage the young man would still get his house back. The guy smiled, thinking to himself that his parents had saved up about $500,000 over the course of their entire life, which meant that they had a total of $3.5 million. After just a few days, the family turned to realtors and began looking for other real estate. The parents did not believe that they could live as luxuriously as the rich, realizing that they were no worse than others. Finally, Jin Hong, satisfied that his parents were happy, realized that this was what he was aiming for, a calm and happy life. But he was not to joy. Lying on the work table, our hero complained to Lee Hai-mi that he wanted to die. At the same time, the blonde stated that the guy should pull himself together. They were waiting for surgery. Our hero noted to himself that surgical practice was what he didn't want most of all, and what would drive him into severe depression. Looking out the window, the young man noted that he still had several months of training ahead of him, 4 years of general practice, and he would be in his final year. While in the audience, our hero did not feel any better. On the contrary, he thought that this was the worst time in his life. The past immediately comes to mind. Surgery was always something he wanted to avoid, but which constantly haunted him. Suddenly, Jin Hoon's thoughts were interrupted by a young man who introduced himself as the head of the department and said that his name was Nam Ki-taek. The doctor asked if everyone was present, and having received a positive answer, confirmed that they were the full group. The man said that there was not much time, and therefore it was best for them to begin, although a minute later, he singled out our hero, noting that he had bags under his eyes. The head of the department noticed that the young man was most likely one of the top students in the class, and therefore asked him how surgery differed from therapy. The student reluctantly replied that the main difference was the availability of operations. The man said that while therapy helps patients with simple methods, such as medication, surgery, this is direct intervention. Jin Hong noted to himself that in the past, he was a professor of surgery, but due to his fault, there were several accidents during operations, but it seemed that after that, he improved his own skills. Meanwhile, Nam Ki-taek continued to explain that during their practice, the students would perform operations on their own, and this would be something completely new for them. Addressing our hero, he said that nerds like him had a hard time getting used to operating rooms, so he needed to be especially careful. The young man knew all this very well since he had gone through it many times in his past life, and so he said that we'll try. The other students were also scared, but they promised that they would do everything possible and impossible to show their best side. The next moment, our hero coughed loudly, which caused surprise among everyone around him, who were interested in his health. Hearing the blonde suggest that the guy rest at home for a few days, he replied that everything was fine with him, and he was able to endure it for a little while. Seeing her comrade sitting motionless, Lee Hai-mi noted that she would still warn the manager that the guy would not be there, for which he thanked the blonde. Falling onto the table, our hero noted that he had never felt so bad, but there was one plus in all this. He wouldn't have to go to the operating room. The young man remembered that in his past life, he had spent more than 10 years there, and everyone constantly wanted something from him, relying on his knowledge. In that world, our hero carried out so many operations that he is even afraid to remember them. But in this life, he has chosen a worthy direction for himself, and therefore does not want to experience again everything that he experienced earlier, having decided not to have operations. Several days passed, and Jin Hong still couldn't understand why he wasn't getting better. It seemed like he felt the same as on the first day of his illness. The young man knew that any respiratory illness passes within 7 days, but 10 days had already passed since his illness. Our hero's classmates looked at him with horror and noted that he had something much more serious than a cold, so he had to go to the hospital. The guys noted that in such a state, the guy would not be able to enter the operating room anyway, but at the same time, he needs practice, since it is experience. The young man heard the guys actively discussing their practice, but he did not understand what they were so happy about, because it was hellish work. Jin Hong understood that their euphoria would soon end, since the operation was a very difficult moment, and everyone was actively participating in it. The guy knew for sure that he wouldn't go to the clinic and wouldn't take sick leave, so he decided to go to the pharmacy and buy something. Approaching the checkout, our hero asked for something to relieve the pain, hearing the girl remark that he looked unwell. The very next moment, the young man heard someone call his name, anticipating with horror who it could be. Luckily, it turned out to be the blonde's older brother, Professor Bum Soo, who asked what the young man was doing in the pharmacy, and immediately answered that he looked barely alive. The doctor jokingly said that the intern was most likely just tired, and so suggested that he go to a cafe and have a cup of coffee. The man said that firstly, he was treating her, and secondly, he wanted to talk to the guy about something. Sitting in a coffee shop, the professor asked the young man if a regular Americano was okay, to which he replied that it was exactly what he liked. Bum-soo began the conversation by thanking our hero, who did not understand what he had done, trying to replay the events of recent years. The doctor said that the young man always looked after his younger sister, while the young man noted to himself that the opposite was true. The guy knew that she was a beautiful girl, but sometimes it was hard to refuse her, especially when she wanted to come to his house to court him. Suddenly, the professor asked a rather strange question regarding what the guy thought about Lee Hai-mi, and waiting for an answer, he smiled, after which he said that he was probably just a good friend. After a pause, the professor continued that perhaps the young man was uncomfortable answering such questions and asked him to take care of the girl. Smiling, our hero promised that he would do everything possible to continue to be a great friend to the blonde. Standing up from his seat, Bum-soo explained that he had an appointment and therefore he should go now, and wishing the guy a good day, he left. Looking into his cup of coffee, the young man thought about the fact that the professor was the only member of the family the blonde could rely on. However, what interested the guy most was not this, but what Lee Hai-mi was telling her brother about him. Jin-hong knew that he shouldn't think about this, so he forced himself to forget about the conversation and just rest. But his plans did not come to fruition, because the next moment someone's voice addressing him began to shout and accuse the guy. Approaching the young man, Nam Ki-taek said that he had released the student from the operations, thinking that he was not feeling well, and at that time, the guy was simply chilling in a cafe. Our hero tried to retreat, explaining that he was not alone. Professor Bum-soo had invited him, and just a minute ago they had been sitting and talking. The head of the department looked closely at the intern, assessing his further actions. And then he shouted again, saying that firstly, he didn't see the professor, and secondly, there was no need to hide behind this man just because he was the older brother of their classmate. And he abruptly declared that the entire next week, the young man would be on emergency calls and would be responsible for all morning emergency operations. Looking at his supervisor with horror, Jin-hong did not believe what he heard. The doctor on duty is a permanent presence in the hospital and participation in all-night operations. Exhausted, sitting in the corridor, our hero thought that due to a simple misunderstanding, he received a very severe punishment. What the young man had been running from caught up with him. He didn't want to be a surgeon, but there was no way out of it. Lost in his memories, the guy noted to himself that at that time he smoked a lot and hoped that there would be no urgent operations in the coming week. A minute later, Jin-hoon received a call from Nam Ki-taek, who was wondering where the young man was, having heard that he was sitting next to the operating room. The disgruntled head of the department explained that the patient had acute cholecystitis. The operation would begin soon, and therefore the guy had to be in the 7th operating room immediately. Our hero said out loud that he would be there soon, but to himself he noted that for the first time since his rebirth, he would find himself in the place he had fled from. Looking at the corridor, the guy noted that this was the most frightening place, which after so many years instilled real horror in him. It was extremely difficult for the young man to control himself. It seemed as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The main reason was that it would remind him of his past life, and the young man did not want to return to his past state again. Jin-hong felt as if he had been reborn again, but back in time. Suddenly, Nam Ki-taek appeared and said that the patient was already being given anesthesia, and therefore the young man should wash his hands and go inside. The doctor noted that hands should be washed with the utmost care, and if an infection suddenly appears, he will punish our hero. A minute later, the manager was already telling the guy to put on his robe and get ready. The mentor explained that you can't just put on a robe as you please. It's very important to follow the rules of hygiene. In the very next moment, Nam Ki-taek watched in amazement as the student easily dealt with the ties. Our hero thought to himself that he hated tying his robe, while the surgeon noted that the guy seemed to be in an operating room for the first time. Realizing that habits were taking their toll, Jin-hong began to retreat, explaining that he had read a lot and seen a lot, but this was truly his first time in an operating room. The surgeon said in a displeased tone that if he suddenly lied to him again, he would pay for his actions. And a minute later, he added that it would be best for the young man not to make mistakes while assisting, since he would be watching everything closely. Our hero thought to himself that what worries him most is that his habits will show themselves again. But despite this, he dreams of when he can leave this place sooner. Looking closely at the patient, the young man noted that this was a girl of about 25 years old. Jin Hong also understood that there were no other interns here. They were alone. The guy understood that this was a gallbladder operation, which students and doctors usually do in pairs. All the work falls on the surgeon, which means there is nothing left for the assistant. Despite this, the situation still made the guy remember the past, because he had performed similar surgeries so often. Suddenly, our hero was brought out of his thoughts by the doctor's voice, who asked if he had finished disinfecting, and added that if suddenly something was done wrong, and then fell silent. And again he continued his speech about how, if a mistake had been made, he would first scold him, and then do everything himself. The next moment, Nam Ki-taek screamed, noting that everything was just perfect, after hearing the excuse that it could have been done much better. Jin Hong wanted to make a joke, but it didn't come out well, and deciding to change the subject, the men realized that it was best to start the operation already. The doctor explained that the patient had cholecystitis, but they would not use a scalpel, but would perform a laparoscopy, and at the same time, he asked if the student knew what it was. The young man immediately began to talk in detail about this type of surgical intervention, as well as about a large number of positive aspects. A moment later, our hero asked if he could then take up endoscopic vision, receiving the doctor's approval, but also a warning that everything had to be done at the highest level. Looking closely at the tools, the young man knew how to use them, but tried not to say much in order not to give himself away. In turn, the head of the department was going to test the student, so he was interested in where the inflammation was located. Our hero looked closely at the inflammation, noting to himself that it was too serious because it had spread to nearby organs. The guy understood that they were all connected to each other, and therefore it would probably be better to use a scalpel to solve the problem in the best possible way. It turned out that the head of the department held a similar opinion, but he was still thinking about how best to avoid scar formation and use laparoscopy. Taking the instruments, he noted that the problem was that it was much more difficult than operating on the stomach with a scalpel, and therefore it was better to leave this option. Jin Hong didn't like this approach. He knew it was too serious, but on the other hand, he realized that as long as the operation was going well, let it be that way. Nam Ki-taek thought that he shouldn't go into too much detail and should focus on his work. A minute later, turning to our hero, the doctor said that he should not shake the endoscope so hard, and if he was tired, he needed to rest more. Suddenly, something frightened the young man so much that he could not restrain himself and turned to his supervisor. The frightened doctor seemed to take a moment to realize what had happened, while the boy continued to shout that the patient was bleeding. The surgeon, looking at the screen with horror, realized that he had accidentally hit the gallbladder artery, cursing himself with all his might. While Nam Ki-taek was screaming that nothing was working, our hero said that they simply couldn't see where the blood was coming from, and therefore they needed to open it up. But the guy couldn't give himself away, but he said it was very dangerous to continue at this stage, and then asked what would happen if they stopped the laparoscopy. The surgeon did not give up and tried to solve the problem as best he could. At the same time, our hero understood that time was running out, and the heart could stop at any moment, which he told the doctor. The young man knew that the experienced surgeon wanted to prove to himself that he could do a lot, but he understood the dangers of this. So he shouted to the head of the department to open the cavity immediately. With shaking hands, the doctor began to return the laparoscopy instruments to their place. Closing his eyes, Nam Ki-taek thought one last time that he was doing everything right and would not regret his actions. A minute later, the surgeon was already asking our hero to give him the scalpel. He was secretly glad that the doctor had come to his senses. The next second, a full-fledged operation began, which was not supposed to last more than a few hours. But everything went wrong again, the manager noted with horror that instead of increasing visibility, everything was only getting worse, and there was a lot of blood. The doctor ordered that the suction be used more actively, while at the same time thinking with horror about what he should do, since there were no other doctors in the hospital at night. Jin Hong, seeing the terrible state of his boss, suddenly turned to him. The guy asked if it was possible that if they put a smaller nozzle on the suction machine, it would help, and then he fell silent. Nam Ki-taek was irritated, so he started yelling at the young man, noting that he couldn't know anything because he was just an ordinary intern. But the young man was not going to calm down, since he was an excellent surgeon, and therefore began to ask the head of the department to at least try. Realizing that the situation was only getting worse, the doctor nevertheless decided to accept the student's offer. Looking at the changes with surprise, the surgeon could not believe his own eyes, since the blood had easily gone away, and they had an excellent view. A minute later, the young man decided that he would do the suction so as not to interfere with the view, while the head of the department would better concentrate on stopping the bleeding. Finally, Nam Kitek realized where the artery was damaged, noting that things were really bad since he had no idea how to stop it. Turning again to his boss, the guy asked him to suck his cock for just a few seconds. Our hero noted to himself that he did not want to do what he was going to do, but he still had no other choice, because the patient's life was at stake. Watching his intern's manipulations, the surgeon did not understand what he was planning, and so he began to yell and swear at him again. The man wanted to stop him, but realizing that the situation was too critical, he decided to give the student a chance to show himself. Looking at what was happening with horror, Nam Kitai could not believe that the young man had managed to stop the bleeding so quickly. The next second, Jin Hong began to justify himself by saying that it was just a coincidence and apologized for disobeying. The surgeon was about to say something, but he thought to himself that what had happened, this is something amazing, and they will return to this issue later. While getting dressed after the operation, our hero was glad that nothing bad had happened. For him, the situation was dangerous, and he did not want to deal with it. At the same time, the guy understood that human life was at stake, therefore he could not simply watch everything from the side. Having met the manager in the corridor, our hero thanked the chief for his good work and received the same gratitude in return. Once again, the young man had to answer the question of how he found out about everything. And so, pretending to be an innocent boy, he said that he had simply watched the video. The surgeon honestly admitted that everything went very well thanks to the intern, and added once again that it was wonderful that they worked together. As he was about to leave, Nam Ki-taek suddenly asked if it was true that a couple of days ago, the guy had sat in a cafe with Professor Lee and had received a satisfactory answer. Patting the young man on the shoulder, the doctor honestly admitted that he had misunderstood everything and again asked the young man's forgiveness for the incorrect conclusions he had drawn. And a minute later, he noted that the intern had done a great job, and therefore he could safely return home and get some sleep. Besides, the guy should forget about emergency calls. While thinking that it was already 3 in the morning and he needed to get home as quickly as possible, Jin Hong was once again asked about his purpose in life. Smiling, the young man said that he aspires to become a good dermatologist. Looking at his interlocutor with horror, the surgeon noted that dermatology is good, but if a mathematician repairs shoes, that is right. Jin Hong didn't answer, but he noticed to himself that this was already the 3rd person who had said something similar to him. Not much time passed, and our hero had already reached his home. Tossing and turning in bed, the boy was glad that he had managed to get some rest thanks to his boss's indulgence. The young man looked at his watch, realizing it was already 3:30 a.m., and he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep even a couple of hours. Jin Hong reflected that the life of a surgeon is difficult and painful, but it is worth all the smiles of the patients. It is a great joy for a doctor to see the happiness of a saved life and to understand that he is not doing his job in vain. But the very next second, the young man woke up in a cold sweat, noticing that it was actually already 6:30 in the morning. While collecting his thoughts, the guy realized that he had the worst dream possible. While his phone rang, it was Lee Hae-mi. Picking up the phone, our hero heard the girl asking him to come as quickly as possible. Sobbing, the blonde tried to say something several times, but the guy could not understand what. And suddenly the girl said that Bum-soo had died. Less than a few hours had passed before our hero had already arrived at the hospital morgue. In the corridor stood an exhausted beauty who silently looked at her comrade, unable to say anything. Lee Hae-mi didn't know how to describe what had happened to her older brother, something the young man understood very well. Looking at his friend, the young man noted that she shouldn't tell him anything now, he already knows everything. And he warned that if the blonde suddenly felt bad or lonely, she could always rely on him and consult with him. The girl didn't know what to say, and what's more, she didn't want to do it, so she just stood there and cried. The next minute, Jin Hong walked up to his classmate and simply hugged her tightly, knowing that this was the best thing he could do. The worst thing is that the cause of death was suicide. After the introduction of a dose of calcium into a vein, a heart attack occurred due to an increase in the density of calcium in the body. The young man thought to himself that a few days ago, he had met a young doctor who was kind, attentive, and caring. It is unclear why this man decided to commit suicide, because he made plans for the future and was always joyful and friendly. A couple of days later, Lee Sang-min was standing outside the building, all alone, smoking, until he heard someone ask him what he was doing. Upon seeing his father, Lee Sang-min said that it was his brother's funeral and he should pay his respects, although the old man immediately and sharply told his son to get lost. The guy remarked in a sarcastic voice that he couldn't even feel the whole atmosphere, and that he wasn't worthy of being in the family circle. After a moment's hesitation, he added that the father must be upset by this event, since the only son who could have inherited the hospital ended his life as a suicide. Clenching his fist and holding back with all his might from hitting the young man, the old man ordered him to leave immediately. Scratching behind his ear, the blonde noted languidly that if his ancestor wanted, he would of course leave this place. A minute later, Lee Sang-min was already approaching his own car, preparing to leave. It was difficult to understand anything from the guy's expression, given the events of the last few days. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a small photograph hanging on the mirror. It depicted a woman holding a child in her arms. He remembered how that day, sitting in his mother's arms, he screamed at her to hold on. Otherwise, he would just fall over. The young man said out loud that he would never forget that bright and beautiful day, which was one of the best in his life. The police conducted a thorough investigation, but there was nothing to indicate that it was murder. There were no signs of a break-in or the presence of unauthorized persons in the room where the doctor was located. The needle that lay next to the young man had only his fingerprints on it. Since the deal company did not want to publicize this event, it was decided to pass it off as a suicide. Many, including Bumsu's father, did not believe this version. But given the lack of evidence, they came to terms with it. Almost half a year has passed since then. Fortunately, Lee Hae-mi has fully recovered and has become energetic and smiling again. Looking at her, Jin Hong recalled his last meeting with the professor, who asked the young man to take care of his sister. This girl was truly an outstanding personality, although she carefully hid it. Suddenly, our hero called out to his friend, who looked at him in surprise. Patting the blonde on the shoulder, the young man told her not to overexert herself and to take care of herself. Smiling, the girl said in a soft tone that she was fine, and therefore the guy shouldn't worry. Lee Hae-mi explained that this is not the first time she has encountered difficult situations, but that does not mean she cannot overcome them. Although the very next minute, looking attentively at her interlocutor, the blonde asked if he would always be with her. A second later, there was an awkward silence. The girl just looked and seemed to be waiting for an answer from the young man. He in turn was also in no hurry to say anything, as if he was thinking about his next steps. But suddenly Jin Hong hugged his classmate, saying that it was absolutely true, he would always be by her side. Although the beauty thought to herself that in reality this would only be until he got married, and out loud she thanked her friend for helping her so much. Clutching the folder with all her might, the beauty turned to the young man. In a quiet voice she replied that she loved him, but then jokingly, realizing that the guy did not understand anything, she changed the subject of the conversation. While buttoning his robe, Jin Hong thought about the fact that there were only a few more shifts left as a doctor, and besides, graduation was coming up soon. The young man knew that his final exam was ethology, and he would finally become a certified specialist. The young man convinced himself that he had to give it his all to show everything he knew and could do. Entering the office, Lee Hae-mi asked our hero what he was doing, hearing the answer that he was preparing for morning rounds. But suddenly one of his classmates turned to the guy and told him to drop everything, grab the blonde, and they would go eat donuts together. Sitting in a large room, the classmates chatted pleasantly and talked about how they needed to relax as often as possible and stop worrying about everything. While happily eating a donut, Jin Hong thought again that dermatology was much calmer and more interesting than all other specialties. Of course, examining and treating skin is not something to be scoffed at, but the truth is that this area should not be compared to others. A second later, our hero's classmates started shouting for everyone to hide the food immediately. The girl noted that all those gathered should remove not only the packages, but also all traces indicating that they were there, since doctors are coming. While greeting Professor Kim Joo-hoon, one of the guys asked why he had come to visit them personally. The doctor explained that they had a special patient who needed a diagnosis, adding that he hoped the examination room was free. The guys treated the professor and his patient calmly, unlike our hero, who thought with horror that this man turned out to be their dermatology supervisor. The next minute, the man turned his attention to the young man and asked if he really wanted to specialize in his field. With a smile on his face, he said that a lot was expected of the top student, adding that Kang Ming, who had lost an entire year, could not even be compared to such a genius. Smiling, the young man said out loud that he was trying to do everything that depended on him, but to himself, he thought that this was the end for him. The young man noted to himself that if the professor was thinking about the same thing that could be read in his eyes, then our hero would not be able to stay in dermatology. Looking at Kim Joo-hoon, the guy once again thought that he was not guilty of anything, and the responsibility for what he had done lay entirely with Kang Min. Although, despite the fact that Jin Hong might have been treated unfairly, he still intended to try his best. A few days later, the dermatology students and professors met for lunch. While clinking glasses, the boys were happy that very soon they would become real doctors. Sitting at his table, the young man noted that now was the ideal time for a meeting, One could say that he was at his best. The young man understood that even if the specialist didn't like him, perhaps this person would change his mind if the guy showed his sincere intentions. As he approached Kim Joo-hoon's table and greeted him, the young man heard an invitation to join him and have lunch together. Suddenly, the man asked if the student really wanted to become a dermatologist. The next minute, without waiting for an answer, he declared that the guy was most likely joking. Our hero didn't know what to answer or how to behave, and so he simply remained silent. A moment later, Kim Joo-hoon spoke again, saying that if he were in the guy's place, he would never have gone to dermatology in his life because it was a terrible thing. The doctor added something about some unique experience, and our hero must develop in the field of surgery or scientific research. In the end, the man added that one needs to work where lives are saved, as opposed to minor skin problems. At the same time, looking into this man's eyes, Jin Hong felt like he was thinking the exact opposite. Then our hero's thoughts took him so far that he doesn't even remember how the dinner ended. The young man came to his senses at home after washing himself with cold water. He thought again and again about why he tried so hard and went towards his goal. Now it seemed to the guy that everything was in vain, since it made no sense. Angry at himself and at the professor, the young man punched the wall with all his might. And at that very time, on the other side of the city, San-min arrived at his father's house, where he was already greeted by the butler. The man, as always, stood with his back to the blonde, stating the fact that he had finally deigned to come, and casually asked if the young man wanted to have dinner. The young man replied that he had not had dinner, and sharply told the old man to tell him at once what he wanted and not to pretend to care. Answering his father's question about whether he was preparing for graduation, the blonde replied that he was simply doing what was needed, and everything else would come when the time came. The man angrily stated that it was because of this approach that he was always in second place and was a useless child. A minute later, John Jen added that being second is not the same as being first, and the young man has not been able to overtake his own classmate for 10 years. Sang-min decided to be sarcastic and said that his late elder brother was pure blood, unlike him. The interlocutor replied that if the guy didn't have the best blood, he could at least turn on his ambitions and do what was needed. Once again, the young man asked sarcastically what was wrong with his father today. Perhaps he had been offended at the meeting of the rich uncles, although most likely he was simply disappointed. Hearing his ancestor swear, the young man continued his speech about how it was difficult for him to judge people because he had dirty blood. This phrase made the man lose his temper, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, ordering the blonde to shut up because he was useless and no better than anyone else. To back up his words with actions and show who was who, the man threw a glass with all his might at the wall next to his son. A thin stream of blood flowed from the boy's forehead, and he heard the old man continue to insult him, saying that nothing had come of him. Then Jong-gen started to explain that Sang-min has too little time. If he doesn't become number one now and rise in the rankings, he will be in serious trouble. The reason is that the boss wants to exclude the blonde from the family register. And changing the subject, the father added that after graduation, his son must report to his hospital. Hearing his father order him to practice surgery, the boy smiled slightly and said that he understood everything. The next day, Jin Hong was in a bad mood. He was sure that his career as a dermatologist was over. When Lee Hae-mi asked him what had happened to the young man and whether he was sick, the young man replied that he was fine. Our hero thought to himself that he couldn't admit to his friend that he was losing everything he had worked for over the past 10 years. The most important thing was that the young man saw no point in what he was doing, even though he forced himself to relax and switch off. The next minute, the young man's phone rang, and because of his strong accent, he did not immediately understand who was calling him, deciding that the person had simply dialed the wrong number. However, switching to English, Miss E&I turned to Jin Hong. She said that she had a serious conversation and invited the young man to meet. Finally, the guy realized who he was talking to and asked where and what time the meeting would take place. While our hero was talking on the phone, the blonde noted with a smile that the guy spoke English fluently. And what's more, she added that he had chosen the fashionable Itaewon district for the meeting. Arriving at the appointed time in one of the most exotic areas of the city, the young man looked around carefully. He noted to himself that this was the first time he had been in this place, despite the fact that he himself was born in this city. The young man realized that he had simply never come here before, and the next minute his attention was drawn to the cosmetic clinic. Jin Hong remembered that he once thought that he could buy such an establishment, but now this dream seemed distant and unattainable to him. The young man noted that after his 10-year goal collapsed like a soap bubble, only emptiness remained inside. Maybe he just needs to find a regular job, earn enough money, and then get married because his resume is quite good. The guy's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by E&E, who greeted him joyfully. In broken Korean, the girl tried to say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, her words raised many questions in the young man, as the phrase did not sound entirely clear. Realizing that communication in Korean would be difficult, our hero asked his interlocutor to speak English, noting that learning Korean was not easy for her. The company's vice president suggested that Jin-hoon discuss something important over lunch, adding that it was related to their shared work. The young man was surprised by what a boss of such a level could tell him, but he was not against listening to her. Sitting at the table, the young people began to place an order, and our hero noted to himself that he was not used to visiting such expensive places. The next minute, the guy almost jumped out of his seat when he saw the prices for the dishes, but E&I hastened to calm him down, saying that the company would pay for everything. Wanting to lighten the mood a little, Jin Hong immediately got down to business and asked what exactly Miss E&I wanted to talk to him about. Smiling, the girl said that she wanted to brag. She had been promoted to director of the company's Korean branch. For a few seconds, the guy sat as if spellbound, not knowing how to react to this news. However, the very next moment he rose from his seat and began to sincerely congratulate his interlocutor, noting that this was truly a great success. The boss explained that her promotion was made possible by a successful project. The first phase was completed, and active work was now underway on the second. E&I honestly admitted that her career in the company was previously under threat. But everything changed, thanks to our hero. Jin Hong thought that he had essentially used other people's ideas, and therefore his merit was not entirely honest. However, he was happy for his interlocutor's success. The beauty continued to praise the guy, saying that it was thanks to him that she was sitting and dining in this luxurious place. Jin Hong was pleased to hear such words, although he was a little embarrassed because he had already received a large sum of money for his work. However, the director noted that this was entirely fair, since good work should be paid accordingly. Suddenly, Miss Annie asked what the young man was going to do after graduation. Our hero did not immediately understand why such questions were being asked, but he was very intrigued. The next second, the girl began to offer the guy to join their company, take the position of director with a salary of 2.5 million won, and also receive various bonuses. As the boy cut into a piece of meat, he considered the attractiveness of the offered salary. Jin Hong couldn't believe that this was possible, but the woman explained that the offer came directly from the head office. The girl added that the company's management was impressed by the young man's achievements. A minute later, the director again asked our hero whether he agreed to cooperate with them. However, there was no answer. Miss Annie continued to speak, and the guy sat thoughtfully at the table. After some time, the young man walked down the street, thinking about what he had asked to give him time to think. The guy understood that although working on projects in the past seemed difficult, in reality it was nothing compared to the upcoming responsibility. Our hero was about to think over all the facts, but his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. After greeting him, the young man heard the stranger ask again if he was really speaking with Jin Hong, and then said that he was calling from the HR department of DL Hospital. After a short pause, the man explained that he would like to offer the young man an interesting internship at their hospital after graduation. Hearing the last phrase, our hero felt mixed feelings. He blushed and turned pale at the same time since the proposal seemed incredible. An HR employee explained that the hospital had a new program in place to attract top university graduates. After hearing the meeting proposal, Jin Hong began to think about doing an internship not at the university, but at one of the most prestigious hospitals in the country. The young man knew that this clinic was far superior to others, as it was the #1 hospital in Korea, so he immediately agreed. The young man enthusiastically asked where and at what time he needed to come. On the appointed day and time, Jin Hong arrived in Deal. The HR officer greeted him happily. The man began his story by saying that their hospital is part of the Deal Group company. In addition, he emphasized that the hospital maintains its leading position thanks to investments in new technologies and human resources. The young man was bored listening to such information because he had known about the company and the hospital for a long time, so he waited impatiently for his interlocutor to get to the point. Finally, the employee said that if the guy agreed, his salary would be twice as high as that of other interns. The man added that other hospitals pay junior specialists significantly less, but after becoming a doctor, Jin Hong's salary will increase again. Our hero suspected that there might be some catch to this offer, but he wondered out loud whether such conditions had been offered to interns before. Hearing that there were no such cases, Jin Hong asked what this was related to. The employee explained that the boy had been chosen to be the valedictorian at the country's top medical university, a testament to his exceptional abilities. Moreover, the management plans to use it as an example for further implementation of similar programs. After discussing all the details, after saying goodbye, the employee wished our hero all the best and added that they would be waiting for him after graduation. While Jin Hong was thinking that there was no point in refusing such an offer, the HR officer was thinking about his luck in the negotiations. Watching the young man leave, the man wondered why so much attention was being paid to him, but decided not to think about it. Suddenly, the man noticed Jin Hong turn around and was a little scared, thinking that he might have guessed everything. However, he consoled himself with the thought that despite his status as the top graduate, Jin Hong was still just an intern. At the same time, he did not rule out the possibility that the guy had unusual talents that would emerge over time. On his way back to the office, the employee decided that he would not be able to fully understand this issue anyway. As he crossed the road, Jin Hong heard the phone ring again and chuckled, thinking that his day had clearly been too eventful today. After answering the call, the young man realized that it was Sang-min calling him, whom they had not seen for quite some time. The blonde's voice sounded relaxed and cheerful, as if they had just talked yesterday. Sang-min confirmed that it had been a long time since their last meeting, and immediately asked what his comrade was doing in the evening. Without waiting for an answer, he suggested meeting up to have a drink and chat, since they hadn't gotten together for a long time. Jin Hong, still walking down the street, listened as Sang-min persistently suggested meeting at his house, promising a cozy atmosphere and a decent supply of drinks. As he approached the luxurious apartment, the young man noticed the butler bowing politely as he greeted him at the entrance, which made Jin Hong feel slightly embarrassed. Moving along the spacious corridor, the young man remembered how he had been in these apartments before, back in high school, but a lot of time had passed since then, and he had forgotten almost everything. Entering the living room, Jin Hong was delighted to see Sang-min, who looked as energetic as ever. The blonde, smiling, immediately announced that he had already ordered not only drinks, but also exquisite food. Jin Hong asked with a slight smile why he was invited. Sang-min, a little embarrassed, explained that he was suddenly overcome with nostalgia for his school days and wanted to remember the past. This statement somewhat alarmed the interlocutor because Sang-min had never been known for his sentimentality. However, Jin Hong decided not to ask unnecessary questions for now. The blonde, sensing the tension, quickly changed the subject, offering to have a drink to ease the tension. Jin Hong was sure that Sang-min, as usual, had invited his sister, but he unexpectedly assured that she would not be there. And this time, he wanted to spend the evening exclusively in male company. Remembering the previous evenings when Sang-min's sister would happily pour him another glass, our hero thought that perhaps this was even for the best. The atmosphere would be calmer. Raising his glass, the young man thought about how tired he was today, and he noted that because of this, he would probably start getting drunk much faster. Suddenly, Sang-min asked a strange question about who he was to the guy who didn't understand what this was all about. Without a shadow of a doubt, the young man replied that he considered the blonde his friend, but looking at the displeased expression on his interlocutor's face, the young man suspected that he had said something wrong. In turn, Jin Hong asked a counter question about what the other person didn't like about his answer, but Sang-min only hesitated for a second before answering. Saying in a calm voice that he truly wanted to remain our hero's friend in the future, the blonde smiled slightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. The young man, still surprised, asked why the owner of the house was asking such strange questions, noting that it even sounded a little creepy. Sang-min, noticing the bewilderment on his friend's face, quickly brushed it off and explained that he was simply curious. However, the guy was not completely sure of the truthfulness of this answer. Realizing that philosophical conversations were starting to get tiresome, the friends decided it was time to drink to their friendship and the wonderful times they had spent together. For Jin-hoon, this evening was a great opportunity to relax a little. The last months had exhausted him to the limit, and now he was enjoying a well-deserved rest, raising glass after glass. The blonde had no intention of following his comrade's example and preferred to simply watch what was happening. He kept an eye on his guest, who drank as much as he wanted without holding back. However, after some time, the young man grabbed his head, feeling severe pain. It seemed to him that he was about to fall. While he was complaining about feeling unwell, Sang-min suggested that he lie down and rest for a while, suggesting that the reason was fatigue. Suddenly, Jin Hong felt his eyes begin to close, and the outline of his interlocutor began to blur. A few minutes later, the guy was already lying on the couch, and his interlocutor was standing next to him, observing his friend's condition. The young man could not understand why this happened, and what led to it, however. The owner of the house tried to calm his comrade, suggesting that he rest until he felt better. The blonde saw how unexpectedly Jin Hong stood up and was about to go somewhere. However, he immediately calmed him down and assured him that he could get a great night's sleep with him. At first, the young man simply looked at his classmate. It seemed that he himself did not understand what he had done and why he had gotten his friend drunk. The blonde, trying to be caring, continued to watch his sleeping friend closely. For several minutes he stood next to him, thinking. Then he came up and carefully put his hand on Jin Hoon's neck. At that moment, the guy realized how difficult it was for him to feel his friend's pulse, and this made him think about many things. The young man envied our hero's passionate and strong heart, feeling sympathy for him. Sang-min sincerely wanted to be friends with this man and hoped that the young man also had the same desire. Finally, both graduated from university. The blonde took second place, and Jin Hong took first place, and this result remained unchanged for the last 10 years. Both young men began their careers at the same hospital. After passing the examination to confirm their doctoral license, graduates were assigned to hospitals. The internship that was starting was an important and at the same time difficult stage in their careers, and they both understood that it would not be easy. Our hero repeated to himself that by the word practice, he understood that this was the most boring, but at the same time difficult period. In a conversation with Lee Hae-mi, Jin Hoon noted that she should not expect to return home in the next month, because they all have to focus on work and internship. The young man joked with her that in a couple of months they would get used to everything. And then he added that interns can ask to go home several times a week. At this time, the guy heard a familiar voice, and paying attention to what was happening, noticed how Moon Jin was shouting his name, approaching him. Wedging himself between the young man and the girl, Moon Jin continued to shout out the name of our hero. They embraced joyfully, and the friend expressed his surprise that they met in the same hospital, as he did not think that their paths would cross again. Despite his fatigue, our hero was glad to meet a friend who suggested remembering the old days when they still studied together. The young man noted that despite all the difficulties of his studies and internship, Moon Jin remained just as energetic and full of vitality. They continued talking about old times, and the friend said that he couldn't imagine sharing his life with another person the way he did with Jin Hoon. The guys were sincerely happy that they would now be working together. Suddenly, Moon Jin's attention was drawn to the girl standing next to them, and he wondered if she was his interlocutor's friend. At this point, Hae-mi spoke up, introduced herself, and said that she and Jin Hoon had been studying at the same university for many years, and were now doing an internship together at the same hospital, which had brought them very close. Moon Jin looked at the girl in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his ears, and at the same time he was unable to utter a word from surprise. On the one hand, the guy was shocked by the beauty and charm of the blonde, and on the other hand, he was amazed by the attention she showed towards him, clearly not expecting such interest. Stepping aside, the guy asked his friend who this beauty really was, and his interlocutor calmly confirmed everything she had said a minute ago, assuring him of her honesty. The shorty was a little embarrassed and did not dare to give his name, fearing the reaction of those around him, but our hero supported him, saying that there was nothing to worry about and suggested that he not be shy. A moment later, the young man, having gathered his courage, finally said his name and even began a conversation with Hae-mi, who listened attentively to him, asking questions. A little time passed, and the children were invited into the auditorium, explained that the meeting was about to begin, and asked to be attentive. Watching his friend look at the blonde, the young man mentally noted that she was indeed very pretty. Her beauty attracted everyone's attention. However, it wasn't that bothered him, but why he himself was so irritated when someone paid attention to the headman, as if it was invading his personal space. The lecturer, looking around at everyone gathered, began to talk about how they would soon become real doctors, but emphasized that before that, they would have to go through a difficult and thorny path that would require effort. With a smile and a slight joke in his voice, he added that the interns were in for a real hell, full of trials, which caused slight confusion among those present. Everyone looked at the lecturer with surprise and anxiety, since this was not how they had imagined their first day at work and did not expect to hear such words. The man explained that everyone started out as interns, and that was their starting position, but he asked if they knew where interns fit in the hospital hierarchy. A minute later, he said with a smile that he would not tell them this, since everyone must feel their own path to become a real professional. Seeing the fear and uncertainty on the faces of those gathered, the doctor tried to calm them down, saying that this was their first job, so they might not know a lot. The main thing was to try and work for the benefit of the patients. Jin Hong had been through something like this before, and knew that newbies would be given the most difficult and dirty work. But he knew that this was no reason to be negligent in his duties. Hearing that the interns would be doing their internships in different departments, Moon Jin asked his friend with interest where he was going to start, hoping to hear his opinion. However, before our hero could answer, his friend spoke for him, declaring that he would start with therapy, although there was nothing unusual or frightening about this. Then they began calling the boys over and distributing them to departments so that no one would get confused about their assignment or get lost, since the hospital was large. Classmate with interest which department he would start in. Upon hearing the answer, she happily noted that they would be in therapy together. The blonde proudly declared that she considers therapy to be the most interesting and important direction, which she really likes and which she considers her calling. But before the friends could finish speaking, a doctor appeared in front of them and reminded them that everyone should gather together, as the most interesting and important things were ahead of them. The man told everyone to go to their designated places, but our hero suggested that he stay for a little while. In a stern voice, the doctor announced that the young man must follow him immediately. He introduced himself as Lee Yu-san and said that for the next month he would be the young man's immediate supervisor. Jin Hong didn't smile as he knew this man from his past life very well and considered him to be a bore who was prone to constant nagging. Meanwhile, the doctor continued to admonish the young man, declaring that he should not act arrogantly just because he was an excellent student. Lee Yu-sang explained that most of the patients suffer from digestive system diseases, so the intern will have to deal with many difficult cases. He recommended that the intern start by studying the patient's files and added that if the young man had any questions, he could always turn to him for help. Looking at the doctor walking away, the guy thought that he should have at least clarified what tasks were his. Reading the referral sheet, the young man saw that he was prescribed an enema, removal of arterial blockages, and disinfection. Before he had even had time to settle in, the young man ran into a nurse who asked if he really was an intern and if it was really his first day on the job. The young man, a little embarrassed, confirmed that he was new and had just started working. Without hesitation, the nurse honestly stated that hellish season was beginning for the interns, and then, pointing to the top line on the card, suggested starting with this procedure. Looking closely at the equipment that the nurse was holding, the guy thought that he would definitely cope with the enema because it was an easy task for him. However, he didn't like the way the girl looked at him appraisingly, but he understood that he couldn't do anything about it. Jin Hong remembered that in her previous life, this nurse was known for her unpleasant personality, which often resembled Lee Yu-sang's behavior. As he reviewed the assigned procedures, the young man began to understand why interns were not trusted with tasks such as removing ascites from the abdominal cavity. Approaching the second nurse, he asked where he could get the syringes and gauze needed for the work. Taking everything he needed, the young man hurried to the patient's room, hoping that his skills from his past life were still up to par. The nurses, watching the intern rushing about, looked at each other and began to discuss whether this guy was really going to perform such a serious procedure and whether he should be stopped. A few minutes later, Jin Hong's boss, hearing from the junior staff about the newcomer's intentions, asked with anger in his voice how he could have thought of such a thing. Trying to catch up with his protege, Lee Yu-sang shouted that this young man, considering himself the best graduate, decided that he could do whatever he wanted. Having run into the ward, the doctor was already about to scold the intern, but suddenly he froze, forgetting what he wanted to say because what he saw amazed him. The man looked closely at the young man and heard him calmly ask what happened and why his boss was so angry. Lee Yu-sang couldn't believe that an intern who was only on his first day was able to perform the procedure on his own and so professionally. At this point, the patient who had just undergone the procedure intervened in the conversation, stating that his doctor was the best because he had performed the procedure painlessly. Jin Hong smiled, remembering that he was an experienced doctor in his previous life, and easily replied that it was not difficult at all for him. The head of the department, amazed by what he saw, thought that he himself would not have been able to carry out manipulation at such a level, not to mention yesterday's student. However, not only the doctor was shocked, but also the nurses who, exchanging glances, began to discuss the talents of the young intern in a whisper. Realizing that this could not be ignored, Lee Yu-sang warned the boy not to take any action, adding that patients were not dolls for experiments. Out loud, our hero said that everything was clear to him, but to himself he thought that the doctor himself had pushed him to perform the procedure, and now for some reason he was dissatisfied. As Jin Hong continued reading the clearance sheet, he thought that all the dirty work had been dumped on him. Of course, it was not difficult for him to complete all these tasks, but he understood that he would look strange if he did them perfectly. Pretending to be an expert in something you don't know is hard, but pretending to be a beginner in something you know inside and out has proven even harder. A few hours later, Lee Yu-sang asked his subordinate if he had ever worked as an intern in another hospital, to which the guy calmly replied that he had not. The young man knew he had to put on a serious face and lied that he had simply trained a lot on models at university. The manager found it hard to believe, although the young man insisted that he had practiced the skills many times. After making sure that the intern had completed the tasks, Lee Yu-sang left a contact number for one of the nurses, telling her to call him if necessary. Discussing what had happened among themselves, the medical staff could not believe that the guy in front of them was an intern. The guy seemed like a real professional. In the break room, one of the girls was comforting another who was complaining that she was constantly being yelled at. She was eventually kicked out for being useless, which was the final point in her attempts to prove her worth. Jin Hong, watching what was happening, understood that the first day of work is always especially difficult. The next moment he turned his gaze to Hee-mi, who was sitting quietly in the corner. The girl greeted her friend joyfully, although she didn't seem to want to smile at all. Coming closer, the guy asked how she was feeling, but in response he only received a reproach, saying that it was already written on her face. At that moment, another intern entered the room and offered the blonde a little snack before returning to work. Smiling, the blonde promised that she would definitely join in a minute. In turn, the young man said that food is the best way to replenish strength and lift your spirits. As they walked down the hallway, Haimi's colleague began to ask her if it was true that she was dating Jin Hoon, but without waiting for an answer, she herself stated that it was obvious. The indignant beauty loudly denied everything, insisting that there was nothing between them and never had been. They had always been just friends. However, the girl did not calm down, continuing to ask what kind of friends they were. With a smile, the interlocutor explained that at the moment it looked like one-sided sympathy, and she doubted that the young man had mutual feelings for Hae-mi. Hearing this, the blonde sighed heavily and admitted that now everything was clear to her. Everyone knew that Hae-mi was considered the most beautiful girl in the university. Students noticed her looking at Jin Hoon, but he didn't seem to notice her, which led to rumors that the guy might be having problems in his personal life. At this time, our hero, sitting in his office, was thinking about what to eat for lunch, deciding to settle on the meat that his mother gave him. The girls continued to discuss the young man, calling him the leader of the university, and trying to understand why he was so cold towards his friend. The friend advised the blonde to take the initiative, because in this situation, everything depended only on her. A minute later, she added that perhaps he was also interested in Hae-mi, but he just didn't know how to start the conversation yet. The girl wanted to believe that her friend was not indifferent to her, but deep down she didn't know for sure if this was really true. At this time, Moon Jin was lying on the bed in the emergency room, wailing, wondering when they would finally finish their internship, residency, and become doctors. He suddenly said that if a person cannot get a certificate in one specialization, it does not mean that he will not be able to get one at all. The guy, realizing that his friend was interested in something, asked him what he was doing. Jumping out of bed, Moon Jin started yelling at his friend, explaining that he was going to go into dermatology, which meant he had no business studying in other fields, despite the fact that being a doctor was just a means, not the end goal. Jin Hong closed his eyes and thought about his dream, paused for a moment and said that he had a goal, but it wasn't even a goal, but a secret desire. However, noticing that his friend was not particularly interested, he asked if he was really interested. With a gleam in his eyes, the young man admitted that it was about real estate and that he wanted to learn all the tips and tricks in this area. Smiling, he added that the main goal of his life is the leasing business, buying houses and apartments and then renting them out. While the young man was imagining how everything would be, Moon Jin lay back down on the bed and fell asleep again. A minute later, our hero realized that dreams are great, but work is still important. He shouted to his friend that he was going to the ward and recommended that he work a little. And Moon Jin thought to himself that his best friend was probably just kidding around telling everyone about dermatology. As Jin Hoon stepped out of the elevator, she suddenly saw Professor Choi Tae-won standing with her back to him. After greeting the doctor, the young man was warmly greeted by the woman, who asked how he was doing and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Having learned what brought her to the hospital, the young man heard that the condition of one of the patients had sharply worsened. Lee Yu-sang suddenly intervened in the conversation and began to persuade the professor to rest, promising to take everything under control. However, the woman screamed, declaring that she could not rest while her patient was on the brink of life and death. Our hero, remembering this patient, knew that he had been successfully treated for stomach cancer. But during the recovery process, his condition suddenly worsened. Doctors and professors met many times, developed treatment plans, but despite all efforts, they were unable to help the patient. Given Choi Tae-won's experience, many hoped that she would be able to find the cause of the deterioration, but so far this has not happened. Asking the doctor about his opinion about the patient, The professor emphasized that they must closely monitor the condition so that it does not worsen even more. Suddenly, the woman turned to Jin Hong and asked his opinion. While the young man was replying that he needed to check everything thoroughly, Li Yu-sang interrupted, saying that there was no need to pay attention to the intern. In a calm tone, the professor noted that status is not important when it comes to a person's life, and hierarchies lose their meaning at such moments. The disgruntled doctor admitted she was right when he heard her add that the guy was an outstanding personality. The woman also reminded him that since Li Yu-sang was his mentor for a month, he was obliged to teach him well and pass on everything he knew. The young doctor looked at the professor in surprise, not believing his ears. Li Yu-sang looked at Jin-hoon carefully and asked if he was really going to go to therapy. Taken by surprise, the boy timidly replied that it was, although deep down he knew that it would never happen. As he headed to the ward, the young man mentally noted that once the month was over, he would no longer approach this department. Suddenly, a nurse approached him and asked the young doctor to take over from them with a difficult patient. Entering the ward, the guy immediately noticed his patient, as well as the young girl who was on duty next to him. The stranger, closely watching the young man, asked if he was the new doctor. Jin Hong introduced himself and confirmed that he was indeed a new doctor who had come to perform the necessary procedure. In response to a question from a patient's relative about why her father's condition had worsened, the guy said that the professors were currently discussing possible reasons, and they would soon figure everything out. However, the next moment something happened that no one expected. The stranger jumped up and declared that they absolutely did not care what happened to her father. Calmly answering that he would now insert a catheter, Jin Hong thought to himself that such behavior was not surprising, since doctors still could not understand what was happening to the patient. Suddenly, the young intern noticed something that really struck him. Holding the bloody tube in his hands, he asked the patient's daughter where her father's blood came from. Perhaps there was a wound somewhere. The young woman became indignant again and asked where the blood in the urine came from. Looking closely at the pipe in his hands, it seemed like it had come to a realization when Jin Hong realized that it wasn't blood. However, the young man did not have time to explain his point of view, as his boss appeared and asked whether the intern had replaced the catheter. Upon seeing the red liquid, the man immediately began shouting at his subordinate, asking what he had done. The doctor noted to himself that he knew that the young man would sooner or later make some kind of mistake. A minute later, turning to his relatives, he began to calm them down, saying that nothing terrible had happened and that it was a common mistake. After leaving the room, Li Yu-sang began to scold the young man for making the patient worse, while he, on the contrary, made the situation worse. The doctor stressed that patients should be treated like family members and not treated carelessly. Our hero was not going to give up so easily. He insisted that there was more to the urine than just blood and that they had to figure out what exactly happened. Li Yu-sang noted that if an intern made a mistake, he should simply apologize and not try to prove anything. The next minute, he asked the young man to bend over a little because he wanted to tell him something important. The nurses watching the incident discussed how the attending physician would now keep an eye on this young man, even though he was incredibly talented. The boss kept asking the boy if he thought he was so important because he was the best at the university, repeating that it was time to forget about studying. After an unpleasant conversation, one of the nurses tried to cheer up our hero, but he replied that he was fine. The young man said that the most important thing was the patient's health, and a minute later asked if he could use the computer. The guy wanted to know all the possible prescribed procedures and treatments for a complex patient. After the therapy, the patient's heart and liver condition deteriorated sharply for unknown reasons. Jin Hong thought that if the patient's condition continued to deteriorate, he would have to be transferred to the intensive care unit. Our hero realized that studying at the university, no matter how many hours they spent in the classroom, was still not enough to effectively treat patients. But unlike most others, the young man had the advantage of retaining the experiences from his past life. Combining the knowledge he gained at university with the experience from his previous life, the boy became an even more experienced doctor. However, despite all his efforts and acquired skills, the guy still felt that he still had a lot to learn, especially in the field of surgery and therapy. Our hero decided that it would be best to turn to medical literature and study the possible causes of the disease, as well as ways to treat them, focusing on finding information. He hoped to find a solution to this difficult situation. The nurses who had told the young man where he should go quietly exchanged many thoughts, each of them hoping that the young man would really be able to find a suitable solution and help the patient. While reading one of the articles, the guy became lost in thought, trying to find possible explanations for why the patient's red urine suddenly appeared for no apparent reason. The next minute, his attention was drawn to one important detail that he had not paid attention to before. It was something that could explain what had happened. With great enthusiasm and joy on his face, the young man jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that he had finally found the key information he had been looking for so long. He was almost sure that this was what he needed. A moment later, Jin Hong was already rushing towards his mentor to report his guesses and tell him what he had just discovered, his gaze full of determination. He knew that this was important. The young man, in a confident tone, asked the doctor if it was possible that the patient, Kim Shi-min, had developed rhabdomyolysis, explaining that his symptoms and tests were consistent with the disease. However, instead of hearing support or suggestion, Li Yu-sang began yelling at his subordinate again, accusing him of thinking too much and being smart. After a few moments, the doctor fell silent and began to think. He understood that in principle all the symptoms could indeed indicate rhabdomyolysis, but something in this situation seemed too unexpected. The doctor was confident that the patient's symptoms could correspond to this diagnosis, but he also understood that the disease did not develop so quickly and unexpectedly. With irritation, the doctor continued to speak out, saying that the young intern only does what he boasts about his knowledge and abilities, while in practice he still has a lot to learn. However, despite his displeasure, the doctor did not listen to his subordinate and quickly decided that it would be best to get some sleep in the staff room so as not to make decisions under the influence of emotions. At this time, Jin Hong was fighting with himself, his personality torn between the desire to act and the fear of making mistakes. He couldn't let the patient suffer and die, but he also didn't want to be the student who interfered without having enough experience. A moment later, the young man was already rushing to the patient's room. He felt that time was running out and he needed to act immediately. The girl, who had been sitting at her father's bedside all this time, asked with hope whether the doctors had managed to find out anything. But she was worried about the condition of her loved one and was looking for even the slightest signs of improvement. The guy calmly explained that he needed to take a blood test to make an accurate diagnosis, noting that this was a crucial step that would help them understand what was really going on with the patient. The young man added that he had suspicions, but to be sure, he needed to conduct several tests. He promised that if the girl gave permission, he would be able to confirm his hypothesis and figure out what was happening. The stranger, watching the intern closely, noticed determination in his eyes, and she felt that he really cared about her father and was perhaps able to help. Our hero thought to himself that most likely this girl would not agree, because he was not a real doctor yet, but only an intern. But she seemed willing to give him a chance. Suddenly, the patient's relative, surprising everyone, said that if he thought that this was what needed to be done, then he could continue. The beauty trusted his judgment, hoping that this would help her father. The girl explained that the main thing for her was that her father received the necessary treatment and recovered soon, but she was ready to give the young intern a chance, despite his status. The guardian continued that over the past few days this young man had taken care of her father more than anyone else, and this gave her hope for the best. After taking the patient's blood, Jin Hong felt relieved. Everything was going according to plan, and now all that was left was to wait for the results. The young man was sure that this was an important step. When he asked the nurse to do the analysis, he heard that all this could be done through an automatic track. However, the worker added that the result would only be ready in 30 minutes. The nurse explained that the test would take some time and asked him to wait a little before returning to the rest of his work. And the young man eagerly awaited the results, which would clarify the situation. Li Yu-sang, waking up from a short sleep, received a notification that the tests were ready. He went to the computer, not understanding what it was about. When he read that a rhabdomyolysis test had been ordered, the man was surprised to ask the nurse who had ordered the test, as he had no recollection of ordering it himself. The doctor looked at the computer with disbelief, not understanding how it could be that the intern had decided to take such a step without his consent. Li Yu-sang jumped up from his seat, extremely annoyed, and shouted that this guy seemed to want to set everyone up and leave the hospital with this project without thinking about the consequences. Jumping up from his seat, the doctor shouted that this guy most likely wants to jump over the heads of experienced specialists. The very next second, the angry man ran, shouting the name of our hero. The doctor said that he allows himself to do such things. It has never happened before that an intern would do something behind the back of the attending doctor. A moment later, the lab called Li Yu-sang, asking if he had requested tests for one of the patients. With complete confidence in his voice, the man explained that it had been ordered illegally, and therefore the test should be canceled and the incident forgotten. However, the doctor was suddenly taken aback when the lab technician on the other end of the line explained that the man's readings had exceeded 50, which was much higher than the minimum. The employee explained that they double-checked the results, and it wasn't just 50, it was much higher. The numbers were way off the scale. The man didn't even know how to react to this, and simply remained silent, standing like a pillar. Looking at the young man, the doctor noted to himself that in medicine, there is only one disease to which such indicators apply, and this is the very disease that the intern was talking about. Fortunately or unfortunately, this is exactly the disease that Jin Hong was talking about. Realizing that the diagnosis was confirmed, our hero told his boss that they had to hurry with the treatment because every minute counted. After a while, a proud Professor Choi Tae-won walked down the corridor. Addressing Lee Yu-sang, the doctor noted that she heard that patient Kim Shu-min's condition had improved significantly, adding that it was all due to one person, hinting at herself. Looking somewhere to the side, the professor wondered why the smart guy came up with this particular disease. The manager, who thought the question was addressed to him, began to explain that one of the main symptoms was red urine, which he had noticed. Suddenly, the woman asked if the man was sure of what he had just said. And the next moment, she noted that she was disappointed in Lee Yu-san, and added that she knew that the analysis was ordered by a new intern. Speaking with Choi Tae-won, our hero explained that he wasn't entirely sure, but believed that the statin drug that the man had recently been prescribed could have been the cause. With surprise in her voice, the woman said that in fact, in rare cases, this drug can cause rhabdomyolysis, and noted that the young man was talented. After some time, the boy was grateful for his mentor's support. The girl standing in the corridor said that if she ever got sick, she would definitely turn to the young man and do everything possible to ensure that he treated her. But it didn't end that easily. The guardian was so impressed with the intern's work that he wrote a letter of thanks on the hospital's website. Jin Hong was not at all happy about this development because he wanted this post to be deleted as quickly as possible. However, the hospital's PR campaign was too slow, and because of this, the letter rose to the top and began to appear when opening the site. The young man could only hope that not everyone who worked at the clinic would see this message. Perhaps not everyone saw this post, but one of the owners of the clinic, Mr. Lee, drew attention to it. The man was extremely irritated by all this. He didn't think that poor young men unknown to anyone relaxed so much, at least in his hospital. Sitting at the laptop, the young man read the messages written by the patient's daughter, Xu Ming, who once again sincerely thanked the guy and expressed hope that he would become a famous therapist in the future. Not understanding what the letter was talking about, the young man shouted, turning to Jin Hong. While reading our hero's mail, Moon Jin scolded him for lying, noting that he wanted to go into dermatology, although in fact this is not the case. But the comrade did not calm down, continuing to note that many believe that an intern after a year of practice will definitely go to work in the therapy department. The guy shouted out loud that nothing like that would ever happen to him, while to himself he thought that he didn't consider his best friend a gossip, despite all the talk. At that moment, the young man realized that the talk about him staying in this department most likely came from Professor Choi Tae-won, who, as he knew, did not hide her opinion and always spoke frankly. Before the guys could say anything, there was a knock on the doctor's office. Sitting closest to the door, Moon Jin decided that it would be better for him to open it than to wait for someone else to do it. Our hero, standing to the side, heard the conversation between his comrade and the girl, but could not join them, remaining reserved and absorbed in his thoughts. Suddenly, Hai-mi spoke up, smiling as she walked over and asked if Dr. Jin Hong was there, with a slightly mischievous tone in her voice, as if she hadn't expected such a question. The young man thought that perhaps she had come on some important business, but immediately after the blonde asked if he was free, the guy realized that this was not such a serious meeting. Without waiting for an answer, the blonde continued asking if the guy wanted to go for a walk with her, to celebrate the day off in a new restaurant that opened right across from the hospital. The guy knew that when he went somewhere with this girl, it usually always ended with a conversation about how it would be nice to have a drink and how they would have a great time together, which he told her straight out. Suddenly, Moon Jin entered the conversation. The young man noticed that he was also free and immediately offered to join their company, to which the girl readily agreed. The guy started making excuses, explaining that he hadn't been outside for a long time and that he was feeling a little nervous. But on the other hand, he realized that he was perhaps being too pushy, which also worried him a little. A minute later, Jin Hong accidentally turned around, and what he saw shocked him so much that he couldn't say a word. The guy just stood there, while his interlocutors continued to discuss some important issues, not noticing his state. With a casual glance, he saw his beloved and stood rooted to the spot. Looking at the closing elevator, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. His ex-wife was in it, who somehow miraculously ended up in this hospital. The young man quickly ran towards the stairs, trying not only to catch up with the elevator, but also to overtake it, because every moment seemed critically important. Our hero ran as fast as he could, and only one thought was spinning in his head. How could this happen? How did she end up here in this place? The young man could not understand why he met his ex-wife, whom he had forgotten for so long, and why she ended up in this hospital. The young man was worried about the girl, thinking that she needed help, and at the same time he could not get rid of thoughts about how she ended up here, in this hospital. The beautiful Yan-hee, just like several years ago, met him again, despite the fact that the guy had been trying to forget her for a long time. The intern ran from floor to floor, noting with horror that the girl was nowhere to be found. He looked for her with increasing despair, but she seemed to have disappeared. The hero knew that he had searched all the floors where the elevator stopped, but somehow the girl had disappeared, and it was impossible to find her. Tired of running up and down the stairs, the young man wondered what he was doing and what he would do next. The young man could not understand whether it was worth continuing the search if even the elevator ultimately did not bring an answer. Even if he managed to catch up with Yan-hee, he didn't know what to say to her, how a guy could just come up and greet her, how to explain that in a past life they were husband and wife, but their marriage didn't work out. After a minute of reflection, the young man heard the cries of his friends, who began to wonder what had happened to him, why he was running so restlessly throughout the hospital. Finally, having caught up with her colleague, the girl tried to calm the guy down, saying that nothing terrible had happened, and he was fine. There was no need to worry so much. Jin Hong was about to say something else, but the next moment he realized that it would be too stupid and simply apologized. With a praying look, looking at the young man, the blonde asked him to tell her what had happened a few minutes ago that had caused such concern. Over the next month, nothing strange or unusual happened. Our hero transferred from therapy to another department and began to get used to his new place of work. But he did not forget that he might never end up in this department again. Having met Professor Choi Taiwan in the hallway one day, the boy decided to do everything possible to refuse to have lunch with this woman, realizing that she would continue to express her strict comments. The young man noted with horror to himself that despite her brilliant professional qualities, she could make his life much more difficult if she found out that he was going to become a dermatologist. At the same time, his plans and dreams about dermatology seemed more and more distant, especially when the young man was faced with the prospect of working in a surgical department, with its double workload and strict schedule. As the month of surgery began, the young man realized that if he was spotted, he would not have a single free minute in the future, and would have to face the most difficult challenges of his career. Having gathered in the hall, the head of the department greeted the interns and said that they would be under his command in the very near future. The man immediately clarified that it was best not to create problems for anyone, since he did not like to redo other people's work. A minute later, the head of the department approached our hero, noting that he had heard about him, and asked him to show all his talent and knowledge in his department. After this, the man also noted Lee Sang-min, adding that the young man had excellent grades, so he should try hard too. Jin Hong, in turn, again and again persuaded himself to behave like a beginner, not to say or do anything unnecessary. But the next minute, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a male voice. The blonde man, turning to our hero and smiling, advised him not to create problems this month. The interlocutor explained in a calm tone that he personally was not going to stand out from the crowd at all, and that, in his opinion, this would not be difficult at all. A couple of days later, the young man, sitting in the surgical department, mentally addressed himself, asserting that everything should be new for him. This also applied to handling the operating set. Of course, they had previous practice, but this does not mean that he should be on par with the professor in his knowledge. The next minute, the guy, sitting with his back to the nurses, heard them talking about themselves. The girls were whispering that newcomers had arrived to them again. The young man recognized these conversations from his past life. He remembered how the junior staff loved to discuss the doctors. Suddenly, one of the nurses approached the young man, saying that she was seeing him for the first time. Jin Hong, who was always used to being polite, smiled and turned around to greet the clinic worker. While the girl was saying that the newcomers should work hard this month, our hero's eyes were swimming. The young man immediately sat down on the floor and covered his face with his hands. For a second, it seemed to him that he was simply going crazy. The nurse didn't know what was wrong with the intern, but he assured her as he rose from the floor that he was perfectly fine. The young man thought to himself that this woman very much resembled his wife from a past life, but he understood that this was, of course, a different person. However, a minute later, the colleague turned to the nurse and called her by name, and the young man realized that her name was Lee Yan-hee. Kneeling down again, answering his interlocutor's questions. The guy, as before, assured her that everything was fine with him. Smiling and worried at the same time, the young man could not believe that he was not mistaken. This was really the one he was looking for. Looking at Yeon-hee again, Jin-hoon noted to himself that this was his wife from his past life. A minute later, the head nurse turned to Yeon-hee, who was a little shocked by what happened to the intern. The woman said that it seemed like the young man was interested in her, although the girl herself did not think so. But the colleague continued to convince Yeon-hee that the young man looked at her with the gaze of a man who saw his wife for the first time after a long separation. A frightened Jin-hong wondered to himself how this could happen, since in his past life his wife was a careerist who worked in some company, and now she is a nurse. At this time, the second nurse continued to encourage Yeon-hee, noting that the young man was a wonderful guy. However, Yeon-hee seemed insecure, not understanding how a successful intern could like her. Our hero recalled how in a past life this woman complained that, despite all her efforts, everything ended as badly as possible. The husband, looking guiltily at his wife, did not know what to answer, because the marriage had not existed for a long time. All that was left for the woman to do was simply cry and blame each other for the fact that their family life had fallen apart. Our hero's ears still rang with the last words of his wife from his past life. She said that despite everything, she continued to love him. Our hero thought that at that time he should have put in much more effort, but what should he do now? Maybe you should start dating this girl again to change history. The guy understood that outwardly his former life partner remained the same as in her past life. Previously, he fell in love with her for her sincerity, kindness, and positive attitude, regardless of the circumstances. Our hero was under pressure from this whole situation. He decided that it would be better to focus on work, leaving the past behind. A few days later, Yeon-hee was going about her daily business, trying to place a large box on the cabinet. The nurse complained out loud that it was very difficult for her to reach the top shelf. But the very next minute, something happened that the beauty did not expect. A large box began to fall rapidly on her. Just when the girl thought that all was lost, someone's strong hand from below supported the box. Yeon-hee realized that Jin-hoon had arrived at the right time and began to thank the young man, who in turn was glad that the employee was not hurt. The colleague again began to tell the girl that the intern clearly liked her, otherwise he wouldn't hang around her so often. But the guy tried in every way to avoid returning to his past life, so he forced himself to focus on surgery. The young man knew that he had to be quiet, inconspicuous, and strictly follow a predetermined plan in order to ultimately fulfill his big dream. But as soon as the young man relaxed and began to read the work documents, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. It was Yeon-hee with a smile on her face. The nurse noted that they had fruits and offered Jin-hoon some to help himself. With the same joy on her face, the beauty added that they also had fruit juices, which he should definitely try. Looking at his ex-wife, the young man remembered how in his past life she always offered him fruit, claiming that it was the most useful thing there could be. Closing his eyes and turning away, our hero refused the offer, citing the fact that he needed to prepare everything for the bandage. Looking after the intern, the nurse did not understand what had happened to him, but she did not pester him with any more offers. Left alone, Yeon-hee thought that this guy was most likely avoiding her. The young man, in turn, thought that he needed to finish this as quickly as possible, forget about surgery, and move to the dermatology department. But everything did not go according to plan. One working day, a man came to the surgery and started shouting loudly, complaining about the staff working too slowly. The stranger raised his voice and scolded the nurse for having to wait since the morning, and the girl explained that all the doctors were in the operating room. The man continued to say that his wife's bandage was wet with some liquid and needed to be changed immediately. The employee apologized again, emphasizing that the man would have to wait a little, after which everything would be done. Jin-hong, who heard part of the conversation, resolutely declared that he would do everything himself. One of the nurses began to explain to the intern that he would hardly be able to cope, since there was severe inflammation and seroma, which is why the head doctor was going to do the dressing himself. But it seemed that our hero was not at all embarrassed by this. He replied that firstly, everything was clear to him, and secondly, he just needed bandages. After a short pause, he also added that he would need a disinfectant solution. Yeon-hee tried to stop the intern, explaining that the head doctor would get angry if the intern started doing something without his permission. The guy started explaining that the fluid was formed due to poor treatment of the incision after the operation, so it was best to hurry. Hearing that everything would be fine, the employee calmed down a little. But a minute later, she added that the doctor shouldn't worry. It would be better if they yelled at her, but at least the young man wouldn't expose himself. The next second, Jin Hong was already in the ward and was looking closely at the patient. The woman blushed, asking if the young man was really an intern, and then noted that her wound was quite serious. Sitting down next to the patient, our hero began to calm her down, noting that she should not worry. He would do everything as needed. While removing the old bandage, the young man noted to himself that the condition of the wound was actually very bad, and in addition, it was bothering the patient a lot. On the one hand, the guy was thinking about how to thoroughly wash the wound and bandage it again, but on the other hand, he didn't understand why the cut was made in this particular place. The guy knew that this was an unpleasant and painful procedure, so he tried his best to cheer up the patient. Having finally reached the wound, the young doctor noticed that many of the tissues had already died, which meant they needed to be removed. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the intern turned to the nurse and asked her to hand him a scalpel. The young man noted out loud that the dead tissue was interfering with healing, so he would remove it to speed up the healing process. And the very next moment, he began to carry out his task. It was clear that the woman found this procedure extremely unpleasant, but there was no other way out of the situation. The young man tried to finish as quickly as possible so that the patient would feel relief in the near future. A few minutes later, Jin Hoon finished his work and thanked Yan He for her help. Looking at the neatly done dressing, the patient's husband noted that the young man had done a great job, much better than the previous doctor. He then asked if the young man could continue to come to have his bandages changed. The young man remained silent as he listened to the praise, but he thought to himself that he had most likely done something wrong again. A few hours later, the surgeon was already yelling at the intern, claiming that he was now causing him a lot of problems because he had allegedly treated the wound incorrectly. Jin Hong listened attentively to his boss, not understanding what he was talking about. However, he chose not to make excuses, but simply listen. At the same time, he noted to himself that the doctor was angry not at him, but at himself for leaving the bandage too loose and not bothering to remove the dead tissue. The surgeon indignantly asked the intern if he really believed that living people were dolls that could be used for training. However, the doctor did not have time to finish speaking because someone else entered the office. The young doctor turned to Ki-sung and asked why he was scolding the intern. The surgeon wanted to curry favor with his superior, but instead he was asked what exactly the young man who, according to the superior, had done an excellent job, had done wrong. Not understanding what was being discussed, Ki-seong stated that the intern was working with patients with complex surgical wounds without permission. But the boss explained that he personally checked the work of the young doctor, and it amazed him as it was done flawlessly. Rising from his seat, the surgeon asked again what exactly his boss had said. However, he continued to praise Jin Hoon, claiming that the bandage was done fantastically. He initially thought that it was done by Ki-sung, but later found out that this was not the case. The angry surgeon did not know what to say in his defense and could not find the words to scold the young man again. The man again spoke about the boy removing the tissue, but immediately heard from the boss that this, of course, was necessary, since the tissue had begun to rot. Now the boss scolded the surgeon for not doing his job properly, which caused the wound to become very inflamed, and he didn't even notice it. The boss then added that he was looking for Ki-sung to reproach him for doing a sloppy job, but he claims that he did nothing wrong. The boss thinks it is extremely shameful for a doctor to allow an intern to do a better job than he can. Not only can a doctor not call himself a specialist after this, he also has no right to yell at his subordinate. Turning to Jin Hoon, the head of the department smiled warmly once again, praising the young man. He emphasized that the talented intern had already proven his skills and reputation earned at the best Korean university. A minute later, the manager, looking pleased, announced that he had made a decision. The guy would be best served to continue working in their operating department. The doctor interrupted him gently and noted that at the very beginning of their career, no one is 100% sure of their actions, and this is quite normal for a young doctor. With a slight smile, the head of the department patted the young man on the shoulder in a friendly manner, assuring him that he believed in him as a future outstanding surgeon. Jin Hong, stunned by such trust, tried to remain calm. He thought about how boundless the boss's joy was that such a promising intern like himself had come to their department. At this time, at the other end of the hospital, the secretary shared her impressions of San-min. She said that he quickly got used to working in the surgical department, showing accuracy and confidence. The woman said that the young man really liked his job. The blonde's father, hearing this, turned around and said out loud that he felt relieved watching his son's success. But deep down, he was overcome by bitter thoughts about Bum Soo, who had committed suicide at one time. The man sadly reflected that if his eldest son had been alive, he would not have had to go to such extreme measures to support his younger son. He suddenly asked his interlocutor about Jin Hong, inquiring about what reviews were circulating about him among the staff. She thought for a moment and replied that for now, the intern was working mainly in the therapeutic department, and his actions had not yet caused anything truly outstanding. With a slight hint of sarcasm in his voice, Mr. Lee noted that this was sad, but added that Jin Hoon would soon have a chance to prove himself. He mentioned that already on his first day of surgery, the young man will assist the Iron Professor Kang Min-chul, known for his strictness, because almost no one leaves him without a reprimand. A moment later, the man thoughtfully remarked that if the young man had been a surgeon in his past life, he would probably have been upset to learn that he would not be able to work with such a great specialist. At this time, Jin Hong stood in the corridor and thought about how fate had brought him to the surgical department again, even despite his past attempts to avoid this path. San Min, observing his comrade, asked him why he was sent to surgery, since he initially worked in the wards. With an effort to remain calm, the guy answered out loud that everything had worked out on its own. And since that was the case, he needed to give it his all and do his job conscientiously. He noted to himself that this operating room was the same one where he had spent many years of his past life. The feelings were conflicting. On the one hand, this place was alarming, but on the other hand, it seemed frighteningly familiar, as if he was home again. Despite this feeling, Jin Hong couldn't ignore the strange air of the operating room, the cold light of the lamps, and the suffocating pressure that was still the same as in his memories. The operating room, despite its importance, remained a place where it was impossible to relax or indulge in extraneous thoughts. And again, this situation made our hero remember his past, although he tried to convince himself that all this would soon end. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the boss, who loudly asked if everyone had gathered in their places. Coming closer and clapping Sang Min on the shoulder, he noted with a smile that the guy shouldn't look so confused. It would be better if he took an example from his colleague who was doing a great job. Inquiring about the upcoming operation, the boss informed him that Jin Hoon was being sent to assist Professor Kang Min-chul in a liver transplant. Hearing these words, the young man could not hide his surprise. His eyes opened wider with each passing moment. The boss repeated that it was a complicated operation and noted that the professor had a difficult character, so the intern would have to make an effort not to spoil the mentor's mood. The young man thought to himself about how difficult it would be to meet the professor again, because in his past life their relationship had been strained, and now he would have to experience it all again. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the nurses shared their fears that the operation might be difficult due to the doctor's harsh mood. They said they were already preparing for the worst, although they hoped that everything would go without incident. The young man involuntarily remembered himself in his past life, when he also experienced similar worries before his first operation with Kang Min-chul. A few minutes later, all participants in the operation gathered in the operating room. One of those present loudly announced that the preparatory procedures were complete. Kang Min-chul looked sternly at the assembled group and asked if everyone was ready for the operation. Everyone, standing straight and looking attentively at the professor, answered in one voice that they were ready. The man, looking at Jin Hong, asked whether this was really his first operation, and also such a complicated one. Having received an affirmative answer, he advised the young man to try hard, since mistakes were unacceptable here. The young man assured out loud that he understood, but to himself he thought about how the professor was doing with his health, since in his past life he had serious heart problems. At the same time, a secret meeting was taking place in another place. The hospital's rector, Song Peng-soo, reported to an unknown woman about the fulfillment of all her instructions. The woman thanked him, emphasizing that she would not forget the help he had provided, but at the same time avoided answering the question about the purpose of these actions. However, she strongly recommended that Jin Hong be sent to the surgical department as soon as possible. Song Peng-soo hesitantly agreed, promising that everything would be done as agreed. In the operating room, the young man mentally asked himself how long he could hold out in such conditions. Professor Kang Min-chul, turning to his colleague, said that he would personally stop the bleeding, after which the assistant would have to hold the tissues firmly. A moment later, the professor raised his voice, scolding his assistant for his inattention and inability to carry out the assignment. He then turned to our hero, instructing him to hold the instruments, clearly hoping that at least the intern would cope. The guy, closely watching the professor's actions, thought that he perhaps saw him not just as an intern, but as a potential assistant. Unexpectedly, the professor praised Jin Hong, noting that his skills were superior to the average surgeon, and advised him to continue in the same spirit. The assembled were amazed. The professor, known for his stern character, praised someone for the first time, and this someone turned out to be a novice intern. Ki-sun, who was standing nearby, thought that this was completely unusual, since on his first day, the professor had only criticized him. But Ki-soon's thoughts were interrupted by Kang Min-chul's harsh words, who once again criticized him for being inattentive and daydreaming. The professor demanded that Ki-soon do his job properly and not stand there lost in thought. Watching the professor's actions closely, Jin-hong wondered if this man would make him his first assistant. A minute later, Professor Kang Min-chul became much calmer. His mood changed, and he, watching what was happening in the operating room, remained silent, assessing the situation. This silence made everyone present feel tense because they did not know what would happen next. Suddenly, the professor turned to the guy and, looking at him carefully, asked if this was the first time he had been in an operating room and was performing such tasks. His voice was stern, but with a hint of curiosity. Mr. Chil did not hide his opinion and honestly said that Jin-hoon's skills were an order of magnitude higher than the average surgeon. He added that he should continue working in the same spirit without slowing down. Everyone present, including the nurses and surgeons, watched in amazement at what was happening. Some could not even believe that the professor, who was always strict and demanding, praised the newcomer. Ki-sun, standing in the operating room, thought about how the professor, with his explosive temper, praised someone for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, the doctor himself was scolded so harshly as on the first day that he felt almost completely demoralized. Suddenly, the professor turned his attention to Ki-sun again, interrupting his thoughts. He pointed out that he was too absent-minded and not focused on the task, which was unacceptable to him. Ki-sun listened to the professor, sternly telling him that he should do everything correctly and not stand there and dream about something. Realizing that the situation was serious, he became nervous and tried to correct his mistakes. For a moment, the surgeon became even more angry and said that his colleague was moving too slowly. He said that it seemed as if he was sleeping right on the job, and to continue in the same spirit was absolutely unacceptable. The professor then pointed out that his assistant, Ki-sun, was acting worse than the intern, and it was a caustic remark. He even said that if it weren't for Jin-hong, the situation could have been much worse. The colleague was so scared that it seemed he no longer heard or understood what was happening around him. All he wanted was to do his job, but his nerves let him down at the most inopportune moment. Kang Min-chul continued to closely monitor his assistant's actions without interrupting his work. The professor finally said that if the surgeon was unable to cope with the task, he had better leave the operating room and not disturb the others. This was the last warning. Ki-sun, noticing that the professor was becoming more and more aggressive, began to frantically back away, not knowing what to say to him or how to justify himself, his anxiety growing with each passing moment. Jin-hong, observing the situation, noted to himself that his boss looked absolutely pathetic. Apparently, he had serious psychological trauma, which manifested itself in such behavior. At this point, everyone in the operating room began to realize that perhaps another surgeon should have been called in, but the problem was that everyone had already gone to their operating rooms. The next minute, Kang Min-chul looked closely at Jin-hoon and suddenly declared that from now on, he would be his assistant in this operation. The guy wanted to object, but hearing the professor's menacing voice, he realized that arguing with him was useless. The man was determined, and objections were pointless. The young man saw that the surgeon was determined to succeed and did not tolerate doubts. He understood that now he would have to work with this man, and that everything depended on his decision. Remembering his experience from his past life, Jin-hong knew that it was better not to try to irritate the professor. His irritation was so strong that his decisions could become unpredictable. The strange thing was that for the guy, Kang Min-chul had not changed since their last meeting. He remained the same person with a tough character and habits that were impossible to get rid of. Closing his eyes, our hero felt as if he had been transported back to those old days when he and the professor had just started working together. Everything that was happening to him now seemed like a bad dream. Everyone gathered in the operating room looked at Kang Min-chul in surprise, not understanding what he was going to do. They knew that they couldn't give him advice, since he always decided for himself what to do. At the same time, the young people continued to wonder how an intern could assist in such a complex operation, but for Professor Kang Min-chul, this did not pose a problem. The professor himself seemed unfazed by Jin-hong's presence in the operating room. He continued to say that he was going to speed up, and that the young man should restrain himself from the set pace of work. The guy began to complain to himself again, saying that he was just an intern, and that the surgeon still had time to find someone more experienced for this task. However, Kang Min-chul abruptly told Jin-hoon to shut up and continue working because he had real talent, unlike some of the talentless surgeons they kicked out of the hospital. The professional knew who he wanted to work with, and that was the most important thing. The guy understood that a liver transplant takes place in 2 stages. First, the liver is removed from the donor and recipient, and then the organ is transplanted. At this point, the entire medical team is working on extracting the liver from the recipient, which is a key step in the process. The young man knew how important it was to do everything correctly to avoid mistakes. It was extremely difficult for our hero to pretend, because he knew all the stages of the operation in detail and understood that each step had to be performed precisely and without errors. The young man noted with horror that, despite his reluctance, his hands instinctively followed the professor's hands, as if he had long been accustomed to this process and could not stop. When the surgeon grasps the artery, the guy automatically hands him the Kelly. Every movement becomes part of the routine, and intuition leads him further. The next step is for Jin Hong to spread the organs with a military retractor, which requires precision and accuracy. He feels his body acting without thinking and understands that it is important not to make mistakes. In addition, the young man uses forceps to carefully pick up the vessels and stop the bleeding. At such moments, it is important not to panic and continue to work in your usual manner. All this is difficult to hide, just as it is impossible to make a mistake, because any mistake can cost someone's life. A minute later, the professor again praised our hero, saying that he had exceeded all his expectations. Finding himself in a difficult situation, the doctor did not believe that the young man was just an intern, because he acted like a professional surgeon. Once again, taking advantage of the opportunity, the guy began to talk about how it would be best to find a more experienced specialist who would assist with greater professionalism. However, Kang Min-chul stated that the guy was quite suitable for the role, and there was no doubt about his professionalism. At this time, San Min, who was in the operating room, was also closely watching everything that was happening. He was no less tense, understanding how important every moment was during the operation. It took less than a few hours for the liver to be successfully removed for further transplantation. The surgical team did a brilliant job, and the procedure was completed without complications. One of the surgeons working in another team turned to our hero, saying that now he would assist in the future because he was a doctor. The young man calmly replied that he was an intern who was working on this operation, but only on the first team. This admission slightly stunned the surgeon, who was puzzled by his answer. Struck by this display of confidence, the surgeon fell silent, not knowing what to say to this. He realized that his thoughts about the intern had changed dramatically. Suddenly, Kang Min-chul approached our hero. The man did not have time to take a good look at the young man, and not recognizing him in the mask, asked if it was really Jin Hoon. Having received an affirmative answer, the professor said that this guy would now be his personal assistant in all upcoming operations, which caused him some surprise. Hearing the intern's complaints, the specialist concluded that he shouldn't be whining, since he had been doing a great job just a few minutes ago. In a stern voice, he added that the young man must be present at all operations and work actively, because his abilities are obvious. That same day, everyone in the operating room began to discuss the new intern, who had made an indelible impression on his colleagues, and this discussion confirmed that the guy could really become an outstanding surgeon. The doctors thought that the young man might be a real genius, and they began to think that perhaps he should be lured to their department. Sangmin also noted that our hero should be pleased to receive such recognition, but he himself thought that there was nothing good in it. He would prefer to work without unnecessary attention. A minute later, the guy noted that he didn't need any recognition at all. If he needs praise, then let him take it. Our hero is not looking for glory. And again, the interlocutor became interested. Isn't it great when people talk about you and everyone knows that you are an outstanding specialist? But Jin Hong replied that firstly, he was not going to stand out in surgery, and secondly, he wanted to get a normal grade and move into dermatology where, in his opinion, his skills would be in demand. And he noted to himself that there were no longer any rumors circulating, as there were when he was doing an internship in the therapeutic department. At this stage, everything was happening much more calmly. A minute later, the blonde said that despite everything, he was proud of his friend, who had shown himself to be a true professional, the best among all. But listening to the discontent in the guy's voice, Sangmin looked at him carefully, clearly not understanding why he was so angry. The interlocutor could not understand what exactly upset him about such high recognition. From then on, Kang Min-chul called the young man to every operation, insisting that he show only his best side. One day, in the middle of the working day, the professor offered the young man a drink to relax after a tense operation. However, the guy calmly refused, explaining that he had to be on duty and could not afford to rest. However, Kang Min-chul's gaze increasingly became a source of embarrassment for the young man. His close attention, like Choi Taiwan's gaze, always seemed piercing. This only added to the pressure. At the same time, every day performing another operation, Ki-soon felt how he blushed and turned blue with shame. He was constantly scolded for shortcomings in his work, and he could not understand why the professor was paying all his attention to him. The man couldn't understand why Kang Min-chul took the time to scold him when the other employees got away with it. Although a surgeon shouldn't really care if they yelled at him, Ki-sun was irritated because they always singled out Jin-hoon as if he was some kind of chosen one, special, which only increased his inferiority complex. The man couldn't understand where this guy came from. The only explanation he could find was that he might have been reincarnated, but he himself knew that this was just a fantasy. During one of the surgeries, Kang Min-chul became interested in where Jin-hoon learned to handle instruments so skillfully. The guy smiled and explained that he watched a lot of training videos and read tons of medical books. The surgeon, like all the previous ones, found it difficult to believe these words, because their experience did not allow them to perceive such rapid progress. Standing to the side, our hero heard one of the surgeons announce that the donor liver had been removed, and that he would now have to assist the professor in the next stage of the operation. The guy was glad that now he would have a chance to leave quietly without attracting unnecessary attention. Suddenly, the professor called out to him, asking where he was going. Kang Min-chul reminded him that they had to finish what they started, and it was not a good idea to leave in the middle of it. The experienced doctor did not understand the guy's decision, because in his opinion, it was an illogical act. The specialist said that he did not expect that the young man, as an intern, would want to leave so suddenly. The professor explained that the operation was not complicated, and they had extra time to teach the young doctor several important manipulations. This was a chance that the young man should not miss. Jin Hong stood there in amazement, unable to believe his ears. He thought that this was just a dream, and that he himself would hardly be able to handle such important tasks. The young man did not understand why the professor wanted him to participate in such difficult work. The surgeon who was to assist reflected sadly that he would probably have to work alongside a newcomer, and he realized that despite his efforts, this decision would probably make the job more difficult. However, in order not to look weak in front of his colleagues, the doctor still asked how the young man was feeling, deciding to pretend that he cared about his condition. After a short pause, the guy replied that there was no need to worry, since he felt almost no panic, thanks to the professor's support. The next second, Jin-hoon suddenly remembered that in his past life, Professor Kang Min-chul died of a heart attack, and that moment overshadowed him. But his thoughts were interrupted when Kang Min-chul turned to him again, reminding him that the operation needed to be completed and they couldn't afford to delay. Kai-sun watched this development with annoyance, realizing that the intern was now valued much higher than he was. This was extremely unpleasant, and therefore the problem had to be solved somehow. A little later, sitting in his office, the doctor complained to his assistant that he had been moved to second place, and now he could not stand the stress. The boss noted that he had heard rumors that the professor had chosen Dr. Kim as his successor, which worried him because he was no longer in the foreground. When asked to select a second intern for surgery, the surgeon expressed dissatisfaction, saying that it was not normal for only interns to come to the operation. However, the chief did not calm down, noting that Jin Hong had been working on par with experienced surgeons for a long time, and besides, Sang Min could be appointed as the second assistant. In a cheerful tone, Kai-sun agreed to the proposal, claiming that it was a good idea and that he would do just that. At this time, Sang Min was standing at the door, hearing everything his colleagues were saying. It was difficult to tell from the young man's impassive expression what he was thinking at that moment. Standing in front of the operating room, Jin Hong asked his comrade if it was true that he had been appointed as the professor's second assistant. In a calm voice, the blonde confirmed that this was true, adding that it had happened that way, and now they needed to try. Looking closely at the young man, our hero wondered if everything was okay with him. He had known this man for 10 years, but still could not understand what was going on in his head. The only thing that was known was that this young man was very proud, and so one could only hope that everything would be okay with him. Not even a few minutes had passed before our hero found himself back in the operating room, as always, for the next month. The guy looked at Sang Min and noted to himself that he seemed to be worried. The young man was calm because he was already living his second life, and in the past he had performed thousands of complex operations. Kang Min-chul, who was surprisingly in a good mood, noted that there were many talented interns around him. But the next moment the man suddenly fell silent, and a strong sweat appeared on his face. Answering our hero's question about his own health, The surgeon said that everything was fine with him and there was no need to worry. The young man knew that not everything was well with the professor, so he asked if the pain in his chest had gotten worse and was about to suggest something. The man said that firstly, everything would pass when he calmed down, and secondly, how could he give up everything when the patient's guts were all hanging out? Jin Hong noted to himself that this man should have started treatment a long time ago, but he continued to say that everything would be fine and that treatment could be done after the operation. Suddenly, the guy was brought out of his thoughts by his partner, who addressed him by name. Kang Min-chul wondered if the young man really intended to become a surgeon. The doctor said that the young man's words about learning from videos were, of course, nonsense, because his skills were at the level of the most experienced surgeon. The guy thought to himself with horror that this professor probably understood everything, but what could one possibly understand in such a situation? Waiting for an answer, Kang Min-chul added that he was certain of one thing. The young man liked surgeries. Jin Hong, studying his interlocutor, thought to himself that this was all untrue, and the man had simply imagined it. But out loud, he said that he really had no desire to do it. But the next minute, something happened that no one expected. Kang Min-chul's hands began to tremble, and he grabbed his chest. A second later, the man was lying on the floor, and those gathered did not understand what had happened to him and what to do next. Our hero felt that everything was far from being in order, but by inertia, he continued to ask the same question to the man lying in front of him. After feeling the pulse and addressing the assembled people, he said that the heart was beating, but the pulse was weak. The man had had a heart attack. Remembering what happened in his past life, the guy added that they should immediately contact the cardiology department and take the patient there. While carrying the man out, the nurses continued to automatically monitor the professor's condition, hoping that the intern had made a mistake. Standing in the center of the room, the young man did not know whether everything would be okay with the doctor or not, because in his past life, he had a hard time due to heart problems. But a minute later, the young man heard the voice of a blond man who called out to him several times. Still standing next to the patient, San-min hurried to his colleague, asking what they should do next since everyone had left. Turning to the nurse, Jin Hong barely restrained himself and asked where Professor Yu Yan-su and the other doctors were. The girl replied that the professor had been called away for an emergency operation that would last at least another hour and a half, and the rest had gone to their scheduled seminars. Our hero realized with horror that only 2 interns and 1 surgical nurse remained for the liver transplant operation. Looking at the organ that was lying in the tray, the guy realized that an hour and a half was too much time for the liver to deteriorate. This means that not only the organ itself will die, but also the patient who does not receive it. The young man understood that if nothing was done, the patient would die, and he asked out loud where the doctors had gone. The nurse explained that she didn't know for sure, but it was probably not Seoul, but some nearby town. Jin Hong heard the nurse asking what the boy was going to do and wondered if the surgeons would be able to arrive on time. The young man knew that by then both the liver and the patient would be dead, but he could not stand and just watch. The young man, clenching his fist, was partly angry with himself for how it all happened. He had been aiming for dermatology, but had ended up in surgery and in such a difficult situation. The guy didn't care what people said or thought about him. He just wanted the man on the operating table to survive. And so the very next moment, our hero declared to everyone gathered that, no matter what, he would continue the operation. The nurse seemed to not believe what she had just heard, and so she began to ask again. Sang-min also joined her and asked if the young man was taking on too much responsibility. For some time, the interlocutors stood in complete silence, and then turning to the blonde, he asked if it was true that he was his friend. Without waiting for an answer, he said that they should do it together, and asked the young man to bring him a surgical microscope. With a calm voice, Jin Hong stated that he was confident in his own abilities, but he could not do without the help of a surgeon. For some time, the blonde stood and carefully examined the young man. It seemed that he was thinking about his next steps. On the one hand, the colleague didn't like this idea, but on the other hand, he understood that there was no other choice. And so he said out loud that if it was about Jin Hong, then he could do anything, and it had always been that way. A minute later, an operating room nurse entered the room and, seeing the young people next to the patient, asked what they were doing. When the girl heard that the guys had decided to continue the operation, she was shocked. She screamed in horror that only an experienced surgeon with many years of experience could connect the vessels, and therefore it was necessary to stop immediately. But our heroes made it clear that every minute counts, as the liver is nearing its expiration date and will die if not dealt with quickly. The guy has some basic knowledge because he's been an assistant the entire time for the last month, promising that if anything goes wrong, he'll immediately stop the operation. The nurse was about to object, But the young man asked what they should do. Should they just watch the man die? And then Jin Hong said that he would take full responsibility. Sang Min couldn't understand this, so he asked his friend if it was true that he was willing to take full responsibility upon himself, and he heard an affirmative answer. The young man thought for a moment and then said again that he would do everything to ensure that the patient stayed alive. Of course, our hero didn't want to be exposed, but there was no other choice anyway. The young man, turning to himself, said that excuses must be put aside because the patient was dying. A few minutes later, the guy announced that he was connecting the target artery and the hepatic artery and asked the nurse to cut the 3,0-proline. The girl looked at the young doctor with horror and continued to wonder where he knew so much from and how he could do the practically impossible. The employee believed that she was mistaken about him being an intern. Most likely, the young man was simply a young specialist. However, our hero was not going to stop. He said that at the next stage he was going to disconnect the artery. At this very time, the young man was thinking about what he would do next, how experienced surgeons and professors would look at him. A minute later, one of the staff surgeons came in and asked again whether Cole had really become ill and at what stage the operation was. Jin Hong explained that firstly, the patient was fine, and secondly, he was an intern. And a moment later, he explained that the professor had managed to complete the operation before he became ill. The young man looked at the astonished nurse, who did not understand what the young doctor was talking about, and he, in turn, winked at her, hinting that she should remain silent. The girl had no intention of setting the guy up, and therefore fully confirmed his version of what happened. The surgeon, listening attentively to what had happened, noted that everything had gone well, adding that he would be able to cope on his own from now on. And when he started the operation, he looked carefully at what stage it was at, so that he knew what to do. While examining the veins, the man said out loud that the professor, as always, did everything at the highest level, despite the fact that he felt unwell. Jin Hong, as he walked away, thought about the fact that he was saved by a real miracle. Otherwise, he did not know how he would explain his professionalism. Looking somewhere to the side, our hero also noted to himself that there was still something important left to sort out. Half an hour later, the young man entered the restroom and found Sang Min there, who had just taken a shower. The young man looked closely at his colleague and waited for some question or something like that. Without waiting, he himself began to ask what had happened and why the other person was standing there and simply remaining silent. Plucking up his courage, Jin Hong asked with a smile if the blonde had time, and without waiting for an answer, he stated that he wanted to talk to him about the operation. For a few seconds, the interlocutor stood and silently looked at the guy, as if thinking about something. Finally, our hero apologized to the guy and asked if he could not tell anyone that he had completed the operation himself. With sadness in his voice, the young man noted that he did not want unnecessary rumors to spread throughout the hospital. Once again, it was clear from Sang Min's expression that he was about to say something, but he stood there silently, just like a few minutes earlier. The very next minute, the interlocutor asked what he should do in such a situation. And suddenly he noted that no matter what, he was not going to just remain silent, which caused a storm of emotions in our hero. Although the next moment, smiling, the blonde said that, firstly, his friend needed to make his face simpler, and secondly, he was just joking. The guy didn't really like this prank and this answer, but he decided to keep quiet. But a few minutes later, as he walked down the hospital corridor, the young man thought that he still had a bad feeling about Sang Min, as if he was up to something. But the guy was happy that Professor Kang Min Chul was gradually getting better, and that was the most important thing in this whole story. Although our hero was still frightened by the thought of whether the surgeon remembered at what stage he felt ill, and whether he would ask about the operation. A month later, when she met Lee Hai-mi, the girl asked if the young man was probably tired after all this time, although he noted that it wasn't that bad. Closing her eyes, the beauty told them that the emergency room awaited them. It was incredibly exciting because there was always a lot of work there. The guy confirmed that they need to be extremely careful, since there are indeed many patients coming in critical condition. Talking about this department as if he already worked there, the guy caught himself thinking that he was standing out again, and this was unacceptable. The young man knew that they had a difficult job ahead of them, but he decided that in his new place, he would show himself as an ordinary intern. In the emergency room, the children were greeted by the leading doctor, who informed them that they would be working with him in the near future. Seeing the intern's confusion, the man said that this department was always noisy and lively, but in a couple of days the students would get used to it. Oh Hyun-suk announced that their schedule was far from ideal, but it was convenient, with days of work followed by days of rest. While the doctor was talking about the specifics of the job, Lee Hai-mi was thinking about how she would now have to spend a lot of time with Jin-hoon. After finishing his speech, The man looked closely at Jin Hong, as if trying to figure out if this was the person they were talking about in the hospital. Looking at his new boss with surprise, the young man introduced himself. Walking down the corridor for a few minutes, the guy noted that he hadn't done anything yet, but people were already starting to notice him. At that moment, the blonde called out to him, noticing that he was constantly muttering something under his breath instead of smiling and relaxing a little. The beauty immediately invited the young man to come and have coffee during their lunch break. Half an hour later, they went to one of the places where they could calmly talk and unwind. The caring blonde remembered that her friend loved iced coffee and ordered exactly that drink for him. The very next moment, Lee Hai-mi, without any extra conditions, offered Jin Hoon to sit somewhere in the near future. The young man sharply replied that he didn't want to. At the same time, the blonde noted to herself that she had expected a completely different reaction. A minute later, the guy laughed, saying that he was just joking. However, he thought that he should stop joking like that because the girl almost cried. He wanted to add something, but was distracted by a message that came to his phone. It was Yan He, who was asking what the intern was up to in the near future. The young man remembered that they had indeed agreed to meet, but he did not expect the nurse to remind him of herself so quickly. After replying to the message, he immediately received a response in which the girl wrote that she would contact him as soon as she was free. Jin Hong thought that this was just a meeting that didn't obligate him to anything, and decided that the sooner they met, the sooner he would forget his wife from his past life. The guy told He-mi out loud that he was okay, and that they needed to rest as often as possible. However, before he could finish speaking, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Approaching the young man, the beauty greeted him, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man recognized Miss Annie. Despite the fact that she had changed a lot, the girl began to look even more stylish and attractive. She explained that she had a business meeting at the clinic, but she didn't even hope to meet someone she knew, and then I asked how he was doing. Standing next to Professor Choi Taewon, the company representative said that Jin Hoon had been very helpful to them on one project. The doctor looked at the intern in surprise, not believing her ears. She knew about the guy's abilities, but had no idea that he could reach such a level. Miss N=Ni once again confirmed her words, adding that the young man is a real genius with a brilliant future. Not knowing what to answer, our hero tried to avoid the conversation, noting that in fact, he had not done anything special. The blonde didn't seem to be listening to him, so she continued to explain that almost all of the ideas and research were due to Dr. Kim. The young man could not listen to such a quantity of praise, realizing that he had already shown enough light. Having declared that it was time for him to have an operation, he hastily left. Walking down the corridor, the guy thought that firstly, it was dangerous for him to meet such people in public places, and secondly, he should be more modest. At this time, sitting in his office, Mr. Lee was deeply thinking about Jin Hong. He understood that this young man was not an ordinary person, because he was a real genius, of which there are very few in the world. However, Yi Sang-min, another promising intern, was also considered talented, but no matter how hard he tried, he would always be compared to his competitor. The owner of the clinic wanted his son to be just as outstanding, but he didn't know how to inspire him because he never really tried. Turning to the secretary, Mr. Lee instructed her to collect all the information about our hero, starting from childhood, including data about his parents. With joy in her voice, the woman announced that the guy would be doing an internship in the emergency department in the coming month, and offered to refer the most difficult patients to him. However, the blonde father did not like this proposal. If the intern were to treat everyone, it would cause concern, and rumors would immediately spread throughout the clinic. Secretary Min suggested choosing one of the most difficult patients, referring him to the student, and then presenting everything as if he had made a mistake. The man noted that he liked the idea. He was sure that the intern would sooner or later make a mistake, and then his reputation would suffer. Mr. Lee smiled, imagining how beautiful it would look if the young man who had been so praised by everyone at the clinic were defeated. Giving instructions to the secretary again, he asked to select a patient who would be best sent to the intensive care unit. The next day, Jin Hong had already begun examining patients, treating each individual case with attention and demonstrating professionalism. He suggested one of the patients to do some physiotherapeutic exercises to correct the position of the cervical vertebrae. A few minutes later, the patient rose from the couch and shouted that a real miracle had happened. He no longer felt dizzy or had a headache. Lee Hai-mi thanked her friend with admiration, noting that she did not know how to deal with this patient, since all the other doctors were busy. Looking at the blonde, the guy noted that he hadn't done anything special, adding that over time she would not only learn everything, but would also become an excellent doctor. No matter how hard Jin Hong tried to remain unnoticed, he couldn't do it. Not only the interns, but also the doctors began to admire him. The talk going around the hospital was not empty rumors. He really was the best student at the Korean university and was never proud of his achievements. Colleagues of the same age began to turn to Jin Hong for help more often, rather than to senior doctors, because he never refused. That same day, one of the colleagues approached the young man, asking him to examine a patient with an unusual skin rash. Even though the guy wanted to refuse, his colleague insisted, claiming that everyone was busy and that he, as always, knew best. The tired and exhausted guy understood that he couldn't refuse, and sighing, he agreed to help. A few days later, another intern approached him asking for help. Over time, the number of people wanting to consult with Jin Hong began to grow. It seemed that all the doctors in the hospital wanted to consult him. While examining one of the patients, the young man recommended that another doctor send the patient to the psychiatric department. But the very next moment, the guy noticed that, without realizing it, he was performing the duties of the head doctor, which was unacceptable. Looking at the other interns, the young man finally realized that they were trying to shift all their work onto his shoulders. Oh Hyun-suk also noticed what was happening and asked Jin-hoon with a smile why he suddenly started doing his work. The young man had no answer, but he knew he had done wrong and simply stood there, apologizing. His interlocutor, however, smiled, making it clear that he was not at all angry. A minute later, the doctor explained that he was not going to scold the young man, because thanks to him, his own life had become better. And the rumors about this were not an exaggeration. He honestly admitted that he has a lot of work, and on days like these, he is glad that there is a guy who's always ready to help. After this, he stated that, despite the fact that the internship had not yet ended, the young man already deserved the highest score. However, Jin Hong was not too happy about such a high evaluation, and only said that he needed to get back to work. The doctor didn't answer. He just followed him with his eyes, as if he wanted to say something else. He thought to himself that the young man was a wonderful person and could adapt to any situation perfectly, but for some reason the management was so persistent in wanting to hinder him. A few minutes later, Lee Hai-mi asked her friend if he had time on the following day off, and if he wanted to go for a walk. After thinking for a moment, the guy agreed, noting that it was a great idea, considering how much they had been working lately. Jin Hong understood that he was an ordinary young man like everyone else, which meant he should spend his free time with his friends. But the very next minute, his plans were disrupted when he received a message from Yeon Hee, who also suggested meeting tomorrow. The young man knew that he did not want to refuse the nurse, because he believed that meeting her would help him leave his past life behind. However, he didn't have time to answer Lee Hai-mi because his boss addressed him. Oh Hyun-suk asked Jin-hoon to take care of a patient who had just been admitted to the ward. The doctor looked tired and said that all the staff were busy and that he himself did not have time for this patient. For a few seconds, the young man stood, looking inquiringly at his superior, who looked quite guilty. However, he decided not to find out anything and just do what was required of him. However, the young man was alarmed by the fact that the patient was unconscious and, moreover, without an escort. The head doctor apologized, explaining that everyone was really busy with pneumonia patients, and asked if the young man would be able to cope. Jin Hong assured that everything was fine and promised to look into the matter. He hurried to the observation room, and the chief stood for a while watching him go. To himself, Oh Hyun-suk thought that this patient was a difficult case, and whether the intern could handle him was questionable. During the examination, the young man assumed that the man had cirrhosis of the liver, but he was also concerned about other symptoms. Standing next to the patient, he noticed that he smelled not only of alcohol, but also of urine. The guy noted that the patient's skin was yellow and his stomach was swollen like a balloon. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by a man who introduced himself as a doctor from the team that had brought the patient and asked him to sign the documents. While sorting through the paperwork, the guy thought that if something went wrong, all the responsibility would fall on him. Returning to the patient, he suggested that liver failure could be the cause of his condition, but he was unable to understand why the organ had become so enlarged. The next minute, the intern asked the nurse to take blood and fluid samples, emphasizing that delay could cost the patient his life. Not wanting to waste a minute, Jin Hong hurried to his boss's office and asked in a reserved but determined tone if he could use the ultrasound machine. Oh Hyun-suk, trying to catch up with the intern, who was already rolling the apparatus out into the corridor, asked with slight distrust where the intern got such knowledge and skills from. The boss's voice sounded both surprised and concerned. The head physician watched in amazement as the young man confidently moved the ultrasound sensor over the patient's abdomen, as if he had been working with such equipment for a long time. Calmly answering his boss's question, Jin Hong explained that he studied this topic at university because he always considered ultrasound diagnostics to be one of the most important tools for a doctor. However, a moment later, the intern's face turned pale. He stopped the sensor and froze. What he saw on the screen caused the young man serious concern. The young man, continuing to examine the patient's internal organs, said with alarm that the liver was wrinkled, dried out, and additionally contained a tumor. The guy realized that in front of him was a patient with hepatocellular carcinoma, a severe form of liver cancer. This thought paralyzed him for a moment, but soon he pulled himself together and continued the examination. At this moment, a nurse entered the office holding the patient's blood test results in her hands. She looked worried, as if she had a premonition that these data would not bring anything good. Jin Hong glanced at the printout. The bilirubin level in the blood reached 48, and the clotting factor was only 4.3. These indicators clearly indicated that the liver had almost stopped performing its functions. The young man turned to his colleagues for help, but everyone he turned to refused to take the patient, realizing how difficult and complex the case was that they would have to handle. No one in the department wanted to take on such responsibility, and the guy realized that this was not just an unwillingness to help, but a fear of possible complications and bureaucratic problems. However, bureaucracy and cold calculation angered him the most. Our hero understood that if the patient was left without help, he would die slowly and painfully. After numerous refusals, the intern returned to the patient's bed. After some time, he happily noticed that the man began to come to his senses. This gave hope, albeit small. It was clear that the patient was very weak. The man could barely open his eyes, but his gaze gradually became conscious. Jin Hong carefully watched every movement of the patient. The young man knew that he had done everything possible at this stage, but he continued to think about how he could help further. The man, raising his trembling hand, tried to attract the intern's attention. Pain and despair were visible in his eyes. He barely audibly asked the young doctor not to leave him and to try to do at least something. Jin Hong listened attentively and nodded, showing that he understood and was already doing everything he could. But inside, he felt helpless in the face of such a difficult situation. The patient began to cry. His quiet but sincere words begged to do anything to save his life, and these tears deeply touched the young doctor. The young doctor stood nearby, firmly deciding that he would not back down. The guy understood that even in such a difficult situation, one must not lose hope. The guy was well aware that his patient's problem was extremely complex, but he tried to calm the man down as best he could, not allowing his anxiety to take over. Sitting in the corridor, our hero wondered if it was normal that he was treating such a severe patient in the emergency department, that it did not quite correspond to his condition. Suddenly, Lee Hai-mi approached the guy and noted that he had hardly rested in the last few days, always being near the sick person. Smiling, the young man replied that this was not entirely true, explaining that he had managed to catch at least an hour's nap in the break room. Hearing the blonde's concern, the young man said that he was fine and noted that she too had been sleeping little lately and not resting properly. After a few days, the patient's condition stabilized, and having come to his senses, the man sincerely thanked our hero for his help. However, the young man was intrigued and wanted to know what happened to this man, so he began to ask him in detail about his life. The patient, introducing himself as Kim Sung-min, told a little about himself. It turned out that he quit his job and opened his own business, which eventually went bankrupt, and because of his debts, he ended up on the street. The man admitted that he knows about his serious illness, but what torments him most is the inability to contact his family to apologize for bringing them to this situation. Listening to his story, the young man increasingly remembered his past life, the despair with which he himself wandered the streets, not knowing what to do. In response to Kim Sung-min's question about how much time he had left, the doctor regretfully confirmed that, unfortunately, the man had very little time left. The guy looked at the patient with sympathy, but he realized that he was not omnipotent and could not help him solve all his problems, especially considering that the situation had already dragged on. The patient, having gained strength, asked Jin Hong to try to find his son, whom he would like to meet before his death. The young man became interested and wanted to know more, but the man said that he had recently communicated with his son, but had since lost contact with him. Our hero looked at this unfortunate man with sympathy and promised that he would do everything possible so that the man could meet his son for the last time. Sitting in the corridor, the hero thought about the promise he had made, but he realized that finding the person would be much more difficult than he had expected. The young man understood that many families who find themselves in difficult financial situations abandon their loved ones if they become a burden. Jin Hong's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a nurse who was rushing to tell him some alarming news. The woman screamed in horror that a seriously ill patient had started vomiting blood and that an intern had to come to him immediately. Looking at the man, the guy could not believe his eyes. He hoped that his patient had finally gotten a little better, but the situation had worsened. Without wasting any time, the young doctor shouted at the nurse to start an IV and use a vasoconstrictor. The boy noted to himself that if the patient's blood pressure rose again, he would not survive, and he ordered the nurse to immediately begin the transfusion. It's passed not much time, and fortunately, Kim Sung-min's condition was at least somewhat stabilized. Sitting by his bed, our hero reflected that he was lucky to have managed the situation, but an endoscopy should have been performed. But due to the patient's general condition, it would have been too risky. The young man wanted to do everything in his power to help this unfortunate man, but unfortunately, his strength was not unlimited. The next second, Jin Hong received a call from the head of the administrative center, asking him to come up to his office. Without wasting any time, the young man immediately began asking how he could help and what was required of him. The clinic worker said that the topic of conversation would be a homeless patient being treated by an intern. The man started yelling at the guy, explaining that he was wasting too much time and resources on some homeless person, while their clinic was not a charity, but a medical institution. And in a more severe tone, he noted that they would no longer be so lenient and would take the most effective measures to ensure that this did not happen again. Hearing this, anger boiled up in the young man. He could not understand how one could be so cold and heartless, so merciless to people who might need their last help. With calmness in his voice, the young man replied that he understood everything, and therefore he would no longer be so careless about the hospital's finances, as if it were an unimportant detail. Hearing a staff member talk about discharging a patient who was in extremely serious condition, our hero slammed his hands on the table in despair and threw his credit card on it, not thinking that this could be perceived as a challenge. For almost the first time in his life, Jin Hong asked how much the treatment would cost, and directly stated that he was ready to pay all medical expenses, regardless of their size. The interlocutor sat, looking at the young man in amazement, as he did not expect such a turn of events, that the guy was ready to so openly offer a solution to financial issues. And again, the man said that this was a considerable sum, and the guy confidently noted that firstly, he had the money, and secondly, he would decide for himself what to spend it on, and no one else would interfere with his decisions. Our hero thought to himself that upon returning, he had collected more than 20 billion in investment funds, which significantly increased his financial capabilities. The guy was able to earn such a sum thanks to his knowledge and capabilities, and therefore spending it on a patient will not be difficult. The young man again stated that he had enough money to cover all the costs of treatment and was ready to pay for all services without hesitation. A few minutes later, near the elevator, the intern met his immediate supervisor, who called him over, clearly wanting to talk about the situation. Oh Hyun-suk suggested that the guy discuss something, but not in front of everyone, so that the conversation would not attract unnecessary attention. The man immediately warned his subordinate to stop dealing with this patient, because the situation was too complicated, and the game they were playing was not easy. The young man really didn't understand what was going on because his promise to treat the sick remained a priority for him, and he fulfilled it at a high level. In a stern tone, Oh Hyun-suk ordered the intern to stop treating the critically ill patient and not to approach him any further, so as not to complicate the already difficult situation. The doctor noted that he would help the young man discharge this unfortunate man and also make sure that no one would be held responsible for him. A minute later, he added that this man's son would not appear, because if he had been looking for his father, he would have been here long ago. Oh Hyun-suk said that many doctors, including experienced professors, are disapproving of this patient, knowing that he cannot be helped anyway. After all, the young man could get into trouble because of this patient, and it would be best to discharge him before anything bad happens. The boss promised the guy that he would settle all the issues after he was discharged, and the young man would not have to bear responsibility for what was happening. With a sad voice, Jin Hong replied that no one could just leave a poor person on the street to die, no matter how difficult it was. He thought to himself that it was shameful to admit, but in fact, he became a doctor not only to earn money, but also to save people, to protect them and not to reject them. But for his own patients, our hero wants to become one of the best specialists. Bowing his head, the young man apologized to his boss for some insolence and rudeness, but emphasized that he did not want to lie about his intentions and feelings. Looking at the floor, the head of the department continued to think about the last words his intern had said, realizing that he was not only a good doctor, but also a decent person. He understood that Jin Hong was not just a first-class doctor, but also a person who was willing to take risks to save other people's lives, which certainly deserved respect. However, despite all the efforts of the young man, the next day his seriously ill patient died, and this was more than just a loss. The boy understood that Kim Sung-min wouldn't have lasted long anyway, but he was upset that he couldn't fulfill the promise he made to this man. It was March 14th, a day that Jin Hong would remember forever, because there was a feeling of guilt in his soul that would not give him peace. Hearing Lee Hai-mi sob as she asked him sadly how her colleague was feeling, the guy replied that he was fine and would soon get used to all these difficulties. The young man looked at the blonde carefully, patted her on the shoulder, and said that she would soon get used to it too, because it was just part of their job, which did not always bring joy. The young man explained that sometimes in his profession there will be moments when several patients can die in one day, and as a doctor he can do everything possible to save at least one. The next day, under Lee Jung-gen's orders, Secretary Min assembled an investigation team to find out the reasons and possibly expel our hero. One middle-aged professor expressed bewilderment, asking why there was an investigation at all, since this sort of thing happens so often. But the real question was why a difficult patient had been left in the emergency room. The woman looked carefully at everyone gathered and said that they should find out if there were any errors in the treatment and what exactly they were. A few seconds later, she added that everyone should be extremely careful, because the founder of the clinic will not allow negligence in relation to patients, especially when it comes to severe cases. At the same time, many doctors began to think about how they could avoid problems if their superiors decided to cut off the young intern's path and declare him guilty. A minute later, all the doctors began to carefully study the treatment plan, and they were shocked by what they saw, because the young man acted at his own risk, using unconventional methods. Interrupting each other, representatives of different professions talked about how an intern could have come up with the idea of first doing an ultrasound and then a blood test, which they considered unacceptable. The secretary, smiling happily, began to inquire whether this was a serious offense, deciding whether they had finally found a mistake for which they could catch the guy. However, one of the doctors cried out that this was not a mistake, but on the contrary, a great achievement, since the intern really showed himself to be a human being. The man continued to claim that their actions were wrong, but he also wondered why the doctor used an ultrasound instead of a CT scan. The colleague replied that firstly, an ultrasound was not that expensive, considering that the patient was homeless, and secondly, with such test results the patient would not have lived long anyway. The female professor became interested in the young man's name and noted that his treatment plan was simply amazing. Joined the conversation, remembering that it was not for nothing that Professor Choi Tae-won had spoken so highly of this guy, who, on top of everything else, was the best in his year. However, the next moment was interrupted by the secretary, who began shouting and demanding that everyone gathered find the mistakes. And again, one of the professors stated that errors can be looked for where they actually are, but in this case, everything is impeccable. Standing up, one of the most senior doctors said that at first glance, it was clear that everything was excellent. And if so, it was time for them to go to their workplaces. He added that they do not want to disappoint the chairman and make up mistakes out of thin air, because they are experienced professors, and their job is to teach young people, not to deal with bureaucracy. Gritting her teeth in anger, the secretary didn't know what to say or do, knowing that her boss would be unhappy with this turn of events. Inwardly, she thought that if there were no mistakes, they needed to be invented and presented, because in any case, the chairman should be pleased. A minute later, a woman entered the head doctor's office and began asking what mistakes Jin Hong had made during his tenure. The man asked his interlocutor to leave the office, saying that he was too busy and did not have time to answer such questions. Turning around with a scowl on his face, the doctor noted that there had never been any mistakes. And a minute later, he added that there was no bad attitude, no reports, no problems. In fact, he treated a seriously ill patient on his own. And this, perhaps, disgraces the head doctor in front of everyone. However, the secretary was not satisfied with such answers, and she began to shout, declaring that she had come here on the orders of the chairman. The woman insisted that their founder would clearly not like such an answer, and suggested coming up with something more interesting. Sitting with his back to his interlocutor, the doctor asked what she had said a couple of minutes ago. He added that his contract ends in a year, and after that he planned to stay a little longer and then join the army. However, given the events of the last few weeks, the doctor decided that he should look for a more decent place to work, as this place had fallen incredibly in his eyes. Listening to all this, the secretary literally seethed with anger, not expecting that all the employees would so abruptly go over to the doctor's side. The man noted to himself that his patient was in fact a unique doctor, and the hospital was showing itself in a bad light. And the next moment, the doctor's attention was drawn to an article about a kind doctor from DL Hospital, Jin Hong. A few days later, all the doctors gathered again, but this time to discuss the condition of all the patients and the causes of their death. This time, they reprimanded one of the surgeons who, instead of performing a CT scan, prescribed antibiotics to the patient. The most dissatisfaction came from Choi Taiwan, who spoke about how the doctor was going to work if she made so many mistakes that needed to be worked on. And a minute later, the conversation turned again to the sick Kim Sung-min, who had been treated in the emergency room for a week. Many doctors who had not been at the previous meeting did not understand why doctors from the intensive care unit had met earlier if the patient had never been sent there. Professor Choi Taiwan intervened again, saying that cancer treatment is done in the intensive care unit, but why was this patient treated by an intern in the emergency room? The doctor heard the blatant excuses from her colleagues that the tramp would have died anyway, but she did not understand why he was not transferred as stated in the protocols. The woman stated the fact that was obvious to everyone. Such a seriously ill patient should have been treated by doctors with extensive experience, but not by an intern. The next moment, the doctors began to support their colleague, reading about his method of treatment and confirming everything that had been said earlier. They unanimously stated that this young man was a real professional. Another doctor recalled how this young man had previously diagnosed rhabdomyolysis in a patient in the therapeutic department, and she also added that an article about him had been published on the clinic's website. Young Yun Tai did not stand aside and stated that Jin Hoon must definitely stay in the intensive care unit. The main reason was that such a valuable specialist could not be released to a neighboring department. At this time, the young man was sitting on the internet and reading a new post about himself, which praised him even more. And while the young man was thinking that he didn't need this kind of PR, his friend Moon Jin was joyfully shouting that his comrade was becoming famous throughout the hospital for the second time. As he walked down the corridor, our hero heard everyone in the clinic talking about him, saying that he was a wonderful doctor. However, the guy didn't like all this at all. He thought that such conversations were making him feel terribly depressed. He just wanted to relax and unwind. But the very next minute, taking the phone and reading the SMS, he remembered that he had a meeting waiting for him. The young man was not very happy with this prospect, but he knew that he had already promised, and therefore he could not refuse. The young man understood that there was nothing wrong with this. He and the nurse would simply go to some establishment, sit down, and have a bite to eat. As Jin Hong walked out into the corridor, he heard a familiar female voice calling out to him. It was Lee Hai-mi who approached the guy and asked if he was really ready and if they could go for a walk. Our hero looked at his interlocutor with horror, noting to himself that due to the events of the last few days, he had completely forgotten to cancel one of the meetings. The young man wanted to somehow justify himself, but he could not find the right words, realizing that he was completely to blame in this situation. The blonde looked closely at the young man and also could not say a word, because she knew that her friend was reliable and would never forget about something like this. The next minute, the girl began to say that they had chosen Thursday to take a walk around the city and forget about work. Smiling, the beauty noted that there was nothing wrong with the guy forgetting about the date. The most important thing was that he was collected, and now they could go. Scratching his head, Jin Hong honestly admitted that there had been a mistake. He had completely forgotten about it because he had been busy these past few days. The young man noted that he could not go for a walk, and he was very sorry to disappoint his colleague. He suggested meeting next time. Lee Hai-mi began to cry. She didn't know what to say because she felt there was no justification for the young man's actions. Looking after the running blonde, the young man began to shout, trying to stop her and somehow explain himself. For several minutes, he stood in the empty corridor, scolding himself for everything that had happened. He understood that the girl was crying, although he had expected that she would simply get angry. At the same time, the beauty ran as fast as she could, but she did not understand why the guy treated her so unfairly. Jin Hong was also standing there. The young man felt a strange, unpleasant feeling. His heart was beating as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Evening fell on the city when the hero came to the center to meet the woman from his past life. He noted that there were always a lot of people in this area, but for some reason he had not been here for many years. At the establishment, the guy noted that everything around him seemed simultaneously familiar and alien. Soon the young man was called out by Yan He, who was always punctual, but this time she arrived later than the appointed time. The girl began to make excuses, claiming that she was usually never late. and then asked how long the young man had been waiting for her. In order not to offend his interlocutor, our hero lied, noting that he had approached her just a minute ago. Smiling, the beauty asked what cuisine the guy liked the most and what he would like to eat. The young man couldn't remember the location of the establishment he knew, so he suggested they have some sandwiches to start with. When Yeon-hee went inside, she wondered why the guy guessed what she loved and what she was dreaming about at that moment. Our hero thought to himself that they had been married for many years, and all this time his wife had taken him to this very diner. While eating the sandwich, the guy again noted that firstly, he didn't like this food, and secondly, he came here only because he remembered his past life. The girl, seeing that the young man was eating without much appetite, noted that he clearly did not like the food, and added that it seemed to her as if she had brought him here by force. The next minute, the beauty decided to change the subject of the conversation and stated that they had met before, although perhaps the guy did not remember it. The interlocutor said that many years ago she worked part-time in one of the cafes, and then the young man was very pale. He came there with a blonde. Yeon-hee continued to explain that if she hadn't been confused by the young man's behavior on the one hand and his surprise on the other, she would never have remembered him. She then added that Jin-hoon looked at her as if she was his first love, and even everyone in the hospital noticed because his gaze was exactly the same. And, not giving the guy a chance to answer, the girl smiled and noted that she was just joking to lighten the mood a little. Then the beauty asked where they would go next, adding that she was the one doing the treating, so they could choose any establishment. Remaining a gentleman, our hero finally spoke, asking where the girl herself would like to go. Not much time passed, and the guys already found themselves in another, more interesting place. Sitting at the table, Yeon-hee noticed that the young man had not had much of an appetite at the previous diner, but she forgave him, hoping that he would like everything here. Looking around, the guy thought about the fact that in a past life he had already been to this restaurant, and now he realized that everything here was not bad at all. The girl, in turn, while reading the menu, watched her companion out of the corner of her eye. A minute later, the young man voiced his order, asking for potato pancakes with bacon and 2 mugs of beer. Smiling, his companion noted that it was surprising because he had chosen exactly what she loved very much. To avoid raising suspicion, Jin-hong explained that he had always liked this kind of food, but he had been working a lot lately and decided to try something familiar. At the same time, 2 girls at the next table happily greeted Lee Hai-mi, who entered the door. Friends said that the blonde initially refused, but then changed her mind and came, which was a pleasant surprise. Having sat down at the table, our heroine immediately reached for a bottle of wine, which aroused the suspicion of her colleague. However, she hastened to assure that everything was fine with her. Moon Jin, who was sitting next to her, noted that she shouldn't drink in large gulps, and that it would be better to abstain from alcohol altogether. The girl was offended that Jin-hong forgot about such an important moment as their meeting for the first time in his life. But after a minute, her attention switched to something else. Getting up from her seat, she wanted to examine the young man to make sure that she was not confusing him with someone else. The beauty was stunned because she did not expect to meet her offender here. But what worried Lee Hai-mi most was the girl who was next to the young man. Suddenly, Jin-hong spoke up, noticing his comrade at the next table and deciding it was time to say hello. However, the next moment, Lee Hai-mi quickly walked up to him and covered his mouth with her hand. The girls said that it would be best to pretend that they had not seen the guy, and added that the guys were having a nice conversation, so they should not be disturbed. At that very moment, another colleague of the guy noticed the young man, turned to his company, and began asking if the young man really had a blind date. Then one of the girls intervened, noting that the stranger worked as a nurse in the surgical department, and everyone had known her since her very first day on the job. Lee Hai-mi noted to herself that Jin-hoon had surprised her greatly, because she had never thought that he could communicate so closely with the nurses. But a minute later, another thought came into the beauty's head. If a man and a woman are walking together, it means they are on a date. Her colleagues also discussed this, noting that the meeting did not look like a work meeting at all, but rather like a romantic walk, since the guys resembled a couple in love. Indeed, our hero looked happy, smiling sincerely, and maintaining a lively conversation. The same was true for his companion. The nurse was clearly enjoying their conversation. But Lee Hai-mi wasn't laughing. Not only did the guy forget that they had agreed to go for a walk, but he was also dating a girl from their work. The blonde rarely saw our hero sincerely laughing and smiling, noting to herself that he sometimes had that kind of facial expression. Getting up from her seat, the beauty said that she needed to step away for a few minutes, but she would return soon. Standing in front of the mirror, the girl told herself that she needed to pull herself together and do this as soon as possible. She doesn't care whether the guy's dating someone else or not. In any case, There was never anything special between them. Having convinced herself of this, the beauty decided that the next time she met the young man, she would smile and pretend to be infinitely happy. But the next minute, something happened that no one expected. In the corridor, the blonde unexpectedly ran into Jin Hong, who immediately asked what she was doing there. Again, tears welled up in the beauty's eyes, and she forgot about all the promises she had made to herself just a minute ago. Seeing her tears, the young man began to calm the blonde, advising her to come to her senses. The young man tried to take Himi's hand, but she pulled it away sharply, and after a few seconds she turned her back to the guy and, leaving, said that she needed to go, as she was in a hurry. After this meeting, our hero returned to his table with Yan He, but was unable to concentrate on their conversation due to an incomprehensible excitement. The next day, the blonde met the guy at the hospital and greeted him with her usual ease. The young man looked closely at his colleague but could not understand what had happened to her, as her behavior seemed abnormal. The girl explained that she was emotional because she had drunk too much, but the young man still apologized for forgetting about the meeting. Watching her go, the guy thought about the fact that his colleague was behaving somehow strangely. Jin-hoon knew that he had offended Lee Hai-mi with his behavior, but he felt that there was more to it than that. At this time, in another house, someone was beating Sangmin, shouting at him and hurling obscene insults at him. It was his father, who claimed to have suffered undeserved humiliation because of his disobedient son with dirty blood. The man said that his enemies would attack him as soon as they saw his weakness and would peck him to death if he allowed this to happen. With fury in his voice, the representative of the Eli clan declared that the Deal Hospital belonged only to him and no one else. However, due to Jin-hoon's inappropriate behavior and the wayward son that was Sangmin, now he can basically be laughed at by anyone. The next moment, the owner, switching to his secretary, began to ask if she had found anything about the young man. The young woman apologized for the lack of news yet, but promised that she would fix it soon and do everything as needed. And again, John Jen started to scold, saying that instead of making excuses, she could have already done something. At that moment, his gaze fell on the blonde. The angry father ordered the boy to leave that place immediately as he continued to disgrace the family. Some periods of his life were difficult, but instead of gratitude, he only interfered and also refused to work for the good of the family. The next day, a fellow surgeon came to Professor Chaw's room and asked how he was feeling, noting that a whole month had already passed. The man was angry that of all the illnesses he had, it was a heart attack that struck him, and it happened at work during a complex operation. However, the source said that after the doctor became ill, intern Jin Hong took over all responsibilities for further actions. With a smile on his face, the man said that this guy was not only talented, but also a wonderful person who saved his life, which meant he needed to be thanked somehow. Then, turning his attention to his colleague, he noted that it was not easy for him since he had to stitch microvessels. Upon learning that the surgeon had not done this, since Professor Chaw had done everything, he stated that he clearly remembered feeling ill before completing the vascular anastomosis. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor noted that perhaps there had been some confusion, because when he arrived, everything had already been done at the highest level. Looking ahead, the professor began to understand the meaning of his colleague's words, and this only meant that the young man had performed the operation himself. Looking at each other closely, the specialist did not dare to say anything, realizing that what happened in the operating room was almost impossible. Somehow, the intern managed to perform a complex liver transplant operation. At this very time, our hero was thinking with horror about when his shift would finally end because he was very tired. The next moment, the young man received a message and decided that it would divert his attention to something else. Jin-hoon saw what Professor Kang Min-chul had written to him and noted to himself that he had a bad feeling about it, remembering the operation. Entering the room, the guy immediately asked how the patient was feeling, noting that he looked great. At the same time, the young man asked what they were doing there and whether it would be better for them to return to the ward. The interlocutor replied that firstly, he felt great, and if he wanted, he would be discharged. Secondly, he was already tired of sitting in the ward. The professor thanked the intern for saving his life and heard the justification that he would have done the same in his place. Looking out the window with a thoughtful voice, the interlocutor admitted that if it weren't for the guy's attentiveness, he would now be in a deep coma. Suddenly, the man asked how our hero managed to complete the anastomosis on his own that day. Our hero said that he had not intended to lie to the doctor and began to apologize for everything happening the way it did. Smiling, the professor stated that in fact everything was fine, and he had not called the young man to listen to his excuses. Ultimately, who cared how it all ended as long as everything turned out well? A minute later, he added that in such a difficult situation, Jin Hong managed to save both him and the patient. Therefore, the young man needs to become a surgeon. And again, hearing the determination in the guy's voice, the man said that he understood everything. The intern just needed time to think everything over carefully. The next minute, Professor Choi Tae-won entered the room and said with a smile that of all the places the men could not have chosen better than the conference room. She continued, joking that it seemed like her colleague had become more alive than everyone thought, and perhaps he had changed his mind about dying this time. Before the interlocutor had time to answer, another man entered the room. Taking off his hat, Jung Yun-tai noted that they hadn't seen Professor Kang for a long time and asked how he was feeling. Turning to Mr. John, Kang Min-chul asked his colleague if he had come to the conference room to hold a meeting. However, the man replied that this was not so. Recently, this place has become the place where you can meet all the doctors in full force, paying special attention to our hero. Hearing the interest in who this guy was, the surgeon began shouting for the young man to be taken to therapy immediately, because a man should not be doing something so pathetic. Walking closer to Jin Hong, the white-haired man began to slap his cheeks and declared that the intern's place was in the intensive care unit. But Professor Chol did not agree with this development of events and began to defend his surgical department in every possible way. The next moment, Choi Tae-won intervened in the conversation. She shouted that the men should cool down a little because the guy had already decided that he was going to intensive care. Looking at what was happening with horror, our hero noted that he would actually like to go into dermatology. But instead of understanding, he heard all the doctors shout in one voice that he should remain silent while the elders were talking. Looking at everyone with horror, the young man thought that in such an important matter, his opinion did not matter at all. After some time, the head physician of the dermatology department, reading about our hero, said that he would not dissuade him from trying to enroll, but he doubted that he would be suitable. Jin Hong didn't understand why he wouldn't be accepted if he had the highest grades. The interlocutor explained that this year they have a golden student, and if there are 2 spots on the staffing schedule, then the young man can be taken, otherwise he should give up. Clenching his fist, the boy was angry at such golden students, thinking that he had given 10 years of his life to studying, and now because of a stupid reason, all his efforts could go to waste. The next moment, the young man remembered his professors and decided that it was better not to think about them, because just the thought was giving him a headache. But our hero has a goal, and he intends to show everyone that he is the best student and the best intern, who cannot be refused employment in dermatology. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by someone putting a hand on his shoulder. It was Sang Min who asked if his comrade was really doing this job, even though he was already the best at it. The young man said that the boy did not look too well, adding that he needed some rest and relaxation. The interlocutor replied that he had a small problem, but it would all be sorted out soon. Suddenly, the blonde asked the young man why he decided to become a doctor and not choose some other profession. At first, our hero noted that this was a rather strange question, but then he replied that he had already said earlier that he needed money, and medicine was a place where the salary was excellent. The young man thought for a while, not knowing how to properly ask what he was about to ask. Finding himself not quite clear, Sangmin asked again that if he were suddenly offered 10 billion, would he abandon his idea? And a minute later, he added jokingly, wouldn't the guy end his career as a doctor if he was offered such a sum? Because he was ready to give as much money as he wanted. Grabbing his interlocutor, the young man began to shake him, as if he had said something very terrible. And then he asked if his friend was serious, or if it was just a joke. Jin Hong said that he considered the blonde man his friend, and of course he knows that the guy loves money, but he doesn't believe that he would beg for such sacrifices for it. But it seemed that the young man still didn't understand something. He continued to talk about how if the guy had the means, he would be able to quit medicine. Once again, Jin Hong flared up when he heard this. He didn't understand how his comrade could say such things. The very next second, our hero left the room. Noting that none of this mattered, they both just needed to forget about the current conversation. However, Sang Min was not going to forget. He felt humiliated by his colleague, which was already quite annoying to him. The young man recalled how, during the operation, one of the doctors, exchanging glances with the blonde man, said that he was doing just as well as Jin Hong. The guy confidently said that no one could even imagine how he had been insulted in life and considered a waste of space, as well as illegitimately born. The young man said out loud that he could defeat his competitor, but he still lacked something. However, at this point, the young man suddenly stopped talking to himself because someone called out to him. His sister stood in front of him, glaring menacingly into San Min's eyes, but not daring to say anything. The brother asked the girl how long she stood near the door and what she heard. In an angry voice, the beauty noted that she had been here from the very beginning. A Li Hai Mi without any preamble. began to say that she was warning the young man that he should under no circumstances touch Jin-hoon. Smiling, the guy was clearly mocking the girl, noting that this was probably too much love, but at the same time asking what would happen if he refused. Looking into her brother's eyes, the blonde said that in that case she would make sure that the boy would never be able to work as a doctor again in his life. Suddenly the beauty said that she, unlike him, belongs to the main branch of the family, and she has quite enough power. Moreover, the girl knows what really happened to their older brother. It seemed like nothing could stop Sang-min at that moment, and this was evident from his face, the expression of which changed greatly, although the very next moment a smile appeared on the guy's face again, and a very strange fire sparkled in his eyes. A second later, the young man ran to his sister and covered her mouth with his own hand so that she could not call for help. Having brought his hand to her neck, the relative simply stood and looked attentively at the beauty, thinking about his next steps. The young man began to threaten his sister, telling her to remain silent, because if he used any more force, she would die. And he added that if he accidentally hits an artery, then the blonde will immediately go to her older and beloved brother. With the same anger in his voice, Sang-min spoke about how, without her father, she was nothing and was just a useless, empty space. Suddenly, the young man noted that he would let go of his hand, but only if the beauty did not scream and forgot about what happened. However, the girl screamed for the young man to kill her immediately. If he did not do this, then after a while she would send him straight to hell. Blondie said she was tired of being born into this family, tired of knowing who killed her brother but not being able to talk about it, and tired of being unloved. Lee Hai-mi felt like she was incapable of anything at all. As he walked away, Sang-min noted that he was too bored to listen to all this nonsense, and therefore it would be best for him to do his own thing. Opening her eyes, the blonde cried from everything that had happened a few minutes ago and from the injustice she had faced. Wiping the blood from her own neck, the beauty did not know how to feel about this whole situation and what to do in the future to prevent something like this from happening again. The girl was not in such a depressed state even when she learned of the death of her older brother. Lee Hai-mi wanted to get up, but she realized that in this state, in this form, she could not go out to her patients and therefore continued to sit on the floor. And then everything went on as usual. Nothing unusual happened, except that a few weeks later they wrote about Jin Hong again on their hospital's website. The most incredible thing that happened during this time was that Kim Chol-woo finally passed the police exam after all those years of cramming. And our hero, despite his own fears of failing in dermatology, continued to study hard to show what he was capable of. Besides everything else, it so happened that the young man very often dined with his ex-wife from his past life. On the other hand, Lee Hai-mi was sent to a sister hospital in Ulsan for 4 months. It was sad because the young man knew that he would not be able to see the girl for that long. The guy was worried that he had always been there for her all these years, but now that the beauty had heard about the transfer, she didn't even deny it. Our hero was worried because his friend became strange and awkward. He constantly wanted to know where she was and what was happening to her. In order not to think about it, the guy decided to study as much as possible, especially since the day of the exam was approaching. One day, Moon Jin was sitting over his exam tickets, asked his friend to answer one of the questions. Hearing that the young man was doing it simply flawlessly, the interlocutor once again called him a monster, because the guy answered without even hearing the question. Smiling, the comrade convinced Jin Hong that with such knowledge, he would definitely pass his exam in the dermatology department. However, the guy noted that he is not a golden student, he is a very ordinary guy, which means that for him everything can end both well and badly. At the same time, Moon Jin told his friend that he could go to surgery with him, and if he didn't want to, he could go to plastic surgery, which is one of the most popular areas. Hearing the phone ring, our hero continued to get angry, explaining that he was going to go into dermatology and did not want to hear about any surgery. Looking at the well-known phone number, the young man understood that they were calling him from the Ministry of Education and Advanced Training and did not understand what they wanted from him. Answering the phone, the young man heard a male voice asking our hero to come to them, as they had one proposal for him. A few minutes later, Jin Hong was surprised to see how he could be asked to accompany a patient despite being an intern. The interlocutor immediately realized that the guy was encountering something like this for the first time, but she didn't see anything strange about it. And our hero continued to ask whether their patient was really an Arab. The girl explained that the patient chose his own doctor, reading various reviews and other information about him, so he could not refuse. And a minute later, she added that all this has its inconveniences. For example, the young man will fly both ways on a plane, and this is tiring. And again, she said that the intern would be given a bonus. And after completing the task, The royal person who ordered the escort would pay 3 million won and add another 500,000 won for the inconvenience. Hearing that the young doctor agreed, the hospital employee added that another doctor and a nurse would go with him. Standing at the airport, our hero noted to himself that in his past life, the only place he visited was Jeju Island. He also discussed the fact that at first he was worried that he would have to go to an Arab country. However, after learning how much he would be paid for it, he immediately changed his mind, realizing that money comes first. Suddenly, Jin Hoon's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Lee Hai-mi standing behind him. The blonde immediately began to talk about the fact that they had not seen each other for too long. At the same time, she was interested in what new had happened in the guy's life. However, our hero asked if the other doctor was really her, noting that they had an interesting coincidence. Between the lines, the beauty admitted that it was not exactly a coincidence, but the next minute she decided to change the subject. Sitting in the waiting room, the girl noted that they had to decide on a specialization and then asked if it was true that the young man was going into dermatology. Listening to her friend, Lee Hai-mi honestly said that she wants the guy's dream to come true, but there is one small nuance. Without listening to the blonde to the end, the young man said that he had been striving for his dream for 10 years and therefore could not give up now, as this would mean failure. The interlocutor noted that Professor Kang Min-chul had said more than once that Jin Hoon was a genius and that people like him were born once in a century. Consequently, the specialist was going to take the guy to his surgery. Squeezing the glass tighter, the young man explained that in any case, he would try and do everything possible to make his plans come true. And a minute later, he added that if he was a genius in surgery, then he would be simply fantastically good in dermatology, and he heard approval from the girl. However, the guys did not finish speaking because the next moment some girl, turning to our hero, noted that the second intern was also here. It was Yan He who greeted everyone gathered and said that she was very glad to see them, and did not expect that they would all go on the trip together. The nurse said that she was genuinely happy to see her colleagues and had no ulterior motives. At the same time, Lee Hai-mi didn't think that this was all just a coincidence, but she decided not to dwell on it. Sitting on the plane, the blonde scolded herself for not being able to control her own facial expression, and no matter how hard she tried to look happy, nothing worked. As for her interlocutors, they actively discussed the fact that both had never flown business class before. Although after a minute, the guys turned to Lee Hai-mi, asking if everything was okay with her, since she didn't look very well. The beauty sat silently for a few seconds, not knowing how to explain her condition. However, she later stated that she was fine. She was just a little tired because she had been driving all night to get to her flight on time, and so she wanted to take a nap. This continued to bother the young man, since not long ago his friend had been so smiling, cheerful, and positive, but now everything had changed dramatically. Jin Hong, mindful of his own duties, went to Prince Hijar, whom they were accompanying, and said that he must check on the health of this man. The man politely noted that he was fine and felt just as good, but the guy would do well to rest a little and even sleep. The young man thought to himself that his patient looked quite well. At the same time, the young man felt sorry for this prince, since he was so young but already sick with cancer. At some point, Jin Hong remembered his past life, as well as his illness, and how he felt and generally perceived himself then. Realizing that everything was fine, the guy decided to return to his seat and follow the advice about taking a little nap. Looking at the sleeping blonde, the young man realized that she didn't look very well during takeoff, but he hoped that she would be able to get some sleep. It seemed to the guy that everyone on the plane was sleeping except him. This was not at all strange, because their flight had already lasted for 7 hours. Coming closer to Lee Hai-mi, our hero decided that his friend was completely exhausted. This meant that he should take better care of her, especially since he made promises to her brother. The guy was also angry that in the last few days and weeks he had been nothing but trouble, which the blonde probably couldn't forget. Jin Hong was about to return to his seat, but the next minute he noticed a large medical patch that was stuck on the girl's neck. Our hero was going to take a closer look at what this thing was, but his carelessness led to his colleague waking up and looking at him in surprise. Hearing the girl's question about what he was doing, the young man tried to retreat, noting that he was not doing anything. However, a minute later, the young man remembered that he was worried about the cut on the blonde's neck, and then asked her where it came from. The interlocutor clearly had no intention of telling what it was, and so she said that she had simply scratched herself, and that there was nothing serious about it. Realizing that there would be no answer anyway, the guy once again apologized for waking Lee Hai-mi and replied that he would go and rest a bit. It was deep night outside when the plane landed at the destination airport. Several representatives met the prince and also asked our hero about the state of health of this man. The stranger said that they were all satisfied not only with the examination, but also with the environment, the correct diagnosis, and in particular with Jin Hong's attitude towards the patient. A minute later, the man said that the young man was demanding an additional reward for his attentive attitude, as well as for his desire to help patients. Without listening to the guy, he said that they were offering him double the payment, and that they would put another 6 million won on our hero's bank card. Jin Hong didn't know how to thank his interlocutor, but he was glad for such generosity, and all the compliments said. A few minutes later, Yan He, taking our hero by the hand, noted that their return flight was in 5 hours, which meant that they could rest somewhere. Hearing her colleague's conversation, Lee Hai-mi said that she knew of a place where she could not only relax a little, but also take a shower. Then she added the most important thing: they won't have to pay for food or other amenities. Standing in a luxurious break room, several employees greeted our heroes, noting that they could take a shower and have a delicious meal. While the boys were looking at the decor in amazement, noting that it was better than in the most expensive hotels, the blonde with an indifferent look noted that she would send the bill to her father, saying that they just needed to relax. The nurse continued to smile and thank the girl for the fact that they were very lucky. But Jin Hoon wasn't worried about that. He was worried about why the beauty looked so bad again, not understanding what he had done wrong again. After Lee Hai-mi washed herself, she felt much better. She felt like she was able to relax a little bit. Although the very next moment the girl began to scold herself for agreeing to accompany the prince in order to spend a little time with the guy, she still failed to do it. Gorgeous thought that she had come such a long way not just to look at her friend and the nurse who had gone with him. Just the next minute, Yan He turned to Dr. Lee Hai-mi and asked if she had already taken a shower. The blonde noted that she had finished taking a bath and would then go and rest a bit. But the next second, her interlocutor called out to her. The nurse asked if it was true that the girl was interested in Jin Hong, and without waiting for an answer, she herself said that she noticed it right away, and therefore there was no point in hiding the obvious. The blonde didn't like to lie and wasn't going to be cunning, so she honestly said that she had been friends with our hero for a long time, and that she was actually interested in him. The interlocutor said that she also liked the young man. She didn't yet understand how much, but she wasn't going to give him up. In turn, Lee Hai-mi explained that she does not intend to come between the two of them. Moreover, she sincerely wishes them happiness. But thinking, the beauty said that she had only one request. She wanted the nurse to take good care of him. It seemed that the interlocutor had misunderstood something, since the girl began to ask again and say that the request was indeed strange. However, Lee Hai-mi once again stated that she has no ulterior motives or anything else. She says this in all seriousness. And I thought to myself that just because you like someone doesn't mean that your own feelings will be mutual. It doesn't depend on you. With a sadness in her soul, the beauty noted to herself that everything was fine with her. She had long ago become accustomed to this state of affairs. A few hours later, the boys boarded the plane again. This time, their journey was to be much more modest because they were flying in economy class. Jin Hong thought that the clinic and the prince could spend a little more money on them, although in principle he didn't care what or how they flew. Sitting between the two girls, the young man was worried that the atmosphere between them was tense on one side and cool on the other, and he did not know how to behave. However, the next minute the guy's thoughts were interrupted by the nurse's voice, who said that she saw how uncomfortable the young man was. Our hero said with a smile that everything was fine with him, but he thought to himself that not everything was fine with the blonde. She looked healthy, but in fact she was somehow sad and downcast. Slightly opening one eye, the young man realized that he had managed to doze off, albeit briefly. Looking around, he realized that Yan He had left, which meant it was time to apologize to Lee Hai-mi. The young man noticed that the girl was sitting and looking thoughtfully out the window. However, he still decided to approach her. The guy said that recently he feels as if she is constantly angry about something because of him, although he does not know exactly what the reason is. The next second, the blonde blushed with embarrassment, but continued to sit silently and look away. Squeezing her hands, the beauty noted to herself that the guy had finally noticed something, but still hadn't understood the most important thing. Collecting her thoughts, the interlocutor began to say something, but it was extremely difficult for her to express what she wanted. But this was not destined to happen, because the next second the flight attendants announced over the loudspeaker that one of the passengers had become ill and asked the medics to go to the back of the cabin. The boys heard the announcement with surprise, realizing that they could not stay away because a person's life was at stake. Less than a minute passed, and 2 interns and a nurse were already at the back of the plane, carefully examining the patient. Our heroes wanted to know what was wrong with the man, but no one could answer the question for sure, so he asked his colleagues to prepare a tonometer. The young man introduced himself as a doctor and then asked if the passenger was Korean. Looking at the sick man, the young man realized that his condition was extremely bad, and therefore he wanted to know how long ago he had lost consciousness. The flight attendants said it was difficult for them to tell because they thought the passenger was simply sleeping because so much time had passed, but later they realized something was wrong with him. The man in the next seat explained that the man was a government employee, but they did not know each other personally, so he could not say more. Once again, Jin Hong turned to his colleagues, saying that the stranger was in critical condition and that his blood pressure needed to be normalized as soon as possible. The nurse did everything she could, but after a few minutes she turned to the doctor in fear. She noted that the news was bad, the main reason being that blood pressure could not be measured. Looking at the tonometer, Jin Hong realized that the upper limit, which for all people is usually around 120, for this person was barely 50. Not only was this scary, but the pulse was 160 beats per minute. This meant that the rhythm was fast and the pulse was weak. This meant only one thing: the heart was trying to compensate for the weak pressure. Therefore, at any moment, the stranger could have a heart attack. Turning to the flight attendant, our hero said that they had to land immediately to send this man to the hospital, otherwise he would not survive. The flight attendant explained with confusion in her voice that they were currently flying over the Pacific Ocean and the nearest airport would not be for another 2 hours. The young man thought to himself with horror that this was taking too long, deciding what he should do in such a case. Jin Hong was aware that he needed to somehow buy time for this man and at least try to determine the cause of the shock. Lee Hai-mi approached our hero and said that she heard that this man had several strokes. The nurse noted that he was a famous man who was often shown on television, wondering how anyone could not know him. The next minute, the flight attendants carried the patient's luggage, noting that perhaps this would clarify something. The guy looked at the medications that were in the bag and realized that there were drugs to lower blood pressure, as well as an anticoagulant. Our hero realized with horror that the passenger had spontaneous bleeding, which was caused by medication. The intern yelled at the nurse and asked her to give him an IV as quickly as possible, while silently noting that an airplane was the worst place for something like this to happen. But the next minute, the girl said that nothing was working because of the bleeding and that the blood pressure was unable to rise, no matter how much medication they gave her. The young man himself understood that when the cause is very serious, it should first be eliminated, and then everything else should be dealt with. Everyone gathered understood that with each passing minute, the poor man's health was only getting worse, which meant they had to hurry. Our heroes were already thinking about something, although they understood that it was too risky and there was a high probability of failure, but it was still worth trying. The young man heard the blonde say that a heart attack would kill the man, not understanding what the best thing for them to do was. Looking into his colleague's frightened eyes, Jin Hong said with a decisive voice that the man needed surgery. And a minute later, the guy resolutely said that he would carry out this manipulation, since it was the only chance for survival. Lee Hai-mi started yelling at her interlocutor, saying that even Professor Chio wouldn't dare to do something like that, because firstly, they were on a plane, and secondly, they didn't even have simple materials. The young man explained that the chance of failure was high, but the passenger would not survive until landing. And after a short pause, he continued that in this case, they must do everything possible to save this man. And again the blonde screamed, calling the young man reckless and stupid. She said that the guy doesn't suspect who this man is. If something happens to him, our hero will not only lose his license, he will also be sent to prison for murder. Jin Hong knew that the girl was very worried about him, but he understood that there was no other way out. Therefore, calming the beauty, he asked her for forgiveness, noting that next time nothing like this would happen, but for now he needed her help. The guy didn't want to listen to his colleagues' reproaches because he didn't care, and every minute counted. Addressing the flight attendant, the young man explained to her that they were going to perform an operation and needed a secluded place. A few minutes later, the boys moved to the first class and began to prepare, although the guy was still worried, considering that they had practically nothing. While examining the man, Jin Hong noted the swollen abdomen, suspecting that the bleeding was already deep, which was a good sign. And while Lee Hai-mi was disinfecting, the young man tried to determine which artery was bleeding, realizing that this needed to be found out as soon as possible. Our hero knew that without CT, they would have to search on their own, and they would need to understand whether we were talking about the left or posterior gastric artery. The next moment, the young man was called out by a blonde woman who asked him to promise her something. The girl told the young man to try to take care of himself the same way he takes care of his patients. Our hero made a promise, and the next minute said that he wanted to get back to business, and therefore began the cut. The guy immediately saw that the blood was dark, which meant it was coming from the abdominal cavity. Realizing there was no suction, he told the nurse to give him some gauze to absorb the excess fluid. As for Lee Hai-mi, her boyfriend asked her to open her abdomen further so that he could take a closer look. The next moment, the young man shouted that he had finally managed to find the cause of the bleeding, the posterior gastric artery. All three of them breathed a sigh of relief as they stood next to the operating table. Yeon-hee, forgetting that an operation was going on, began to laugh and rejoice that the intern was still able to find the bleeding site on the first try. The blonde was talking about how this guy was a real idiot, but it was good that everything worked out. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what would have awaited him. However, at the moment when everyone gathered was about to stitch up the cut, the guy shouted for no one to do anything. The young man noted that he had a strange premonition, and therefore he wanted to check everything again carefully. And the next moment, the young man, turning to the nurse, asked her to pass him the scalpel. Seeing that the girl was unhappy about something, Jin Hong, who was the person in charge, repeated what he said a few seconds ago. The guy said he wanted to make sure they didn't miss anything and did everything right. And again, the nurse began to say that the chance of error was negligible, and therefore most likely they had better complete the operation. Suddenly, Lee Hai-mi intervened in the conversation, calling out to the young man with a stern voice. She said that this operation depends entirely on the young man, and if he wants to check everything again, then that's how it should be. Our hero noted with special gratitude and gentleness that he would do so. A few minutes later, all three were looking closely at the incision, or rather, at the blood that was collecting in the cavity. While cleaning up the remaining bleeding, the young man noted to himself how good it was that he had listened to his inner feeling and persuaded everyone to check everything again. The guy knew they were very lucky because the second bleeding happened right next to the first one, so everything ended well. Yeon-hee spoke again and said that she was very nervous, but it was good that they were able to stop the bleeding. And the next minute, Jin Hong declared that in order to make sure everything was okay, he needed the scalpel again. The girls realized that the plane had already landed and help was on its way, hearing the young man laugh at them, noting that he was just joking. The first thing they took off the plane was a sick man who was already waiting at the airport with an ambulance and a doctor who was shouting that they were taking the patient. Having seen the doctor, our hero, as an experienced specialist, hastened to tell what had happened to this poor fellow, as well as what he had done to stabilize his condition. Hearing this, the doctor began to ask how it was possible to do something like this in flight, especially when there was no CT or ultrasound. And as always, the young man said his signature phrase about how he simply read a lot of different materials and watched a lot of videos. Realizing that he might be misunderstood, the young man noted that he was joking, that he was just very lucky, and then declared that he wanted to go home. But the next minute, someone called out to Jin Hong. What he saw definitely didn't please him. At the airport, journalists appeared from somewhere, having heard the incredible story and wanted to interview the intern. The young man hurried to leave the building as quickly as possible, while the journalist did not calm down and asked him to at least somehow comment on what had happened. When they got out at the bus station, the young man heard Yeon-hee's voice asking if it was true that he was leaving, and without waiting for an answer, she offered him something to eat. Jin Hong honestly said that firstly, it was already too late, and secondly, he was very tired, and therefore wanted to take a shower and get some sleep. The nurse, looking offended, said that the young man had upset her greatly, since if he were to take off now, they would most likely not see each other for the next 2 months. It seemed that the guy did not quite understand what was being discussed, but he did not want and did not intend to argue with the beauty, preferring to keep the situation under control. And she, as if softening the conversation, the next minute asked the young man to address her as you, since addressing her as you sounds too formal and creates unnecessary distance. And again our hero stood and remained silent, as if he did not know how to react correctly in such an unexpected situation. The very next moment, the guy, a little embarrassed but confident, said that he agreed to have dinner with the girl and would start addressing her by name. However, Jin Hong's thoughts were not occupied with the nurse, but with the blonde who, after getting off the plane, did not bother to say a word to him. The young man looked attentively at his friend, who at that very moment was intently reading something on the screen of her mobile phone. The young man was upset that Lee Hai-mi didn't even look in his direction, especially considering that they definitely wouldn't meet again anytime soon. The guy knew for sure that something strange was happening to him when he looked at the blonde, but even he himself couldn't understand what exactly. A few days later, while preparing for a work shift, Moon-jin told his comrade that they both needed to get some rest. However, our hero noted that this is a great luxury for him, since the hospital is short of people, and therefore it is necessary to work without breaks. Suddenly, the interlocutor began to ask if the guy had seen the news that had recently come out. Turning around and looking at his friend in surprise, our hero told him not to scare him and asked what news exactly they were talking about. Turning on the TV, he found out that they were talking about Kim Ja-yun, a former judge and crisis manager who had fallen ill while returning from Abu Dhabi. During the flight, the man began to bleed internally and was on the verge of a heart attack. However, according to passengers, thanks to one of the surgeons, it was possible to perform an emergency operation right on board the plane and save the minister's life. Later, the official's attending physician gave an interview in which he said that what happened was a real miracle, and separately noted that the surgeon did not ask for any reward for his actions. When asked by reporters who this amazing doctor was, he replied that his name was Kim Jin-hoon and that he was currently working at DL Hospital. Hearing his name, our hero realized with horror that this was just some kind of terrible dream. Something had happened that he had not expected at all. Crawling on the floor in shock, the young man thought about how his name was now being played on all the channels, although he did not want such attention. Moon Jin, realizing what had happened, noted with admiration that this was great news, because his comrade had done something incredible. But while his positive friend tried to convince the hero to be more self-confident, the guy desperately shouted that he just wanted to work in dermatology. Still sitting on the floor, the interlocutor noted that Moon Jin could not even imagine how the professors at the hospital would react to this news. It was obvious that professionals would not allow a guy with such abilities to become a simple dermatologist. And again, the next second, the guy burst into tears, repeating that he didn't want to be that brilliant, but wanted to remain an ordinary intern. As for his comrade, he on the one hand supported his friend, but on the other, could not hide his slight envy of his success. That same day, a woman came to the department and started asking about Jin Hong at the reception. Right behind her, a man appeared asking whether our hero would be able to prescribe him the right treatment. The nurse, when contacting Dr. Kim, noted that there were many good doctors working in the hospital, but the man insisted on being examined by this particular doctor. Our hero, wanting to remain unnoticed, only sighed and noted that there were other excellent specialists in the hospital. In a tired voice, the clinic employee explained that she had tried to tell patients about other doctors, but they all insisted on meeting with him. A few minutes later, Jin Hong finally had to see the man, who turned out to be a regular patient with a minor problem, which the guy immediately told him about. However, the patient, with a sincere smile, said that he was glad to see such a kind and attentive doctor, because otherwise someone might have given him the wrong diagnosis. Moreover, he added that if he needed help again, he would definitely turn only to the young man and recommend him to all his friends. The guy thought that this would be the end of it, but as it turned out, this was just the beginning, because people kept coming and coming, persistently demanding his advice. Although the hospital mainly specialized in treating adults, patients began to bring children to him as well. While examining one of the children, the young man noticed that the child was most likely faking and advised the parents to send him to school to keep him busy with something useful. After the reception opening the book, Jin Hong thought about how he needed to study more, despite the almost complete lack of free time. However, he understood that lack of time cannot be an excuse. If a guy wants to become a dermatologist, he must spend every free minute on self-development and training. The young man realized that his second life was given to him so that he could live it as worthily as possible, and he intended to achieve this. After some time, Jin Hong began to notice that he was feeling unwell, since his days consisted of either work or study. This regime was too dangerous, and the guy understood that with such a schedule, he could really undermine his health or even die. Dozing over books, he forced himself to concentrate and at least read a few pages of something new. Wiping away the blood that had started to flow from his nose due to fatigue, Jin Hong repeated to himself that once he got to the dermatology department, he would finally be able to relax and just enjoy life. Our hero thought about this for a long time, but suddenly someone knocked on the door of the office. An administrator came into the residency and announced that one person wanted to see the doctor. Tired of the influx of visitors, the guy replied that he was not expecting anyone and that perhaps it was a mistake. However, a second later, a male voice was heard from behind the door, asking if it was true that he was Dr. Jin Hong. Smiling, the stranger introduced himself and said his name was Kim Chang-yong. The man apologized for not being able to come earlier due to feeling unwell, but noted that he was glad to finally meet the person who saved his life. Bowing, the former judge thanked the doctor for saving him, saying that he was entirely indebted to him for his return to life. Jin Hong felt incredibly awkward and tried to explain that he was just doing his job and trying to do it as best as he could. However, the interlocutor objected, noting that the guy had shown exceptional courage by taking the risk and performing the operation without the patient's consent. Kim Chang-yong added that it was impossible to repay such a debt with words of gratitude. So he asked if the young man had any requests or wishes. Our hero was confused and again said that he was simply doing his medical duty, so the man should not worry. But Kim Chang-yong assured that he would never forget this incident and promised that if the intern ever needed help, he would definitely come to the rescue. A minute later, he smiled and asked if he could ask Jin Hong for one more favor. The judge said with a smile that if he suddenly fell ill in the future, the boy would have to take care of him. Deciding to joke a little, our hero replied that he would do everything possible if it didn't happen on a plane. However, he thought to himself that he was helping people not because of their status or position, but he still did not give up his dream of becoming a dermatologist. The doctor again wished him luck and added that he hoped to meet him again, but under more pleasant circumstances. The young man looked at the closed door for a while, trying to comprehend what had just happened. It seemed to him that it had all been just a dream. Sitting on the floor in the office, the guy tried to come to his senses, but he realized that the last time he had been this nervous was a long time ago. Time passed, and at the beginning of December, according to the staffing schedule, our hero was transferred to a hospital in Busan. Finally, the enthusiastic patient stopped pursuing him. The young man thought that now he could relax a little, but he realized that it was time to apply for dermatology, and for that he needed to go to Seoul. Jin Hong knew that he didn't want to do this at all, and so he would have to ask someone for help. Moon Jin was also busy, and trusting Sang-min didn't seem reasonable. Just the thought of the blonde man began to anger Jin Hong. He considered him a friend, but after the last conversation, he showed a completely different side of himself. Deciding that it was worth calling Lee Hai-mi, the only person he could truly rely on, the guy dialed her number. For the first few minutes, they chatted casually, sharing their impressions of how they had settled into their new jobs. However, realizing that time was running out and things were not going to wait, Jin Hong got to the point and asked his friend for a favor. Hearing the offer, Lee Hai-mi asked with a smile what she would get for it. When the guy promised to invite her to a barbecue, she laughed and said that she couldn't refuse. If such a miser as a young man offers a treat, then the girl should definitely agree. Getting down to business, the young man explained that he wanted her to apply for a dermatology residency on his behalf. Sensing a slight doubt in her voice, the guy again tried to diffuse the atmosphere with a joke, saying that he completely relied on her in this matter. Realizing the seriousness of the request, the colleague promised that she would do everything, knowing how important dermatology was for her friend, and she did not intend to let him down. Realizing that the conversation had dragged on, the young man apologized, saying that it was time to go to the appointment and wished her all the best. Lee Hai-mi hung up and looked at the phone for a few more minutes, lost in thought. Looking out the window, she thought that she hadn't planned on getting closer to this guy anymore. But it turned out to be a lot more difficult than she had expected. Time passed, and finally the day of the residency exams arrived. All interns took a difficult test, which included sections on therapy, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. Sitting at the table, Jin Hong recalled how difficult it was for him 7 years ago. He got a stomach ulcer and almost died from stress. Now, after so many years of practice, writing the test was much easier, although the questions were still difficult. Despite his confidence in his knowledge, the young man understood that the result depended not only on his answer, but also on the opinion of the professors. A few hours later, Moon Jin, beaming with joy, asked his friend how he had done on the exam, noting that it had been especially difficult this time. As usual, our hero answered with restraint that everything went well, although it was not easy. Hearing this, his comrade laughed, reminding him that he always says this, but invariably passes better than everyone else. To celebrate the passing, the friends decided to go to a cafe, eat well and drink, at least a little celebrating the end of student life. Blushing, Moon Jin admitted that he rarely drinks, but he will try to control himself this time. At one point, he asked Jin Hong what he would do if he suddenly failed the test. Then he added that sometimes professors have enough personal animosity to lower grades, regardless of knowledge. The guy replied that he had given it his all over the last 11 years, and now all he could do was wait. In any case, the guy didn't want to think ahead, deciding that he would deal with problems as they came. The guys decided that now was the time to relax and enjoy a well-deserved rest, because there could be new difficulties and challenges ahead that no one knew about yet. Moon Jin sat at the table, nervously tapping his fingers on the surface, remembering how just a few days ago they celebrated passing their exams. Now it was time to find out the results, and he couldn't bring himself to look at the laptop screen. The young man felt excitement mixed with impatience. It seemed to him that finding out whether he had passed or not was the most difficult test of this entire period. Suddenly, one of their colleagues informed them that there would be no interview for those working in Busan because that hospital was short-staffed. Instead of a face-to-face interview with management, the evaluation would be based on their current performance. This news greatly encouraged Jin-hoon. Firstly, he wouldn't have to waste time and energy traveling to Seoul. And secondly, he knew that the hospital staff treated him well, which meant his chances were high. If an intern is showing his best side and performing his duties well, why ask him unnecessary questions? But the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Moon Jin's joyful cry. The results had already been posted on the site, and he couldn't wait to check them. Jin Hong saw his friend's eyes widen and realized that something unexpected was waiting for them ahead. With tears in his eyes, the comrade loudly announced that he had done it because the intern had been accepted into the surgical department. His dream had finally come true. Our hero felt proud of his friend. Until recently, Moon Jin could barely cope with his studies. But now he not only successfully passed the exams, but also entered one of the best surgical departments in the city. The guy, happy for his friend, thought that the young man had come a long way and now received his reward. After coming to his senses, Moon Jin turned to Jin-hoon and told him not to hesitate and to check the results as well. The young man, clutching the computer mouse, nervously made his way to the necessary tab. He tried not to think about the possible failure, but the tension was felt in every cell of his body. Finally, looking at the screen, the guy froze. His eyes widened, as if he saw something completely incredible. And the interlocutor shouted that the young man scored 48 out of 50 points, which was an incredible result. While his friend continued to congratulate Jin-hoon on his brilliant scores, the young man couldn't take his eyes off the screen. But after a minute, his face changed. The guy was admitted to the surgical department, and it was a complete shock because his goal had always been dermatology. Worried, he immediately called Lee Hai-mi to find out what happened. The blonde was as surprised as her friend. She explained that she had filled out the application, indicating dermatology, as he had requested, but for some reason there had been a mix-up, and he had been sent to a completely different department. The girl upsetly made excuses, saying that she didn't know how this could have happened. Jin Hong, trying to calm his friend down, assured her that she was not guilty of anything, that it was just a system error, and therefore there was no need to worry. He would figure everything out himself, although he did not understand how exactly. Without wasting any time, the young man called the teaching department of DL Hospital. The consultant explained that there had been a mix-up. They thought that our hero had accidentally indicated surgery instead of dermatology and transferred him there. Unfortunately, it will be difficult to fix anything now. The exam results have already been transmitted, and it is almost impossible to change anything in the system. The guy could not believe that his dream was in jeopardy because of some mistake. He felt helpless, because now, in order to get into dermatology, he had to exclude someone else, and this was impossible. After several days of waiting, without receiving any encouraging news, the young man finally realized that his chances of getting into the dermatology department were zero. Our hero thought that he had done everything he could, but sometimes circumstances develop in such a way that nothing can be done about them. The young doctor understood that filing a lawsuit was a long and complicated process, and he simply did not have time for it. And so he decided that it was important not to dwell on disappointments, but to move on. The young man decided that he would work in surgery, and he will try to get the most out of it. But these thoughts did not bring relief. The young man remembered the years of preparation, the endless hours of study, and his dream of becoming a dermatologist. All this now seemed so distant and unattainable. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a quiet female voice behind him. Jin Hong turned around and saw a woman who smiled softly. Confused, Lee Hai-mi looked at the guy with worry, trying to find the words to explain her actions. She said that she was in a hurry to see him in person and explain what happened. The blonde nervously began to explain that all of this really was her mistake, and she wanted to make sure that the guy understood everything correctly. Realizing that the girl blamed herself for everything, the young man began to say that it was not her fault. He did not call to blame her, but to find out what really happened and to sort out the situation. When tears rolled down the beauty's cheeks, Himi could barely contain her emotions. Our hero calmly replied that she was not guilty of anything, because she filled out a standard application as required and did everything correctly. But the mistake was not hers, and he had no reason to be offended by her. Having embraced his interlocutor, Jin Hong began to calm her down, trying to find words of support. The guy repeated that everything was fine and that nothing terrible had happened, despite the initial panic. His colleague sobbed again. The young man repeated that he did not want her to cry. For him, his girlfriend was much more important than any dermatology or other ambitions. It was for this reason that he did not want the girl to worry about what had happened. The young man felt some inexplicable excitement taking over him. Standing next to the girl, he continued to support her, not knowing how long they would stand like this. However, his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice, which said that he had come at the most inopportune moment, and that it was not the one our hero was waiting for. It seemed that Jin Hong did not expect to see the person who appeared at the door in front of them, but this person, despite everything, was as always ready to come to the rescue. At the door with flowers in his hands and a smile on his face, he asked with interest how his protege was doing, and then immediately began to congratulate the young man on his admission. Hearing the professor's words, the boy asked with surprise in his voice if the doctor really traveled all night to another city for this event. Kang Min-chul happily confirmed that it was true and told how proud he was of his student. Taking his credit card out of his pocket, the man said again that he was treating everyone today. They needed to hurry and take advantage of the moment, because such events do not happen every day. Looking at the blonde with surprise, Jin Hong said that since everything had turned out the way it had, they needed to go and celebrate this important moment in life. Taking a bottle of drink in his hand, the professor asked Lee Hai-mi if she would drink alcohol, receiving an approving answer. The blonde looked at her interlocutor with interest, trying to remember when and where they could have met before. The girl felt that something was wrong and tried to understand where she knew this person from. With surprise in his voice, the professor said that he and her father had studied together at the surgical faculty when the girl was still a child. The man remembered how he used to ride her on his back and could not help but notice how she had matured over the years. Suddenly, Lee Hai-mi actually remembered bits and pieces of the past and decided that it was one of the happiest times in her life. And then the man asked what kind of relationship the guys had and whether they were dating, which put the youth in an awkward position, forcing the guys to say that this was not the case. Kang Min-chul continued by saying that he didn't just come to congratulate Jin-hoon, but he also had his own business. With determination in his voice, the young man began to explain that he had never actually intended to go into surgery, but had always wanted to become a dermatologist. Hearing this, the professor responded in surprise that everything could turn out for the best. Surgery is also a great opportunity, and it is important to go where fate leads. He added that the guy should have called him as soon as he found out about his enrollment to clarify everything and discuss further steps. With determination in his voice, the young man said once again that surgery was not for him, although the whole situation with this enrollment seemed incredibly complicated and confusing to him. Looking at his interlocutor, the doctor realized that the guy had always wanted to become a dermatologist and was only considering this department. His dream was connected with skin diseases and cosmetic procedures. After hearing the boy's apology, the man replied that in fact everything had not turned out so badly, because surgeons were also needed, and this was a good opportunity for the young man which could prove to be fateful. Jin Hong felt like the professor was probably saying this to reassure him, but he himself wasn't entirely sure that his decision was correct. Carefully picking up the meat, Kang Min-chul continued that if it was not his destiny to be a dermatologist and get into this department, then it was necessary and he could try himself in surgery. Why go so blindly where your heart doesn't call, just to run away from something? A minute later, he went on to explain that those who did well in university often open private clinics to make more money, but in the end, it collapses because they cannot handle the responsibility. Listening to the professor with horror, our hero began to think about why the man was talking so confidently about failure, because there are also cases when everything ends well, when everything works out for the best. Kang Min-chul continued that when you open your own clinic, it becomes a personal business, and all the problems fall on your shoulders. Even rest becomes a luxury, since there is no time for vacation. The man made a reasonable argument and said that in a few years, the young man himself would be able to become a teacher and would be given the chance to pass on knowledge to new generations of doctors. In the meantime, he needed to go into surgery and not be afraid, because Kang Min-chul would be there to take care of him. On the one hand, the young man understood that the professor was saying very correct things. But on the other hand, the young man had been striving for so long to get into dermatology that it was very difficult for him to accept defeat. He felt that this path was not his choice, and it seemed unfair to him. With some resignation in his voice, the boy thanked his mentor for all the support and guidance. But still, in his soul, there remained a longing for an unattainable dream. It was very late when the guys left. Jin Hong walked his companions to the hotel and waved to them, feeling an inner emptiness, but realizing that life goes on. On his way back home, the young man received a congratulatory SMS from Professor Choi Taiwan, who wrote that although she regretted that the boy did not enter dermatology, she was sure that he would do better in surgery. At the same time, the woman noted that the surgical department is a place where the young man will reveal his potential, and she believes that he will be able to do a lot. This was followed by a congratulation from our hero's mother, who proudly wrote that she was very proud of her son and believed that he could achieve everything he dreamed of and become an outstanding doctor. Also wrote some nice words, noting that he is the best and most talented guy, that everything will work out, and that he just needs to believe in himself and keep moving forward. Looking at a large number of messages from different people, the guy thought about what to do next. His family and friends were so happy that he would become a surgeon and supported him in this decision, despite his doubts. Walking through the city at night, Jin Hong thought about how he longed for a different life, a life without failures, where success and recognition awaited him. The guy dreamed of something different, wanted to change his destiny to be the best and achieve what he always thought about. Our hero was very afraid of repeating the failures he experienced in his past life, and therefore subconsciously avoided them in every possible way. However, if you put all doubts and fears aside, you just need to move forward and achieve success. And if everything works out, then surgery is not such a bad prospect at all. Although every day is like a battlefield, of course, the work will be very different from dermatology, but there is nothing terrible about it. The main thing is to work towards your goal, to become better, and with each day, all the difficulties will seem less significant. After all, he who does not take risks cannot expect great results. At the same time, somewhere else, a man was sincerely congratulating Lee Sang-min on his admission to the surgical department and asking if he needed anything else. Smiling, the young man said that it was thanks to the clinic employee that he was able to falsify the results so easily and simply. The interlocutor seemed to feel embarrassed, but still continued to answer the blonde, well, that everything didn't go so badly, because he didn't do anything special. And the next minute, the stranger was wondering why Sang-min needed to send his colleague Jin Hoon to the surgical department. It was strange and not entirely clear, considering that he could have chosen a different path for him. The young man was silent for a few seconds. He seemed to be thinking about his answer, intending to answer in such a way that his words would not become another reason for misunderstandings that could explain this whole complicated situation. And then finally he asked if it had ever happened to a clinic employee that over the course of 11 years, he constantly lost to someone. The man didn't understand what was being discussed, but he said out loud that he probably shouldn't have asked such things. The next moment, the blonde said that most likely the clinic employee was too busy and that he could go. It was a polite but firm offer to leave the office. Picking up the documents from the table, the young man said out loud that the stupid man was asking why he had brought his colleague to this department. In fact, everything was extremely simple. If Jin Hong went into dermatology, then his competitor would have no chance of defeating him in the future. Clutching the sheet of paper with the results of admission, the guy again turned to himself, saying that perhaps this was all against the rules. But deep down, he understood that all these rules were just conventions that only complicated his path. A few days later, standing in the clinic courtyard, Moon Jin, with an embarrassed voice, told Lee Hai-mi that she was pretty and that he liked her. For a few seconds, the girl looked attentively at her interlocutor, thinking about what would be best to tell him, because everything that was happening was too unexpected. The very next minute, the beauty replied that she knew all this perfectly well, and that the young man should not have said so. It was more of an excuse to avoid an awkward conversation. Suddenly, the guy himself noted that he knew how the blonde would answer, and that it was not difficult for him either to guess how much she liked his friend. These words threw her off balance, and she realized that her feelings had long since become obvious. And again, embarrassed and blushing, the girl did not know what to answer to such a remark. Her thoughts were confused, and her feelings were so complex that she could not find the right words. The young man noticed that she was starting to get angry, but decided not to make the situation worse, and explained that from her reactions and facial expressions, it was immediately obvious that she was not very happy with what he said. The guy continued the conversation, expressing his thought that if he were in his friend's place, he probably wouldn't miss the chance to be with such a smart and attractive girl as Lee Hai-mi. The beauty felt her heart begin to beat faster, and a little embarrassed, she admitted that she really liked Jin Hong, but he seemed to not notice her feelings. To lighten the mood a little and make the conversation easier, the blonde suggested that her interlocutor go to a bar and just relax, have fun, and forget about all the problems. At this very time at the airport, Professor Kang Min-chul was telling Jin Hoon to be careful on the way home, as the trip could be tiring. The young man said that he had taken a few days off and was in no hurry. He had time to rest and prepare for the next part of his work. He assured the professor that he was in no hurry, because he had everything under control. The next second, the young man added that last time the professor had traveled such a long way from Seoul to Busan for him, and that he really appreciated this gesture. Smiling, Kang Min-chul said that when he returns, Jin Hoon will be working non-stop, adding that the young man should already be mentally prepared for the upcoming workload. As he left, the professor said that there was nothing special about exchanging professors, that he himself had always been results-oriented and wanted the young man to work less, but still remain productive. Hearing these words, the guy thought, looking after his mentor, he felt a strange uncertainty inside, as if he needed to change something in his life. A few weeks later, when he returned to the hospital, Jin Hong noted to himself that many of his old friends from school had now become surgeons at this hospital. Although one of his friends became a policeman, although he looks like a bandit, but in fact he keeps order and does important work that is not always noticeable to others. When Professor Choi Tae-wan learned that Lee Hai-mi was now working in her department, was very happy about this news. Of course, it wasn't Jin Hong, but she was still sure that the girl would become an excellent doctor. However, despite all the successes, our hero couldn't get the conversation with San-min, who suggested that he work together, out of his head. The guy said out loud that he didn't mind working with him, but he thought to himself that after that unpleasant incident, his feelings of wariness only increased. Despite all these thoughts, the work in surgery continued, and although it was not easy, Jin Hong gradually began to adapt to the harsh conditions that he had to endure. Few could imagine how much work is required to work in this industry, 100 hellish days of work, and all this in order to stay afloat. Survive in this system and hope for at least some result. But sometimes the fatigue was so strong that the guy felt like his body refused to move, and he just wanted to fall down and forget about everything. Sitting in the hospital and observing the patients, our hero wondered why people continue to get sick even on holidays. He thought about how he wanted them to recover faster and be able to return to normal life. At times when things became especially difficult, the young man regretted not choosing dermatology. He understood that the workload there was much lighter, and the work schedule was completely different. But more and more often, the guy realized that the more he thought about dermatology, the worse his mood became. Time flew by so quickly that our hero didn't even notice how the month of team swaps had arrived. He realized that it was time to move on and focus on his current role, and not on what was or could have been. In the hospital corridor, the guy met the professor of surgery and vice chief physician of the department, Go Yun Chang, noting to himself that he did not have any special impressions of this man. The most important thing for Jin Hong was to do his job well, which he intended to do, although he knew that he could handle it easily, since he already had experience in surgery. The young man was confident that he would be able to do his job well and cope with the rest of the difficulties. After all, the experience he had gained gave him confidence. The next minute, Surgeon Kang Hyun-suk approached the young man and said that they would be working together as a pair this month. Jin Hoon thought that Kang Hyun-suk looked serious enough and soon asked him to take care of him, because the work in surgery was not only physically difficult, but also mentally demanding. The interlocutor said that he had heard a lot about our hero. However, it is important for the guy to adopt the experience of those colleagues who have been working in the hospital for many years, since they have the knowledge and skills. Therefore, in his opinion, one should not do anything without asking advice, and it is also necessary to carefully monitor what the doctor himself does, so as not to miss important details. The young man admired this man because he seemed to be a very responsible and real leader who does not shift all responsibility to others, but takes part in the process himself. One day during his rounds, the doctor explained how to hold a spoon correctly and how to open his mouth wide, making our hero wonder a little whether this surgeon was going too far in his explanations. During his rounds, Jin Hoon reported to Kang Hyun-suk, saying that he used a special medicine because the patient had lung problems after a car accident. However, a minute later the man began to get indignant, saying that perhaps the young man had learned a lot, but in this case he had made a mistake and should have prescribed antibacterial drugs, not what was chosen. A few moments later, Kang Hyun-suk added that the real treatment is very different from what is written in books, and this is important to realize. Despite the objections of his superior, our hero did not believe that the patient's symptoms resembled pneumonia and remained confident in his diagnosis. At this moment, Professor Go Yun-chang entered the office and announced that soon there would be a rotation of not only the staff, but also the patients. However, despite his business, the professor decided to stay for a while to see how things were going with the young doctor's patients. Approaching one of the beds, the professor addressed our hero as the attending physician and asked him to tell about the patient's condition. In the first few minutes, Jin Hong hesitated a little, even though he was well aware of the patient's condition. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-suk intervened in the conversation, saying that he would tell everything in detail himself, and began reporting on how the operation went. The professor turned to Kang Hyun-suk with a stern voice, emphasizing that he was not addressing the senior doctor in the department, but the attending physician, so he should be the one to answer. Looking over his boss's shoulder, Jin Hong noted that he understood everything and would do as he was told. A moment later, he said that 4 days had passed since Kim Soo-min's surgery. His wounds were in good condition, and the inflammation level was 8.34. As for the number of leukocytes, it is 13,400. The professor asked about the level of anemia, and the young man answered with ease. It seemed like it was some kind of test, because a minute later, Go Yun-chang already asked about the drainage system. Jin Hong immediately reported that about 120 milliliters of seroma had accumulated over the past 8 hours. The professor, examining the patient's card, noted to himself that the young man had not made a single mistake. A few days later, Mr. Lee called in Professor of Surgery Go Yun-chang, and as if casually, began to tell the story of how our hero ended up in their department completely by accident. He then hinted that the man might be in line for the position of head of the department, but that was not a fact, and the situation was far from resolved. Again, with a hint, he added that the clinic employee should keep a close eye on his subordinate, since anything could happen. The next day, when Jin Hoon went to the ward, he greeted patient Kim Soo-min, who asked if he was his attending physician. At this time, our hero was talking with the patient's wife, who noted that they were lucky with the doctors who do their job well. Hearing the guy ask the patient not to say too much, he replied that it was indeed quite difficult for him, but he was trying. Suddenly, the young man became alert, noticing that the oxygen level in the patient's blood was 92%, although in a healthy person this figure is usually around 97%, and this worried him greatly. As he was leaving the room, Jin Hong was stopped by the patient's wife. The woman wanted to know details about her husband's condition, noting that his recovery was very slow and difficult. The guy honestly admitted that the condition of Mr. Soo-ming's lungs was getting worse and worse, and the situation was not the best, and therefore anything could happen. The interlocutor looked attentively at the young man with a doomed look, but hope still glimmered in her eyes. The woman began to cry, explaining that she so wanted to take care of her husband, so dreamed of him getting better, and so she began to ask the young doctor to do everything in his power for the sake of their children. The guy was nervous. He didn't like such situations. Squeezing the folder tighter and tighter, he promised that he would do everything in his power. Lying on the sofa in the office, Jin Hong thought that he could sleep for at least a couple of hours, although he dreamed of finally lying down on his bed. But before the young man could doze off, the phone rang. It was a nurse from their department. The panicked girl screamed that patient Soo-ming had become much worse, and his blood oxygen level had dropped to 80%. Jumping up from the couch, the guy commanded that the test be carried out immediately, and he said that he would come to the ward immediately. Before he even entered the room, the young doctor immediately began to inquire about the patient's condition. Yan-hee said that everything was really bad. She was not satisfied with the patient's breathing. Jin Hong, on one hand, addressed his patient, trying to find out if he could hear him, and on the other, asked if the tests were ready. The doctor understood that the man had trouble breathing, and this was extremely dangerous, as he could die. The next minute, the nurse said she had brought the test results. Reading through the papers, the guy realized with horror that there was too much carbon dioxide in the patient's body, and now the situation was developing for the worse. There was no chance. Turning around, Yan-hee informed him that there was almost no time and ordered the girl to immediately prepare everything for intubation. But before the young man could do anything, a male voice was heard behind him, asking what he was going to do. It was Kang Hyun-suk, who said that they needed to talk immediately about what was happening in the ward. With horror in his voice, Jin Hong asked if now was the time for such a conversation. Kang Hyun-suk explained that during an emergency, when a patient's condition worsens to such an extent, senior and more experienced doctors should be called. In a firm voice, he declared that he would do the intubation, and that the young man should simply stand and learn. The young man did not know what to answer or how to react to such a remark. It seemed that he was simply in shock. However, the next moment he noted to himself that at such moments hierarchy loses all meaning. Every minute counts. Hearing the nurse's cries that everything was bad, Kang Hyun-suk turned to his subordinate and told him not to repeat such mistakes next time. A minute later, the head doctor ordered the boy to remove the oxygen mask correctly. He noted that due to the temporary lack of blood flow to the brain, serious damage could be caused, so intubation must be carried out very carefully. Jin Hong noted to himself that his boss was talking too much instead of doing his job, but the man continued to explain about panic and mistakes. However, Kang Hyun-suk suddenly fell silent, thinking that his airway was blocked and he couldn't do anything. At that moment, the nurse screamed that the oxygen level had dropped to a critical level, to 50%. The man was nervous. He was sure that no one but him could carry out this procedure properly, but even he could not do it. The panic increased, and the nurse shouted again that the oxygen level had dropped to 40%, and the doctor needed to hurry. The young man, under the pressure of emotions, could not pull himself together and perform intubation correctly, which drove him into a rage. Yeon-hee raised her voice sharply, accusing her boss of making a mistake by trying to insert the tube into her esophagus instead of her airway. Hearing the man ask our hero to call Lee Tae-soo, the guy replied that more than 30 minutes had already passed and it would be too late. Realizing that every second counted, Jin Hong said he had performed intubation many times and was now willing and able to perform the procedure. However, the interlocutor didn't want to listen. He continued to assert that the young man was only in his first year and knew too little. Suddenly, our hero screamed that it didn't matter how long he worked at the hospital because the patient was about to die. A moment later, the guy began to apologize, saying that he had been too emotional, but the patient's life was much more important. Taking the intubation machine, Jin Hong noted that the patient's airway was too narrow, and it would be incredibly difficult to perform the procedure. One of the nurses screamed again, saying that the patient's oxygen level had dropped to 0, meaning that he would have a heart attack in 5 seconds. The young man knew that haste would not help in such a situation. Time was of the essence, but it was important to act as carefully as possible. Our hero heard that there were only 2 seconds left, and a code blue was called for an emergency medical team to arrive in the room immediately. The patient's wife stood before the young man's eyes, and he understood that he had to do the impossible to save the unfortunate man. The next second, the nurse counted down the last second, and it seemed all was lost. But a moment later, a joyful Yeon-hee reported that the oxygen level began to rise rapidly, indicating that the tube was inserted correctly. Jin Hong apologized to his boss again, noting that he would book an intensive care unit and prepare a ventilator. Having caught his breath a little, the young man noted that his heart was beating like crazy, but the main thing was that everything worked out. Just a few minutes later, a professor from the intensive care unit was already standing in the room, asking what had happened and who the attending physician was. Lee Hai-mi immediately recognized her colleague and the nurse, but immediately pulled herself together when she realized that they were working together. Jin Hong, as the attending physician, said that the patient was at risk of a heart attack due to respiratory failure, but thanks to successful intubation, everything went well. The woman, having examined the patient, noted that the anatomical features of his nasopharynx make this case extremely difficult even for an ENT doctor. Our hero immediately realized that the doctor was a specialist from the therapeutic department and immediately gave the correct assessment of the situation. Kang Hyun-suk intervened in the conversation and asked the professor to look at the patient's lung image. The woman immediately said that this was not ordinary pneumonia, and it was good that the treatment was chosen correctly. Listening to the specialist's opinion, the young man became more and more surprised because he was sure that it was pneumonia. The guy was horrified to hear that the symptoms were more likely to indicate congestion in the lungs, which was probably due to acute damage to them, and he remembered the words of his colleague. The woman noted that not only antibiotics but also diuretics were used for treatment. Overall, the doctors did everything in their power. A minute later, she added that if the patient's condition worsened, there was nothing they could do to help him. The next moment, the professor switched to Lee Hai-mi, noting that they were done with the blue code, and it was time to move to the wards of the therapeutic department. Winking at our hero, the blonde whispered that the young man was doing a great job and should continue in the same spirit. The young man was pleased by such attention, and he waved to the girl, wishing her all the best. The boy knew he had done everything he could, gave the instructions to the nurse, and left. Standing in the doctor's office, the young man noted to himself that the sun was rising. The night had been difficult, but it was good that the worst was behind him. The next moment, Kang Hyun-suk walked in. The guy decided to act proactively, So he immediately stated that he had done everything exactly according to his boss's instructions. The young man began to apologize, admitting that he was wrong when he ignored the opinion of the young doctor and also delayed the intubation. Jin Hong told the boss not to worry about it since he had done everything right anyway and received his approval. But the man still began to object, admitting that if it weren't for our hero's knowledge and talent, their patient would no longer exist. When asked how the young doctor performed intubation so well, the young man, as always, answered that he simply read a lot of books. Thanks to continuous monitoring, the patient was able to return to a regular ward after being disconnected from the ventilator. All this time, the man was watched over by his caring wife, who could not be happier with the doctors. A few days later, the woman found our hero and, right in the hospital corridor, began to bow to him and sincerely thank him. Upon hearing that the patient could be discharged as early as next week, the patient's wife again began to say the kindest words about the guy. Watching this, Go Yun Chung thought that he had no reason to call the young doctor to his place, and he didn't know what to do. The professor knew that he had to leave this young man behind in order to later drive him out of the hospital in disgrace. The man remembered Mr. Lee's words about how everything came too easy for Jin Hong, but the young man had not planned to go into surgery. Go Yun Chang knew that he was trapped and it would not be easy to get out of it. The president of the hospital ordered him to leave the young man, so he could not disobey, otherwise he would not get a promotion or even be fired. The next day, the chief informed our hero that he was being temporarily transferred to the emergency department. The guy didn't understand why this was happening to him. It seemed like there were enough doctors in the hospital, but if there weren't enough, they could hire new ones or appoint interns. Covering his head with his hands, the young man thought about how he could relive all that horror again. At that time, Kang Hyun-suk assured him that it was all because he was the best in his class. Arriving at the department, he saw how everyone had gathered to greet him, noting that he had been gone for a long time. The doctors and nurses asked if the boy was having any trouble in the surgical ward and said that he should have stayed with them, where they treated him so well. But a minute later, everyone remembered that work awaited them, and the conversation stopped. There was an endless stream of patients ahead. The young man realized with horror that he had never expected to find himself in this department again, not knowing what to do next. However, the doctors were happy to have him back, and joked that if Jin Hoon were sent to them from time to time, it would be a great solution. A few days later, the nurse at the reception praised our hero, saying that for the first time in a long time there were more letters of thanks than complaints. However, this did not make the young man feel any better. Lying on the couch, he dreamed of at least 3 hours of sleep. The guy understood that people were coming to him because he had cured Mr. Su Ming, but at the same time, he hoped that the patients would choose another hospital. Our hero dozed off from fatigue, but soon jumped up in a cold sweat. It turned out that he was awakened by a phone call. The nurse from the reception room said that they had brought in a man who had been injured during a hike. As he made his way down the corridor, the boy couldn't understand who would go hiking in such bad weather, especially in pouring rain. The boy thought that if it weren't for Professor Go Yun Chang, he would never have ended up in the emergency room. Now, he decided that he would always remember this person. As he approached his department, the boy noted, as always, the lively atmosphere that reigned there. Patients and staff moved at a fast pace. Muffled conversations, ringing phones, and the sounds of medical equipment could be heard. Entering the emergency room, our hero immediately headed towards the admitted patient. His movements were confident, his gaze focused. He knew that every second was important. After a quick examination, the guy made a preliminary conclusion that the man most likely did not have a severe concussion, but severe bleeding in the abdominal area indicated the need for urgent surgery. As the young man listened to the nurse's report on the patient's condition, Jin Hong noticed signs of injury, suggesting that the man might have hit a sharp rock during his fall. Having thought about the situation, our hero immediately declared that the operation should be started immediately. However, this meant the need to explain the situation to the patient's guardian or relatives. Suddenly, the nurse interrupted the young doctor, saying that there was a complication and they were not sure of the identity of the victim. Firstly, the man had no identification documents. Secondly, he had no telephone. Thirdly, he looked like a homeless person who probably had no relatives or guardians. Jin Hong understood that the hospital's internal rules prohibited performing surgery without permission. This was a serious violation that could have consequences not only for him, but also for the hospital. This meant that he had to immediately contact the professor in charge to get approval to perform an emergency operation. At this time, Go Yun Chang was sitting in the office of the president of the Deal Clinic. He heard his mobile phone ringing, but he decided to ignore it, pretending to be completely focused on the conversation. However, the Lee family representative present in the office commanded the professor to pick up the phone, emphasizing that the situation might be urgent. Go Yun Chang reluctantly obeyed, took out his phone and answered the call, asking irritably what happened. The man expected that it might be a small thing, but his voice betrayed hidden tension. Jin Hong was on the line. In a reserved but confident voice, he briefly explained the situation, that the patient was in critical condition, and without immediate intervention, the consequences would be irreversible. Hearing this, the professor could not restrain himself and began to shout, accusing the young doctor of taking responsibility for the homeless man. However, the young man stood his ground, explaining that the situation was too serious to hesitate. In his past life, the guy always did everything possible to save someone else's life, and now he was not going to violate this principle. He knew that this was his duty as a doctor, despite all the bureaucratic obstacles. Therefore, Jin Hong continued to convince Go Yun Chang that it was necessary to immediately take the patient to the operating room without wasting a minute. Partially hearing the conversation, the president of the clinic was clearly happy about something, looking at the professor with a mysterious smile. At the same time, Go Yun Chang insisted that the young doctor could only perform the operation after he found the patient's guardian. But the young man categorically disagreed with this, understanding that finding a guardian would only steal precious time, although the operation itself was not particularly difficult. Grasping the edge of the bed, the young man wondered where he could look for this guardian, knowing that every minute was against them. A moment later, an idea occurred to him that perhaps the best solution would be to send the patient to another hospital with more flexible rules. With this thought in mind, Jin Hong quickly began calling various clinics in the city, hoping to find a place where the man would be accepted without delay. However, his efforts were in vain. In some places, doctors were overloaded. In others, emergency operations had already been planned, and no one wanted to take on additional responsibility. Realizing that precious time was running out and the patient's chances of survival were decreasing with every minute, the young man decided to call the professor again. But Go Yun Chang, answering the phone, abruptly stated that the operation was not a joke, but a serious matter, and that the young doctor must first find a guardian. His voice was firm and he repeated again, "It is strictly forbidden to start the operation without the consent of the guardian." Clenching his fist, the boy realized that the professor was deliberately ignoring the criticality of the situation. The man absolutely did not care whether the patient survived or not. At this point, the nurse reported that the man's condition was worsening and that surgery was needed immediately. Unable to bear it, Jin Hong ordered the operating room to be prepared. After a short pause, he added that he would take full responsibility and asked the nurses to prepare everything necessary. Seeing the staff's frightened faces, the young man explained that if they didn't start the operation right now, the patient would be gone. His confidence calmed his colleagues a little, but tension was still in the air. However, the nurse again asked under whose name the operation should be recorded. The doctor firmly replied that they had to use his name, although he knew it was risky, but there was no other way. As he began the operation, Jin Hong thought for a moment that he should formally obtain permission from the professor. But given that Go Yun Chang clearly showed no interest in the patient's fate, he couldn't do otherwise. The young doctor knew that his task was to open the abdominal cavity, stop the bleeding, remove the damaged section of the intestine, and connect the healthy edges. He had performed similar operations all the time in his past life. Upon hearing that the patient's indicators had stabilized, the guy felt relieved, happy that he had coped with the task again. After some time, one of the nurses wanted to report to our hero about the patient's condition, but, seeing the sleeping doctor, she realized that he had simply passed out from fatigue. The next day, the clinic's president, DL, asked his secretary if they had managed to find a guardian for the homeless patient. The woman replied that the guardian had never been found, but the operation had been performed at the highest level. These words caused a storm of emotions in the president. He screamed, not believing that a novice doctor had coped with such a difficult task. The secretary, apologizing, continued to report that the operation had indeed gone perfectly. But what interested Mr. Lee most was the patient's condition. The assistant replied that the man was recovering and had no complications. For a moment, the president thought about whether he should leave Jin Hoon alone, but remembering the possible comparisons with Sangmin, he decided otherwise. He added that in fact the patient should be registered under Jin Hong's name, but the hospital's rules do not allow this. As a result, he ordered the patient to be registered in the name of the professor in charge of the department, assuring himself that he was doing the right thing. At that very moment, our hero was with his patient. The young man wanted to say something, but his phone rang. While answering the phone, the guy heard a woman from the administration department say that she wanted to talk about an unidentified patient. The young man began to explain that he had not yet found a guardian, but given that the operation had gone well and the man was recovering quickly, everyone was waiting for him to speak up. However, the administrator continued to insist that if payment became a problem, the young doctor could be held accountable. After hanging up, the guy screamed that he understood everything, and if problems actually arose, he would take full responsibility. And once again, Jin Hong began to mutter something under his breath, when out of the corner of his eye he noticed that his patient had not only come to his senses, but was also waving his hand at him. Hearing that the man had woken up at the very beginning of the conversation, the guy cried out, asking why he hadn't immediately said that he was already conscious. The stranger looked at his interlocutor in surprise, not knowing what to answer. The patient did not understand what had happened to him. However, the guy said that the man had to undergo emergency surgery and that they would soon give him a painkiller so that he would not feel pain. A minute later, the patient admitted that he had drunk a little and without sobering up, climbed the mountain. But because the stones were slippery, he slipped and fell down. Answering the question of who performed the operation, the guy modestly said that it was him, which surprised his patient. The man sincerely thanked Jin Hong for saving him, but thought to himself that he would never have believed that the young surgeon was capable of such a thing. At the same time, the guy, as always with modesty in his voice, said that he was glad to see the patient in full health, and everything else was just part of his job. A second later, the young man remembered that he wanted to ask the name of this unknown person to finally close all the questions. At this time, one of the clinic employees approached Mr. Lee's secretary. She explained that they had received a phone call regarding a VIP patient. When Min So-yoon answered the phone, she found out that she had received a call from the Department of Oriental Studies at Korea University regarding their artist Kim Jong-hyun, who had been admitted to their hospital. The girl noted that most likely there was a mistake, since no one had contacted her before. However, the voice on the phone explained that he had heard that the artist had undergone emergency surgery after he slipped and fell off a cliff a few days earlier. Hearing this, the girl's hand froze on the mouse. It seemed that the meaning of the words spoken had finally reached her. At that very moment, the man who was talking to Jin Hoon decided to reveal his own name and said that his name was Kim Jong-hyun. That same day, news about the monster doctor, as our hero was called, spread throughout the media, and everyone was talking about how he had saved a famous Korean artist. The press flocked to the hospital to interview the young doctor and find out about Kim Jong-hyun's condition. The young man thought to himself only about how good it was that the man was not homeless. At the same time, he did not want to answer useless questions, since work was waiting for him. However, understanding the pressure of the journalists, the guy still explained that the artist had serious internal bleeding, but now he's quickly recovering. The next moment, he apologized and explained that he had other patients and therefore had to go. The media were surprised that such a young doctor, who was an intern just 6 months ago, took on such a complex operation, especially for a VIP patient. This was not the only thing that amazed the journalists. They learned that this doctor was the same one who saved the judge by performing an emergency operation right on board the plane. Once again, everyone started discussing the young genius doctor who saved the great artist who was looking for inspiration on the mountain in the rain. The young man became the subject of discussion again, and news about him graced the front pages of newspapers. While some admired, others were dissatisfied. Among the latter was Mr. Lee, who did not understand why the guy was so lucky. A few minutes later, Go Yun Chang, who was with the president of the clinic, asked why they allowed a trainee doctor to perform such a complicated operation. With calmness in his voice, the interlocutor replied that everything was fine for now, and the professor should not worry about it. A minute later, he added that Jin Hong's boss should change the artist's attending physician, since it was strange that such a famous person was being treated by a doctor with 6 months of experience. Go Yun Chang did not argue and stated that he would treat the patient himself. The next day, the artist approached our hero and asked if he really was Dr. Kim. The young man did not understand why everyone in the hospital knew him. However, the man noted that the news continued to cover the events of recent days. All this made our hero very angry. He considered himself a good surgeon, but he did not understand why the press was endlessly discussing the same thing. The next moment, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was the professor who asked him to come into his office. A few minutes later, the boss asked the guy if he would mind if he treated the artist himself, explaining that he was a special patient. Our hero said out loud that he understood everything, but thought to himself that everyone wants fame, but he was not very interested in it. He would gladly refuse the famous patient. However, a few minutes later, Kim Jong-hyun, having learned about the change of doctor, stated that he did not want changes and wanted everything to remain as is. Hearing this, the man noted that Jin Hong was an experienced doctor and thought to himself that when everyone thought he was homeless, no one wanted to take him on except this simple guy. And now that he has become important, everyone needs him. That's why I said out loud that the attending physician is the one who cares about the patient the most. A minute later, he added that Jin Hong was very different from many doctors. Returning to his drawing, the man asked the professor to leave so as not to disturb him. Go Yun-chang didn't like this attitude, but he didn't object and said that everything was clear. The next day, there were more people in the hospital than ever before. Everyone wanted to see the same doctor who treated the famous artist. When our hero learned that so many patients were trying to get to him, he was both angry and upset, realizing that he was already overloaded, and they kept adding new ones. A week later, Kim Jong-hyun was already sitting in his room, leaning on a crutch. Upon seeing his attending physician, the man stood up and began to thank him for everything he had done for him, noting that he was finally leaving the hospital. The guy smiled, saying that he was pleased to hear kind words, and thought to himself that because of the artist, he had even more work. A few minutes later, Kim Jong-hyun and his guardian left the hospital and headed home. Answering the guardian's question about his health, the artist said that everything was fine, thanks to the young and talented doctor. However, the young man still could not understand what kind of insight the artist was talking about, even despite all his attempts to comprehend it. But within a moment, he was shouting, enthusiastically noting that the great Kim Jong-hyun had experienced true enlightenment, especially after he had come close to death, having almost fallen off a cliff. Hearing such nonsense, the man hit the young man with disappointment and said that, watching the people working around him, he understood one important thing. The fall from the mountain and all his suffering had nothing to do with it. It was not the main thing. A minute later, he added that he remembered something important. He needed to return the drawing, which was to become a gift, and asked the young man to come back and do it instead, him to finish what he started. It seemed that the guardian did not fully realize what a generous gift he was about to give, but he was not going to argue with the great artist. I thought to myself that after some time, this work of art would be worth at least 1,000,000 won, so the gift would be truly valuable and generous. A minute later, the young man was already standing at the reception, giving the administrator a gift and explaining that Kim Jong-hyun had especially noted the young Dr. Jin Hoon for his attention and professionalism. The nurses couldn't believe their eyes. They were amazed not only by the generosity of the gift, but also by how amazing it was, with such a deep meaning. The painting depicted the doctor himself, sitting next to the patient and doing everything possible for him, demonstrating care and dedication to his work. The girls were absolutely delighted with what they saw and decided that it was a wonderful gift for the entire hospital. They unanimously agreed that the painting would be best hung in the clinic lobby so that everyone could admire it. The girls were convinced that such beauty should definitely be hung in a prominent place, since their doctor was the pride of the hospital. The beauties believed that after this incident, there would be even more visitors, which would certainly please the administration of their medical institution. In fact, the painting was most admired by the medical staff, who noted the artist's professionalism and ability to subtly empathize with people. Everyone knew that the prototype of the doctor was their monster, as they called Jin Hong behind his back, because despite his youth, he was very smart and literate. But our hero didn't need all this. He was thinking about when he would be able to rest and relax a little. Although others seemed not to understand it all, they needed a talented doctor who would give everyone hope. The doctors at Deal Hospital were also happy with everything, because by dumping all the work on our hero, they had much more free time. However, for the young man, all this was a real punishment. He was on duty continuously for 100 days. All the patients wanted to be treated only by him. In addition to everything else, he was in the emergency room. Suddenly, Professor Yu Yan-soo met the young man. The man asked in horror what Jin Hoon was doing in their department. Barely standing on his feet, the boy noted that they had met for the first time since Professor Chaw's departure to the States and began asking how the doctor was feeling. However, the doctor was not worried about this, but about why the young man was in the emergency room. Listening to the explanation that second-year residents have a lot of work, the man thought that in their hospital, even they are not always forced to work on duty. The professor knew that 1-2 months of duty was already too much, and they were going to leave the young man for a third, and in the most difficult department of the clinic. Therefore, the man said in a stern voice that things would not go this way, because at this rate the guy would soon die. A minute later, he added that he would immediately go to the head of the department and demand that the young man be immediately removed and transferred to his surgical department. Our hero was so tired that he became emotional in front of his senior colleague, thanking him for the help he had provided, and noting to himself that this was the best gift possible. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Lee Hai-mi and her colleague Su-yeon were changing clothes, talking about how they needed to go somewhere to sit after work. The blonde was tired, but she didn't want to talk about it, especially since her friend told her that she had broken up with her boyfriend and therefore wanted to relax a little. Smiling, the girls decided that after hard days, they really deserved to have a drink and a tasty dinner, just to switch from work to something else. When asked about Jin-hoon, Lee Hai-mi said that firstly, she and the guy are just friends, and secondly, he likes another girl. The colleague immediately understood which one was being discussed, because she knew that the young man in the surgical department communicated with only one nurse. On the other hand, the girl didn't understand whether they were really dating, and so she asked the blonde about it again. The beauty didn't know for sure, since the guy sat at work all day long, but at the same time she was sure that the guys were seeing each other. Su-yeon thought for a moment and again asked if Yeon-hee really liked the young man. Without waiting for an answer, she began to reason that the nurse definitely liked the young man. But as for the guy being interested in the girl, that was another question. And then she said that she had a good instinct, and that instinct told her that Jin-hoon liked Lee Hai-mi. The blonde began to remember how one day a young man patted her on the head, but it was not just something friendly, but something more. Seeing the blonde's indecision, the colleague said that if she were in her place, she would have tried to confess or hint something a long time ago. The girl asked directly if it was true that her friend was afraid of losing a friend, but to herself she thought that her colleague and the young surgeon were the same. And again, without waiting for an answer, Su-yeon noted that in any case, even if Jin-hoon starts dating someone else and does not distance himself, therefore, there is nothing to worry about. And I had to convince my interlocutor to be more confident and open up to the guy, hoping that they would date in the future. As Head continued to hear her friend's words about our hero liking her, but the fear was still stronger. As she walked outside, Lee Hai-mi noted to herself that this was the first time in 3 months that she had left the hospital. What was interesting was that many people were walking around in t-shirts, but she was still wearing a coat. Returning home, the beauty thought about how the guy was feeling. She knew that he had been on duty in the ambulance for 100 days and had lost a lot of weight. That's why our heroine came up with the idea of making a bento for the young man, because it's not only tasty, but also healthy. But the very next minute, the girl began to scold herself for such an idea, deciding that she was not going to admit anything to the young man. Although, on the other hand, Lee Hai-mi still wanted to surprise Jin-hoon somehow, especially since they had already known each other for many years, and there was nothing strange in the fact that she would cook something for him. Standing in front of the supermarket, the girl firmly decided that she would cook something to please her friend. Professor Yu-ha kept his word, so that same day he went to his colleague to ask on what grounds the young man had been on duty in the emergency room for 3 months. The man noted that first-year residents cannot be in such a department at all, especially since the guy was assigned to surgery. And a minute later he added that this kind of duty is difficult even for an experienced doctor, not to mention a young man who can barely stand on his feet. Go Yun-chang noted with a dissatisfied tone that he understood everything and would deal with it himself. However, the colleague did not calm down and continued to ask how it could happen that there were many second-year students in the hospital, but it was Jin Hong who was sent on duty. The head of the department started shouting and saying that he would sort things out in his department himself, and that there was no need to tell him how and what to do. So he repeated what he had said a minute ago, explaining that he personally wanted to check everything and put everything and everyone in their place. However, the interlocutor was very interested in the last words, concerning the fact that the professor wanted to figure everything out, not understanding how he had not thought everything through in advance. Go Yun-chang shouted that there was no need to conduct an investigation. If colleagues interfered and knew too much, they themselves might get hurt. But Yu Yeon-soo didn't understand anything, and therefore declared that he would not leave the office until he knew the whole truth. The manager did not like this state of affairs, so he noted that he was the head of the department and would sort it out himself, but his colleagues would be better off minding their own business. Turning the conversation into a shout, the man said that he had said everything he could and wanted. If the professor interfered, he would start having problems. Yu Yeon-soo knew that something had happened, and so he definitely wasn't going to stop before finding out the truth. Looking at the back of his interlocutor, Our hero's defender said that all these guys were their students, and therefore they should take care of them. Moreover, they are not just students. In the future, when the old generation passes away, they will support the hospital, therefore we should be grateful to them. And in a calmer tone, he asked his colleague to tell him everything in detail, without hiding anything. Returning to his chair, Go Yun-chang asked the man if he really wanted the truth. And a minute later, he said that if the man told anyone, he would have to give up his position as professor. At this time in her home, Lee Hai-mi tried to cook something delicious, but what she tried did not satisfy her desires. The girl said that she did everything as shown on the internet, but it didn't turn out so well. The beauty decided that even in cardiopulmonary resuscitation, it would have been easier for her. While setting out the plates, the blonde decided that she would at least cook something anyway. However, the very next moment, she thought that someone in the department had told her that Yan He was a very good and delicious cook. Lee Hai-mi tried not to think about it, deciding that the most important thing was sincerity, not food. After finishing the preparation, the girl called Jin Hong, who was sleeping in the room for doctors on duty at that time. The blonde said that she would come soon and specified where this room was. With a bag in her hands, the beauty thought about what her friend would think, but most of all, she was worried that he might not like the food. A minute later, they greeted each other and exchanged compliments, enjoying the meeting. Handing him the bag, the blonde quickly said that the guy hadn't been eating much lately, so she decided to cook something. Even though she didn't know how to cook, she still tried. The girl wished him a good appetite and thought to herself that she was incredibly ashamed, but a second later, Jin Hong took her hand. The blonde thought that he was not hungry, but our hero hastened to explain that the matter was completely different. The guy explained that he shared this room with Moon Jin, who had the day off. While Lee Hai-mi was wondering if they would be alone, the young man was wondering if there was a place in the room to sit down and eat properly. Sitting on the bed, the young man asked why the girl was standing to the side, noting that she was somehow strange. The beauty blushed, and at that time our hero explained that they didn't have a chair, so he invited her to sit down next to him. Having opened the box of food, the guy noted that firstly, he had not eaten anything, and secondly, there was no one better than his friend. The food box included sausages and some scrambled eggs, which looked quite appetizing. Embarrassed, Lee Hai-mi explained that she didn't know how to cook at all, but she tried her best with the scrambled eggs and made them herself. Smiling, the young man sincerely thanked his friend for her care and food. The beauty didn't believe that it was actually delicious, but Jin Hong reassured her, noting that it was the best food. And again he thanked his colleague, and thought to himself that the prepared food could not be tasteless. On the other hand, the girl tried very hard. A minute later, the guy added that he had eaten very well, showering her with compliments again, and noted that he would always eat food like that. The blonde noted that a guy should say similar words to his future wife so that she always cooks so well. The very next second, the interlocutor decided to change the subject. So she said that although it was difficult in the emergency room, one must not forget about nutrition. However, the young man remained silent, his head falling on our heroine's shoulder. The girl asked out loud what had happened, and to herself she noted that the young man was simply too tired and lost in thought about something on the go. The next second, the young man was already lying on the blonde's shoulder, and she thought with horror that she should have put on a longer dress. The girl felt sorry for her colleague. She understood that he had been so tired over the past month that he had earned himself chronic sleep deprivation. Looking at the sleeping guy, Lee Hai-mi thought about why she fell in love with this man. Her feelings were so strong, and she couldn't understand how it happened that she became so deeply attached to him. Getting as close to the young man as possible, the blonde whispered under her breath that she had been trying to hint to him about her feelings all the time, but he seemed unable to understand them. Flashed through her mind that she really loved Jin Hong very much, even though he would probably never know about it. It was painful, but she couldn't get rid of these feelings. However, the very next moment, realizing that our heroine could kiss him, Lee Hai-mi abruptly pulled herself back. She knew that she was not ready to confess her feelings right now. The girl looked at the tired, exhausted guy and felt deep affection. She wanted so much to be near him, to take care of him, to be his support, especially when he looked so tired and exhausted. After some time, after the guy had slept a little, our hero opened his eyes, realizing that he had at least been able to rest a little. He felt light, but realized that he still had a lot to catch up on. Sitting on the bed, the guy thought about how quickly Lee Hai-mi left and wondered how he fell asleep so quickly, but didn't even have time to really talk to her, although there was a lot that he wanted to say. The young man noted to himself that he was very pleased to meet the blonde, and he was glad that he saw her even for a minute. But, unfortunately, they were never able to communicate properly. A moment later, the young man pulled himself together, realizing that he wanted to meet his colleague again. He caught himself thinking that he was drawn to her, and this made him think about what was hidden behind these feelings. Suddenly, our hero's phone rang. It was Professor Yu Yan-soo, who asked how the young doctor was doing, how he was feeling, and what was new in his life. Without waiting for an answer, the man said that he would like to meet with the young man if he had time. Our hero, hanging up the phone, thought that the professor had never invited him to lunch before and could not understand what could have happened. Half an hour later, the men were already sitting in the restaurant, and Yu Yan-soo, pouring alcohol for his colleague, told him to drink and relax since he didn't have a shift for the next 24 hours. Hearing the good news, Jin Hong agreed, thinking to himself that he hadn't had a rest for a long time. The professor began the conversation by praising the guy, noting that he had recently saved an artist, whom everyone had mistaken for a homeless person, and that he was the only one who had provided him with comprehensive assistance. And a minute later, he continued, emphasizing that he had high hopes for the young man. The professor added that it was no wonder that all the departments wanted to get him, and at the same time asked where he planned to go next. Our hero honestly admitted that he himself does not know yet. Of course, his direction is surgery, but he can choose something else. The interlocutor continued to tell that Professor Chul has big plans for Jin Hoon. He would like the young man to become a liver transplant specialist. The young man noted to himself that in his past life he first went into vascular surgery. And then, moving to the Deal Clinic, I chose the liver and bile ducts direction. Interrupting the boy's thoughts, the professor explained that Jin Hong would have done well in any department, but he was personally inviting him specifically for a liver transplant. In response to the young doctor's question about why they had gathered, Yu Yan-soo noted that the young man had been working too much lately. But after a minute, he fell silent as if not knowing what to say next. After hesitating for a moment and putting the glass on the table, the man began to address the hero, and then abruptly asked what kind of relationship he had with the director. Jin Hong asked again what the man meant, since the question was extremely strange. After a short pause, the professor admitted that he had been deciding for a long time about this conversation, but had finally decided that the guy should know the truth. Hearing his interlocutor ask why he ended up in the ambulance, our hero replied that it was because of a shortage of doctors in the hospital. But the next moment, the doctor explained that this was a lie. In fact, the reason was that the young man was not allowed to become famous, and also that the director wanted to destroy Jin Hong. Listening with horror to the words of his senior colleague, our hero did not understand why the director needed him. And the interlocutor continued to explain that the head of the clinic did not want the young man to continue working in the surgical department. The guy was angry, but he couldn't understand what he had done wrong and why they were treating him so unfairly. Our hero understood that there was a clear hierarchical difference between him and the top management. And if so, then who could need him? The young man believed that there had been some kind of mistake, but Yu Yan-soo confirmed that the manager himself had given him this information. The next moment, Jin Hoon thought that perhaps the main reason was Lee Hai-mi. Maybe her father didn't like them communicating. Although our hero knew that after the death of her older brother, the girl stopped communicating with the family, which means the reason must be something else. The interlocutor replied that he did not know why the director treated the guy that way. However, the man had a hunch, and it was that the son of the clinic's director was San Min. The young man listened attentively, but given his gentleness and kindness, he could not believe that anyone was capable of plotting anything bad against him. However, the professor said Mr. Lee had risen quickly through the ranks, and his son had gone into surgery to follow in his father's footsteps. As for our hero, he is too good, so much so that he overshadows Sang Min, who is practically unnoticed in the clinic. Yu Yan-soo thought to himself that if Kang Min-chul hadn't left, he would have definitely protected the boy. And he said out loud that he would do everything possible to ensure that the young man would no longer be bullied. Sitting alone, Jin Hong felt extremely depressed and abandoned. The next day, Moon Jin, noticing that something was wrong with his comrade, began to ask our hero what happened. The guy believed that the main reason for his condition was that his colleague had hardly slept in recent months. So he advised the young man to get a good night's sleep. Hearing his friend's remark, the young man assured him that he was actually fine. But the very next moment, Moon Jin asked if his interlocutor would go to the ceremony scheduled for next week. Knowing that all the doctors, professors, and hospital management would be there, Jin Hong said that he couldn't go. The next minute, our hero added that he needed to check on patients in the emergency room. Looking at his friend walking away, the guy shouted after him that he should not overexert himself and try to rest more. While examining the patient, the young man could not stop thinking about what he had heard from the professor. The young man did not understand how best to act in this situation. because he had accumulated extensive knowledge and skills both in his past life and in his current one. Behind his back, everyone calls him a monster, noting his talent and wonderful attitude towards people. But this will not change the director's opinion. Jin Hong has been working hard all his life. First school, then college, then internship and residency. There was not a single day that he could just relax. The young man was rejected twice in dermatology, and when he finally settled into surgery, things again ended badly. The guy's thoughts took him so far that he began to think about getting a job in some other hospital. But the next moment, Jin Hong pulled himself back, not understanding why he had to run if he hadn't done anything wrong. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to the young man, calling him a nerd, which was the only name our hero was called by Kim Chul. The young man said that he became a police officer and therefore changed his life by taking responsibility. Although our hero thought to himself that his former classmate looked like a gangster and still looked like one. Answering the young doctor's question about what he was doing there, the boy said that his father had some minor health problems and he was his guardian. The next second he added that there was nothing serious with the parent, although the doctor looked very serious when he spoke about the need for an operation. The guy explained that while his father was sent for CT, he decided to go outside and have a little smoke. Jin Hong was curious about the diagnosis, but from his friend's words it became clear that the problems were related to the abdominal aorta. Kim Chul asked his interlocutor what exactly was wrong with this aorta, explaining that he did not really understand anything from what the professor said, since he spoke in an incomprehensible language. He added that most likely an operation would be required, but neither he nor his father see anything terrible in this. The next second, our hero spoke up and explained that an aneurysm is when the walls of the aorta begin to stretch. At first glance, it may seem that there is nothing to worry about, but it is very dangerous, since the aorta can rupture at any moment. The interlocutor, who until this moment looked happy and smiling, now had a radical change in his face. The young man continued to explain that while the walls were not too thin, there was no threat, but in the future it could pose a serious danger to life. The next second, the former classmate asked the boy if he had time to look at his father's test results to clarify the situation a little. Not much time passed, and Jin Hong was already sitting at the computer, reading over what was written. With each passing second, his gaze changed, and unfortunately, not for the better. Answering the young doctor's question, Kim Chul said that the operation was originally planned to be performed earlier, but due to his father's work, it was postponed a little. Our hero stated out loud that the operation should be performed as soon as possible, since the diameter of the aorta exceeds the critical 8 centimeters. Another bad sign is that the aorta stretches more than half a centimeter per year, and in this case, it has already increased by 2 centimeters. However, the young man began to make excuses, explaining to the doctor that it would be difficult to perform the operation now, since his parent would hardly agree. The next minute, he noted that he trusted his friend's words and asked if there was anything else to worry about. The guy added that if a man feels any pain, he should immediately go to an emergency center. There will be no time to think. Hearing the phone ring, Kim Chul told his interlocutor that most likely his father's examination was already finished, which meant it was time for him to go. Looking after his departing comrade, our hero reflected on the fact that he believed the worst would not happen. While buttoning up his buttons, Kang Hyun-suk remarked that he felt sorry that the young man couldn't go with them, even though he worked harder than anyone else. However, Jin Hong smiled and said that they could meet another time and have a drink together somewhere. The young man was more concerned about whether he would really be left alone in the entire hospital. At this time, the head of the clinic, DL, asked the secretary what time the tables were booked for and where the meeting was planned. Hearing that it would be at Taiwan again, the man asked how Jin Hoon was doing. Closing her eyes, his interlocutor realized that she did not know what to answer and collected her thoughts. The girl noted to herself that this guy was not just doing well, he was doing great. Some even called him a monster of the emergency room outpatient surgery. Professor Go Yun Chang's plan to load the young man with work by sending him to the emergency room had completely failed. Out loud, she added that because of his duty, the young man would not be able to attend the upcoming meeting. Mr. Lee asked if it was true that everyone except Dr. Kim would participate. Hearing that there would even be an emergency surgery team, the man wondered where this monster came from, since he didn't have a single flaw. The clinic manager hoped that during Jin Hong's shift, a person in some critical condition would appear. At this time, the young man was thinking that the director probably had nothing against him as long as the others were at the celebration. Kang Hyun-suk reassured his subordinate, noting that he himself was not going to drink alcohol and could come at any time. The young man was quite happy with this, since it was a maximum of an hour's drive from the restaurant to the clinic, and most patients, even in critical condition, would be able to last that long, with the exception of rare cases. A minute later, the chief added that he believed that nothing special would happen, although serious patients were encountered every day. A thunderstorm broke out outside, and the young man looking out the window thought that in such weather nothing terrible usually happens. Statistically, fewer people always go to work in bad weather than on sunny days, so you can breathe a sigh of relief and relax. Moon Jin, sitting at the computer, noted out loud that he needed to hurry up and leave the hospital as soon as possible. Our hero told his friend to just get his act together and finish all his business. Jin Hong sincerely wanted to help his colleague draw up a treatment plan, but the young man refused, explaining that he was the attending physician and therefore had to cope on his own. This statement made the interlocutor very happy. He thought that sometimes his friend seemed irresponsible, but in fact this was not the case at all. At the same time, leaning back in his chair, it seemed that the young man was not in a hurry to go to Itaewon. It was clear that he did not want to go there. Without finishing the conversation, our hero noticed the ringing phone. Seeing that it was an emergency center, there was no reason to expect anything good. After answering the phone, the young man heard the voice of a nurse who demanded that he come immediately. The next second, she shouted that they had a patient with an aortic aneurysm. At this moment, Jin Hong remembered the conversation with his former classmate that had happened the day before, and his premonition told him that this was serious. Grabbing his robe, the young man hurried to the emergency room. Less than a minute later, the young man was already standing in the corridor and heard Kim Chul's plaintive voice. While the guy was trying to say something to our hero, a nurse was screaming at the same time, demanding that the doctor immediately examine the patient. Jin Hong had studied the man's test results the day before, so he had a rough idea of what to expect when he looked at this unfortunate man. The young man immediately stated that the patient had an aortic aneurysm, and therefore his condition left much to be desired. Despite this, the young man continued to be interested in all of the patient's indicators. Hearing the disappointing figures, the guy thought with horror that the man could stop breathing at any moment. So he shouted at the nurses to transfuse as much blood into the patient as possible and to do it as quickly as possible. Our hero knew that the decision had to be made instantly, since in such situations every minute counts. Looking at his comrade, the young man gave the order to immediately send the patient to the operating room and prepare as many bags of blood as possible. Grabbing Jin Hoon by the collar of his robe, Kim Chul began to shout that he should have forced his father to undergo surgery, but he didn't. However, our hero, with surprising calmness in his voice, said that his father would survive and advised the boy to wait a little in the corridor. The next moment, he picked up the phone to contact the professor and tell him that they had a difficult case. The boy knew that he could start the operation on his own, but the procedure was extremely complex and he would definitely need the help of a team. The patient was in critical condition, and the worst part was that he had very low blood pressure and was unconscious. Our hero knew they couldn't let this man die. Within a minute, the young man contacted his boss, who asked what had happened. The young man, unable to control himself, shouted into the phone, briefly explaining that they had received a patient in critical condition and that doctors needed to come immediately. Kang Hyun-suk assured that he would come as soon as he could, after informing the professor in charge of today's duty. The guy was happy, because a professor specializing in the circulatory system was supposed to be on duty now, and he would probably drop everything and come to the hospital. While Jin Hong was waiting for help, he said that he would start the operation, and then the experienced doctors would come. A minute later, his boss called him, but his voice was both sad and determined. He said that unfortunately they cannot leave Itaewon at the moment. Upon hearing this news, the guy even sat down right on the floor in the hallway. But what angered him most was not this, but the fact that Kang Hyun-suk suggested sending the patient to another hospital, despite the patient's critical condition. As for the professor, he is a little drunk and therefore will not be able to perform the operation. The guy's boss explained that the doctor was indeed unable to perform the surgery. Although he had not originally intended to drink alcohol, the situation turned out quite differently. The man simply sat down next to the director, who began to treat him to various alcoholic drinks, and each time poured more and more. This left the professor in such a state that he could barely sit in his seat, and certainly could not take responsibility for carrying out the operation. A minute later, he added that if it was truly an emergency, it would be best to send the patient to the nearby Christiana Hospital, where qualified assistance could be provided. Kang Hyun-suk wanted to do something to help his subordinate, but he was not an expert in such operations, so he himself did not know how to act correctly in this situation. However, the boss noted that he would look for another doctor, although he knew that it would not be easy, since most of the professors were probably already drunk, and not all of them would be able to help. Confused and angry, the young man realized that the director had done everything possible to ensure that there would be no help at the hospital if something happened, and that most likely no one would come to provide real help. Clenching his fist in anger, our hero understood that he had to do something in the current situation. However, what could he do if he needed a professor? The guy thought to himself that most patients with various diseases can hold out for a long time and tolerate transportation well, but now is not the case. Suddenly, Jin Hong was called by a nurse who reported that the man's blood pressure was rapidly dropping. A second later, the girl handed the young doctor the results of the patient's blood test. The nurse herself understood what was written on the sheet, and therefore added that if they did not immediately perform the operation, the patient's heart would not withstand it. At that very moment, the young man remembered both the director and Sangmin, not understanding how one could be so heartless as to play with the fates of sick people for his own purposes. Having heard the words of our hero, who said that they were starting the operation, the interlocutor asked if it was true that reinforcements were already on the way. With despair in his voice, the young man declared that no one was coming and that he would take full responsibility. Looking into the nurse's uncomprehending eyes, the boy noted that he would explain everything in detail to his guardian, and then they would begin the operation. A second later, Jin Hong was already calling Moon Jin, who, fortunately, was dressed but had not yet managed to leave, and therefore asked the guy to immediately come to the operating room. Our hero explained that the man who came to them was Chul Wu's father. The operation should be carried out immediately. However, there are not enough people, and so he asked a friend to help. At that very time, the young man was explaining to his former classmate that his father's aorta had ruptured, and they needed to perform surgery immediately. Listening to his friend with horror, the interlocutor wanted to know what would happen to his dad after this. Our hero honestly explained that without surgical intervention, he would 100% die, and if the operation was performed, the chance of success was about 10%. Kim Chul began to cry, thinking to himself that his father was probably already dead. However, Jin Hong remembered his past history and decided that he couldn't let this man die, just like he couldn't let his father die. And so, with confidence in his voice, the young doctor said that he would make sure that everything was okay with his patient. And the next moment he added that numbers and statistics mean nothing. The most important thing is the attitude with which you go into the operating room. The man's guardian cried and asked his former classmate to do everything to keep his father alive. At this very time in Itaewon, everyone, including the vascular surgeon, had no idea what was going on in the hospital. The men discussed the most banal everyday matters, laughing and enjoying life. At the same time, the director thought to himself that he was going to force Jin Hong to make a mistake. But who would have thought that the guy would get a patient with an aortic rupture? Of course, after the death of the patient, it will be quite difficult to sort out the situation, but the goal of the clinic manager will be achieved. Mr. Lee remembered how a young man would perform surgery even on an airplane to save a patient. The director was counting on the young man to commit the most reckless act possible in order to do everything in his power. And this is exactly what Sangmin's father wants with all his heart, to finally promote his unloved son. Of course, everyone calls Jin Hoon a monster, but he still won't be able to perform an aortic operation. Most likely the patient will die on the operating table. Therefore, the guy will have to take full responsibility for what happened. The very next moment, the clinic director stood up to drink to all the doctors who had gathered for the meeting. Standing in the operating room, our hero thought that if he could do endovascular repair of the aneurysm, it would be much better. However, the young man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Moon Jin, who said that he had come immediately after a friend's call. The young man looked at Jin Hong in horror, and he explained that all the professors were at the celebration. Moreover, they were all drunk. However, these words did not inspire hope in the interlocutor. He began to say that they had no experience at all to carry out such a complex operation. Although it didn't matter at all to our hero, the young man said that they would do everything possible, everything in their power. Comrade didn't want to upset Jin Hong, but he objectively understood that reading books and studying well was one thing, but carrying out the most difficult operation was quite another. As if reading his friend's thoughts, the young man noted that they had the father of a mutual classmate in the operating room, and therefore they could not just sit idly by. Understanding this, the interlocutor, albeit with difficulty, stated that he would do everything in his power and hoped that they would succeed. At this point, the nurse intervened in the conversation and asked for the last time whether the young doctor would really be able to perform the operation. And she added that during this time, 30 bags of blood had already been used on the man. If the man dies in the operating room, then they will have no blood left at all. The young man understood that this was a bad indicator, since it indicated that the blood in the body had already changed 3 times. The young man also noted to himself that he would not like everything to end tragically. and said out loud that they would carry out the operation. There was no choice anyway. The woman understood this perfectly well, and therefore stayed to encourage the doctor, saying that the entire anesthesiology team would help the young man. Jin Hong was more scared than ever, but he still made up his mind and began to inquire about the blood pressure level. Having heard that everything was still within normal limits, the doctor announced to everyone gathered that he was beginning the operation. The next second, the guy turned to the nurse and asked her to hand him the electric scalpel. Suddenly, a strong stream of blood splashed on our hero. At that very moment, one of the employees screamed that they should stop. Something was wrong with the pressure. Jin Hong walked away from the operating table, while the resuscitation team shouted something about blood pressure. After just a few seconds, one of the doctors said that the pressure was dropping very quickly. They were trying to restore it, but they were having little success. Our hero was only thinking that once they made the incision, it would be good if the aorta were in a visible place. A few seconds later, the guy happily thought to himself that he had found her. The young man knew he needed help, so he turned to Moon Jin. The young man showed his colleague to hold his hand in a certain place. This should help stop the bleeding. And to make it clear, the guy showed how to do it. Our hero thought to himself that it was very important to work in a coordinated manner. The assistant must do everything quickly and on command. At the same time, Moon Jin is a newbie, and therefore it may be difficult for him. The hardest part is to find the tear along the aorta. Then it needs to be captured from above with clamps. The operation is very similar to repairing a hose that has burst under the pressure of water. But the difficulty is that the aorta is a blood vessel that is located deep in the body, and to capture it, you need to go through a number of internal organs. Considering that at this stage the pressure was at 60, an inevitable shock could have occurred, and if this continued, a heart attack was guaranteed. But the young doctor, although he had not tried to seal the ruptures, had moved the organs many times to clear the way, and so he had to cope. In the next step, Jin Hong especially needed the help of his comrade and colleague, so he said to pull on a certain area. Seeing that the assistant was doing something wrong, the guy began to correct him. The next moment, our hero was distracted to check the pressure level and realized with horror that it barely reached 40 divisions. Moon Jin, realizing that everything was serious, began to ask for forgiveness and thought to himself that his comrade did not know that he was being scolded for being slow in the operating room. Suddenly, the nurse screamed that the heart rate was slowing down. The resuscitator, turning to her colleague, told him to immediately bring all the remaining anesthesiologists. The surgeon and his colleague waited for the team to arrive to improve the patient's condition. Noting that cardiac arrhythmia had begun, the chief resuscitator ordered everyone to get ready. Another doctor said that everything needs to be done as quickly as possible. The next second, one of the specialists gave the command to give a 200J shock to immediately restart a normal heart rhythm. For a moment, chaos reigned in the room. The nurses shouted that they had run out of blood. The medics were at their limit. Turning to Jin Hong, they asked how soon he would finish because they were not able to delay any longer. The next moment, Moon Jin completely wilted and began to say that their comrade's father was lying on the table, but he was not an experienced enough surgeon to do everything quickly and correctly. Our hero noted with horror to himself that if the director and his son were really involved in this, then the guy would never forgive both of them. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the operating room, thanking everyone there for holding out for so long and noting that he had come to help. Jin Hoon looked at Professor Yu Yan-su with a kindness and hope that he seemed to have never looked at anyone else. The man, turning to his young colleague, apologized for not having come earlier. And then he explained that he accidentally overheard the conversation of the head of the emergency care center and realized that something bad had happened. However, understanding the state of the responsible professor, the scrupulous doctor realized that he could not be counted on and therefore arrived as soon as he could. The hero, realizing that he was standing in front of them at a higher level, began to apologize for taking on the operation without permission. However, the professor replied that firstly, the young man was saving a life, therefore he had nothing to apologize for. Secondly, they were having a very complicated operation, and therefore they needed to hurry. Seeing how things were progressing, Yu Yan-su asked the young man if it was true that he had reached this stage on his own. Having received an affirmative answer, the colleague said that despite the fact that the guy was a genius, this was simply incredible, and noted to himself that if he had enough time, he would have calmly completed the operation himself. At this point, the resuscitator spoke again, saying that the pressure was continuing to drop, and therefore we needed to hurry. The professor, turning to our hero, asked whether he would continue to conduct the operation. The guy didn't understand how a famous surgeon could ask a first-year resident who would be performing the operation, And the next second, Yu Yan-Su explained that he specializes in liver transplants, so he doesn't have much knowledge in this field. He only came to help. And he added that the young man must decide who will be the lead surgeon and who will be the assistant. Although he noted for himself that after what he saw, he understands that Dr. Kim is more professional in matters of blood vessels. Jin Hong gave the lead to his mentor, but decided that now was not the time to be shy. And so he said that he would continue the operation until they stopped the bleeding. Everyone gathered was thinking about the fact that a first-year resident was leading the operation, and the professor was the first assistant, which was something incredible. However, the two worked so harmoniously that it seemed as if they had carried out dozens of similar operations together. The professor did absolutely everything that the leading surgeon told him to do without trying to take the lead. A few minutes later, the resuscitator happily announced that she had finally noticed how the pressure was gradually increasing. She added that doctors must do their job, and for their part, the team of anesthesiologists and resuscitators will do everything in their power. Yu Yan-Su, looking at our hero with joy, thought that the guy had succeeded, although it didn't seem strange, because he, while still an intern, had performed a liver transplant operation. Jin Hong heard a question from a colleague about whether he had ever participated in an aortic surgery. It seemed that he had never done so. The professor noted to himself that, of course, how could he doubt it? The young man had only been working at the clinic for a few months, stay at their hospital at all costs, and become a famous professor. Our hero, continuing the operation, noted that the most difficult part was behind him. However, they still needed to replace the stretched aorta with an artificial blood vessel. After some time, the young man decided to hand over the reins of government to Yu Yan-Su, but he refused. He said that the guy was doing great at everything, and therefore wanted to see how skilled he was in everything else. And he himself, with joy in his voice, explained that he had been involved in liver transplants all his life and had never taken part in such an operation. As for the guy, he would like Jin Hong to complete this operation, noting to himself that he wants to see the guy's skill in all its glory. The rest of the operation went without any complications. The internal organs were not affected, the legs were not paralyzed, the back was not damaged. It was simply an ideal operation. After the operation, Kim Chul-woo's father showed signs of improvement. Yu Yan-Su noted that it was all thanks to our hero, who performed a real miracle. If it weren't for him, the man would no longer be alive. Because of his modesty, the guy would still like to share all the credit with the professor, but he continued to refuse, noting that he just helped a little. He added that Dr. Kim had done a great job, and he would like to emulate him. He thought to himself that the young man had brought a patient with an aortic rupture back to life in his first year of work. The man knew for sure that this guy was not just high-quality raw clay, he was already a finished product during his internship. The professor knew that they had to stop the director and keep the young man at any cost, and he noted out loud that Jin Hong should not worry because the patient would come to his senses very soon. The next moment, Yu Yan-Su asked his interlocutor when he last slept. The young man thought for a moment, noting to himself that if he hadn't slept either today or yesterday, then he had already been on his feet for about 40 hours. Smiling, the young man thought that it was not so scary, and turned his attention to his colleague, who also noted to himself that this doctor was behaving like an average medical professional. And a minute later, the professor told the boy to go and get a good night's sleep. And then he added that the guy shouldn't worry. If the man goes somewhere, he will ask the head of the liver disease department to look after the patient. On his way to the break room, our hero met his former classmate and reassured him, explaining that everything would be fine with the boy's father. The young man noted that he always believed in the botanist, but did not know that he would succeed in absolutely everything, adding that he would never forget this act. Jin Hong looked at his friend and was glad that the biggest problem was behind him. And soon he said that he needed to stop crying because the problem had already been solved, and added that someday he too could ask for help. A moment later, Kim Chul asked the boy if he knew what Sang-min was up to, explaining that he had been calling him, but he hadn't answered. Listening to his interlocutor with horror, our hero asked again if it was true that he, the guy, had called their mutual classmate the night before. The young man confirmed this, saying that he had been trying to call him for several hours, but he kept dropping calls, and regretted that he had been friends with him at school. Jin Hong was silent for a few minutes, realizing that this matter was not so simple. After some time, our hero called his blonde colleague and asked what he was doing. The young man heard the guy say that he was disinfecting the patient, but still acted like he had something important. Sang-min once again stated that he was busy, asking again if they could meet a little later. Although the very next moment the interlocutor said that as soon as the blonde was free, he should immediately come to the backyard of the hospital. Standing on the street, our hero thought about how he really wanted to smoke, but he had to limit himself because he would soon have to take a cancer test. The guy remembered that in his past life the disease was diagnosed at 40 years old, but in this life he does not smoke, therefore, most likely, nothing threatens him. Turning around, the young man continued to think that he was worried about his own health, but now there was a much more important problem. The reason was that the young man had to meet face-to-face with Sang-min. Smiling slightly, the guy said hello and out of politeness asked how the young man was doing, but the latter was thinking that he had already seen this smile 11 years ago. Yes, it was a beautiful smile, but it was not at all attractive because it looked like a mask. The guy was angry because the blonde never showed his true face in high school. They had fun, but he always wanted to be first. Later, this side of the young man disappeared, and before Jin-hong realized it, only an empty shell remained of his so-called friend. In response to his colleague's question, the young man simply began repeating the word yesterday, although the very next moment he began to explain that Kim Chul had called him the day before. After thinking for a moment, the interlocutor pretended that he actually remembered that the father of their former classmate had ended up in an emergency room. However, our hero, not having waited for a sensible answer, began to shout at the blonde that he did not know what friendship was. The young man called him, hoping for help, but he simply ignored him. It seemed that Sang-min didn't care at all. In an indifferent tone, he stated that they were the best surgeons and did not know what this or that team was doing and when. And after a short pause, he calmly noted that he was confident that his friend would do everything himself. The young man covered his face with his hands and said that he wanted to ask the blonde just one question. Everything that happened until yesterday, or rather everything that happened until the current moment. Did the young man know about it? Hearing his interlocutor's denial, Jin-hong stated that as the director's son, he couldn't help but know what was going on in his circle. Once again, the blonde wasn't going to give in so easily. He said that the guy was overreacting, not realizing that this was just an unfortunate turn of events. The hero repeated his question once again, emphasizing that this was all a misconception in the opinion of his colleague. Unable to restrain himself, the young man began to beat his former classmate, noting that people's lives are not a joke at all. The young man shouted, explaining that their friend's father almost died due to negligence, and the blonde man continues firstly to consider himself a man, and secondly, to harm those who have nothing to do with it. With anger in his voice, Sang-min demanded that his colleague let him go immediately. Lighting a cigarette, the ill-wisher noted that the father had a different wish, but despite everything, he was not trying to drive the young man out. He didn't have time to add that his main goal was to destroy our hero because he always stood in his way of his true desire. Sang-min was always behind his competitor, and the young man, tired of all this, just wanted to destroy the young man carefully and in the most terrible way. He then went on to say that if the guy was scared, he should just end his career as a doctor after he received 10 billion won. Clenching his fist in anger, the interlocutor asked if such a stupid reason could have forced the young man to commit such a vile act. And the next moment, striking the blonde again, he added that this inhuman act showed that he was a nobody. A second later, the young man added that the enemy can do whatever he wants, but our hero will never follow his path and will do everything to stop the scoundrel. Heading towards the hospital, Jin-hong decided that he would change his mind and make the director, as well as his son, regret everything they had done. At that very time, the blondie was sitting on the ground and saying out loud that his colleague must hate him because he had been waiting for this all his life, all 11 years. In the lounge, at this time, many surgeons were discussing our hero's actions, noting that this young man was a real genius because he did incredible things in the operating room. One of the doctors asked Yu Yeon-soo if he was confused about who performed the aortic surgery, but the doctor smiled and said that he was just an assistant. The colleague thought to himself that this simply could not have happened. No complications during the operation. Nothing that could have given away the first-year resident. However, the professors found it difficult to believe that a young and inexperienced doctor was performing the most complex operations. They were sure that he had previously practiced somewhere. After much debate and discussion, experts came to the conclusion that Jin-hong is a legend among legends, a genius sent from heaven. Throughout history, despite the lack of education, there have been many geniuses who were able to achieve results that seemed impossible. Although, when it comes to medical professions, experience is much more important than knowledge. This rule did not work for our hero, or rather it worked. But the professors had no idea how many years of his life the young man had spent in surgery. To stir up interest in this doctor, Yu Yeon-soo said that the young man performed more than just surgery on a ruptured aorta. The surgeon admitted that when Jin-hong was still an intern, he was able to connect blood vessels during a liver transplant operation. The man said that when Professor Chol became ill and was unable to continue the operation due to heart problems, his first assistant did the rest of the work. Although it seemed unreal to those gathered, in their eyes, interns are always sleepy, hungry, afraid of patients, and stupid people trying to make a diagnosis. The very next second, all the professors immediately jumped up from their seats and ran somewhere. They knew for sure that our hero should work in the Deal Clinic in the future. At this very time, a young man standing in the corridor in another office did not suspect that in a minute something unusual was waiting for him. Although the very next moment the young man, with his eyes wide open, heard the professors addressing him in turn. The men tried to interrupt each other, explaining that the guy should start specializing in what they were offering him. Someone shouted about blood vessels, someone about the thyroid gland, and someone about the liver. The young man listened attentively to all these specialists and could not understand how it was possible that they were suggesting that a novice doctor should already decide on a direction. However, the very next minute, Yu Yan-su came over and announced to everyone gathered that Jin-hoon would be specializing in liver transplants. The next day, while on duty, our hero received a call about a patient who needed surgery for acute cholecystitis. The interlocutor said that this surgical intervention should be carried out by Jin Hong. The professor noted that firstly, the young man is an excellent surgeon, and secondly, it is a simple procedure, and he can handle it quite well. The man added that compared to an aortic rupture, this was child's play, and said that he was at home and therefore, if anything happened, he would arrive within 10 minutes. Our hero decided that this was too much for him, so he started calling other professors to ask them for help. However, all the surgeons had their own business. They noted that the young man was quite qualified and experienced to carry out such a simple procedure. Thus, almost all operations were entrusted to Jin Hong, and many even began to call him professor, albeit jokingly. It is interesting that all the patients were satisfied with the quality of treatment. The surgeons with the fast and precise execution, the professors with the free time. Only our hero felt that all this was a burden to him. The guy wondered if this could be another plan of the director and his son, but he still decided that it was most likely something else. At this very time, on the other side of the city, Mr. Lee was thinking about his main opponent, not understanding where this monster came from. While receiving Professor Go Yun Chang, the man asked what he was going to do with Jin Hong in the future, since his plan had never been put into action. The very next moment, the director began to yell at the medic for the fact that time had passed and nothing had been done. Bowing his head, the doctor noted with horror to himself that he had absolutely no idea what to do with the guy and he couldn't fire him out of the blue. The positions of interns and residents in the hospital are usually extremely poor. They are employees, but they are almost impossible to hire or fire. Because of the heavy workload these doctors are forced to endure, and because many levels of society react harshly to the unfair treatment they receive, it is so difficult to get rid of them. The professor also thought that before, only Kang Min-chul had bragged to the guys, but now almost all the surgeons were favorably disposed towards the young man. The director, realizing that he would not receive an answer anyway, turned to his secretary and told her to bring him as much whiskey as possible. While filling the glass, the man thought about his next steps, realizing that everything was going too slowly. Seeing San-min standing at the door, the director ordered the secretary and the professor to go immediately and continue thinking about the plan. The blonde stood at the entrance and did not move from his place. He also did not say a word to his father. For several minutes, the men remained completely silent. It seemed that none of them would dare to start a conversation. But the very next moment, Mr. Lee, turning to his own son, was interested in where he had managed to get injured. With calmness in his voice, the young man explained that he had simply fallen awkwardly. However, the interlocutor began to shout, scolding the blonde, declaring that he never achieves anything good, and therefore cannot win against Jin Hong. And a second later, he finished his thought by saying that if it were Bum Su, he would have dealt with the competitor long ago. And again, pouring himself some alcohol, the man wondered where they had come up with such a problem in the person of a young doctor. In order to forget about all his problems, the director decided, if not to get drunk, then at least to drink a lot. Mr. Lee was irritated that the professor's original plan had backfired and made Jin Hoon even more popular. Rising from his seat again, he began to rage, noting that the guy with dirty blood might at least have some skills to finally move from second place to first. The man was going to open the way for his son to become a professor, but the board of directors did not agree with this, since they see Jin Hong in this position. After a short pause, the father declared with sarcasm in his voice that his son was a real nobody. Although after a minute, the blonde noticed that everything would end if Jin Hong disappeared forever. Smiling, he added that he would win, and then his opponent would never recover from the shock. The man didn't understand what kind of insult he was talking about, but he said out loud that it would be so. but only if San-min succeeded. The blond man calmly stated that he would do everything as needed and discard the young and talented doctor. At that very time, in one of the establishments, a conversation was taking place between Jin-hoon and his mentor, Yu-yeon-soo. Looking at the surprise guy, the man noted that he had started the game in a big way, and now there was so much attention to the young man that it would be difficult for the director to weave intrigues. And a minute later, he added that he had thought of everything in such a way that on the one hand, he would not have to lie. But on the other hand, it would allow the young man to become more popular. The professor said that the most important thing for them was to wait for Kang Min-chul to return, because with him, no one would be able to even come close to the young man. While the man was wondering what the professor was doing, he was worried that Mr. Kang Min-chul was not the type to ignore letters. Suddenly, the boy remembered that in his past life, when the professor was in the States, he felt ill and ended up in St. Joseph's Hospital. However, a second later, Yu-yeon-soo said that the young man should not worry about anything. He was still studying with professors, and students were extremely valuable, so any troubles should be covered by the elders. Hearing the young man apologize and thank those who stood up for him, the man noted that he did not have the best relationship with the director. Although Jin-hong still felt uneasy and said not to worry about him too much. The guy thought to himself that he wasn't going to work in this hospital anyway, but was only causing trouble for those who cared for him. Our hero reflected on the fact that at first it was difficult for him to overcome the director's insistence, but it's only scary when there's something to regret. Besides, the clinic should be sorry to lose such a wonderful surgeon like him. After thinking for a bit, the guy remembered his last conversation with Sang-min. It was extremely unpleasant, but he decided for himself that perhaps it was the blonde who should leave instead of him. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by the professor, who said that the meat was ready, which meant they could begin the meal, adding that next time they should invite other colleagues. Yu-yeon-soo said that the guy helps the young doctors a lot, so they would be happy to treat him to a wonderful dinner. Returning from lunch and visiting the patient, one of the doctors again addressed our hero as a professor, but he laughed it off so as not to stand over him with such respect. The young man added that the patient had improved significantly and could therefore be discharged as he would be able to take antibiotics at home. However, the next minute, one of the doctors turned to the guy again and said that he needed to talk about one person. The doctor, shrinking and avoiding Jin-hong's gaze, did not dare to say anything. This made the young man a little embarrassed, since he understood that among the professors, there were those who did not miss the opportunity to humiliate the youth. Realizing the situation, Jin-hong turned to his fellow intern, and with a supportive voice told him not to be afraid and to boldly say it as it is. Finally, the intern admitted that a patient with abrasions had been admitted to surgery and insisted on being treated by Jin-hong. This raised many questions in the young doctor. The colleague explained that the man had stated that he trusted only Jin-hong and that no other doctor would suit him. The young surgeon decided that this was probably some important or famous patient who preferred an equally famous doctor. However, when he learned that this was an influential foreigner, he was genuinely surprised. As Jin-hong approached the room, he expected to see anyone there, a celebrity, a politician, or a rich businessman, but not the one who was waiting for him there. Miss E&I was sitting on the couch, smiling affably. With joy in her voice, she greeted Jin-hong and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. While he looked closely at his interlocutor, Annie animatedly told him that she had drunk a little, then danced in a club, and, as a result, fell, receiving abrasions. Putting on his gloves and preparing to examine the wounds, Jin-hong told her with a slight smile that she should be careful to avoid such troubles. While treating the lesions, he warned that the procedure might be a little painful, but assured that the discomfort would quickly pass. Only a few minutes passed, and Jin-hong noted that he was finished, recommending his friend to carry out further procedures at home. However, suddenly the blonde asked the young man to fulfill one of her requests. Hearing that the girl wanted to be hospitalized, Jin-hong replied that it was impossible since her scratches were not serious at all. Taking the young man by the hand, Miss Annie continued to insist, repeating her request and explaining that she would like to stay in the hospital for a short time. Looking into the eyes full of tears, our hero did not know what to answer, realizing that a healthy person is not admitted to the hospital. But the interlocutor continued to insist, noting that she wanted to spend the night in the hospital. Jin-hong still didn't know what to suggest in this situation. Hearing the beauty admire the view from the window, the young man thought that it was impossible to hospitalize everyone, because there were already not enough places in the wards. However, there was one nuance. The vice president of the largest Korean branch had booked a VIP room for herself in advance, costing 1,000,000 per day. When the guy asked her why she needed it, Annie replied that she wanted to rest a little and then be discharged. But a minute later, in a thoughtful voice, the girl added that she had one more request. Suddenly, Jin Hong's phone rang and he asked his patient to wait a bit. It was a nurse who reported that a patient with intestinal bleeding had been admitted to the department. An operation was urgently needed and the young man had to go immediately. Smiling, Jin Hong explained the situation and promised that they would definitely meet again. The beauty, who finally asked to be shown where her room was, wished the young man all the best. The next morning, sitting in the corridor, our hero thought about how all the doctors had relaxed too much, shifting their responsibilities onto him, although everyone should do their job. Jin Hong understood that no one wanted to go back to their old schedule, but he knew that there was a limit to everything. While he was saving patients, he himself might collapse from fatigue. Realizing that there was no time to rest anyway, the guy got up with difficulty and went on his rounds. He knew that very soon he would have to change emergency departments, although this should have been done several days ago. Entering the wards and greeting the patients, the guy still continued to think about his fatigue. However, the patients didn't seem to care. They were happy to be treated by such a talented doctor. A few minutes later, the young man was already in the room of his friend, who joyfully greeted him. The girl reported that she felt much better, although the treatment of the wound was a little rough. Hearing Miss Annie praise the beautiful view from the window, the excellent food, and the caring nurses, the boy thought to himself that for 1,000,001 a day, nothing else was expected. Jin Hong said that if Miss Enya had any requests, she should definitely let him know. As he was about to leave, the young man felt the girl take his hand. With some horror in her voice, the beauty asked the young man to sit with her for a while, noting that it would only take 10 minutes. Realizing that his friend wanted to discuss not the beautiful view from the window, but something more serious, the guy immediately asked what happened. Suddenly, the girl started crying, not knowing how to start the conversation. And then, abruptly wiping away her tears, she declared that, most likely, she would soon be removed from her position. The young man did not understand what was going on, stating that the miss had some relatives among the company's directors. However, the interviewee said that their family does not interfere in such matters because work is work. Nevertheless, she will be fired due to a mistake. The beauty admitted that she was so stunned by the previous successful project that she made too many mistakes in others, and now she must take responsibility for all the failures. Listening to the blonde talk about SD54, our hero remembered that in his past life, this project was incredibly successful. The guy knew very well what was being discussed and remembered that in a few years, based on his past experience, this project would make a splash with its medicine for boosting immunity. However, the interviewee explained that problems began already at the first stage of testing. Suddenly, turning to her friend, she asked him to look at the developments and try to find at least some solution. The girl said that she was ready to pay billions if the young man could help in any way. The young man listened to her words with horror, but he understood that she was not lying. The beauty started screaming, wondering if it was really that hard for the guy to at least take a look to understand what was wrong. Jin Hong noted that it wasn't a matter of not wanting to help, but rather that he wasn't sure if he could actually say anything useful, since things were different now. Several years ago, when our hero was helping with the TC-80, he knew the exact answer in advance. But now he didn't even suspect where the problem might be. Getting out of bed, the girl did not stop, begging him to at least glance at the documentation. Less than a minute later, the interlocutor took documents out of her briefcase. Showing them, she explained that these were all developments and interim reports. Miss Annie didn't have much hope, realizing that the guy was a genius in medicine, but doubting that he could offer anything significant in pharmaceuticals. Seeing that the young man had closed the documents, the girl asked what had happened and whether it was all difficult for him. She thought to herself that she had placed too much hope in Jin Hong, no matter how outstanding he was, since pharmaceuticals were clearly not his specialty. Suddenly, the guy said that he thought he knew what the problem might be. With apparent calm, our hero noted that he had found a serious error and was almost certain why difficulties had arisen during the first stage of testing. However, the young man seemed in no hurry to reveal what exactly he had discovered. The young man first asked if it was true what his interlocutor had said about billions of dollars. Looking into his eyes, the girl thought that if he was saying that, then he had probably found a mistake. Jin Hong, in turn, thought that the new project was much more expensive than the one he worked on last time, so the payment of 300 million would no longer be suitable. However, he understood that even if E&I agreed, the head office might refuse additional payments. Our hero said out loud that he wanted at least 500 million, and if he added another 50 million to this amount, he would be able to redevelop the test plan. With a smile on her face and calmness in her voice, the interlocutor agreed to all the conditions. The guy clearly didn't expect such a quick agreement, but he thought that perhaps he had asked for too little. The next second, the beauty said that she needed a specific plan of action. Only in this case, she would be able to get money from the fund. The young man explained that the problem was in the wrong dosage. The calculations of the indicators for use were incorrect, and the doses were too high. In addition, there was an error in the molecular structure. Miss Amy began to ask how this was possible, since the research team had done everything precisely. But Jin Hong explained that the side effects are related to the work of gastric juice. However, if you reduce the dosage and take the drug not before meals but after, you will be able to achieve the desired effect. The young man thought to himself that when using the same medicine, one can get completely different results by changing the dosage and method of administration. However, what surprised the girl most was that the guy understood the solution in just a few minutes, just by looking at the report. She knew that their chemists had done some research on the dosage, but they hadn't even thought about reducing it to the minimum values. Smiling, the young man noted to himself that in his past life, he had prescribed this medicine to patients, and therefore knew its dosage and effectiveness very well. For the young man, the most important thing was that everyone was happy. The beauty thought that if she followed the advice of her interlocutor, then everything could be fixed. However, this was only a probability of success, and without testing it was impossible to say anything for sure. Realizing that Amy was hesitant, our hero said that they could test his theory themselves and pay only if it was confirmed. The interlocutor thought to herself that she would do just that, but out loud she suggested that the guy look at several other projects. Jin Hong knew that he had no urgent patience, so he decided that he could help the company's vice president, especially since it would benefit him. Clutching his phone in his hand, the young man thought about how lately he had been working too much for a small salary, and decided to finally take some time for himself. Within a minute, the young man was easily pointing out the mistakes that needed to be corrected. However, he felt uneasy, as he had the feeling that he was cheating. Realizing that the young man had found inaccuracies in 3 calculations, the beauty offered to sign the contract immediately. And after some time, our hero was already saying goodbye to his interlocutor, promising to visit in the near future. The young man was happy that he had managed to earn 1.25 billion won in just 1 hour, and he thought it was well-deserved. The guy was pleased with this turn of events, although he understood that it was all thanks to his good relationship with Miss Amy. At this time, the girl thought that if at least one project was successful, she would not only restore her reputation, but also earn a lot of money. However, the vice president realized that all of her projects could be successful. In this case, Amy will be able to forget about financial problems forever. The girl knew that the best developments are published in world scientific and technical journals, which has a positive effect on the company's reputation. However, this was not all that the beauty wanted. She was also thinking about how Dr. Kim, who helped her, could write a dissertation for one of Korea's leading journals. If everything works out, their company's products will take leading positions, and the young man will be able to become a world-famous professor in a short time. Jin Hong was not a dreamer, and so upon returning to the doctor's office, he immediately took on the project, thinking that due to his busy schedule, he had practically no time for development. However, the young man knew that he had to do it, because such projects are an investment in his own future. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. It was a message from Yan He, who wrote that she urgently needed to talk and suggested meeting in the evening. Sitting on a bench in the park in front of the hospital, Jin Hong thought about how he had only seen one emergency patient, and it was already evening. However, a minute later, Yan He came up, which meant it was time to return to normal reality. The guy said that he had just recently left the hospital, explaining that he needed to rest after several difficult days. After that, he immediately got down to business and asked the girl what she wanted to talk about. The nurse noted with resentment that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and he immediately started asking about her business, instead of saying at least a few words about how he missed her. The girl reproached the guy for not noticing anything, but then suddenly changed the subject and said that she brought him something to eat so that he would not remain hungry. While the nurse was taking sandwiches out of her bag, the young man thought that something was clearly wrong with the girl today. She was behaving unusually. The boy remembered that he had never particularly liked such food, neither in this life nor in the past. However, hunger made itself felt, and he decided that it would be impolite to refuse the treat. At the same time, the young man was in no hurry to try the sandwich. He noted to himself that he would eat slowly, trying to stretch out the process. While chewing a sandwich, our hero again turned to his interlocutor with a question about what she wanted to talk about. The girl replied that she simply missed him, and that was all she wanted to say. With a thoughtful tone in his voice, the guy noted that he was glad to see her, but still expected some more serious conversation from their meeting. After just a few minutes, Yan-hee, having gathered her courage, added that in fact, their conversation would be really serious, and this was only the beginning. However, instead of words, the girl suddenly grabbed the young man by the hand and tried to pull him closer to her, showing that it was important for her to say something personal. The guy didn't understand what was happening, but it seemed to him that the nurse wasn't going to give up what she had started, despite his surprise. The girl, without wasting any time, directly stated that she liked the young man and that she had been experiencing this feeling for a long time. After a short pause, she continued. The nurse admitted that she did not know what he was feeling, but still wanted to be with him and could not remain silent any longer. The girl explained that she hoped that he himself would sooner or later guess about her feelings, but this did not happen, and now she had to confess. Approaching Jin-hoon, she asked him directly whether he would date her and support her feelings. But the next second, our hero removed his hand, thinking that in a past life they had already been married, but nothing good came of it, and he did not want to repeat past mistakes. The guy apologized to the girl, realizing that she was not the one he was meant to be with, and saying that he did not want to give false hope. A moment later, the young man added that all this was too difficult for him, since the past had left its mark. However, it was not only about this. The guy admitted that he was in love with a completely different girl, and this prevented him from reciprocating her feelings. With sincerity in his voice, he said that he had been a fool for not realizing for so long that he had always loved only one. The guy added that the only one for him was always Lee Hae-mi, and he wouldn't want to be with anyone else except her. The next 2 months passed without any events, except that Jin-hoon was finally returned to his surgical ward, where he resumed his favorite activity. One day, one of his colleagues approached him and told him that something important had happened related to Sha-yeon. A minute later, he remembered that he had forgotten to say that Jin-hong had only been working at the hospital for a year, and clarified that he was talking about a little boy with hemophilia. This child strictly followed all the doctor's recommendations to improve his condition, but the main problem was his parents. His mother had been acting extremely nervous and strange lately. This had not happened before, but over time, her condition worsened and signs of delirium appeared. However, this was not the only problem. The boy was brought to the hospital with a diagnosis of cholecystitis, which complicated the situation. Jin-hong thought that surgery was inevitable, but having such parents could greatly complicate the entire treatment process. A colleague explained that they tried to treat the boy with antibiotics and drainage tubes, but his condition remained serious. His high temperature and weakness threatened to develop sepsis. The guy noted that the upcoming operation would be extremely difficult, since with hemophilia, bleeding is usually very heavy, so he insisted on preparing as much donor blood as possible in advance. Within a few minutes, our hero was standing in Shi-young's room, joyfully greeting the boy and listening to him attentively. The child insisted that he was fine, that he was absolutely healthy, and asked not to give him any injections. Jin-hong thought to himself that this boy had probably encountered doctors many times in his short life, and he noted out loud that, in his opinion, the child was still not feeling well. The boy continued to insist that he was fine, although this was far from true. His face was pale, his temperature remained high, and his arms and legs were covered in bruises due to spontaneous bleeding. Suddenly, Shi-yeon's mother entered the room, and our hero immediately introduced himself, saying that he would be her son's attending physician. Upon learning that Jin-hong had only been working at the clinic for a year, the woman became indignant and began asking if he was sure of what he was doing and if he knew what was wrong with her child. The next second, she began to explain that she had been told that Shi-yeon urgently needed surgery and asked if it was true. The woman again questioned Jin-hong's words, asking whether he had consulted with the professor or had decided on his own that the child needed surgery. The young doctor didn't like the way the patient's mother spoke about Professor Oh Seung-tae, but he decided that it would be best to contact the doctor for a consultation. A few minutes later, the young man was already calling his senior colleague to tell him about the little patient. The guy said that baby Park Shi-yeon was taken to the hospital, and that the main difficulty was that cholecystitis was not treatable. Therefore, surgery was required. However, a senior colleague suggested meeting in person to discuss the situation in the office. A short time later, they met, and the professor immediately moved on to the request he wanted to voice to Jin-hong. The doctor asked the young man to take on the boy's treatment, explaining that he had only seen the child a couple of times and that he had a difficult relationship with his mother. Oh Seung-tai said that the child had previously undergone treatment without any problems, but his mother had already sued doctors twice over minor misunderstandings. Listening to his colleague, Jin Hong was confused, wondering how someone could file a complaint against such a good person and talented doctor. The young man suggested that the child's mother would probably not want to trust him with the treatment, and admitted that he did not know what to do in this situation. After some thought, he decided to follow his colleague's advice and try to transfer Shi-yeon to a more experienced doctor, although he was unsure who would agree to take on this patient. As Jin Hong walked down the corridor, wondering who to ask for help, a woman suddenly called out to him. It was the baby's mother, who couldn't wait and didn't want to. The woman wanted to talk to him and asked if it was true that he had treated Prime Minister Kim Chang-yong and an unknown artist. When she received no response, she stated that she wanted Jin Hong to be the one to treat her son because she didn't trust anyone else. After thinking for a bit, our hero didn't know what to answer, because even if he did everything right, it didn't guarantee that he wouldn't be sued. However, the guy was not one to abandon patients in trouble, so he said that he would do everything possible to treat her son. He thought to himself that he would treat the child solely for Shu-young's sake, but out loud, he asked the mother to trust him. The operation was performed the next day, and the boy's mother immediately asked how everything went. Jin Hong answered honestly that everything went well, and without any particular problems, although further observation is required. The doctor also said that because of hemophilia, the child could start bleeding at any time, so he would need to be closely monitored. 2 days after the operation, Jin Hong entered the room of his patient, who greeted him joyfully. The boy complained of stomach pain and said that he did not like injections and did not want to have a transfusion. The guy patiently explained to the child that all these procedures were necessary for his speedy recovery, after which he promised that they would be able to play together. Suddenly, the young man thought about the fact that in his past life he had no children. There were never any health problems. The man just didn't have the best relationship with his wife. In addition, due to being busy at work, our hero was too rarely at home. Obviously, there was no talk of children because, in fact, everyone lived their own lives. However, in this life, the young man wanted to do more for his loved ones and decided that if he got married, he would do everything to become the best husband. The next moment, the boy was confused by his own thoughts, because when he thought about the future, he was already floating before his eyes, and he didn't know what to do with it. But the next moment, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by the boy's mother, who said that she had left the room for a minute. The woman sincerely admitted that every time she and her son end up in the hospital, she constantly starts shaking with worry. The boy's mother did not know how to thank the doctor, and so she offered him some recently prepared juice, but was refused. As he left the ward, the young man said that he would definitely come back during the next round, but noted that he believed that everything would be fine. As he walked out into the corridor, the guy began to think about how the woman had become much kinder after her son's condition had improved. However, it was clear that she was still very worried. Lost in his own thoughts, the young man didn't even notice Sangmin in front of him, who was asking how our hero was doing. The very next minute, the blonde man, pointing to room 201, asked if there really was an ordinary patient lying there. And then the interlocutor noted that once again, everyone was praising Jin Hoon for the fact that he was so attentive to the child with hemophilia, who requires special care. And with calmness in his voice, he added that it would be terrible if the child's condition suddenly worsened and he died, because this would leave a deep mark not only on the mother's fate, but also on the reputation of the doctors. Finally, he added that with such a brilliant doctor as Jin Hong, could anything terrible happen? And with a grin, he told the guy to try even harder. Looking after the departing blonde, the young man noted to himself that his former classmate and current colleague was truly a terrible person. Sang-min seemed so creepy that he was always waiting for any convenient moment to annoy our hero, never missing a chance to make a sarcastic remark or tease him. The next day, completely by chance, Jin Hong met Hae-mi at the reception, which came as a surprise to him. The young man noticed that his friend looked different today. She was unusually serious, as if something was bothering her, but she was in no hurry to tell him. Trying to understand what happened, Jin Hong thought that perhaps there was something important hidden behind this seriousness. Answering the young man's question about what the girl was doing in the emergency room, the beauty replied that her patient was there and she had come to see him. The young man thought to himself that finally the doctors from therapy had started working in the emergency room, which meant he would see his colleague much more often. At this very time, Hae-mi was thinking about the fact that one of her colleagues liked a guy, and the news that the young man rejected Yeon-hee spread among the women as quickly as possible. However, the blonde didn't know who exactly it could be, but she wanted to understand which girl they were talking about. Our hero's interlocutor drove away the thought that she was that girl, believing that the guy could like both the nurse and the doctor from his department. Suddenly, the beauty's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a young man who called out to her. The guy suggested to his colleague to have coffee together, if she was not busy, of course. The blonde screamed so loudly that she almost deafened the blonde. She was glad that the young man invited her somewhere. While the young man was answering the call, Himi was wondering why she was acting so joyfully. Jin Hoon was horrified to hear that he needed to go to Shi Yeon's room immediately because he had a fever and was having trouble breathing. The girl understood that something was wrong and said that they would reschedule the meeting for another time. The blonde once again emphasized that she would definitely look forward to having lunch together. In turn, the young man, with some melancholy in his voice, said that he would definitely treat the girl, but a little later. Looking at the little child who was having difficulty breathing and had yellow phlegm, the boy thought that the boy was worse than he thought. Listening to the nurse's report, the doctor noted to himself that Shi Yan most likely had pneumonia, so he asked for a mobile X-ray machine to be brought immediately. Before the young man had time to give all the instructions, the baby's mother began to wonder what was wrong with her son. Our hero explained that firstly, the operation had nothing to do with it, and secondly, the child had pneumonia, which arose as a result of treatment for another disease. Sometimes this happens. The young man convinced the girl that after taking antibacterial drugs there would be improvements, but he thought to himself that he was more concerned about Shi Yun's physical condition. The next second, a nurse screamed and reported that the boy had blood in his stomach. But the worst thing was that Shi Yun's hemoglobin level began to drop sharply, which was a bad sign. While examining the boy, our hero could not determine exactly in which area the bleeding began. However, when he reached his leg, the young man realized that the spontaneous bleeding was more serious than he thought, although Jin Hong was worried about how much suffering this child had endured and why he had been given this. Suddenly, the boy ordered the nurses to perform a blood transfusion and to closely monitor the blood clotting. Pressing on his leg, our hero heard the boy say that it hurt, but the doctor promised that it would not last long. At that very moment, an enraged mother was screaming nearby, blaming the doctor for everything and saying that she should not have trusted her son to the young specialist. The wisest of all was Shi Yeon, who, while reassuring his mother, said that he trusted his doctor and knew that he was doing everything possible. Jin Hong was pleased with this attitude and promised his little patient that he would definitely be okay. A minute later, the young man turned to the woman and asked her to wait a little in the corridor, noting that he was also worried about the baby. And looking at the crying mother, he added once again that he would do everything possible for his difficult patient. The young man knew that there was no time to think, and he hurried the nurses, asking them to do a blood test and also make sure that they brought the right amount of blood. The hard night was behind us. Blood had filled even the joint cavities, and therefore it had to be pumped out. Now it was necessary to constantly monitor the pressure. The young man personally kept watch at the boy's bedside until his condition began to stabilize. And in the morning, Xu Yan's mother approached the young man. With a trembling voice, the girl asked if they could talk alone. The next moment, the young woman began to bow and thank our hero for everything he had done that night and had done before. Suddenly, the brunette apologized for her behavior, noting that she had crossed the line when she started yelling at the doctor. The interviewee said that just the thought of losing her son makes her furious and desperate. The young woman noted that she always trusted her doctor and knew that he would do everything possible to help her baby. It's just that when Shiyan is sick, the unhappy mother feels like the doctors aren't doing everything they can. Consequently, she has forgotten how to trust people. And again, the interlocutor began to talk about how she had crossed all permissible boundaries, and therefore decided that she would not act like that in the future. The woman said that since her son fell ill, her whole life had turned upside down, she could not work normally, and in the end she was fired from her job. In order to live on something, they had to sell their house and car. In addition, she constantly argued with her husband and eventually he left the family. However, now she pays alimony. And a minute later, she admitted that her boy was always afraid of doctors. However, Jin Hong is a completely different story because the young man became a real friend for the child. And already smiling, the brunette asked our hero to continue to take good care of the baby in the future. A few more days passed, and during one of his rounds, Jin Hong announced that the boy could soon be discharged, but first they needed to do another test and a transfusion. The young mother told her son that he should listen to the doctors, as they were doing everything to ensure that Shi Yan returned to his previous life as soon as possible. Suddenly, the baby joyfully announced that as soon as he recovered, our hero would definitely have to play with him outside. On his way to see another patient, the young man met Sang-min in the corridor, who continued to act as if they were good friends. Jin-hong thought that he didn't want to talk to this person, let alone cross paths with him, even if it was by accident. The blonde man, with a hint of malice in his voice, asked how the patient with hemophilia was doing and if everything was okay with him. Watching our hero leave, Sang-min asked him what would happen if anticoagulants were used on a patient with hemophilia. Turning around, Jin-hong wanted to say something offensive, but he simply asked his colleague why he was making fun of him. But a minute later, the blonde continued to say that if you use anticoagulants on a hemophiliac patient, then of course he will die from bleeding. The reason for this is that anticoagulants are drugs that prevent blood clotting. Therefore, patients with a similar problem should not use them under any circumstances. Seeing his smiling colleague, our hero could not understand why he was asking such questions. The young man decided that it was better to forget about the ill-wisher and focus on his own patients. The young man convinced himself that despite the fact that Sang-min was a bad person, he was unlikely to be able to harm an ordinary boy. While making his rounds, Jin-hoon answered the phone and heard the nurse's voice telling him to come over immediately because Shi-yeon was bleeding again. The girl continued to note that there was nothing particularly serious, and that if the pressure was stabilized, then everything would be fine. However, the condition was still a little disconcerting. The guy said out loud that he would come soon, but to himself, he thought how it could happen that in the morning there were excellent test results, and in the afternoon, problems began. Entering the ward, our hero heard the little patient joyfully greeting him. At that very moment, the nurses noted to themselves that it turned out that Shi-yeon's mother, like all other people, knew how to smile and even be happy. But the young man didn't care about this. He was more worried about the boy, whose condition had again gotten worse for unknown reasons. Looking at the IV, the boy convinced himself that his imagination had run wild and he expected to find anticoagulants inside. The young man did not want to believe that the blood bag could contain these substances, because if so, then we are talking about murder. Looking at his worried mother, who wanted to know what was wrong, the young man still thought to himself that he was being too dramatic. At the same time, the young doctor trusted his own intuition, and so he ordered the nurses to stop the transfusion immediately. The guy explained that he found it strange that the bleeding started right after the blood transfusion. And slowing down a little, he added that he just wanted to do the tests, and that stopping the transfusion was the most common precaution. The nurses looked at the doctor in horror, thinking that he had wrongly told the boy's mother about this. However, with calmness in her voice, the woman said that he was the attending physician and could do what he considered necessary. She trusted him completely. Jin-hong was surprised by this reaction because he expected accusations or some other comments from the patient's mother. The very next minute, our hero turned to the boy, saying that they would take a little more blood from him, but it would not hurt at all. Not much time passed, and the young man was already at the reception and asked the administrator to check something for him. Just half a day later, our hero received a call from an unfamiliar number. The voice on the phone said that he was calling from the lab. The man reported that the results of the coagulogram test for patient Park Shi-yeon were incorrect. The level exceeded the norm. As Jin-hong walked down the corridor, he knew for sure that there was no mistake and that the increased levels of substances were not due to the machine breaking down. Clenching his fist, the young man knew that Sang-min had done something bad, which meant that he was a real criminal and a murderer. Hearing the nurse's comments, the young doctor said that the anticoagulants should be removed from the boy's body immediately, and that would be the end of the problem. Fortunately, our hero's intuition did not fail him. If the correct treatment had been a little late, the child would not have been saved. The next moment, Jin-hong was already in his enemy's office. The young man ordered his colleague to come down, and then asked if it was true that he had harmed his little patient. Seeing that the blonde was standing and smiling, the guy began to explain to him that back then, in the corridor, he had not just brought up the topic of hemophilia and anticoagulants for no reason. But Sang-min didn't listen to his interlocutor and continued to talk about the fact that, firstly, our hero looks tired, and secondly, he accuses everyone in a row of something incomprehensible. After hitting his opponent, Jin-hong stated that his fist was his only weapon right now because he didn't have the necessary evidence yet. But the guy said that no matter how, sooner or later the ill-wisher will still take off his medical gown and pay for the fact that he was going to kill the patient. However, this did not frighten the interlocutor at all. He laughed and said that the young man, as always, had a superbly placed punch. In the evening, our hero came to his professor friend, saying that they had not seen each other for too long. The man began to ask how the young man was doing, but he decided to get straight to the point and began to ask his colleague for a favor. Suddenly, the guy took a bag of medicine out of his pocket. Turning to his interlocutor, Jin Hong asked if he could check the chemical composition of the medicine. The very next day, our hero came to the director of the blood bank at the Deal Hospital to have a serious talk. The young man said that the blood bag could have killed an innocent boy, his patient. The man looked closely at the bag but could not understand what was wrong with it. But the young man explained that this blood was given to his patient, Shi Yun, and after the transfusion, his coagulation indicators worsened, as a result of which the child was saved with difficulty. In order to verify the contents, an examination of the packages was requested from the laboratory of the National University of Korea, where it was confirmed that the package contained a large amount of anticoagulants. Our hero heard the director shouting and explaining that if this was a joke, the doctor would be held responsible. However, Jin Hong sternly stated that the man could talk to the lab director. The boy remembered going to a university lab and asking to examine the contents of the package he had brought because it might contain anticoagulants. The interlocutor, firstly, did not understand why the young doctor thought so, and secondly, said that perhaps he should have come to Deal first. Our hero said out loud that the university laboratory was the best in the country, but he thought to himself that the director could order evidence to be falsified. The professor said that they would definitely conduct tests, and asked whether the young man would use them for some dark deeds. And realizing that Jin Hong was a decent guy, he said that as soon as he received all the results, they would immediately contact the guy. The director of the blood department started shouting and making excuses. He didn't understand how this could happen and why someone would mix blood and anticoagulants. The man listened to the young man, who said that he trusted the employee, but a mistake had still occurred, and it was necessary to figure out who had made it. And after thinking for a minute, he noted that it was unlikely that it was the blood bank, although the Red Cross was not to blame either, and therefore suggested checking for any oddities during the transportation of the package. While watching the surveillance footage, Jin Hong thought that if Sang Min was the culprit, he should have been on camera. The young man checked the nurse and the male nurse who were receiving the packages in advance. However, these guys did nothing wrong. After a while packing her things, Shi Yun's mother thanked our hero for everything he did for her son. The young woman noted that she believed that they would not end up in hospital again, but if this did happen, she wanted the same specialist to be her attending physician again. To his great surprise, the boy who was so eager to return home as soon as possible was now crying and worried that he wanted to stay with Jin Hong. However, the guy tried to calm the baby down and said that if he was a healthy child, he would visit him often. The blood story caused a lot of noise in the hospital. The woman made serious accusations against the staff, as a result of which 3 employees, including the director of the blood bank, left for another clinic. Unfortunately, our hero noted for himself that he did not find any traces of the blonde man's involvement in this case, although he knew that the organization of the entire process lay with him. At the same time, Mr. Lee, receiving his son, asked whether it was true that he had caused anticoagulants to appear in the blood. The young man, as always, pretended that he didn't know anything, but the man didn't stop and continued asking questions. A minute later, the hospital owner said that there were people who had almost reached out to him, but he had done everything possible in time to hush up the matter. After a short pause, John Jen added that the board of directors were starting to act up, and if he made one wrong move, Sang Min would no longer work at the hospital. Even the chairman of the hospital is not all-powerful, which means that if a young man wants to stay in his place, he must show all his abilities. Changing the subject of the conversation, the man asked the young man if he knew who Minister Kim Ja-yeon was. Without waiting for an answer, he explained that he had recently had health problems due to cholecystitis. He was scheduled for surgery, and Sang Min was to perform it. A few days later, Mr. Lee was standing in the reception room of the Prime Minister, whom he had previously told his son about. Despite his position, the man was extremely open and happily greeted the outstanding doctor. The man explained that he had recently been diagnosed with a complex illness. He wanted to avoid surgery, but his doctor still recommended it. Upon hearing that the Prime Minister had chosen DL Hospital, the interlocutor immediately said that the operation would be performed by one of the best specialists, Min Sang-soo. However, the next moment, Kim Ja-yeon said that he had his own doctor whom he would like to see for his operation. It was about the young surgeon who saved his life a few months ago, namely Kim Jin-hoon, who was supposed to perform the operation. Listening to his interlocutor with horror, the man began to shout that this doctor was not a professor and not even a specialist in his field. However, the Prime Minister was adamant. He said that he wanted only this doctor to perform his operation because he saw him as a great person and a wonderful specialist who had saved his life. Sitting in his own office, Mr. Lee noted that the famous patient came to their clinic not because he liked the hospital, but because he wanted to get to Jin Hong, which angered him the most. The next day, the board of directors met to discuss the poor financial results for the first quarter, which did not bother the chairman at all. The accountants agreed that their hospital was not just about making money, but they knew they couldn't afford to lose it. A minute later, they added that it was wrong to put Sang-min in charge just because he was the chairman's son. Inheriting this position solely by blood is bad practice and should only be used when there are no other options. Expressing her opinion, Hae-mi noted that she completely agreed with this. Their hospital is the best in the country. Therefore, it should be managed by a real professional. Because Lee Bum-soo bequeathed all his rights, including the director's position, to his sister, she not only had the right to vote, but her opinion was listened to by many. The hospital's directors said they did not want someone as unqualified as Sang-min to run the hospital in the future. Those gathered were against anyone receiving special treatment. If the head son really wants to take over, he must prove that he's a good doctor. Sitting in his seat, the hospital director Deal was angry, realizing that everyone was working against him. Having come to his senses, the man realized that his daughter was leaving and hastened to stop her, offering to talk a little. He immediately began to explain that Sang-min was the girl's older brother. Therefore, she should be kind to him. Standing half-turned, the beauty answered with a grin that this was not a brother, but a real killer. Hearing Hae-mi say that she wanted nothing to do with their family, the director grabbed her arm and began to threaten her. But the blonde calmly asked what he would do if she didn't do as he wanted. Would he really hit her like he did in childhood? As she left, the girl said that she herself was going to shed light on Bum-soo's death, but she couldn't do it yet because too much work had accumulated. The man, left completely alone, was angry that no one wants to listen to him, not even his daughter. He was annoyed because none of his plans were working, and if this continued, Sang-min would simply be thrown out of the hospital. At the same time, Jin Hong, addressing someone, said that he could not believe that he was being asked to perform an operation on the Prime Minister. The official secretary explained that his boss himself had asked that this young man, and no one else, carry out the operation. The young man said that in general, he was not against it, since the operation was quite simple. But he did not understand why they did not turn to a professor or a more experienced specialist. The brunette calmly replied that the Prime Minister was an ordinary man, and he trusted the guy who risked everything to save his life. Closing his eyes, the young man said that now everything was clear to him, and asked whether the man had really thought it all through and wanted to trust the resident. Smiling, the secretary added that Kim Ja-yeon had thought everything through carefully, and she had come to voice his decision. A minute later, the girl said that the operation was scheduled for the following Tuesday. The news that Jin Hong would be operating on the Prime Minister spread throughout the hospital faster than the boy expected. Colleagues discussed this from a positive point of view, knowing that Jin Hong was a great person and one of the best surgeons, despite the fact that he was not a professor. The only thing that the doctors couldn't understand was who would be the assistant. If the leading surgeon was a resident, then the assistant should also be a resident. There were also those who believed that only the most experienced specialists should work in the operating room. After much debate, it became clear that Jin Hong would definitely be included in the surgical team and would be conducting the operation. His first assistant will be Professor Woo Yang-soo, and his second will be Specialist Kim Hyun-soo. Before the operation, the young man was given a few days off so he could relax and prepare for the important event. His colleagues made fun of him, giving him all sorts of advice, as if it were his first operation, which greatly amused the young man. Answering Hae-mi's call, our hero asked what happened and why there was anxiety in her voice. With a slight modesty in her voice, the girl asked her colleague if he had time to look at her patient, as she urgently needed someone's advice. A few minutes later, the blonde greeted her colleague, who had come to her call, with a joyful smile. The young man replied in a soft but confident tone that everything was fine with him, and immediately began to inquire about the patient's condition, as well as the details of the case. While the young man listened attentively, silently noting how beautiful his colleague was, she told him that the man had been prescribed chemotherapy. However, the old operation continued to remind him of itself, and this was important to take into account. Wanting to help his friend, the guy offered to transfer the patient to his department, promising that he would definitely look after him. After thanking Jin Hong for his responsiveness, the beauty turned around with a smile and took a step towards the exit, preparing to leave. However, our hero, who did not expect such a turn of events, immediately called out to her, urging her to stay. A little embarrassed, the girl turned around, ready to ask what he wanted, since she was sure everything was fine. The young man began to ask why she was in such a hurry to leave, and why she didn't stay for at least a minute. But the beauty did not understand what could be wrong, because they were both at work and everything should be fine. Jin Hong wasn't too nervous, but he still scolded himself for his awkwardness. Although he continued the conversation, trying to find out how long it had been since they had talked, and how glad he was to see his colleague Hey Mi. The next second, he offered her to drink that black water that she loved so much, hoping that it would help relieve the tension. However, immediately, having clarified a little what he actually meant by a cold Americano, he nevertheless offered to treat his colleague, wanting to please her with a simple but pleasant gesture. The blonde was slightly embarrassed. It seemed that she was thinking about her answer, trying to figure out how to properly respond to the invitation. Hearing that the girl was busy at the moment, Jin Hong did not calm down. He did not lose hope of inviting her again, suggesting that they meet later, for example, in a cafe. The young man suggested choosing the Lungao establishment, which was located on Hengdong Street, hoping that the girl would like this place and she would agree. After some thought, Heimi remembered how a few years ago a young man said that he wanted to visit this restaurant, but only with his girlfriend. A minute later, she noted that she would go to work first and meet in the evening where they had agreed. While telling her friend about what happened, the blonde heard her joyfully shout that the young man had finally decided to confess his feelings to her. Heimi tried her best to explain that this wasn't a date, although on the other hand, she knew that before they always went either to barbecue or to a bar. The friend grabbed the girl by the hand and, shouting, said that she absolutely had to choose an outfit. As for the patient and his bone marrow, she would do everything herself. The girls knew that there would be no time to go home and change, so they had to choose something from what was in the closet. Looking at her colleague's clothes, the brunette carefully thought out her friend's outfit for the evening. After a few minutes, she decided that it would be a burgundy skirt and a light blouse. On the one hand, it all looked stylish, but on the other, elegant. The joyful colleagues shouted that Hey Mi simply had to choose this particular outfit for tonight. At this time, our hero, while resting, asked Moonjin if he had a suitable suit. The young man knew that Jin Hong was significantly larger than him, so neither the pants nor the jacket would fit him. He wondered why his colleague suddenly needed a suit if he always wore the same thing. In response to his friend's comments, the young man replied that he was simply going to go to a restaurant. The interlocutor carefully watched the young man, whom he had never seen in such a state of excitement. Jin Hong asked his friend if he liked someone. Should he confess it? A moment later, he added that the guy knew the girl, but didn't want to reveal who she was yet. Out loud, the friend said that our hero just needed to confess his feelings. But to himself, he thought that everyone had long noticed how much Heimi liked him. But the young man himself was not sure that his friend liked him, although at the same time it did not seem that she was not at all interested in him. However, just a few minutes later, all thoughts were thrown aside when the young doctor received a call and was informed that he urgently needed to come to the department. Left alone in the room, Moonjin thought about his friend's words, realizing that he was a real idiot if he hadn't noticed anything after so many years. And he said out loud that he and Jin Hoon were really friends, but if he offended Hey Mi, everything would change in an instant. While getting dressed, our hero noted that due to an urgent call, he was almost an hour late. Considering that the cafe was on a crowded street, he would arrive only in half an hour. The young man understood that He Mi was probably already sitting in the cafe and patiently waiting for him. This made him act faster, because he didn't want to make the girl wait for a long time. Taking a taxi, the guy decided that he would go to the nearest avenue, and then it would be better to walk. This was the fastest way to get to the place, and besides, a walk would give him a chance to collect his thoughts. Hey Mi sat at a table in a cafe, not in a hurry. She was thinking about who might be interesting to Jin Hoon. Lately, the girl noticed that his behavior began to change a little, and now she wanted to understand what exactly attracted his attention. Despite the fact that not much time had passed, the young man had already arrived at his destination. He was thinking about how the upcoming meeting would go. Jin Hong ran down the street, quickening his pace, knowing that he only had a little bit left to get to Hai Mi. He hoped that he would make it in time and not be late for the meeting. Despite his haste, the young man did not lose his vigilance, because he knew that on the narrow streets, one could always meet those who were not averse to speeding. He was ready for any unexpected situations, although he hoped that this would not happen. At that moment, the driver of the car parked on that very street started the engine. Jin Hong, not expecting danger, continued to move forward, not noticing that he was about to face danger. Suddenly, the car picked up speed and started moving towards our hero. The guy didn't have time to realize what was happening when the car was rushing straight at him. Time seemed to have stopped. Jin Hong froze, looking at the bright headlights that illuminated his face, but he could not understand what exactly was happening. and fear froze his movements. A moment later, the car hit him and the guy was lying on the ground. He was not moving, and it was difficult to tell if he was alive, as his condition was extremely unclear. The young man was unconscious and his body lay motionless, and anyone who could help was too far away to intervene. At this time, Hae-mi was sitting in a cafe and sadly wondering what could have happened to Jin-hoon. She couldn't get through to him and was worried that something was wrong with him. The blonde thought that the guy was probably in surgery, but she couldn't understand why he didn't send her at least some kind of message to inform her of his condition. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Hae-mi, and the beauty felt like someone was about to touch her shoulder. This made her turn around and she was sure that it was the one she was waiting for. However, when she turned around, she saw not Jin-hoon but Sang-min, who was smiling sarcastically but remained silent. It was strange, and the girl felt uncomfortable. Sang-min sat down next to her, still smiling, and immediately began to inquire about how his sister was doing. He asked questions as if trying to get into her personal affairs, but remained mysterious and cold. Our heroine was in no hurry to answer the question, but still said that something was wrong with the guy, because he looked extremely strange. Hae-mi didn't understand how the young man knew where she was, but he calmly said that he was just passing by and decided to come say hello. The beauty replied that he should continue on his way because she had no desire to talk to him. But Sang-min was in no hurry to leave and asked why his sister was throwing mud at him in front of all the members of the board, and completely unfairly. Once again, Hae-mi was in no hurry to answer, knowing that it was better not to mess with this person. After some time, she announced that her brother did not have long left to work at the hospital, and she would take care of it. The guy didn't seem to care. With calmness in his voice, he simply wished her luck. Getting up from his seat, the young man explained that he was indeed just passing by, but if the girl did not want to talk to him, then he would go. But then he asked in an icy tone if his sister had just come to the cafe or if she was waiting for someone. And he added that the guy was very late, hinting that Hae-mi should not worry, but look for her friend to make sure that everything was okay with him. Left alone, the blonde began to think over all the words of the young man, not understanding what had happened to Jin-hong. But the next second, she realized that something bad could have happened to the guy, because it was not for nothing that Sang-min was here. Hae-mi refused to believe the worst, but the facts spoke for themselves. A few minutes later, she was already calling Moon Jin, who was asking his colleague if she had met their mutual friend. The young man did not understand why the girl was screaming so loudly and forcefully and where Jin-hong was. Hearing that the guy had left to meet her more than an hour ago, the blonde dropped her phone and fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the interlocutor continued to ask what happened and why the girl was so excited. When he came to his father, Sang-min again began to listen to moralizing about how the board of directors would never agree to him taking his father's place. The man wanted to push the blonde into the prime minister's operation. But even in this matter, Jin-hong beat them to it. But the worst thing was that all the newspapers would start writing about the fact that the resident had performed the operation. And after that, this doctor could become the official's personal physiotherapist. John Jen was angry that our hero was rising in status without making any effort, and after the presentation, he would have to be made a professor. Sang-min listened carefully to his father, but he didn't understand why he was so angry. Listening to the blonde explain that the operation had not yet happened, the man did not understand what it all meant. However, the interlocutor explained that something could happen to the competitor if he could not come to introduce the operation. Mr. Lee didn't want to listen to the guy and continued to stand his ground, explaining that the young doctor would not be able to be late for the prime minister's operation. Suddenly, the man fell silent, the meaning of his interlocutor's hints finally reaching him. In turn, the young man asked if his father could arrange for him to perform the operation if Jin-hong did not come to it. At that moment, he remembered how, while sitting behind the wheel, he thought that everything that was happening could ultimately work against him. The young man was curious about how things would have turned out if the hero behaved much more simply and could have made concessions. The blonde noted to himself that in general he liked the young man, but Sang-min himself could not achieve anything and would never be able to do so. And so accelerating, he did what he did and does not regret it at all. Standing next to the cafe, Hae-mi cried, not thinking about the fact that she had first lost her older brother, and now Jin-hong had disappeared somewhere. The girl heard Moon Jin's words that everything would be fine just as Sang-min called. The beauty answered, calling the young man by name, but he did not dare to say anything. The phone was lying on the table, while the blonde was sprawled in a chair and simply looking at his mobile. The guy was smoking. At first glance, it seemed that he was not thinking about anything or anyone, being in his own world. The young man knew that his colleague had been searched for everywhere, but had never been found. Jin-hong had simply disappeared. The next day, at 6 a.m., Everyone who was supposed to participate in the operation gathered and waited only for the chief surgeon. Moon Jin, who wanted to help in any way, explained that he called his friend, but his phone was turned off, and she had no idea where he could have gone. With sadness in his voice, Kang Hyun-suk said that they needed to prepare for the operation, not knowing what the best way to handle this situation was. At this time, the secretary explained to the Prime Minister that none of the doctors could contact his attending physician. Standing in his office, Mr. Lee asked his son if he was in any way involved in the disappearance of their colleague. Hearing the young man deny it again, the man thought to himself that this was not a man, but a snake. Even his mother was not so scary. The next moment, the director remembered his daughter's words that Sang-min was not her brother, and that he was the real killer. While the blonde was arguing that they needed to go and prepare for the operation, John Jen didn't believe that the guy was capable of committing a crime, especially since Hae-mi and the police had no evidence. Realizing that something had to be done, the director ordered the boy to follow him, noting that they should greet the Prime Minister. Suddenly, Secretary Mi turned to the chairman, informing him that Dr. Lee Hae-mi was holding a conference and wanted Sang-min to attend. Having heard her boss's refusal, the girl wanted to say something in response. But the man, with a stern voice, told her to leave the guy alone and mind her own business. A moment later, the director and his son headed to the official's room, hoping that it would be Sang-min who would be able to perform the operation. As he walked inside, John Jen explained to the boy how best to behave, saying that this might be his last chance. And a minute later, he added that immediately after the greeting, they would have to go to the operating room. The Prime Minister was in a good mood and happily greeted one of the clinic's directors. The man thanked the chairman for the fact that the nurses and doctors took care of even the smallest details. Suddenly, Mr. Lee began to introduce the people standing behind him, but he did not introduce them as colleagues, but as surgeons who would operate on the official. The interlocutor looked at the director with horror and asked where his attending physician was. In a lower tone, the director explained that they had been unable to contact Jin Hong, but the operation would proceed as planned, although other surgeons were involved. Quite unexpectedly, a silhouette appeared in the doorway and said that everything remained in force. A second later, he added that he would perform the operation on the Prime Minister and that he should not worry about anything. A minute later, Jin Hong stood before the assembled group in all his glory. Looking at the ill-wishers, the young man noted that they were probably the ones who were most worried, but he could not let the official down. Sang-min was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. The young man didn't understand how after the accident this man was able to get up and come to the hospital to start his working day. As he entered, our hero heard reproaches from his superiors for being late for the operation. But the young man, with his characteristic calm, looked at his watch and said that it was only 6:40 in the morning, which meant he had arrived on time. Smiling, the Prime Minister turned to the young man, noting that he completely trusted the young doctor, knowing that everything would be done at the highest level. The young man heard the blond man sarcastically remark that he didn't look well, but he replied that he was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Jin Hong was alarmed by this question, since no one knew what had happened to him the day before. The offender looked at our hero with horror, but did not know what else to do in such a situation, realizing that all his plans might be falling apart. So after a minute of tense silence, everyone began to disperse to their workstations, trying to concentrate on their duties. While in the operating room, Yu Yan-soo asked the boy with obvious concern what had happened to him, since no one had been able to contact him the day before. A moment later, he added that Jin Hong looked pale and noticeably tired, and warned him that if he suddenly felt ill, he should not remain silent, but be sure to inform his colleagues. Jin Hong once again calmly assured everyone that he was fine and suggested that they begin the operation immediately so as not to waste precious time. The professor smiled slightly, but noted to himself that the guy really did look bad, and decided to be ready to replace him if necessary. The next moment, the operation began. Despite all the worries of his colleagues, the young man confidently and professionally coped with his tasks. Everyone present again and again noted Jin Hong's high level of professionalism and his special, thoughtful approach to work, which always brought excellent results. Our hero's boss, who was watching him work in the operating room for the first time, wondered whether the guy was really always so good at his profession or was only now showing himself so brilliantly. The work was not only smooth but also surprisingly fast. Jin Hong explained to his colleagues that he had managed to quickly detect the inflammation and the operation should soon come to a successful conclusion. Kang Hyun-suk continued to think that even an experienced professor did not have such outstanding skills as his subordinate, and he couldn't help but admire the young man's skill in his heart. At this point, our hero announced that all the affected tissue had been removed, and apparently there was no other inflammation, which meant he was going to complete the operation. The boss wanted to praise his colleague for his brilliant work, but the next moment, Jin Hong suddenly collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness. Finding himself in some strange, ghostly place, our hero tried to understand what had happened to him. He vaguely remembered being hit by a car and tried to understand how he ended up here. For the first few moments, the young man thought he was dead, but for some reason this did not frighten him. He believed that he had lived a worthy and fulfilling life. However, the guy did not want to delve into these thoughts, as he felt very tired, and even thinking was difficult for him. Suddenly, a beautiful young girl appeared in space. It was the same stranger who helped him to be reborn in his past life. As she approached him, the girl held Jin Hong in the air, preventing him from touching the floor, as if protecting him. A moment later, she gently touched his cheek with her hand, as if trying to bring him back to reality. The stranger sadly asked how this good man could make the same mistake again, then turned to the heavens with a request to protect this poor soul. Holding Jin Hoon in her arms, the girl addressed the universe, saying that they had not yet repaid their debt to this man and that he deserved more. A minute later, she placed her hand on Sandmin's stomach and said that the blonde, sinful soul was again trying to harm human life. The stranger stated that the blonde man dared to touch their savior and must be punished for his actions. Until Sangmin's sins are atoned for, he will not be freed from the consequences. Suddenly, Jin Hong opened his eyes and realized that he had had an extremely strange dream. He realized that the Prime Minister's operation was being completed without him. However, the most unpleasant thing was not this thought, but the fact that his whole body ached with pain, as if he had suffered a severe shock. After examining himself, the boy concluded that his wounds, although serious, were not fatal. Therefore, he would survive. The symptoms indicated a broken collarbone, damaged ribs, and internal bleeding. But all thoughts instantly disappeared when he noticed that Hei Mi was sleeping on the cot next to him. Looking at her, Jin Hong thought with warmth that the blonde was always there for him in joy and sorrow no matter what. The guy remembered that he was going to talk to her before the operation, but he didn't have time because he almost died. At that moment, the beauty opened her eyes, and our hero quietly greeted her. Jin Hong wanted to suggest that she go home and rest, but he noticed that his colleague had started to cry. The girl screamed at him through tears, telling him how much she was afraid for his life. A moment later, the blonde hugged the young man, and although he was surprised, he liked it. The young man looked at her and saw that her worries about him were sincere, and her tears said more than words. She admitted that she had thought the worst and asked what she would do without him. Jin Hong felt pleased to hear such words. He realized that he had been stupid for not noticing earlier how much she cared for him. Suddenly, the guy decided that the moment was right, and plucking up his courage, said that he wanted to tell her something. Without further ado, the young man admitted that he liked Hei Mi. Moreover, he liked her very much. Jin Hong didn't expect much, but what he heard the next second shocked him. The beauty declared that she hated him. Embarrassed, the young man began to retreat, asking the blonde to forget his words and never again remember what he said. However, the interlocutor, flushed with emotion, began to scream, explaining that she hated him not just like that, but because he made her wait for 7 whole years, causing mental pain. Suddenly, Hei Mi began to cry again, but now her tears were accompanied by a confession that, despite all this, she loved the young man. The next day, Moon Jin came into our hero's room and, frowning, began to scold his comrade for deciding to perform a complex operation on the Prime Minister in such a state. After some time, Professor Yu Yan-su joined in the moralizing. He strongly advised Jin Hoon to take better care of his own health. The young man just smiled, thinking to himself about how many people were worried about him and genuinely cared about what was happening in his life. The interlocutor said that everything is fine with the Prime Minister. He has already been discharged, and Jin Hoon himself is in the VIP ward, thanks to Professor Kang Min-chul. Our hero listened attentively to his colleague, but his thoughts wandered away, believing that, despite the accident, he had the opportunity to rest a little. However, there remained an important unresolved question of how exactly he got into the accident, because the young man did not remember anything about that evening. A day later, the boy was visited by Kim Chol, who was concerned about his friend's condition and decided to help him in every possible way. Jin Hong, not one to complain, assured that he was fine, but it would take a little time for a full recovery. Kim Chol noted that as a police officer, he will do everything possible to find the culprit of the accident and achieve justice. However, our hero doubted the success of the investigation, believing that this story was too confusing. However, thanks to Kim Chol's efforts, the case was transferred to the police station, but no traces of the crime have yet been found. The guy often wondered who could have done all this, not understanding whether he was really right or just suffering from paranoia. Hearing the young man's request, Kim Chol firmly stated that he would do everything possible and even the impossible. Jin Hong hesitated to say what was on his mind, but eventually he made up his mind and asked to check on Sangmin. That same day, a little later, Hee-mi came into the room, deciding to find out how the guy was feeling. Jin Hong was glad to see her and assured her that he was fine and that his recovery was going according to plan. He added that his parents had finally returned to work, but promised to visit him again tomorrow. The young man was pleased that his mom and dad were taking such good care of him, even though he had scared them a lot. Suddenly, Jin Hong changed the topic and asked if the girl was embarrassed that his parents treated her like a daughter-in-law, causing Hee-mi to blush deeply. Then he asked her if she was tired, since she had to be on duty around the clock. After this, the young man invited the beauty to lie down next to him to take a little nap, adding that she looked very tired. The blonde hesitantly replied that it was too early, still thinking about what exactly he meant. Our hero, noticing her confusion, hastened to explain that the bed was wide, there was enough space for both of them, and she would finally be able to rest properly. Lying next to Jin Hoon, Hee-mi thought that she had never allowed herself to dream of something like this before. She looked at the guy, remembering her friend's words that he had always liked her, and continued to like her. The blonde felt incredibly happy because the long-awaited day had finally arrived. However, something still bothered her, and after a few minutes, she turned to her interlocutor. The beauty said that she wanted to say something very important. Hee-mi, embarrassed, admitted that the guy might not believe her, but she still hoped that he would listen to her words. The very next moment, the blonde shared her assumptions about who might be at fault for the accident. Having raised himself a little, our hero asked again whether he had really understood correctly what she had said. Hee-mi began to tell that on that fateful evening, Sangmin appeared in the cafe where she was. He talked to her as if he knew all the details of the accident. What struck her most was his words about it being too late, which clearly hinted at his involvement. In her heart, the girl understood that she had no evidence other than her own assumptions, which meant that no one would believe her. After hearing the story, Jin Hong confirmed that he understood everything. She asked if he believed her. With tenderness in his voice, the guy assured that, of course, he believed it, because this was the story of his beloved. Jumping out of bed, the girl began to argue how one could trust ordinary conjectures, because it could only be a figment of her imagination. Then the blonde asked directly if Jin Hong knew who Sangmin really was. The young man replied that he did not know all the details, but he was sure that the blonde was capable of terrible deeds. The boy remembered how Sangmin almost took the life of a little boy, simply because he turned out to be an unwanted competitor for him. Everyone knew that this man was vile, but no one suspected how serious it was. The young man also recalled how during his school years, Sangmin put herbs in his tea, which once led him to the hospital. His friend Moon Jin is still sure that this incident was the reason why his friend became seriously ill. Hee-mi mentioned that once a man was brought to their hospital who drank some herbal tea and got a stomach ulcer because of it. She also said that her father has some Chinese medicinal tinctures in his possession, and if they are not diluted correctly, they can cause serious problems. Our hero asked the girl directly if she had had a conflict with Sangmin. Hee-mi firmly stated that she held him responsible for the death of her older brother, Bum Su. She remembered how, on the day of his death, Sangmin had asked her what would happen if she overdosed on potassium, and then told her that she would soon see it for herself. The most terrible thing happened that day, but it was definitely not a suicide, as many believed. The girl blames herself for not understanding the hints in time. Perhaps her brother would still be alive. However, she promised to find evidence and do everything possible to ensure that Sangmin received the most severe punishment. Hee-mi is sure that Sangmin is aiming to take over the position of the chairman of Deal Hospital, but this cannot be allowed to happen. Suddenly, the blonde asked Jin Hong to complete a very important task. When he asked her what exactly she meant, Hee-mi demanded that he give her his word of honor first and then tell her. With tears in her eyes, the girl begged him to leave their hospital as soon as possible. She explained that if Jin Hong stayed, her criminal brother might try to harm him again. No one knew what he would plan this time. The beauty added that if the guy asked the professors, they will gladly take him to any hospital, for example, to the dermatology or surgery department. To calm him down, the blonde assured him that she would be fine. She then began to explain that she would do everything she could to get Sangmin fired, adding that she was willing to risk her own safety to prevent something terrible from happening to the boy again. And a minute later, she added that she didn't want to put Jin Hong in danger, and therefore suggested that he transfer to work in another hospital. However, our hero did not calm down and shouted that he was not a coward who would run away to some other hospital, leaving his girlfriend here. He stated with confidence that this would never happen. If the blonde decides to do something, they will work together to collect all the necessary evidence and send the criminal to jail. The guy was sure that the most important thing was to become the best and help people. And if he followed this path, there would definitely be many people behind him who were ready to support him. The young doctor was convinced that running away would never lead to good results. If Sang-min wanted to take revenge, he would do it by using other people and acting from afar. After Hae-mi listened to her interlocutor's constructive proposal, she agreed with it, but added that she had one condition. This condition was that our hero should be extremely careful, and if problems arise, be sure to share all important information with her. With sadness in her voice, the girl admitted that if something bad happened to the young man again, she would not survive it, because he was the most valuable thing in her life. Jin Hong was a little embarrassed by these words because he had never been told anything like this. Our hero, feeling a strong connection, placed his hand on the blonde's hand, making it clear that their feelings were absolutely mutual. At that moment, all words became superfluous, because they understood each other perfectly and did not need words to convey their love and support. A few moments later, the whole world dissolved for them as their lips met in a kiss, and they both knew that from now on they would be each other's support. A week after Jin Hoon's accident, a car arrived at the hospital and a man came out with news. It was Professor Kang Min-chul, who had not been to Korea for a long time and had now returned to the country. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the hospital, the man began to shout to be brought as quickly as possible to the scoundrel John Jen, whom he intended to punish. A few minutes later, sitting in his office, the director began a conversation with the professor, asking if he liked America and why he went to the hospital immediately after landing. With hatred in his voice, the interlocutor explained that he was fine in the States since he was unaware of the chairman's crimes, which he now learned about. And the next moment, the professor noted that John Jen was trying to promote his son to a leadership position in the hospital, but everything had its limits. The man slammed his fist on the table and continued shouting that Jin Hong's situation was understandable, but his behavior almost cost the child his life, and that was unacceptable. Kang Min-chul stated that the chairman was neither a director nor a doctor, but was in fact a murderer, and this was something that everyone needed to understand. And adding menacingly, he said that if even once Mr. Lee or his son did something against Jin Hong, he would not stand aside and would take action. As he was about to leave, he repeated once again everything he had said a minute ago. Still sitting motionless and without saying a word, the director looked after his former friend. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted that the professor had arrived at the wrong time. While walking down the hallway, the young man and Hae-mi met Kang Min-chul and greeted him happily, saying that he looked rested. The interlocutor was very pleased with this, and he greeted the guys with the same warmth. However, the very next moment, he began to ask Jin Hong for forgiveness for everything he had done. The man noted that even in his worst nightmare, he could not imagine what was happening in the clinic. Suddenly, the professor grabbed the young man by the shoulders and told him not to worry under any circumstances. Firstly, from that day on, he would protect him. And secondly, the experienced surgeon was going to make our hero his own successor. Indeed, after Kang Min-chul's return, Jin Hoon's life became much easier. Moreover, thanks to his merits, he was written about in an article in JAMA magazine. All his colleagues envied the young man, realizing that as soon as he completed his residency, he would immediately be made a professor. While some were actively envious, others were hunting for the young man and still hoped to take him into their department, although he was no longer happy there. One day, the chief professor of the surgery department at Korea University Hospital invited Jin Hoon to join them as a professor when his residency contract in DL ended. However, any attempts by competitors were immediately stopped by Professor Kang Min-chul, explaining that the young man would not go anywhere. Be that as it may, our hero was flattered by all this because in his past life he could not even dream of such an attitude. The young man was often offered work, but he was concerned with completely different problems. The main one was San-min, who continued to work at the hospital. Despite all of Kang Min-chul's efforts, the blonde's guilt in the accident could not be proven. However, the guy still continued to follow his enemy. Although the ill-wisher made no further attempts to harm since then, it seemed that he had simply become exhausted. Standing over Sang-min's bed, some people told him that everything happened because of him. The young girl, with drops of blood visible on her face, was crying but remained silent. Another woman asked the boy's name and then stated the fact that he looked like some girl. Despite this, he was a young man with dirty blood. Covering her face with her hands, the young stranger, not noticing the little boy around the corner, began to blame someone for what happened. Hearing the woman swear, the boy walked up to the table and picked up a small knife lying on it. The next moment, the two strangers screamed, and Jin Hong, who was standing between them, simply watched everything that was happening. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, full of horror and fear. Sitting in his own bed, he realized it was just a bad dream. The guy said out loud that it was all funny, but to himself he thought that he had started having such dreams about a year ago, after the accident. While sitting at the bar, the blonde heard an employee addressing him, saying that he had not been seen for a long time and asking what he would like for a drink. While serving the guest a glass of alcoholic drink, the bartender noted to himself that the young man looked bad and most likely something had happened to him. And he said out loud that those who seek consolation often come to them. He then asked Sang-min if he knew the girl sitting on the other side of the counter. After talking to her, the employee learned that the beauty worked at Deal Hospital. The next moment, the nurse recognized her colleague and greeted him. The blonde man, coming closer to the girl, greeted her. The beauty said that she couldn't sleep, and so she decided to come to get a little distraction. A minute later, the nurse continued to explain that she couldn't forget one guy, even though more than a year had passed since their last meeting. Without waiting for her interlocutor's answer, she offered him a little drink, noting that it was too sad to do it alone. Studying the nurse carefully, Sang-min replied that he didn't mind at all. After some time, the blonde man was already standing in his father's reception room, and the secretary said that he wanted to see him. The young man stood in front of the door for a few more seconds, and then decided to enter. However, right from the doorway, the disgruntled director began asking where the guy was hanging out, noting that if he had so much free time, it could be spent usefully. The young man didn't want to argue, so he decided to get straight to the point and asked the man why he had called him. John Jin began to tell that the young man was in bad standing with the hospital, and that they decided to give the place to Jin Hong after all, especially since no one was against it. He explained that if the guy was elected, then Sang-min could pack his things, because once his residency term ended, no one would hold him back. The director thought to himself that his son was pathetic, but out loud he said that this year the Deal Research Center would be presenting awards, and he would make sure that the boy was included in the list of candidates. But it seemed that the interlocutor didn't care much about this. He understood that if someone mentioned him, first place would still go to his competitor. At the same time, Hae-mi suggested that her boyfriend write a dissertation, pointing out that Professor Kang Min-chul would definitely help him. However, the guy said that firstly, he doesn't have any outstanding research results, and secondly, he's too busy because of operations. The very next moment, our hero changed the subject and began asking what the blonde was doing this coming weekend. Suddenly, the hospital administrator Deal received a call from a stranger who asked if Dr. Kim Jin-hoon worked there. The employee did not understand English well, but was able to understand that the callers were asking for permission to publish the young man's research in collaboration with the Haynes Company. The young man did not understand how this was possible, so he decided to ask again who had submitted the dissertation to their journal. Within a few days, everyone knew that a resident from DL Hospital had published a scientific dissertation in the famous journal NEM. This created a real sensation, and the medical community resembled a disturbed beehive. A young doctor was publishing a full-fledged scientific material. The clinic's renowned professors could not understand how a young man could do such a huge amount of work and send it to the most popular medical journal. For colleagues, this was a real shock. They knew that our hero worked around the clock, and it remained a mystery when he managed to write an article. Jin Hong didn't believe it was possible. He knew that ENI was going to publish somewhere, but he didn't think it would be Nejem. Most of all, the young man wanted to know to what other publications his other works had been sent. He recalled a conversation a year ago when they not only signed contracts, but the deputy prime minister also stated that all these projects would be published. Most shocked by this news was the hospital director. He thought that no matter how many professors supported Sang-min, it would never compare to being published in a scientific journal. A whole year of research by the surgical department of the DL Hospital could not compare with the article in Nejem. If upon completion of residency one manages to get into a study with a citation index of 2 points, the doctor will be considered a genius. However, Jin Hong managed to score 122 points, although of course he was not the sole author of these works, as some were co-written. But this was of no importance, since it was already an unimaginable achievement, and nothing could compare to it, not even a research award. The young man found himself with business-class airline tickets and invitations from surgical departments around the world. He never thought that something like this would ever happen to him. It was no wonder that Miss Anne followed the young man around, guaranteeing him a position as vice president of the branch and a better salary if he decided to come to work for them. And only after the guy got rid of his friend, the production director from the media company started calling him. Moon Jin, hearing such a call, could not believe his ears, not believing that he was being offered such an opportunity. At the same time, Yang Yong-shik was telling us that their company has a medical show that might interest our hero. Hearing about this, Jin Hong remembered that the program talked about various directions and hospitals, and he became interested in what they had to offer. The interlocutor continued to say that in the next episode, they would like to talk about the young man, and if he didn't mind, it would be better for them to meet. Because of his modesty, the young man did not immediately agree, but began asking why they decided to film a program specifically about him, since the country is full of outstanding doctors. Hearing that Jin Hong was simply popular, the young man didn't know what to say about it, not understanding why he was chosen. Although the very next moment he said that, despite this, he thought it would be better to find another doctor for the transfer. It seemed that the interlocutor did not understand the young man, and therefore continued to persuade him, claiming that the program would be watched by millions of people, and it would be extremely popular. The man said that they would be filming the most ordinary daily routine, and after editing, they would send the material to the young man for approval, adding that it would remain a memory for a lifetime. Having heard that his parents would be proud of this, our hero thought that this was the most serious trump card, and nevertheless decided to agree to the filming. A month later, the program went on air. However, the young man was embarrassed that he was counted among the stars of medicine and called the most brilliant surgeon, which was too much for him. The boy's parents, however, not only did not feel embarrassed, but on the contrary, rejoiced at his successes and achievements. As always, the woman turned to her husband, saying that their son took after her not only in beauty, but also in intelligence and determination, and this made her especially happy. And the very next minute, the guy's mother switched to the fact that their neighbor wanted to get an appointment with Jin Hoon. However, realizing that their son was too busy, they decided to tell their neighbor to look for another doctor, because their son was now a real star, and he didn't have enough time for appointments. Sanmin-si noted that if the guy had a little more time, he would definitely look at the man. But for now, it was better not to disturb him, because he was really busy. After this, there were even more people wanting to see our hero. We even had to set aside a separate registration desk to avoid crowding. At medical seminars, they actively analyzed the records of Jin Hong's operations, although at the same time, professors from the therapeutic department were unhappy that our hero was transferred to surgery. The young man knew that everything was going as planned and that his work would be appreciated, but he still felt that something was wrong and it bothered him. The young man always remained wary because he had a strange premonition that something might not go according to plan. As he walked down the hospital corridor, the boy called Hey Me reported that he had finished work and suggested meeting, hoping to distract himself from his worries. At the moment when the guys were discussing the place, some stranger pulled the guy by the sleeve. The elderly man began to ask our hero where the storage room was. The young man told the blonde that he would call back, listening to the other man's story about how he got lost and fell behind the group. Jin Hong looked at the VIP elevator next to the warehouse area and thought that there was probably a relative of that man working there. He noted again to himself that he had never seen this elevator for special persons working. Suddenly emerging from his thoughts, the young man told the stranger that he would take him to his destination. As he moved forward, the boy texted Hey Me on the go, asking her to come to the warehouse. While the gray-haired man was telling something, the guy again plunged into his thoughts, thinking that the stranger's face seemed familiar to him. There was nothing strange about this after all. How many people in the world know famous people? But Jin Hong does not recognize them. While the young man was explaining to his interlocutor how to get to the warehouse, the man said that he would go on by himself. Turning around, the elderly man boldly walked towards the VIP elevator. The young man realized that there had been a mistake and began to shout to the stranger that he had gone the wrong way. But just at that moment, the blonde called out to him. Hearing a familiar voice, the old man addressed the girl by name. The next minute, there was an awkward silence in the corridor. And the next moment, Himi screamed, turning to her grandfather. The guy looked at this scene carefully and could not believe his eyes. It was his girlfriend's grandfather. The man continued to rejoice at the meeting, saying that his granddaughter had grown a lot since their last meeting. Jin Hong continued to simply stare at this scene, not knowing how to act. The reason was not only that the young man was surprised by the meeting, but also for something else. Although it seemed that both the blonde and her grandfather had completely forgotten about the place where they were. The beauty began to explain to the man that she wanted to call him, but she knew how much he had to do, so she did not dare to disturb him unnecessarily. But a minute later, the old man explained to his granddaughter that thanks to the young man, he found the way. And the blonde, in turn, decided to introduce the men. And now officially, with full responsibility, Himi said that her relative, her beloved grandfather, was standing in front of her. Finally, the guy realized what was bothering him so much. When he found himself in front of this man, he realized that he held the entire economy of the country in his hands. After all, Standing in front of him was the chairman of the Dial Group of Companies, Lee Hae-jun. Jin Hong, tidying himself up, thought that the meeting was extremely unexpected. Out loud, he said that he was very pleased to meet you. Smiling at her boyfriend, the blonde said that she needed to help her grandfather get to his destination. At this time, the guy thought that he always knew that Hae-mi was born into a rich family, but he realized it only now. After the death of her elder brother, only this man sincerely loves the beauty, unlike her father. However, it was not this that alarmed the young man, but the fact that when he would ask for her family's blessing before the wedding, he would have to meet with Lee Hae-jun. The thought alone made the young man so scared and uncomfortable that he grabbed his head with his hands and started screaming. At that very time, the blonde was asking her grandfather why he had come, knowing that the man was not involved in hospital affairs. The interlocutor replied that he was getting old, his health was not what it used to be, and therefore decided to check his liver. In addition, Lee Hae-jun admitted that he wants to make peace with his own son. Grandfather asked his granddaughter about Jin Hong, and then added that he had a good feeling about this guy. And after thinking for a bit, he clarified that his old man's intuition never fails, explaining that the young man certainly has a bright future and will become an excellent surgeon. Hae-mi did not go into details and say that she was dating this young man. Although from the way the grandfather spoke about our hero, one could understand that he himself understood everything perfectly well. At this time, one of the hospital's directors was nervous about what lay ahead. In the evening, when she went to the restaurant, Yeon-hee asked Sang-min how long he had to wait for her. The young man, noting that he had arrived recently, offered to order something, adding that he had been hungry almost all day. Looking down, the girl thought that they had started dating the blonde, although it could hardly be called a date. The guys only saw each other from time to time. Sometimes the nurse wondered if she was doing something wrong, given that she was still interested in the other person. However, the next minute Yeon-hee returned to reality, noting to herself that her interlocutor looked much better than before. Looking out the window, the young man noticed that this was probably because he had just met a girl. But she objected that these things were hardly connected and explained that she saw how he was losing weight before her eyes and was suffering from nightmares. Suddenly, with a thoughtful tone in his voice, Sang-min admitted that these were not nightmares at all. However, the nurse continued to compliment him, noting that his upcoming plans would most likely come true. The young man said that he is currently making maximum efforts and thinks that everything will finally go well, without specifying what exactly he's working on. Hearing praise from his friend, the young man smiled and noted that he believed in his own strengths more than ever before. The next day, while sitting at work, Jin Hong was looking through his emails and couldn't understand why there were so many emails in foreign languages. A minute later, the professor called him and asked him to come into Kang Min-chul's office. Our hero replied that he would come in a few minutes, as soon as he finished his business. After looking at many invitations, the guy decided that he would not accept them anyway. If so, it would be best to delete them with one click so as not to clutter up your inbox, which is what he did. After finishing his business, Jin Hong came to the professor as agreed. The boy looked closely at Kang Min-chul, who addressed him. The man asked our hero if it was true that he was going to transfer to another hospital in the near future. The doctor noted that the professor from Korea University proudly stated that the young man had accepted their offer and intended to leave immediately after completing his residency. The young man thought to himself that he had promised to think it over. But out loud, he said that he had never said anything like that and was not going to change DL for anything else. However, the professor was not reassured by the words of his interlocutor. He emphasized that the guy could indeed change his job at any moment. The next minute, he told his male colleagues not to argue about this, since no one was going anywhere. With a thoughtful tone in his voice, Kang Min-chul stated that Jin-hoon should not even think of going anywhere, but immediately suggested discussing the upcoming operation. Suddenly, the professor began to talk about a certain company that was in the top 20, although he knew that the young man most likely had not heard of it. He added that the company's chairman has been diagnosed with liver cirrhosis and requires a transplant, for which his daughter will be the donor. Our hero, having listened to the end, began to say that he was going to be the second assistant. However, a colleague interrupted and explained that the operation coincided with a conference in Italy, so Professor Woo Yan-soo would not be able to participate in the liver transplant. After this, he immediately added that the operation would be performed by two surgeons, himself and Dr. Kim. The young man looked at his mentor with horror, realizing that he was going to be not the second, but the first assistant. The difficulty was that in liver operations, two surgeons work separately. The first deals with the patient and the second with the recipient. In fact, there's nothing complicated about this for the person working with the recipient. It is only necessary to take part of a healthy liver, although due to the high status of the patient, this is a little stressful. The young man immediately began to suggest options for postponing the operation. But Professor Chol replied that this was impossible due to a number of circumstances. Moreover, the chairman's family did not object to our hero undergoing the operation. He added that everyone was probably impressed by the program about the young doctor, although Jin-hoon himself was very embarrassed by it, as he didn't even watch it to the end. When asked by a colleague whether he agreed, the young man replied that there was no other choice anyway. He nervously noted to himself that there shouldn't be any problems, since he had done something similar many times. At this time, Hee-mi, walking along the corridor, thought that over the past 3 days she had slept no more than 3 hours and was very tired. Picking up the phone, she thought that she really wanted to call Jin-hong, but she knew that he was most likely working. Most of all, the blonde wanted to meet the young man, since due to work they had hardly seen each other in recent days. Entering the apartment, the girl froze, noticing that the light was on in the house. Hee-mi said out loud that for some reason she felt scared. At this time, our hero heard a familiar voice nearby, which joyfully greeted the professor. It was Sang-min, who greeted Jin-hoon at the same time, asking him to take care of him, noting that he would be the young man's main assistant. Looking at the blonde man extending his hand, the boy didn't know how to react, remembering everything that happened in the past. On the other hand, the young man did not want a repetition of what had already happened, hoping that no problems would arise in the future. So after a few seconds, the young people, like old friends, shook hands. Our hero said that he hoped for a successful operation and that everyone would be happy. At the same time, Jin-hong still couldn't relax, wondering if his competitor was planning something bad. And the blonde man, with calmness in his voice, said that the operation seemed to be very important, and he was looking forward to cooperation. Looking after this strange man, our hero did not know what to think, but work is work. The young man thought again that this guy was unlikely to do anything wrong during an operation on a VIP patient, but he still decided to remain vigilant. A few days later, Kim So-yeon came to Professor Chol's office and honestly admitted that she was a little worried about the upcoming surgery. The young man heard himself being praised and told out loud that everything would go well, although at that moment, there was real chaos in his head, as he was very nervous. Kim Jong-guk honestly admitted that he is very worried about his daughter and hopes that nothing terrible will happen to her. The man tried to dissuade his daughter, but she insisted on becoming a donor, explaining that there was nothing complicated about it. The girl noted that she had read a lot about the procedure for removing a donor organ and knew that it always happens quickly and without complications. Intervening in the conversation, Professor Kong Min-chul remarked that Jin-hoon's skills were simply amazing, so the man had nothing to worry about. The businessman seemed to relax a little and tune into a positive note. That evening, while sitting in a restaurant, Jin-hong told Hee-mi that they had been eating pork too often lately, so he decided to spice things up a bit. The beauty was a little worried that they had come to an expensive restaurant, but the young man assured her that he had money and could pay. Although from time to time the guy was visited by thoughts that his girlfriend at 5 years old already had what he did not have even at 25. After thinking for a bit, the blonde noticed how wonderful it was to visit such establishments sometimes. Embarrassed, the interlocutor looked at her but did not dare to say anything. Realizing that Jin-hong was staring at her, the girl asked what was on her face and if it was true that she was cute. However, a moment later, Hee-mi changed the subject and asked why the young man came in a suit, since he always complained that it was uncomfortable. While stabbing the meat with his fork, the guy noted with a slight smile in his voice that sometimes it's okay to wear a suit. But his thoughts were occupied with something else. While chewing his food, he wondered what to do. Jin-hong had already bought an engagement ring and knew what he had decided, but he still wondered if it was too early to propose. The blonde, noticing how thoughtful the young man was, noted that he was worried about something and asked if he wanted to say something. The girl thought to herself that when the guy invited her to this restaurant, she immediately understood everything. Besides, Jin-hong had never been as confused and serious as he was this evening. They spent the rest of the dinner in almost complete silence and soon found themselves standing outside. Hee-mi understood that her companion was shy, but she herself did not know how to directly ask about his intentions. At the same time, the young man on the one hand scolded himself for his indecision, and on the other hand, thought that perhaps now was the time to say what he had planned. Realizing that the silence had dragged on, the beauty said that everything was fine and asked if it was true that the guy was going to return to work. Having received an affirmative answer, the blonde said that she would walk home because she lived very close. Jin-hong watched her go, scolding himself for his indecision. Suddenly, Hee-mi called out to the young man, who no longer expected anything. She said she knew something was bothering him, but he shouldn't worry about it. For some reason, the young man thought that she was looking at her work schedule. while the blonde was irritatedly thinking about the fact that she had gotten a slow-witted guy. However, the next moment, Jin Hong grabbed his lover's hand and told her not to rush to leave. Looking attentively at his interlocutor, the young man was about to tell her something important. But it turned out that Hae-mi was not at all happy with this. She did not want the young man to propose to her in the middle of the street. Discouraged by her behavior, he simply looked at her without taking his eyes off her. The beauty did the same, looking attentively at the guy. Suddenly, the long pause was interrupted by Jin Hong, who suggested that the girl go and eat. The young man raised his hand and pointed to the building they had left a few minutes ago. A little embarrassed, Jin Hong said that they should go back there again to have dinner. Smiling, the blonde thought that she was dating a man who didn't understand anything about romance. However, she said out loud that the restaurant was too expensive. Then the beauty hugged her beloved and kissed him tenderly. Hearing the guy trying to say something, the girl noted that she had to go and added that he didn't have to propose to her at that particular place. As she walked away, she happily added that the most important thing was that it wasn't a barbecue. Jin Hong noted out loud that he understood everything and thought to himself that the beauty realized everything. For the young man, the most important thing was that the blonde looked happy, which meant in principle, she didn't mind. It was then that everything our hero had been thinking about became reality for him. However, the next second he pulled himself together. Catching a taxi, the guy decided that he would think about it later, but now he needed to go to the hospital. Putting on gloves and a mask, the guy reminded himself that his main task was to prepare. Our hero couldn't choose his assistant. It was beyond his power. Even professors couldn't do that. But since everything coincided like that, Jin Hong promised himself to be as attentive as possible. He decided that he had to check all the equipment and medicines. The young man did not want to repeat past mistakes, so he carefully examined not only the blood for transfusion and the instruments, but also the gauze. After leaving the operating room, the young man noted that nothing strange had happened. This meant that San-min was not going to do anything before the operation. This made the task a little more difficult, since special care was required in the operating room. The next morning, at the appointed time, the donor asked our hero to take care of her. The young man squeezed his patient's hand, showing that he would do everything possible. Then he told the girl not to worry, as this was a standard procedure, which if not safe, was not difficult. While Kim So-yeon was saying something, it seemed like something was bothering her a lot. The man apologized for his persistence and, turning to the hero, asked him to take care of his daughter once again, saying that if something happened to her, he would not survive it. Hearing her father's concerns, the girl tried to cheer him up, saying that they would meet very soon after the operation. Suddenly, the businessman, turning to So-yeon, admitted that he was uneasy and suggested postponing the operation to another day. She didn't answer, but thought that her father should worry about himself, since the donor was not in any danger. However, the girl began to encourage the man, explaining that the clinic had a tight schedule, and in that case, they would not be able to get the operation for several more months. Kang Min-chul, who also witnessed the conversation, assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. This is a standard operation and will be handled by professionals with many years of experience. With a heavy sigh, the company chairman quietly added that he was probably just getting old and becoming overly sentimental. A little time passed, and the man and his daughter were already in the operating room, where a team of doctors were waiting for them. Jin Hong, clutching the scalpel in his hands, thought about something personal for a moment, but quickly returned to reality. At that moment, he turned to Sang-min and asked him to be especially attentive, hearing in response a confident remark that there was no need to worry, everything would be as it should. However, the blonde suddenly asked a strange question, asking if Jin Hong felt like the air in the room was somehow heavy. The young doctor did not immediately understand what his colleague meant, but he internally agreed that there was indeed tension in the operating room. The guy was puzzled by what had come over Sang-min and why he was asking about such trivial things at such a crucial moment. It was a little annoying, but Jin Hong tried to focus on the task at hand. To redirect his attention, the young man asked the anesthesiologist whether it was time to begin the procedure. Less than a minute later, the doctor confirmed that everything was ready and the first incision could be made. Our hero was a true professional who not only did his job, but did it with the utmost precision and attention to detail. At the same time, he understood that he needed to not only concentrate on the table, but also keep an eye on his assistant, who could not always be trusted 100%. This created additional stress, but he reminded himself that the main thing was to do his job well. From time to time, he would steal glances at Sang-min and wonder what he might be hiding or planning. However, quickly realizing that he was being distracted by unnecessary thoughts, Jin Hong pulled himself back every time so as not to lose concentration. Once the incision was complete, the boy breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he could now focus on working with the organ for transplant. Suddenly, a frightened nurse burst into the room. Gasping for breath, she began asking what stage the operation was at. Upon hearing that stage one of the treatments was completed, the woman asked Jin Hoon to go to the adjacent operating room as quickly as possible to see his colleague Kang Min Chul. The employee explained that the patient's vital signs were in critical condition, and his heart had almost stopped. It was only by a miracle that the worst was avoided, but the professor urgently needed an assistant. Our hero, trying to keep his voice calm, said that he would come as soon as he finished working with the current patient, trying not to make a single mistake. Our hero, looking at the instruments, realized that the girl's blood pressure and pulse were normal. There were no visible problems, which meant that she needed to be taken to intensive care as quickly as possible. Suddenly, San Min spoke up, suggesting that the guy go to his colleagues for surgery while he took the patient to the ward. And a minute later, he added that good surgeons are needed in operating rooms to save lives, and not in recovery rooms. Jin Hong himself knew that transportation was the intern's responsibility because there was nothing complicated about it. But he said out loud that he would personally watch So-yeon until resuscitation, especially since everything was almost finished. However, the blonde did not stop mocking our hero about the fact that the leading surgeon, instead of helping the patient, was transporting the sick on a gurney. The next second, the nurse ran into the room again. Turning to Jin Hoon, she asked when he would join Professor Chul, adding that the patient was in critical condition. The young man understood that he had to hurry, otherwise they could lose the man. The anesthesiologist also noted that the patient was doing well, but it was still too early to transport her. The young man wanted to stay with his donor, but he knew that the professor would not forgive him if the boy delayed even for 1 minute, because it could cost the patient his life. If it weren't for Sang Min, the guy would have left long ago. Although on the other hand, the guy won't be the only one who delivers the girl to the ward. There is also an anesthesiologist, a second assistant, and a nurse. In the presence of so many people, the blonde won't be able to do anything bad. And the next second, our hero asked everyone gathered to make sure that there would be no problems with the transportation, hinting that this was not an ordinary patient. And as he left, he added once again that So-yeon should be transported very carefully. A few seconds later, the young man was already standing in the operating room, where work was in full swing. As usual, Professor Kang Min-chul yelled at everyone gathered for doing things wrong. Taking a break from the operation, the surgeon asked Jin Hong why he was so late. While getting dressed, the young man shouted that he would come and help. Only a few minutes had passed, and our hero had already actively joined the operation and was quickly doing everything he was told to do. The situation was difficult, and therefore it was necessary to act in a coordinated and quick manner. Although the professor praised his assistant, noting that as soon as he arrived, not only did it become easier to work, but excellent dynamics also emerged. And he said out loud that things were bad with cirrhosis and weren't getting any better, and therefore it was necessary to continue the operation. And after a pause, he added that our hero should not forget about the nearest vein. Suddenly, an alarm went off in the operating room, and a voice from the speaker announced a code blue, indicating that something had happened in the intensive care unit. Kang Min-chul asked with anger in his voice why someone in the intensive care unit had cardiac arrest right after the operation, and who performed the intervention. Our hero didn't answer, but immediately tensed up. He had a very unpleasant premonition. The young man did not believe that anything bad could happen to his patient. During the operation, everything was fine. Except for this, the intervention was not serious, since the girl was only a donor. Considering that Sang Min wasn't transporting So-yeon alone, he couldn't have done anything bad. Suddenly, a nurse ran into the operating room and started asking where Jin Hong was. The professor, looking at his colleague, could not understand what she wanted from his assistant. And then the nurse shouted loudly that VIP patient, So-yeon, had inexplicably stopped having a heart attack. She added that the young man urgently needed to go to intensive care. The guy's hands dropped after hearing this. He didn't even remember how he dropped all his tools and ran. Running down the corridor, our hero tried to understand what had happened, but his thoughts were confused. Upon entering the room, the surgeon immediately began asking how his patient was feeling and why she had suddenly become ill. In the first seconds, no one answered the guy because everyone was busy massaging the heart. The women bustling around the patient shouted for the nurses to bring more aspirin. So-yeon was unconscious while the doctors, cursing, tried to bring the young lady back to life. Jin Hong felt like he was in some kind of terrible dream. The guy looked at the girl and thought about how she was smiling just this morning. Unable to bear the uncertainty, the boy began asking the anesthesiologist what had happened, but the frightened doctor explained that no problems had arisen during transportation. And a minute later, she added that there was nothing unusual when the girl was brought to the ward. The oxygen level dropped sharply and heart problems began. The guy scolded himself for what happened, although he knew that he had done nothing wrong. The young man understood that So-yeon could not just die. She had to live. The young man remembered being called to the surgeon in another operating room and how he wanted to personally deliver his patient, but was unable to do so. And then turning to his colleagues in resuscitation, he shouted at them to try and do everything possible and impossible because this was a special patient. The doctor said with a resigned voice that they were doing heart massage, but nothing was helping, and that So-yeon probably wouldn't be able to pull through. Our hero thought with horror that the team was doing everything they could for 10 minutes, which was a long time. Even if the heart starts, the brain has not received oxygen for 10 minutes, which means that due to severe damage to the brain, the person will remain a vegetable. And while the young man was silently asking for help, the resuscitation specialist approached him and honestly told him that they could not do anything more. Jin Hong didn't want to accept this fact. As a doctor, he understood everything. But as an ordinary person, he wanted to believe in some incredible miracle, in the miracle that helped him reincarnate. This did not happen to So-yeon, and the next moment the resuscitation team declared her dead, although they still tried to bring the girl back to life for another 10 minutes, but only broke her ribs. The beautiful daughter who gave part of her father's liver to save him did not survive the operation. This event became a real tragedy for the man, who screamed throughout the ward so loudly that he could be heard even on the neighboring floors. Roaring like a wounded animal, Kim Jong-guk accused the doctors of making a mistake during the operation. Our hero was no less upset than So-yeon's father because he felt like he was to blame for what happened, even though he had done nothing wrong. At this time, Mr. Lee was wondering whether our hero would be accused of murder, realizing that, judging by the records, he did everything right. But would the grief-stricken father believe it? The man didn't care about the patient. He was glad that the young doctor had finally gotten into a situation from which he could no longer get out, given the status of his family. Hee-mi stood outside with tears in her eyes, waiting for her beloved man, and not believing what the whole hospital already knew. The young man stood and smiled slightly, not understanding how he should behave in such a situation. Suddenly the beauty ran up to the guy, hugged him and started asking what they should do now, how to solve the problem that had arisen. Hugging the girl, the guy thought about how just a couple of days ago he wanted to propose to Hee-mi, and was glad that he didn't have time, because he could be condemned. Crying, the blonde said that this was probably her brother's doing because he had already wanted to harm her in the past, but only found the opportunity now. Kim Chol-woo, who was sure that his former classmate, a nerd, could not have done anything bad, offered his help. The police officer did his best. He questioned everyone, including the employees who were involved in transporting So-yeon. And if there was anything suspicious, he would investigate further. The young man checked Sang-min thoroughly, but neither after the autopsy nor after the burial could he find any evidence that would help Jin-hoon. Professor Kang-min-chul, whose phone never stopped ringing, explained that the cause of death was unknown. The nurses working in the operating room were also convinced of the surgeon's innocence, as one of the staff members told another professor. Jin-hoon was supported by many people working at the hospital, and he was grateful to them all. But the hospital, and its chairman, who was supposed to protect the staff, was on the side of Chairman Kim Jong-guk. Despite this, as he walked down the corridor, our hero thought that he couldn't give up so easily. It would be wrong. Entering one of the offices, the young man saw Sang-min, who politely greeted his colleague. However, the interlocutor immediately grabbed the blonde by the collar and began asking him what happened during the operation. As always, Sang-min was adamant and pretended that he didn't understand anything. And then he said that he was just an assistant, so there was no need to shift the blame onto an innocent person following the orders of the chief surgeon. But our hero did not give up. He continued to threaten the blonde that he would pay for what he had done sooner or later. But the interlocutor noted that Jin Hong should not come up with any nonsense and calm down. And leaving the room as if casually, he stated that the oxygen in the hospital was not of very high quality. The young man suddenly remembered how before the operation, the blonde man also spoke about strange oxygen, not understanding what he meant then. But now it dawned on the guy. The patient suffered an oxygen embolism caused by a tube that was too large, causing too much air to enter the heart and cause it to stop. Clenching his fist, the young man said that he would never forgive his colleague and would someday take revenge on him for all the bad things that this man had done. Immediately after being discharged from the hospital, Kim Jong-guk filed a lawsuit against our hero. He tried to prove that the doctor killed his daughter during the operation. At this very time, the Korean Prime Minister also wanted to know what had happened, and so he asked his secretary to collect all the necessary information. All Chayan knew was that a tragic incident had occurred with an unclear cause. Although the official needed to know as much as possible, because he wanted with all his might to help the one who once saved his life. Nurse Jan did everything she could, but noted that there was too little evidence to refute the accusations. The Prime Minister himself knew that in Korea, in such medical cases, it is the doctor who is obliged to prove his case. Ordinary citizens without medical knowledge usually believe that victims have no chance of winning, but it all depends on the individual case. When the cause of death is unclear, the doctors involved have little chance, and medical records are better used to prove innocence. The secretary said that this was not the most common case, and therefore everything was not so simple. The deceased girl, So Yeon, was the daughter of the chairman of the Sunyeong Group. So many media outlets wrote about the guy. The chairman is angry and is using all his connections. There is a high chance that the punishment will not be entirely fair. The Prime Minister told his aide that this was bad news. The man remembered his last meeting with the young doctor and thought that this young man always thought more about his patients than about himself. Trying to find something on the computer, the official did not understand how it happened that Jin Hong got into such an unpleasant situation. And a minute later, he added that firstly, it was necessary to tell the judge to judge fairly, and secondly, the man wanted to familiarize himself with the case materials. A few months later, our hero stood on the street and looked at the building of the Dial Hospital. The young man felt heavy at heart, but he didn't know how to get rid of it. The boy recalled the trial, where they said that according to the testimony of medical personnel, Kim So-yeon's death was not caused by medical error. Due to lack of evidence, the murder charge was dismissed. Although the plaintiff expected that the court would still make a different decision, at the same time, since the cause of the victim's death remains unclear, the defendant cannot completely avoid liability. As a result, Dr. Kimon's medical license was revoked for 6 months. Looking at his hospital, the guy thought that in similar cases, the period for revocation of a license was much longer, and therefore our hero received a less severe punishment. Despite this, Jin Hong turned from a genius doctor of the century into a doctor who killed a patient. The boy understood that the sentence destroyed everything he had achieved since his reincarnation. Our hero had a serious intention, and so he entered the office and first of all put a small envelope on the table. The HR guy couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this, so he asked if it was real, and then kept quiet. With a smile on his face, the young man noted that he wrote a letter of resignation because he could not stay, since his license had been revoked. Kang Min-chul and many other professors were categorically against Jin Hoon, knowing that he was innocent. A little later, the guy explained to Moon Jin that due to the revocation of his license, he would not be able to complete his residency anyway, and there was no point in staying afterwards. And a minute later, our hero had almost closed the door behind him, once again noting that he was leaving. As he walked down the corridor, the guy was thinking that after he got his license back, he would be able to repeat the year, but he could think about that later. The young man was overcome with melancholy because he could not do anything. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a telephone call. Looking at the phone, our hero noted to himself that dear people were writing and calling him, but he didn't want to hear or see anyone. Jin Hong decided that he would just turn off his phone for a while so that no one would disturb him, and he himself continued to think about how it all happened, how he could have lost his vigilance. The guy wanted to succeed. He wanted to show everyone what he was capable of, but just like in his previous life, he screwed up. Our hero was so immersed in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice how he ended up near his house. Opening the door, the young man heard the steps of his family, those who were always near him. The mother immediately stated that her son did not answer calls, thereby causing his parents to worry, who did not know what to think. Father, who appeared from around the corner, also told Jin Hong not to stand at the entrance, but to undress and sit down to dinner with them. The guy was silent for a while, and then suddenly began to cry and ask for forgiveness for everything he had done. Jin Hong pointed out that he was at fault, but because of his mistake, his parents were also mentioned in the news, even though it was not fair to them at all. The father began to ask his son in a gentle voice what he was guilty of, even before them, and why he was talking like that. The woman supported her husband and stated that, firstly, they were worried about the guy, about his feelings, but it did not affect them, and secondly, they did not care whether he was a doctor or not. Seeing the boy's tears, the parents continued to calm him down, saying that the young man did everything right and that it was not his fault in this situation. Those closest to him supported their son, just as he had once supported them, telling him words of love. Our hero himself understood that this was not a final failure. He simply became a victim in a malicious way. Jin Hoon no longer needs to worry about his own reputation, but there is something he cannot forget. It was San Min, Our hero was going to take revenge on this man for what he did. Lying on the bed, the guy thought about how he should live on, what he should do. The young man understood that he had enough savings to not worry about money, but he couldn't be lazy for 6 months. For a moment, the young man thought that he could take up tutoring, but immediately thought that it would be a disgrace for him, and therefore it would be better to abandon the idea. Suddenly, Jin Hong's thoughts were interrupted by a phone call from Miss Ani, although the young man did not understand why she decided to contact him, believing that the girl did not know anything about what happened. The very next minute, the girl was talking about how she had a proposal for the young man that would allow the guy to earn $400,000 a year. To discuss all the details, the Deputy Prime Minister suggested that the guy meet in an hour at a restaurant. The interlocutor began the conversation with banal questions about how our hero was doing, considering that they had not seen each other or communicated for a very long time. The guy didn't want any preamble, so he got straight to the point and asked why he was being offered such a high salary, considering that his license had been revoked. The girl explained that she would like the young man to work for them at Haynes, but unfortunately, the offer did not come from them. The beauty looked attentively into the eyes of her interlocutor, who could not understand what was going on and what kind of work he was being offered. And then she added that this was an offer from one of her friends. He sent the offer to the young man by email, but to be on the safe side, he asked to meet in person to discuss all the details. Raising her glass, Miss Annie announced that the location was New York St. Joseph's Hospital. While the girl was asking Jin Hong if he had heard of such a thing, the guy's eyes widened in surprise with each passing minute. It was the best hospital in New York, a clinic that was located in the Manhattan area. It was an amazing place that many people dream of. Our hero didn't understand what he had to do with all this. The young man knew very well that Deal Hospital was considered the best in Korea, but it will never compare to St. Joseph's Hospital, which is known throughout the world. However, the young man could not understand why such a medical institution was inviting him, what the guy had done to deserve this. A moment later, Jin Hong began to ask his interlocutor if she had mixed anything up. Smiling, the beauty said that there was nothing strange or unusual about this. The salary could be higher if the guy tried and showed himself. Hearing that our hero's license had been revoked, the girl said that it was not a problem because she could get another one in the US. And a minute later, she added that she asked her uncle, who said that it was just a formality, and besides, the hospital doesn't pay attention to such trifles. After a short pause, Miss Annie continued to explain that her uncle was merely the mayor of New York, causing surprise to appear in the young man's eyes. The guy folded his arms and thought about something. It seemed like he didn't believe that such a thing was even possible. Jin Hong wanted to know who the acquaintance was who asked him to come to the States, hearing that he was the president of St. Joseph's Hospital. And then the girl explained that she could call this man uncle. Looking at his interlocutor, our hero noted to himself that this beauty was even richer and more influential than me. The young man watched Miss Annie eat and did not want to disturb her, but his curiosity was much stronger. And so the guy asked if it was true that the Deputy Prime Minister herself had recommended him for the position at this hospital. Slowing down a bit, the girl noted that everything was not like that at all. The main reason was that Mr. Kim, for some reason, completely underestimated himself and did not understand what an amazing person he was. The interviewee said that the research that the young man conducted together with their company is not an ordinary project that anyone can repeat. Not all professors could do this. And realizing that long explanations were unnecessary, she simply said that the young man was doing incredible things. Everything the girl said was true, because thanks to articles in scientific journals, the value of Haynes increased several times, and people started talking about the company a lot. And looking at the smiling guy who had finally started eating, she added that the research had caused a furor in academic circles. The next minute, Miss Annie said that representatives from St. Joseph's Hospital had sent the boy an offer by email, which he had not seen because he had deleted everything immediately. The conversation about Jin Hong came up at one of the family dinners, and the first to talk about the young man were influential people who wanted to meet the talented doctor. The only thing the Deputy Prime Minister did not admit was that the men asked their relative to do everything to ensure that the guy accepted their proposal. Once again immersed in his own thoughts, our hero decided that this was an amazing proposal, but he again flew away in his memories to the day when his patient died, a person who died out of stupidity. The guy was a little tense. He was worried whether everything would be okay when he decided to go to the USA. Jin Hong didn't know if he could accept such a wonderful offer after everything that had happened to him, if he was worthy of it. Miss Annie looked at the boy but did not dare to say anything. Although a minute later, the girl decided to invite her companion to get some fresh air, saying that the weather was wonderful outside. Pointing to the mountains, the beauty noted that there was a wonderful view from there. And then she went on to say that it wasn't that far, but lately she liked to walk there. The young man did not understand why he should go to the mountains at such a late hour, but it was awkward to refuse, considering how this girl helped him. Not much time passed, and the guys were already approaching the Dobong Mountains. The guy noted that the last time he was in these places was a long time ago, when Hae-mi invited him for a walk, and since then, everything has changed a lot. The young man's physical fitness also changed. If before he could easily climb the stairs, now he could barely walk up them. Miss Annie, looking down at our hero, asked him if he was tired, realizing that the climb was very difficult for the guy. Trying to catch his breath, the young man replied that he was fine, but to himself he thought that he had only done kickboxing in high school, and then abandoned the sport because the doctors had no time for anything. The gambling girl smiled and said that since that was the case, she suggested picking up the pace to get to the top faster. The young man was not pleased with this idea. Moreover, he did not understand why his companion had chosen this particular place, but he knew that it was too late to refuse, and therefore he should pull himself together and go. As Jin Hong stood up, he saw a girl sitting on a rock, enjoying the beautiful view. Barely standing on his feet, our hero heard Miss Annie offering him some soji, but he knew he just wanted to sit down and rest. And the beauty continued to tell that tourists have a tradition of drinking this alcoholic beverage when they go up to the top. But suddenly the interlocutor changed the subject of the conversation, noting that this place offered a stunningly beautiful view of the city. And after a pause, she told me that when things are bad in her life, she comes here, although she still goes to clubs more often. Suddenly, turning to our hero, the girl declared that the young man should let go of everything. The guy didn't understand how this was possible, because he became a victim in a criminal scheme. As a result, an innocent person died. The young man did everything, but it all fell apart in an instant. Miss Annie asked if Jin Hong thought that from this place everything looked so small and insignificant. Some giant companies shout that they are the best in the country, but from here you can't tell who is where. From this place you can't see any hotels, office buildings, or hospitals. Our hero listened to his interlocutor, looked around, and felt how he was getting better. He realized that among a million lights he could not tell which hospital DL belonged to and where it was located. And the beauty spoke again, saying that the young doctor should not give up, because many believe in him. Jin Hong smiled, and it was sincere, and then he thanked the Vice Prime Minister from the bottom of his heart for everything she did for him. Although the very next second the young man encountered everything that the girl had told him a couple of hours ago. The guy understood that his friend had done everything to help him, and he asked the girl out loud to tell him more about the proposal. The beauty noted that first there will be a residency, it will last a year. Then with the guy, if he proves himself well, they will sign a contract and he will become a professor. Sometimes it takes up to 5 years, but sometimes less. Jin Hong knew that the status of a professor at DL Hospital would never compare to that of a professor at St. Joseph's Hospital. And if so, then there's no doubt. And he said out loud that he is ready to accept the offer and go to the USA, hearing the joyful cry of his friend. At the same time, the young man voiced his condition, which was that after becoming a professor, he could go on an exchange to the DL Hospital. After some time, our hero had already arrived at the airport, from where he was supposed to fly to the States. The guy didn't waste any time and quickly completed the preparatory course for USMLE. Jin Hong has an excellent command of medical terminology in English, so he had no difficulty getting the highest score. St. Joseph's Hospital handled visa processing, hotel reservations, and other things. Looking at his passport, our hero noted to himself that just one decision and everything happened so quickly. At that very time, Hae-mi was sitting in the waiting room and heard the dispatcher's announcements. The girl looked lost and didn't want to think about anything. Although a minute later, the beauty began to convince herself that she needed to smile, because she promised herself that she would see her boyfriend off with a smile. But her soul was sad. The blonde understood that they had been moving towards a relationship for so long, and now Jin Hong was flying away. What was depressing was that the duration of the separation was unknown. The young man could spend 1 year in the States, 2 or more. Suddenly our hero appeared behind us and announced that he had already finished registration. The girl began to make excuses, explaining that she really wanted to see the guy off with a smile. Tears were streaming down Hae-mi's cheeks. She couldn't calm down and just kept apologizing. Jin Hong tried to find some words, but he couldn't find anything. He didn't know what he could say in this situation. Looking into the beauty's eyes, the young man finally managed to pronounce the name of his beloved. Suddenly, the young man dropped to one knee and began to peer even more closely into the blonde's face. The guy said that he would return in 2 years. He would come on an exchange as a professor to the Deal Clinic. The young man promised to call often, and as soon as the opportunity arose, he would immediately come for a couple of days. Jin Hong said that he would come back even stronger than before, and so when the time came, he fell silent for a moment. A moment later, an open case appeared in our hero's hands, containing a wedding ring. At that moment, the guy had no fear or doubt. He knew exactly what he wanted, and what would happen one day. Looking at the surprised eyes of his beloved, our hero asked if Hey Mi would marry him. For a moment, there was silence in the room. The young man held the case with trembling hands while the girl sat in her place, clasping her hands. Suddenly, the beauty stood up and started yelling at the young man, calling him an idiot, and not realizing that the guy had started thinking about being dumped. Hey Mi said that she didn't try to cry, but the young man made her cry and throw a real tantrum. The next minute, the boys were already hugging, realizing that from now on, they would be with each other forever. The idyll did not last long. In a frightened voice, the guy began to ask his bride if she was going to cheat on him while they were separated by distance. The blonde said that the guy should promise her that he will definitely come back, even if things are very good in the USA. If the young man does not do this, the beauty will hate him. Only a moment passed, and the boys were already hugging and sealing their promises with a kiss. Sitting on the plane, Jin Hoon told himself that he would come back, they would get married, he would become successful not only for himself, but also for Hey Mi, and also to make Sang-min pay for everything. Our hero was expected, they were hoping for him, and therefore he had business class tickets as a sign of their excellent attitude. Flight attendants served lunch, noting that guests were being offered pasta, salad, and champagne. Looking at the plates of food, the young man thought to himself that the lunch was like in the best restaurant in Korea, which was especially nice. But the guy's thoughts immediately moved to his parents. Jin Hong thought about how they were, whether his relatives ate. The family had had a good time the night before, so much so that the father drank too much out of joy, and the mother swore all evening. Sun Min-si was worried about his son, so he told him to eat well, and if he missed Korean food, it would be better to find time and cook everything himself. These memories made the young man smile, and he said that he already wanted home-cooked food. A trip to the USA is necessary in order to return in 2 years as a completely different specialist, experienced and mature. Finally, the flight came to an end. The flight attendants asked all passengers to collect their belongings and make sure they had not forgotten anything. Not much time passed, and our hero found himself on a completely different continent. The slightly tired young man reflected on the fact that even in business class, long-distance travel seems tiring. A few minutes later, Jin Hong was already passing through passport control. The young man was a little worried, although everything went quite well. Standing in the hall, the young man thought about the fact that there are many people in this city, all of them foreigners. Therefore, it will be quite difficult to get used to it, considering that our hero has never been abroad. Suddenly, in this whole crowd, Jin Hong saw a familiar face. Right in front of him stood Miss Annie, holding a welcome sign and smiling. The girl greeted the guy, worried that he might pass by. The young man looked at what was happening with horror. It was unclear what surprised him most, his friend, or the fact that someone had decided to meet him at the airport. Understanding her friend's surprise, the deputy prime minister immediately began to explain that she had decided to meet the young man so that he would not accidentally get lost. The beauty happily declared that she would give the guy a ride, especially since she had recently been promoted to head of the New York branch, and therefore she was constantly in the city and could do whatever she wanted. The young people drove along beautiful streets lined with huge skyscrapers. Despite the late evening, the city was as lively and vibrant as possible. Finally, Jin Hong broke the silence and thanked his friend for helping him. While the young man was pondering how many years he had known E&I, she asked her companion about his first impressions of the city. There were a variety of feelings in his soul, but our hero declared that he would quickly get used to it and fit into this society. And a minute later, he added that there would be many differences with the Korean hospital, and therefore everything needed to be studied and adapted. The girl suddenly changed the topic of conversation, apologizing to Jin Hong in advance. The head of the branch stated that at first it would be simply unbearable for a young foreign doctor to work. There were many people who did not want to see a Korean in their home, despite his amazing merits. Foreigners without citizenship are not welcome, although her uncle will do everything possible to help the guy. Our hero was prepared for this. He knew that St. Joseph's Hospital was the best in the world. There were many difficult doctors and the same patients, so he needed to adapt. The guy honestly admitted that the girl didn't need to justify herself. Everything met his expectations. Only a few minutes passed, and the guys had already arrived at the place where Jin Hong would live. Standing in front of the building, the young man reflected on the fact that this city is known for its exorbitant prices, realizing that the rent for an apartment is also high. The apartment was amazing. Our hero understood that he was not a professor, but they treated him so well. The girl rolled her eyes and said that the apartment was a bit cramped. She wanted something better and fell silent. And then she suddenly said that it was already late and she had to go, hearing gratitude from her friend. Handing over the key to the owner, the beauty noted that she liked to help. And as she left, she added that Jin Hong should rest and sort out his things. She would call him later and give him instructions about returning to work. Watching his interlocutor press the button for the top floor, the young man asked why she was going up and not down, since they were on the 6th floor. Turning around, Miss Annie explained that she had moved into the penthouse here, which she had forgotten to mention. And suddenly, winking, she declared that living in the same building would make it much easier for her to seduce our hero. From the closing door, the beauty wished the guy a final good night. Lying on the bed, Jin Hong, firstly, thought about how strange America's humor was, and secondly, realized how tired he was, even though he was just sitting on a plane. However, when he picked up the phone, the guy started to smile. He received a message from Hai Mi, who wrote that they had only recently broken up, but she already missed him and kissed him very hard. The young man understood that it was daytime in Korea, but he was pleased that his girlfriend had found the time to write to him, and he also said many nice words to her in response.